Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhang Fan was akin to the stepping stone for the protagonist in some novel, burdened with a villain's tragic fate. His childhood sweetheart, his fiancée, had not held his hand for 30 years, yet was effortlessly led into a hotel by a man named Lin Feng. Because of Lin Feng, the family's colossal fortune vanished overnight. His father was driven to death, and his mother succumbed to madness. Now, Zhang Fan stood upon the Haikao high-speed bridge, gazing into the azure sea. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. To be honest, he harbored greater resentment towards the woman he had cherished for over 30 years than towards Lin Feng. Had she not professed her willingness to marry him, he would never have divulged the family's business secrets, which led to Lin Feng's dismantling of the entire Zhang enterprise. The architect of this catastrophe was that woman's treachery. Father, mother, do not blame your son for his cowardice. If there is a next life, I shall not be deceived by anyone again. With a gentle leap, he plunged swiftly into the sea. Not a dull thud resounded. Zhang Fan's head collided with the steering wheel, quickly leaving a bruise upon his forehead. Inside the car, his eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Before him stood two beautiful women, their faces etched with fear, one named Shen Chuchu and the other Lu Wenshi. Zhang Fan was exceedingly familiar with these two, particularly Shen Chuchu. She was the very woman who, after agreeing to his proposal, had betrayed the Zhang family's secrets to Lin Feng. Lu Wenshi, standing beside her, was one of the renowned beauties of the Huada design department, also one of Lin Feng's prized possessions. At that moment, Lu Wenshi gazed in horror at the significant scratch on the front of the BMW X5, beside which lay a discarded bicycle. It was 2005, and the BMW X5 had just been launched in the domestic market for a staggering price of 1 million yuan. What are we going to do, Chu-Chu? What should I do? Lu Wenshi exclaimed, panic-stricken. Don't be afraid. It's just this car. There's nothing serious. Why drive at the school gate? It's not your fault. We'll only need to pay 200 yuan at most. Shen Chuchu reassured her. Huayang University, a prestigious institution in the nation's capital, welcomed students on the first day of the semester. They had been cycling for leisure when, due to riding against traffic and Lu Wenshi's distraction in their conversation, they collided with the approaching BMW X5. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had managed to stop the car in time, preventing any injuries. Like them, he too had come to enroll for the new semester. Yet, that seemed inconsequential now. What truly mattered was that hadn't he just attempted to end his own life by plunging into the sea? Stepping out of the car, he surveyed the scratched paintwork and glanced towards the school gate, a torrent of memories flooding back. This was the very day he had completed his college entrance examinations, embarking on his university journey. His family had gifted him a BMW X5 as a congratulatory present. At that time, his family had not yet gone bankrupt, his father had not been driven to death by Lin Feng, and his mother had not succumbed to madness. He had returned. Everything had returned. Zhang Fan. Shen Chuchu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming with delight. She had not anticipated that the car owner would be her devoted admirer. This would make matters much easier. Her charming fad quickly shifted to one of reproach, her acting skillfully convincing. How could you drive like this? Do you know my best friend has been hurt because of you? Zhang Fan fixed his gaze intently on Shen Chuchu. 9 years later, the root of the Zhang family's ruin lay squarely with this woman. His eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. In this lifetime, he would exact his revenge. Oh, Zhang Fan smirked. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who collided with us. Clearly, it was you who hit us. Shen Chuchu retorted, hands on her hips, insisting, apologize to us. But considering our long acquaintance, a mere compensation of 10,000 yuan will suffice. Lu Wenshi, standing beside her, quickly grasped her arm. Initially, she thought that since Shen Chuchu was acquainted with Zhang Fan, perhaps he would be inclined to reduce the compensation. However, upon hearing Shen Chuchu's demand, she was taken aback. It was absurd to request money when it was Shen Chuchu who had damaged another's vehicle. Shen Chuchu silenced Lu Wenshi with a finger to her lips. She was all too familiar with this sycophant over the past decade. She had successfully extorted money from him on numerous occasions. Seizing this opportunity, she intended to extract a few thousand yuan for a shopping spree. At that moment, Zhang Fan scarcely registered Shen Chuchu's words. He was startled by the voice echoing in his mind. The divine selection system had activated. Choice 1. Agree to Shen Chuchu's demands. Gain Lu Wenshi's affection. 1. Shun Chuch's affection 1. Shun Chuch's disdain 10. Choice 2. Call the police and have them handle it. Gain. Compensation after damage assessment, and the opposing party will be unable to pay. Choice 3. Threaten Lu Wensher, suggesting she wouldn't want her parents to find out. Would she? Gain. Future vision fragments. Rebirth benefits. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded what kind of luck had befallen him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Hurry up with the money, my friends, and I have shopping to do. Shun Chuchu demanded 10,000 yuan in 2005, when the average disposable income was merely 6,400 yuan. Shun Chuchu was audaciously asking for nearly 2 years' worth of income from an ordinary individual, and that too under circumstances where they were at fault. If you insist on this, then I shall call the police, Zhang Fan declared. Picking up his phone and feigning a call to the authorities, his actions immediately instilled fear in the two women. Shun Chuchu shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan replied, "In this world where every road is monitored by cameras, let the police come and adjudicate whether it is I who should compensate you, or you, the ones who were driving against traffic, who should compensate me." Zhang Fan, "How could you do this? It's just a minor scrape. You're actually going to call the police? How have you become so petty? I'm so disappointed in you." Shun Chuchu glared, as if expressing disappointment was the gravest sin. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan was no longer the sycophant he once was. "I sincerely apologize for disappointing you, but I shall not concede even a fraction of the compensation owed. This is a new car valued at 1 million yuan, and now it bears a significant dent. The repair and depreciation costs are approximately 20,000 yuan. Will you pay, or shall I proceed with my police report?" Zhang Fan not only refused her demand for 10,000, but instead sought 20,000. The sum left Lu Wensher astounded. Shun Chuchu indeed possessed such funds upon returning to Zhang Fan's home at the start of the semester. His parents had generously gifted her a bank card with 100,000 yuan as a congratulatory present for her academic advancement. However, she was unwilling to part with any amount for Lu Wensher. Confronted with Zhang Fan's demand for 2,000 yuan in compensation, she hesitated. Shun Chuchu glared intensely. "How can you be like this? You immediately demand 20,000. Why don't you just rob a bank instead?" Zhang Fan shrugged and continued to make a phone call. "Then perhaps you should inform the police, but when the time comes, whether they contact your parents or your teacher is beyond my concern." "No," Lu Wensher shouted. Her parents ran a small business, merely a supermarket that earned a little over 100 yuan daily. If they were to discover on the first day of school that their child had caused a calamity worth 20,000, the distress would be unimaginable. Zhang Fan was merely asserting his rights, while Shun Chuchu acted as though she were a victim of gross injustice. She pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, you have disappointed me greatly. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I have come to see your true nature. While we were indeed wrong for going against traffic, is it not also wrong of you to drive right up in front of the school with so many people around? And seeing that a collision was imminent, why did you not steer away? Is it amusing for a grown man to bully a girl?" A classic retort. In the future, this would be revered as a quintessential skill of the little fairy, invoking the disparity of gender when one is in the wrong. "Miss Shun Chuchu, I appreciate your newfound clarity regarding me. However, I must remind you that it was you who were driving against the flow of traffic, and I had already braked to a stop, only to be struck by you." "You." Shun Chuchu was exasperated, her eyes wide with fury. "Regardless, you're at fault too. We are both to blame, and if anything, you shall not compensate us. Let us simply apologize to one another and consider the matter settled." Apologizing to each other, Zhang Fan chuckled aloud. He turned to Lu Wensher. "Did you authorize this Miss Shun Chuchu to act on your behalf?" Lu Wensher was typically a well-behaved girl, but being Shun Chuchu's friend had its influences, and the weight of 20,000 was indeed burdensome. If Shun Chuchu could evade responsibility, it would be ideal. She gave a slight nod. Zhang Fan continued to smile. "Are you certain?" Lu Wensher found herself wavering between morality and financial obligations. Upholding her principles would cost her 20,000, while choosing money would mean sacrificing her integrity. Ultimately, she chose the latter. "Then, I suppose we should follow Chuch's lead." Chapter 2. A Life of Darkness. Upon receiving confirmation about the perpetrator, Zhang Fan made a call to the legal department of the Zhang Corporation. "Hello? Is this Minister Lu? I have a traffic incident case that requires your personal attention." "Yes, This is a personal matter, which is why I'm reaching out to you. Thank you. After hanging up, Zhang Fan casually remarked, Lu Buxin, a doctor of law, has personally overseen no fewer than 3,000 cases. You can check online to ascertain his formidable reputation as the head of my company's legal department. He will be the one to converse with you two ladies. As for whether we should exchange apologies, that is a matter for your discussion with him. With that, Zhang Fan prepared to depart. The two young women were taken aback by such an imposing presence. Lu Wenshi was immediately frightened, rushing to grasp Zhang Fan's arm. Delicate and charming. She was a head shorter than Zhang Fan, her voluminous shoulder-length hair framing her youthful, tender face perfectly. With her large, pleading eyes gazing up at him, she implored in a soft voice, "No, please don't hire a lawyer." "Absolutely not." Zhang Fan observed her lips moving, feeling a rush of emotions. Damn it. In his previous life, in pursuit of Shin Chu-chu, this super-rich heir had failed to charm a single woman. In his quest to cultivate a good man persona, he had turned down many beautiful women who had approached him. It was only in the end that he realized the notion of a good man was utterly nonsensical. Lin Feng had numerous women, including Shin Chu-chu and Lu Wenshi, who seemed not to resist at all, especially Shin Chu-chu, who even pretended to agree to marry him, merely to extract business secrets for Lin Feng. In this lifetime, Zhang Fan had undergone a complete transformation into darkness. He wet his dry lips and, gazing at Lu Wenshi's delicate features, inquired with a smile, "So, do you still wish for Shin Chu-chu to represent you?" Lu Wenshi shook her head vigorously, her thick hair swaying. "Then shall we have a discussion, just the two of us?" She nodded repeatedly, her large eyes looking at him with pity. Zhang Fan turned his attention to Shin Chu-chu. "Have you heard? You are no longer part of this matter." "You." Shin Chu-chu was infuriated. How dare Zhang Fan, this sycophant, ignore her command? Sure, don't be frightened by him. Don't listen to his words. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Zhang Fan responded, "If you do not leave immediately, my legal department will be here." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshi could no longer contain herself and urged, "Chu-chu, why don't you head off to school for a while?" "You all." Shin Chu-chu gritted her teeth, observing the camaraderie between them. With a furious toss of her long hair, she departed on her bicycle, vowing silently, "Zhang Fan, just wait. You'll see how I'll train you in the future." Zhang Fan watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. In this life, he would exact his revenge. In the days to come, they would attend the same school. "Shin Chu-chu, we have a long road ahead of us." Zhang Fan kept his promise and called the legal department, instructing them to hold off for now as he sought to communicate with Lu Wenshi first. He, the gentleman, opened the car door and invited her in. Lu Wenshi, filled with a hint of trepidation, hesitantly occupied the passenger seat. Zhang Fan, seated in the driver's seat, initiated the conversation. "Miss Shi, I trust you would prefer that your parents remain unaware of this matter?" Lu Wenshi sat stiffly in her seat, feeling as though she might curl into a ball. In response to Zhang Fan's inquiry, she shook her head repeatedly, indicating her desire for discretion. However, the sum of 20,000 yuan was not insignificant, and she could not simply dismiss it. I can work to repay you. Rest assured, during my 4 years at university, I will certainly manage to pay it back." She had just transitioned from high school to university, her thoughts still naive. Unlike some female university students who had already become adept at manipulating men for financial gain or evading debts. "For years? You can afford to wait, but I cannot. Here's a proposal that might absolve you of the debt altogether. Tell me, do you have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Wenshi's body stiffened immediately. She glanced at Zhang Fan's handsome face, now adorned with a mischievous grin, and a wave of fear washed over her. I have a boyfriend. He also studies at Huayang, and we've been together for a year." In truth, she did not have a boyfriend. A boy had pursued her in high school, but in response to Zhang Fan's looming threat, she instinctively chose to lie. To her surprise, Zhang Fan seemed even more intrigued. "So, if we were to develop a relationship, would your boyfriend be upset? Please, don't joke about such things." He laughed heartily, just a casual remark. Lu Wenshi lowered her head, enveloped in silence. As for Zhang Fan's comment about her boyfriend, he paid it no mind. For in the near future, Lu Wenshi and Shin Chu-chu would both fall for the same man, Lin Feng. Their friendship would fray because of this. Yet, under Lin Feng's mediation, they would reconcile, becoming closer than ever. Zhang Fan, having meticulously studied Lin Feng, was well aware of this unfolding drama. "Lu Wenshi, you know you are quite adorable, don't you?" Zhang Fan appraised her with an appreciative gaze. It was no wonder she was regarded as one of the twin beauties of the design department. unlike Shin Chu-Chu's youthful exuberance. Lu Wenshi possessed a distinctly charming demeanor. Her skin was exquisitely fair, her large eyes shimmering, and her lips were a delicate pink. Feeling the predatory gaze upon her, Lu Wenshi instinctively shrank towards the car door. What do you intend to do? The sound of the car door locking echoed in response. Zhang Fan smiled and remarked, I could forego your compensation, but I am curious to taste the flavor of your lip balm. I don't use lip balm. Then I must sample it to know. Lu Wenshi was utterly terrified. As a freshman, she had only just left her high school days behind, where numerous boys had confessed their affections with shy letters and gifts, each too bashful to engage her in conversation. Where have I encountered such a situation? Tricked into the car, the door locked, and now he seeks to claim her first kiss. Lu Wenshi hurriedly shields herself with her hands, exclaiming, No, I do not want this. The Zhang Fan of today has succumbed to darkness, no longer the naive soul yearning for pure love. Yet, he would not stoop to the disgrace of forcibly taking liberties with a girl. What he desires is for her to willingly offer herself, even if her heart protests 1,000 times. Zhang Fan produced a cigarette, igniting it with a flick. You may ponder this. Will you compensate my losses? Or allow me a kiss? The acrid scent of second-hand smoke made Lu Wenshi cough incessantly, enveloping the car in a heavy silence until Zhang Fan concluded his smoke. Click. The car door lock disengaged. He discarded the cigarette butt and declared, Step out. My lawyer will be in touch this afternoon. I must report to school now. Please. No. Zhang Fan's gaze was cold as he regarded the helpless Lu Wenshi. With an icy tone, he stated, My patience is finite. I. Lu Wenshi bit her lip, gasping for breath as she finally resolved, Could we, perhaps, just kiss on the cheek? Zhang Fan shrugged, That is permissible. Summoning her courage, Lu Wenshi timidly leaned toward him, mentally reassuring herself that a mere kiss on the cheek would not count as her first kiss. Yes, just a peck on the cheek would not constitute her initial kiss. However, just as she was about to brush against Zhang Fan's cheek, he unexpectedly turned, and their lips met. What are you doing? Lu Wenshi recoiled as if electrocuted, vigorously wiping her lips. Yet, no matter how she scrubbed, the contact had been made. The thought of losing her first kiss brought tears to her large, expressive eyes. Observing her imminent tears, Zhang Fan produced a piece of paper, scribbling a few words. Compensation is 20,000 yuan. One kiss equals 1,000. You owe me 19,000. If you have no objections, please sign. What a consolation. Lu Wenshi, who had not yet shed tears, was now weeping profusely. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with tears. So her first kiss was worth only 1,000 yuan. You deceived me. You said kissing you would offset the compensation. Offsetting 1,000, does that not count? Zhang Fan retorted. Twice a day, and in 10 days. It will be fully settled. He shrugged. If you are unwilling, we may proceed with legal actions. No. The loss of her first kiss was already grievous. To engage in legal proceedings would truly leave Lu Wenshi at a disadvantage. With the agreement settled, Zhang Fan guided her to sign the document. Using a red pen to mark her fingerprint, he checked the first of 20 empty boxes, leaving 19 unmarked. Zhang Fan chuckled as he gazed at the empty spaces. Thus began the life shrouded in darkness. Chapter 3. Not a boyfriend. Zhang Fan clicked on the fragment of a future scene, and a vivid image emerged in his mind. It was September 25, 2005, at precisely 16:47:03. Lu Wenshi, clad in military training attire, was lounging in the dormitory with her roommate, engrossed in a game. Suddenly, Shin Chu-Chu burst in from outside, yanking one of them up. The two began to yell at each other with abandon. A girl lying on the bed, idly scrolling through news on her phone, sat up immediately, excitedly turning on her camera to record the commotion. The scene abruptly ceased. After watching, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. What did this mean? What purpose did it serve? His eyebrows suddenly shot up. This was not merely a glimpse of the past. That moment was a mere 10 days away, during military training. The fragment of the future lingered in his mind, accessible for viewing at any time. Yet Zhang Fan remained perplexed as to why he was shown an image from 10 days hence, seemingly devoid of significant meaning. Was he meant to intervene in a quarrel? That would truly be a trivial endeavor. Huayong was a first-tier city in the world, and Huayong University was renowned globally. During the school season, various cars flowed in and out of the campus, yet few students, like Zhang Fan, drove cars worth millions, especially considering they were still students. Since his arrival, he had become the focal point of attention among the parents of fellow students. 2 security guards stood at the entrance, and the younger guard expressed his displeasure to the older one. This guy doesn't he look trustworthy? What kind of student drives themselves to school? Once the school term settles in, I won't let him through the gate. Zhang Fan drove through the school entrance, catching the younger guard's gaze. He offered a friendly smile and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, calling out, "Brother, I'll be studying here from now on. Please take care of me." As he tossed the pack over, the younger guard's expression transformed instantly into a broad smile. "Sure. Just let me know whenever you want to drive in or out. I'll ensure you get the green light." Zhang Fan waved from inside his car as he passed by. In his previous life, his father had incessantly advised him to be shrewd and cunning, but Zhang Fan had always dismissed such notions, believing life should not be fraught with deceit. However, in this life, he resolved to become one of the most astute and cunning individuals. Zhang Fan tossed his phone to Lu Wenshi. "Enter your number." Lu Wenshi gazed at the latest model of the Motorola phone, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes, quickly masked as she returned the device. "I don't have a phone. Just tell me your number, and I'll call you from the dorm's landline." Zhang Fan glanced at her without further comment. In 2005, the mobile phone ownership rate among first-year students was merely 6%, while for seniors, it soared to 82%. Being in the mobile phone business, he was well aware of these statistics. "Just remember it," he insisted. After jotting it down, Lu Wenshi attempted to exit the car several times but was met with refusal until Zhang Fan finally drove to the girls' dormitory. The girls who have completed their enrollment procedures leaned against the windowsill of the dormitory, idly observing the ebb and flow of vehicles and students below. They were particularly intrigued by the prospect of discovering who among the new students possessed the greatest beauty and who hailed from affluent families. Their attention was abruptly captured by a sleek black BMW X5 as it entered their line of sight, instantly drawing the gaze of all. "Wow, that car looks magnificent, large and gorgeous. It must be quite expensive. How do you not recognize it? Just look at that emblem. It's a BMW. Like Mercedes. It's a prestigious brand. You two are so naive. That's an SUV, the BMW X5. The whole package costs over $1 million. The third voice, however, offended the first two. The two women glared. "Is your family wealthy? What kind of car did they drive you here in?" The girl who had mocked them flushed with embarrassment. "I can't be bothered to converse with you two." As the car came to a halt, the students observing from above instinctively shifted their focus to the vehicle, eager to see which girl would emerge. Surely she must come from a wealthy family. Lu Wenshi stepped out of the car. Her face flushed as she entered the collective gaze. Many girls began to seethe with envy. Not only was this newcomer affluent, she was also stunningly beautiful. How unfair. Perhaps attuned to the scrutiny, Lu Wenshi felt the weight of many eyes upon her, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. She contemplated retreating to her dormitory, but was thwarted when Zhang Fan emerged as well. His descent from the vehicle elicited gasps from all around. They had anticipated the arrival of a young lady accompanied by her parents, only to find that the driver was a remarkably handsome young man. The curiosity of the crowd ignited. Zhang Fan disembarked with deliberate intent, gesturing to Lu Wenshi with a phone sign, indicating for her to remember to call him. Lu Wenshi's face turned crimson, and in her fluster, she nodded, eager to flee. Yet, Zhang Fan was relentless, blowing her a playful kiss. The spectators swiftly concluded that the two were indeed a couple. This revelation only intensified the envy. What qualified her to be with such a charming young man who drove a BMW X5? Did good looks grant one the privilege to do as they pleased? Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Wenshi was immediately encircled by 4 of her roommates, the 6th, Shin Chu-chu, absent. The 4 girls buzzed around her, chattering excitedly. "Wenshi, that was your boyfriend just now, right? What is his name? Wow, how long have you been dating? He seems so wealthy. Is he a student? You're so lucky. That guy is incredibly handsome. Which school does he attend?" "Yes, both handsome and rich. How did you two meet? Was it in high school? How long have you been together?" Lu Wenshi found herself trapped in their midst, unable to move, repeatedly shaking her head. "No, we're not dating. We just met today. Truly, we only just met. It was only today that I learned his name is Zhang Fan." The crowd clearly disbelieved Lu Wenshi's words. However, seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, they all pouted and dispersed, each feeling that Lu Wenshi was overly pretentious. Who would actually covet her boyfriend? She guarded her secrets so tightly, revealing not a hint. Suddenly, the dormitory landline rang. A girl picked up the receiver. "Hello, who are you looking for?" A clear male voice responded from the other end. "My name is Zhang Fan, and I am looking for Shi." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you the guy who just escorted Shi back to the dorm?" "Yes, that's me." The girl immediately shouted, "Shi, Your boyfriend is looking for you. Having been a devoted admirer of Shinchuchu for many years, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly aware of their dormitory phone number. His call was, in fact, a calculated maneuver to etch his image into the minds of her roommates. Lu Wenxue initially believed she would be safe once inside the dormitory. However, the call from Zhang Fan made it seem as though he was omnipresent. Trembling, she answered the phone. You after a lengthy pause. She struggled to form a coherent response, while Zhang Fan chuckled on the other end. Don't be nervous. I'm just calling to ask if tonight by the campus lake, I can make up for that kiss we missed today. Lu Wenxue clutched the receiver tightly, biting her lip in silence. If you don't speak, I shall take it as your consent. I'll call for you later. With that, the call ended abruptly. Lu Wenxue, heart heavy with turmoil, set the receiver down. Upon turning around, she found 4 young faces pressed closely against hers. The others exclaimed, "Oh, a date? No, it's not like that. We're not in that kind of relationship." They all chuckled mischievously, their teasing gaze fixed on Lu Wenxue, indifferent to her frantic explanations. As for Zhang Fan, did he harbor feelings for Lu Wenxue? The answer was clear, he did not. However, knowing that Lu Wenxue was destined to become Lin Feng's woman piqued his interest significantly. Chapter 4. Freezing the bank card. Just as Zhang Fan had finished tidying his bed, his mother's gentle voice resonated through the phone. At the sound of her warm and tender tone, tears instantly welled up in Zhang Fan's eyes. In stark contrast to the anguished screams of his mother from his previous life, this familiar yet distant softness made him struggle to hold back his tears. After exchanging a few words, Zhang's mother mentioned, "A few days ago, your Uncle Shin came to our home with Chuchu. I gave Chuchu a card issued under your name, which contains 100,000 yuan. Zhang Fan squinted his eyes. The Zhang family, from himself to his parents and even his late grandparents, had always treated Shinchuchu with utmost care. Yet, Shinchuchu had deceived Zhang Fan into believing she would marry him. Without a flicker of remorse, she had led the Zhang family into utter ruin. This enmity must be avenged. I understand, mother. From now on, when Shinchuchu visits, please refrain from giving her any red envelopes." What's wrong? Have you two had a falling out? Zhang Fan found himself both amused and exasperated by his mother's question. Yes, even if we haven't fallen out. Is it customary for a daughter-in-law to receive a red envelope every time she visits? Besides, the Shin family is not worthy of us. After a moment of silence, his mother conceded. In truth, they also felt uneasy about their overly generous support for the Shin family. However, their child's infatuation with the girl had left them feeling as if they were held hostage, compelled to present themselves as the best in-laws possible. All right, you have the final say. I shall hang up now. Meanwhile, Shinchuchu was at an upscale French restaurant, indignantly savoring an extravagant meal priced at 2,888 yuan, exuding the poise of a privileged young lady. In this era, French cuisine had surged in popularity, with numerous dining establishments springing up in major cities, charging exorbitant fees. As she dined, she muttered curses directed at Zhang Fan. How dare he defy me? I have been so gracious to this sycophant lately. He needs to be properly taught a lesson, lest he forget who is in charge. Had Zhang Fan not dared to oppose her today, she mused, this lavish meal would have cost her nothing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She pulled out her Nokia phone and, in a fit of rage, blocked Zhang Fan's number, slamming her phone onto the table. I won't acknowledge you for the next few days. I'll make you frantic. Staring at her Nokia 7610, an outdated model from the previous year, she began to contemplate what latest model she could coax Zhang Fan into gifting her as a meager form of forgiveness. Waiter, the bill, please. A well-dressed server approached. Shinchuchu elegantly produced a bank card, placing it on the server's tray, relishing the courteous gesture. Moments later, the server returned. I'm sorry, miss, but this card cannot be used. What? Shinchuchu exploded, feeling as though the universe conspired against her that day. Is it possible that such a prestigious restaurant cannot even process card payments? What kind of upscale establishment is this? The server politely responded, I apologize, miss. Our restaurant does accept cards, but this particular card is not valid. Why? Due to the freezing of this card, Shinchuchu sprang to her feet in disbelief. A sum of 100,000 yuan was locked away? The waiter politely suggested, Miss, perhaps you might try another card. Yet, she had no alternative cards at her disposal. In haste, she seized her phone and dialed Zhang's mother. The ever-busy Mrs. Zhang answered the call. Auntie Shinchuchu exclaimed with an overly sweet tone. Why is the card you gave me as a graduation gift frozen? Mrs. Zhang chuckled and replied, My dear, that card was issued under my son's name. You must ask him about that. I have no authority to freeze it. Auntie Shin Chu attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Mrs. Zhang. I have business matters to attend to. Please discuss any issues with my son. With that, she ended the call. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Shin Chu failed to recognize the shift in the Zhang family's demeanor. She was still oblivious. Staring at the disconnected call, she felt a surge of rage, nearly cursing Mrs. Zhang as well. Damn Zhang Fan. Resorting to such despicable tactics, are we? Enraged, she dialed Zhang Fan's number again, only to discover he remained on her contacts blacklist. Fuming, she removed him from the list and called once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was engaged in light-hearted banter with his roommates. In his previous life, he had been too proud to socialize with them, moving out shortly after the semester began. However, in this life, he was determined to embrace change, including the decision to stay on campus. As the phone rang, he glanced at the familiar number. In the past, such a call would send a thrill through him. But now his expression turned icy. Hello? He answered, his voice betraying no warmth. On the other end, Shin Chu erupted like a firecracker. Zhang Fan, you are utterly shameless. How dare you freeze my card? You scoundrel, resorting to such lowly tactics. You've disappointed me beyond measure. I truly disdain you. You've done several things today that infuriate me. Let me make this clear. Do not expect my forgiveness. Do not even think about it. She believed herself to be a princess, elevated by Zhang Fan's attention. Listening to her tirade, Zhang Fan replied coolly, oh. Shin Chu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, what does "oh" mean, Zhang Fan? I command you to bring me the money immediately. I will be at the White Oak French restaurant waiting for you for only 10 minutes. As the divine choice system activated, the options presented themselves. Choice 1. Deliver money to Shin Chu. Outcome. Shin Chu's affection 3, Shin Chu's disdain 5. Choice 2. Agree and then power off the phone. Ignoring her. Outcome. Shin Chu's original stockings. Choice 3. Refuse her demand. Outcome. Fragment of a future scene. Damn it. Is this system truly so repugnant? At present, Zhang Fan harbors nothing but animosity towards that woman. He would not desire anything of hers, let alone her original flavored stockings. Shin Chu, do you truly not regard yourself as an outsider? What do you think you are? I cannot acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Is there anything else? Zhang Fan resolutely chose to refuse. This only incited Shin Chu further. Zhang Fan, you're finished. What gives you the right to do this? That is my card. That is my money. How dare you freeze it? You scoundrel. Shin Chu's shrill outburst drew the attention of every patron in the upscale restaurant. They were all self-proclaimed sophisticates, suppressing their voices to listen to the piano music they scarcely understood, yet one woman was vociferously shouting. Moreover, this woman was rather attractive. All eyes were upon Shin Chu, scrutinizing her words and admiring her delicate, supple figure. Zhang Fan retorted, if you believe that is your money, you are welcome to report it to the authorities. I have other matters to attend to. He hung up the phone. As the dial tone echoed in her ear, Shin Chu found herself in a daze. A sense of discomfort washed over her, not solely due to his rejection, but also because he had disconnected the call. It felt as though, since the dawn of her memories, this was only the second time he had hung up on her. The first occasion had occurred when she was 9 years old. During a time when landlines were the norm, he had casually dismissed her with a few perfunctory words before ending the call, as he played with the neighbor's daughter. That day, she had wept and sought him out, and 9-year-old Zhang Fan had anxiously implored her, please don't cry. I promise I will never hang up on you again. And now, here they were, years later, at this moment of disconnection once more. Over the years, how many times had she petulantly ended their conversations or blocked his number? Yet he had never once preemptively hung up on her. Suddenly, guilt surged through Shin Chu's mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, attempting to cast away those feelings of remorse. She cursed angrily. What a sycophant! How dare he speak of dignity? How dare he hang up on me? I will make him regret it. Meanwhile, on Zhang Fan's side, all the boys in the dormitory surrounded him, grinning mischievously. Girlfriend? Had a quarrel? Is she pretty? Have you taken it to the next level? One bespectacled, acne-ridden chubby boy, He Guangxi, extended one finger while forming an O with the other, then brought his hands together. He Guangxi, the youngest in the dorm at just 18, was also the most audacious. His fascination with teaching materials from Japanese female teachers had ignited a profound interest in computers, making him not only academically gifted but also a computer prodigy. In response to his roommate's inquiries, Zhang Fan chuckled. She's a crazy woman, hideously unattractive. How could I possibly be interested in her? The others wore expressions of disbelief. unable to accept Zhang Fan's words. After all, in this era, a call between individuals of the opposite sex, aside from family, could not be regarded as a serious relationship. Soon, Zhang Fan's phone rang again. The group pointed at his phone, exclaiming, "Oh, and you say she's not your girlfriend?" Zhang Fan, in front of everyone, abruptly ended the call, blocked the number, and remarked, "Isn't she just a girlfriend now?" Chapter 5. Without Zhang Fan, you are nothing. How dare you not answer my call? The fury in Shin Chuchu's eyes was palpable. She had made up her mind. She must immediately sever her engagement with Zhang Fan. If she didn't assert herself, Zhang Fan would soon consider himself her equal. But that could wait for later. At this moment, Shin Chuchu found herself in an upscale French restaurant, contemplating her next move. Confronted by the increasingly wary gaze of the waiter, she defiantly exclaimed, "What are you staring at? I can make a phone call and someone will come to settle my bill." Internally, she cursed. "Zhang Fan, you are not the only one who adores me. Do you truly believe you are so extraordinary? Just wait and see how effortlessly I can summon several admirers to fight over who pays for me." During high school, she had attracted numerous suitors. While none were as affluent as Zhang Fan, some were quite well off, like Wu Anbua, who had shown considerable attentiveness, second only to Zhang Fan. It was rumored that he hadn't ventured out after the college entrance examinations. Shin Chuchu dialed his number. "Oh my, it's my goddess Chuchu. I was just thinking about gathering some high school friends, and here you are calling me." Wu Anbua's exuberant voice echoed through the line. And Shin Chuchu frowned at the overly flowery tone. She preferred minimal interaction with him, unlike Zhang Fan, whose every gesture seemed willingly given. This man's advances were laden with ulterior motives, which made her uncomfortable. "Anbua, I need to discuss something serious with you. Wait a moment. What did you just call me? Could you repeat that?" Wu Anbua interjected, his excitement palpable, which only exacerbated Shin Chuchu's discomfort. Raising her voice slightly, she insisted, "Wu Anbua, I have something important to tell you." "Ah, goddess, please go ahead. With such a familiar address, I'd move heaven and earth for you." He chuckled. "Well, I went out for a meal and forgot my wallet. Could you bring me some money?" she asked. "Of course, I'd be delighted to help," he replied eagerly. Then hesitated. "Oh, it's already this late. If I head over to Huayan University, I might have trouble returning tonight. What do you propose?" Shin Chuchu inquired. Sensing his intentions, with a sly grin, Wu Anbua remarked, "I have no ulterior motives. If I treat you tonight, you must take me to a movie later, right? Holding hands, or even a little kiss in the theater is perfectly normal, wouldn't you agree?" Faced with this request, Shin Chuchu found herself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding, "All right, I'll take you to a movie tonight." "Great. Where shall we meet?" "I'll hop in a taxi right now," he replied enthusiastically. "At the White Oak French restaurant next to Huazhong Road. I'll be waiting for you here." "What? The White Oak French restaurant?" Wu Anbua exclaimed on the other end. "How much is it?" 2,888, plus service charges and tips. "Just bring 3,000, she instructed. The phone line fell silent. After a moment, Shin Chuchu, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Hello, Wu Anbua. Speak up. Don't pretend to be mute." A loud burst of laughter erupted from the other end. "Shin Chuchu, oh Shin Chuchu, I am certainly not pretending to be mute. However, you do excel at playing the fool. 3,000 yuan. What do you think you are? Coming to me, demanding a lavish meal worth 3,000 yuan?" Suddenly berated. Shin Chuchu was left dumbfounded. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "You? How can you speak to me like that? How should I speak to you? Do you fancy yourself a princess? Just because you want a 3,000 yuan feast, you think it's a given? Do you believe you are so beautiful? Yes, you are indeed quite pretty. But with 3,000 yuan, I could woo 10 girls. Do you think your single self is worth 10? He scoffed. "And the White Oak French restaurant? I have never even been there. Wu Anbua, I will never speak to you again," she declared. "Oh dear, I'm so scared. You won't talk to me anymore? Do you think I care about you that much? Let me tell you the truth. I only pretended to pursue you because I couldn't stand Zhang Fan, that sycophant. I wanted to annoy him a little. What do you think you are? Do you really believe I could be enamored with you? While I was pursuing you, I was already seeing 7 or 8 other girls, acting all high and mighty, yet still demanding like a harlot. Do you truly think I would be interested in you? To act like a harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue, how absurd." After the tirade, he hung up and blacklisted her. Shin Chuchu was left in a daze, reeling from the insults. A harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. Such a harsh phrase, the cruelest of words directed at a woman. But was there any truth in what he said? Shin Chuchu felt dizzy and unsteady, nearly collapsing, and quickly steadied herself against the table, returning to her seat. In the restaurant, numerous patrons were whispering among themselves. Although they could not hear the conversation on the other end, Shin Chuchu's expressions and words hinted at the turmoil she was experiencing. Some female companions began to introspect. A portion felt the need to present themselves better, fearing abandonment by their partners. Meanwhile, others resolved to strive harder, refusing to rely solely on men. The restaurant waiter stood before Shin Chuchu, his patience now entirely depleted, standing tall and straight. "Miss, please settle the bill." "Wait, just a moment." At this point, Shin Chuchu had lost her earlier arrogance. She began making call after call, and for those she couldn't reach, she sent messages on QQ. All were former classmates from high school. 3,000. Chuchu, you know my family situation. I'm not Zhang Fan. I can't afford that. You should go find Zhang Fan. Why come to me? I don't like you. Did Zhang Fan and you have a falling out? Then how can you pay? Stop joking. Just apologize to Zhang Fan. Please. Every time we spent money, wasn't it Zhang Fan who treated us? Why should I owe you anything? It's Zhang Fan's debt. Also, Chuchu, I was just on the computer, and Wu Anbo was berating you in the group chat. What on earth happened that you need 3,000? I don't have that money either. You should talk to Zhang Fan. The QQ group buzzed with disbelief. In 2005, the platform officially launched on computers, and the students from these large cities were particularly adept at keeping up with trends, promptly forming a group. In a moment of impulsiveness, Wu Anbo boasted about having dated 7 or 8 girlfriends. Fearful that his reputation might be tarnished by Shin Chuchu, he preemptively lashed out at her in the group chat. Zhang Fan, of course, was also present in the group. However, at this point, even upon seeing the exchanges, he chose to remain indifferent. Shin Chuchu, after reaching out to a circle of acquaintances, discovered that everyone kept mentioning a singular name, Zhang Fan. It imparted a sense of her identity being entirely dependent on him. Yet, the reality remained. Without Zhang Fan, she was nothing. Chapter 6. Investigating Gu Yuan. Ultimately, Shin Chuchu made a phone call to the dormitory, requesting Lu Wenshi to borrow some money and come to assist her. She withdrew all her remaining living expenses for the semester, amounting to 570 yuan. Lu Wenshi arrived with 900 yuan, and with Shin Chuchu's old phone from the previous year, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to release her belongings, stipulating that the money must be repaid within a month, otherwise, the phone would not be returned. Shin Chuchu gritted her teeth, recalling that the phone had cost a full 4,500 yuan when purchased. Even as a second-hand item, it could still fetch nearly 2,000 yuan. The two women now had merely a few dozen yuan to their names, and this was just the beginning of the semester. Disheartened, they returned to school. Huayang University is centrally located in Huayang University Town, which has been under development since 1995. Over the course of a decade, several universities have relocated their campuses here, including numerous art and aviation institutes. In a few simple words, it can be described as a place teeming with beauty. Each evening, the vicinity of the universities becomes a spectacle of cars unable to find parking. Such grandeur was unparalleled in 2005, when parking spaces were notably scarce. In Zhang Fan's dormitory, discussions about women were fervently underway. Despite Zhang Fan's reincarnation, he remained oblivious to such matters. In his previous life, he had sacrificed far too much for Shin Chuchu. He Liuxiang, known as the pudgy youth with a face full of acne, suggested, "How about we head to the internet CAF? I could hack into our school's database and check out the quality of the girls." The others were perplexed by He Liuxiang's words, but Zhang Fan understood. "You can actually do that." He Liuxiang smirked defiantly. "What is the big deal? Let me tell you, the official systems of the school are the easiest to breach. I could even manipulate the data in a Chinese odyssey." Everyone's eyes brightened. While they didn't comprehend the intricacies of hacking, the notion of manipulating data was clear to them. It was akin to having an unfair advantage in a game. The third member of their group, Jin Hui, incessantly urged He Liuxiang to visit the internet CAF and procure some game credits for him. Jin Hui, a local, exhibited a strong sense of superiority typical of big city youths. Prior to Zhang Fan revealing his phone, Jin Hui had clutched his own phone as if it were a prized possession. Under Jin Hui's encouragement, He Liuxiang, who was already indecisive and prone to internet addiction, found himself half-heartedly persuaded to head to the CAF. Zhang Fan, however, was never drawn to gaming. Instead, he retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his drawer and handed them to He Liuxiang. "I want to be going. I'll handle the cigarettes. Could you help me look up the details on Gu Yuan from our ethnic arts department?" "Thank you." "Sure, but I don't smoke." "Fourth brother, you should take them back." He Liuxiang replied before Zhang Fan could say another word. Meanwhile, Jin Hui snatched the cigarettes away, exclaiming, now that we're in college, it's time to learn how to smoke. This is good stuff. Thank you, fourth brother. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Out of the 6 members in the dormitory, 5 had headed to the internet CAF. However, Zhang Fan was not one to casually investigate anyone, especially not Gu Yuan. The woman possesses an extraordinarily captivating beauty, outshining all others, yet remains virtually unknown within the school. Even when nominated as the campus belle, her name mysteriously vanishes from discussions, despite some attempts to advocate for her. To a significant extent, Gu Yuan serves as a formidable ally to Lin Feng. Zhang Fan once delved into Gu Yuan's background, uncovering nothing of substance. Save for a warning from a powerful uncle, mind your own business, lest you bring misfortune upon the Zhang family. This woman embodies not only beauty but also vast resources. In this new life, Zhang Fan must wrest her away from Lin Feng's grasp. After his roommate departed, Zhang Fan began to view future scenes. Another segment unfolded, indicating a time and place by the Zhan River at 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Shin Chu-Chu, in a state of inebriation, wandered aimlessly, her spirits seemingly lost. Suddenly, a group of ruffians emerged from the riverbank, their intentions sinister upon noticing her beauty and intoxicated demeanor as they began to lay hands upon her, with one even attempting to strip her clothing under the cover of darkness. Just as Zhang Fan was engrossed in the unfolding scene, another man appeared, Lin Feng, a figure he could never forget, even in death. Utilizing his martial prowess, Lin Feng drove the thugs away, leaving Shin Chu-Chu, dazed from drink, to collapse into his arms. The scene concluded. This moment proved far more significant than the previous. Had Lin Feng not intervened, Zhang Fan might have found amusement in Shin Chu-Chu's misfortune. But with Lin Feng's appearance, his perspective shifted entirely. Shin Chu-Chu and Lu Wenshi returned to their dormitory, both wearing expressions of discontent, each burdened by her own troubles. After a prolonged silence sitting on the bed, the other 4 roommates exchanged glances until one finally spoke up. Chu-Chu, with the semester just beginning, everyone is quite short on funds. Huh, what do you mean? Shin Chu-Chu replied, still processing the situation. One of her peers explained, since you're in need of money. Sure asked us to lend you some. I lent you 100 yuan. If it's convenient, it would be best if you could repay us soon. I also lent 100. I lent 50. I lent 50 as well. As the chatter continued, Shin Chu-Chu buried her head under the covers, exclaiming, I get it. I get it. My family resides in Xinjiang Villa Garden. How could I possibly lack your meager sums? Her roommates exchanged uncomfortable glances, feeling slighted. As their generosity had been met with disdain, the group fell silent, their discontent palpable. Lu Wenshi, too, was troubled. Her mind consumed by the thought of owing Zhang Fan 19 kisses, a source of great embarrassment for her. Later that evening, Zhang Fan returned by taxi. His car had been sent to the 4S shop for repairs, with a relatively affordable fee of 1,200 yuan. However, factoring in depreciation, as Zhang Fan noted, it amounted to 20,000. He requested a formal statement from the 4S shop. After employing a few subtle tactics, a document detailing a repaint and depreciation totaling 40,000 yuan appeared in his hands. The shopkeeper, puffing on a cigarette and chewing betel nut, sent Zhang Fan on his way with 1,000 yuan tucked into his back pocket. Upon returning to school, Zhang Fan dialed Lu Wenshi's dormitory. The landline rang persistently. Startled by the sound, Lu Wenshi jolted, appearing quite frightened, while her 4 roommates remained on their upper bunks, indifferent to the ringing phone. Only Shin Chu-Chu, wearing an irritated expression, rose to answer the call, her tone brusque. Who is this? Who are you looking for? Zhang Fan replied, this is Zhang Fan. Looking for Lu Wenshi. Zhang Fan. Shin Chu-Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned him incredulously, what do you want with Shi? Why does it concern you? Sensing the rudeness in his tone, she was ready to hang up. However, her nosy roommates, all ears, chimed in, is he Shi's boyfriend? Oh, are you going out so late? One by one, the roommates perked up, gazing at Lu Wenshi. In a fluster, she waved her hands, repeatedly insisting it was not the case. Shin Chu-Chu shouted into the phone, Zhang Fan, are you threatening our Shi? Zhang Fan replied coldly, tell her I'm waiting for her at the artificial lake. He ended the call, unwilling to say another word. Shin Chu-Chu approached Lu Wenshi's bed, her eyes wide with concern. Shi, did that jerk threaten you? If anything's wrong, tell me, and I'll handle it. Lu Wenshi, curling up in bed, hugged her legs tightly, her face a mask of grievance. She asked Shin Chu-Chu what? What did he say? That jerk said he would wait for you at the artificial lake. Don't be scared. Sure. We won't go. Let's see what he can do. Lu Wenshi buried her face in her knees. After a moment, she lifted her head and got out of bed. Shin Chu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you really going to look for him?" Lu Wenshi replied timidly, I'll be back soon. Chapter 7. The latest smartphone beside the artificial lake. The surface reflected the luminous moon hanging in the sky. The water shimmered, and Zhang Fan stood tall on the lakeshore. His figure accentuated by a form-fitting, luxurious casual outfit that clung to his body in the evening breeze, showcasing his perfect proportions. With flowing hair and striking features. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, he embodied the quintessential hero, if only Lin Feng were not present. Regrettably, in his previous life, he was relegated to mere stepping stone status. Not only did he face bankruptcy, but he also endured the devastation of losing his family. A shadow of melancholy crossed his gaze as he recalled his past. Lu Wenshi arrived at the artificial lake and spotted Zhang Fan from a distance. He gazed over the water, exuding an indescribable aura that drew attention effortlessly. A few girls nearby whispered among themselves while stealing glances at him. Lu Wenshi cautiously approached him. Stuttering, I'm here. Zhang Fan glanced at her, holding a bag as he strolled along the lakeside. Let us walk, he suggested. Lu Wenshi initially intended to muster her courage, kiss him, and run away immediately. Yet, observing his solitary figure, she inexplicably found herself following him instead. Embraced by the refreshing evening breeze, a sense of desolation lingered within Zhang Fan as he pondered, what is the meaning of life? Lu Wenshi was taken aback by his sudden inquiry and replied, I want to study hard, find a good job, and make life easier for my parents. Make life easier for your parents? Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. He reflected on the foolishness of his past self, who had devoted all his thoughts to Shin Chu, allowing her and Lin Feng to effortlessly dismantle the Zhang family business empire. If he could not subdue those two completely, he would never feel at ease. He feared the tragic fate of his previous life might repeat itself. He resolved to take everything from Lin Feng and Shin Chu, piece by piece, to ensure his own peace of mind. And this woman before him was one of Lin Feng's prized possessions. As Lu Wenshi observed Zhang Fan's silhouette, she sensed a sudden shift from his previous melancholy demeanor to something sinister. He fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes exuding an unsettling intensity that made her want to flee. In the next moment, he forcefully grasped her head, his actions rough yet imbued with potent masculinity. They resembled the many couples by the lake, engaging in a passionate embrace. In that instant, Lu Wenshi felt her mind whirl, rendered incapable of rational thought. It took a full 5 minutes for her foggy brain to regain some semblance of clarity, summoning all her strength to push Zhang Fan away. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Zhang Fan licked his lips, seemingly savoring the moment. Lu Wenshi covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. It was supposed to be just a brief kiss. Wasn't it still a kiss if they didn't separate? Zhang Fan, with a smile, marked off a box on the transaction sheet. Lu Wenshi found him utterly terrifying, an unfathomable dread that was impossible to accept. She rose to her feet, fighting back tears, unwilling to weep in front of this devil. She was determined to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Fan halted her. Lu Wenshi turned back. What more do you want? I have already given enough today. Let me show you something. Zhang Fan presented the damage assessment report issued by the 4S dealership. The report indicated a repair and depreciation cost that had doubled. I initially thought it would be 20,000, but the dealership informed me it was actually 40,000, Zhang Fan stated coolly. Lu Wenshi's fear intensified as she gazed at the document in her hands. She gasped and stepped back. Could it be that this devil intended to impose something further upon her? Was he truly contemplating a doubling of the cost? However, Zhang Fan made no such attempt. Instead, he extended a small box towards her. This is for you. Trembling, she accepted the box, expecting yet another transaction document with 20 slots. Upon opening it, she found a white Motorola V3. Zhang Fan waved his own phone in front of her. Mine is black, a couple's edition, and I've already entered my phone number. Why you? You gave this to me. Yes. Lu Wenshi was momentarily stunned, hurriedly shoving both the phone and the box back into his hands. I don't want it, she shouted, as if expending all her strength to reject him. The divine system activated. Option 1. Retrieve the phone. Reward, Lu Wenshi's disappointment 5. Lu Wenshi's melancholy 1. Option 2. Throw the phone into the lake. Penalty, host's intelligence -1. Option 3. Find a way to force it upon her. Reward, Lu Wenshi's favor 5, host's permanent charm 1. Observing the system's choices, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. Why does option 2 always make me seem like an idiot? And it deducts my intelligence. Moreover, Lu Wenshi was quite adept at feigning disinterest, were it not for the system. Zhang Fan might have genuinely believed she did not wish to accept it. With a tone that was both indifferent and resolute, Zhang Fan declared, "You must take it." Why? "Because the damage assessment for my car has doubled, thus you must accept it. Otherwise, you will owe me 40,000, equivalent to 40 slots. Where is it written that one must force things upon others?" Lu Wenshi was bewildered. Where is there a precedent for such a thing? So, do you want it or not? Zhang Fan leaned slightly, gazing at her. I. Lu Wenshi's adorably conflicted expression, caught between rejection and inability to refuse, was utterly charming. In such circumstances, a boy's assertiveness often yielded favorable results. Without further ado, Zhang Fan slipped the phone bag onto her arm, simultaneously ruffling her voluminous hair that perpetually appeared disheveled. Lu Wenshi's fair face, with her lips slightly swollen and pink from Zhang Fan's playful nibbling, revealed her reluctance to resist. She allowed him to tousle her hair. After a moment, Zhang Fan turned to leave the artificial lake path, indifferent as he waved goodbye. "I'm off. Staying too long will make you catch a cold." Lu Wenshi watched his tall, slender figure illuminated by the streetlights, embodying a carefree spirit, and she sniffled softly. It seemed she has caught a slight chill. She hurried toward the dormitory via another path. The girls' dormitory was particularly sensitive to any disruptions. The moment Lu Wenshi stepped through the door, all eyes turned toward her, causing her already delicate cheeks to flush with embarrassment. No one spoke. They merely exchanged sly smiles in her direction. Lu Wenshi hastily waved her hands, insisting, "No. We are not in a relationship. We haven't done anything." Such an admission seemed almost too revealing. The others shared knowing glances, likely understanding that even if they were not a couple, given the current trajectory, it was merely a matter of time before they would be. Sure. What do you have in your hand? Did your wealthy boyfriend give it to you?" Lu Wenshi quickly shoved the phone box beneath her blanket, attempting to deny it with a feeble, "No, it's nothing." Her refusal only served to heighten her roommate's curiosity. One of them pretended to get out of bed to use the restroom, but suddenly launched an ambush, pulling the phone box from under Lu Wenshi's covers. A shriek erupted. "Oh my goodness! It's a phone! The latest Motorola V3. Did your boyfriend give it to you?" Everyone's pupils dilated as they stared at Lu Wenshi in disbelief. In the year 2005, a time devoid of the ostentatious gold diggers or fairy girls, relationships were still characterized by their simplicity and authenticity. It was an era where even a shared ice cream between couples was etched into memory with utmost sincerity. The dormitory was filled with astonishment. The notion that a boy would gift a girl a phone, especially one so extravagant, was beyond their comprehension. As the phone was snatched away, Lu Wenshi panicked, eager to retrieve it. However, Shinchuchu's reaction was 1,000 times more intense than hers. She swiftly leapt from her bed, seizing the phone box, and was about to unwrap it to discover its contents. One of the roommates protested, "What are you doing? It's not even your boyfriend who gave it to you. So why are you snatching it?" Yet, Shinchuchu paid her no heed. Upon opening the box, a pristine white Motorola V3 lay nestled within. This phone was arguably the most coveted among the youth, particularly among young women. Priced at 5,300, it was often sold out. To obtain one immediately, one might have to pay as much as 5,500. She turned to Lu Wenshi, her eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "Zhang Fan, did he buy this for you?" Chapter 8. Gulina Ba Zhang Fan returned to the dormitory, where he found the third roommate, Jin Hui, with a bruised face, wiping blood with a piece of paper. The second roommate glared at him with a murderous look, and the atmosphere was tense, suggesting a recent altercation. It appeared that the local Jin Hui had come off worse in this encounter. "Just wait. I'm from Huiyang, and I won't let some outsider bully me." "What are you trying to prove? If you're not satisfied, we can settle this again. Just wait for tomorrow," Jin Hui shouted, brandishing his phone as if to summon reinforcements. The eldest among them, Niu Chang, a robust young man from the countryside who had repeated his studies for 2 years, stood between them, vigilantly preventing any escalation. The second roommate, of Uyghur descent, was named Aisha Nurwala Mu Rajifu Baladi, a name too convoluted for anyone to remember, so they simply called him the second. Zhang Fan settled onto his bed and lit a cigarette, observing the two squabbling with a smile. "Zhang Fan, how have you become so handsome?" Jin Hui, initially intending to say something else, blurted out this question upon seeing Zhang Fan. Everyone turned their attention to him. and it seemed that Zhang Fan appeared significantly more attractive than during the day. Zhang Fan himself was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had recently received a boost in charm points from the system. He certainly couldn't divulge the existence of this system to them. Haven't I always been this handsome? In response to Zhang Fan's self-absorbed retort, his roommates could only smirk, unwilling to contradict him. Although they were hesitant to admit it aloud, they had to acknowledge that Zhang Fan was indeed the most handsome among them, with not only striking features but also an exceptional height and demeanor. Jin Hui, disregarding this, pressed on. Zhang Fan, are you one of us locals? Huh? Why do you ask? I'm asking you, if a local gets beaten up, will you help? At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Zhang Fan, particularly the second, who appeared most anxious. The second roommate was not particularly afraid of Jin Hui, as he regarded him as loud and brash, projecting an image of superiority without any real capability. In contrast, Zhang Fan, who was quiet yet undeniably commanding, could not be overlooked. Zhang Fan took a drag from his cigarette. Can you first explain why you two are at odds? The second roommate immediately chimed in. Jin Hui is a scoundrel. He stole my girlfriend. That's nonsense. Jin Hui countered. Gulina Ba has already made it clear that you two were never in a relationship. I pursued her all the way to Huiyang and was on the verge of success. Do you think I want to be your roommate? Without me, you wouldn't even know who Gulina Ba is. Well, I truly appreciate that, the second retorted, and it seemed that the two were on the verge of another confrontation. Zhang Fan pointed to the youngest among them, He Guangxi. You speak. He Guangxi swallowed nervously, feeling the weight of the moment. Actually, this matter is somewhat related to you, fourth brother. You asked me to look up a girl named Gu Yuan, but I found very little information about her in the school database. Instead, I researched her roommate, a girl named Gulina Ba, who is exceptionally beautiful, comparable to Gu Yuan. Their dormitory is indeed filled with stunning girls. Zhang Fan frowned, urging, get to the point. He Guishi chuckled, well, Gulina Ba is much easier to investigate. She is an exceptionally gorgeous Uyghur girl who, due to her looks and ethnic background, was specially recruited 3 years ago into the Huayang National Arts Program. Then Ergu mentioned that this girl is his girlfriend, and he worked hard to get into Huayang for her sake. To inquire about Gu Yuan, Ergu arranged to meet with Gulina Ba, but she stated that she is not his girlfriend, merely someone he knew from childhood. Sangu then expressed his desire to pursue her, to which she replied that she aspires to become a major star. Sangu claimed to know many prominent directors and assured her that if they were together, she would surely be famous. Consequently, he received a beating from Ergu. Zhang Fan extinguished his cigarette, finding the situation rather clitch. Ergu glared furiously at Jin Hui, exclaiming, damn it, not only have you been boasting, but now you also want to deceive my girlfriend. Get lost. Lina Ba has already stated that she has nothing to do with you. As the two were about to clash again, Zhang Fan observed them silently. For some reason, they paused as they glanced at him, their impulsive aggression seemingly quelled. Upon understanding the situation, Zhang Fan spoke up. Ergu, is that girl truly your girlfriend? Faced with the question, Ergu pouted, looking quite aggrieved. He uncomfortably replied, when we were in school together, she promised to be my wife. Now, but she must still love me. Jin Hui scoffed, please, I could say Lina Ba loves me too. She wants to stay in Huayang and become a star. What can you offer her? Ergu clenched his teeth, unable to muster a rebuttal. Zhang Fan grasped the reality. Since you two are not a serious couple, then let the competition be fair. If you believe she still loves you, seize the opportunity. Jin Hui, if you think you are more suitable for her, then pursue her. You both seem quite confident. Zhang Fan handed each of them a cigarette and distributed more to others. Apart from Zhang Fan, no one else smoked. But only Lao Wu declined with a smile while the others lit theirs. As for Jin Hui's predicament, Zhang Fan remarked, you brought this upon yourself. Upon hearing this, the pretentious Jin Hui was displeased. Zhang Fan, why would you say that? Are we not from Huiyang anymore? How will you survive here if I spread this information? He seemed to regard himself as quite the character. Zhang Fan clarified, without Ergu, would you even know that girl? Beating you is merely your entry fee. Jin Hui pondered this for a moment. It seems there is some merit to this. The matter between the two was quelled by Zhang Fan's intervention. Yet it was evident that they were still harboring resentment towards each other, each intent on outdoing the other. Jin Hui picked up his phone, expressing a desire to add Zhang Fan as a QQ friend. Upon completion, he swiftly sent his first message, Brother Fan, for the sake of our shared connection to Huayang, please offer some advice. How can I win over that enchanting girl? Gulina Ba is truly stunning. Zhang Fan replied, compared to that fellow, you are at a distinct disadvantage. You can hardly claim to know her, and if you were to ask her out alone, what would you do? Perhaps you should just let it go. Come on. Brother Fan, help a brother out, and I'll treat you to a meal at the prestigious Yanhuang first floor. Zhang Fan scoffed upon reading the message. This kid truly had the audacity. The first floor is known for its exclusive reservations, a place where dignitaries from around the world are entertained. He casually suggests treating him there, indicating that his offer was insincere. Well, there is a way. Why not organize a social gathering for both dormitories? Watch a movie, sing some songs. You could invite her out quite reasonably by bringing both dorms together. 2 dormitories. That sounds rather costly, Jean Hui mused. What? The esteemed Jean wouldn't be afraid of spending a little money, would he? Of course not. Thank you for the suggestion, Brother Fan. I'll arrange it right away. Should the other party be reluctant to spend, Zhang Fan would even consider funding the endeavor. Both of them were pursuing the girl named Naba, while Zhang Fan had his sights set on Gu Yuan from the same dormitory. This opportunity presented itself just when he was lamenting the lack of interaction. Just as they concluded their conversation, the other fellow, known as the Old Two, stealthily approached Zhang Fan. Brother Fan. Jean Hui from the upper bunk immediately fixed his gaze upon him. Zhang Fan turned to Old Two. With everyone calling him brother, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Old Two glanced at Jean Hui above and said, "Can we step outside to talk?" Zhang Fan pondered briefly before climbing down. On the rooftop. As Zhang Fan lit a cigarette, Old Two hastily produced a lighter to ignite it for him. "Speak plainly." I fear Naba might end up with that guy Jean Hui." His honesty was refreshing as he laid bare his concerns. Zhang Fan, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, replied, "Then make it a point to invite her out more frequently to nurture your relationship." "Oh. But would it be awkward if it's just the 2 of you?" Old Two contemplated this. "That is indeed a possibility. I feel that my interactions with Naba are no longer as carefree as before. Then both of you should bring someone along. Girls often enjoy having their friends with them. You could invite He Guangxi." Zhang Fan deliberately mentioned the pudgy boy with acne and glasses. After a moment's reflection, Old Two immediately shook his head. "Naba already has some reservations about me. Bringing along that awkward chubby guy would obliterate my chances entirely. If I don't take him, should I bring the senior?" Niu Chang? Niu Chang is indeed a rather serious individual, yet he carries the essence of his humble agricultural roots. While this demeanor may serve him well in the quest for employment, it is less suitable for pursuing romantic interests. As for Lao San Jean Hui, he is certainly out of the question, being his rival in love. This leaves only Lao Si Zhang Fan and Lao Wu Fan Tian Tian. Fan Tian Tian possesses a delicate appearance, and both his name and demeanor exhibit a somewhat feminine quality. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in Fan Tian Tian's introverted nature. After a full day spent together in the dormitory, he scarcely manages to utter more than 10 words. Zhang Fan, exhaling wisps of smoke, gazes out over the entire campus from the rooftop. When he mentioned Lao Lu, he had already anticipated that his companion would extend an invitation. As expected, Lao Er pondered for a moment before smilingly suggesting, "Brother Fan, why don't you join me?" "Me?" Zhang Fan feigned surprise. "I have quite a lot on my plate, but, as you well know, I wish to meet Gu Yuan. If I could persuade her to come out, I would be able to procure 4 tickets to the Grand Theater's concert hall. However, if Gu Yuan cannot make it, then that is that." Upon hearing this, Lao Er eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. Rest assured, they are all studying the arts. There's a good chance they might end up working at the Grand Theater in the future. She will definitely come." Zhang Fan patted him on the shoulder and replied with a smile, "Then it's in your capable hands." Chapter 9, Concert Hall, Huayang Theater Concert Hall. Today, the national treasure-level folk singer Han Lena is holding a concert here. Han Lena is quite an unusual star, as her fame internationally far surpasses her recognition domestically. This phenomenon can be attributed to the current era where pop and rock music are amalgamating, rendering the national folk music somewhat mundane in the eyes of the youth. Conversely, foreigners exhibit a curiosity towards Chinese folk music, often enjoying it with delight. Consequently, Han Lena's fame resonates overseas while remaining relatively obscure at home. However, Zhang Fan is aware that Gu Yuan is a devoted fan of Han Lena. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be challenging to entice Gu Yuan to attend a typical concert, but for Han Lena, it is different. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan drove his car out from the dealership and waited at the southern gate of the school. When Lao Er arrived, he was utterly astonished. Reaching out to caress the car, "This car is truly magnificent. Get in." Zhang Fan observed Lao Er in the passenger seat with a playful glint in his eyes. As Lao Er's gaze was fixed on him, feeling a bit uneasy, Lauer asked. Brother Fan, is something wrong? Lauer, I'm giving you an opportunity. Yet you're not making the most of it? Huh? Zhang Fan, exasperated, instructed him to move to the back seat. Confused, Lauer exited the vehicle and settled into the rear seat. Only then did Zhang Fan elucidate. It took considerable effort to invite the girl you admired to hang out. What significance is there in you sitting beside me? Shouldn't you be next to Na Ba? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lauer appeared enlightened, realizing he's right. Why was I even in the front seat? He repeatedly gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Fan, from now on, you are my true brother. Zhang Fan paid him no mind. When Gu Yuan and Gu Lina Ba appeared at the school gate, not only did Zhang Fan take notice, but the entire student body turned their attention towards them at that moment. Two breathtakingly beautiful women made their entrance simultaneously. One sparkled like a diamond, while the other radiated warmth akin to jade. At that instant, all gazes were captivated by their presence. Lauer leaned against the car window, calling out to the diamond, Na Ba, over here. The onlookers redirected their attention to the car, displaying expressions of disdain, internally cursing, damn rich people. I must buy a car like this in the future. Unfazed, Gulina Ba admired the exterior of the BMW X5 before promptly sitting in the front seat. Excitedly addressing Zhang Fan, did you borrow this? It's truly impressive. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Aisha, Lauer, has been waiting for you for quite some time. Unless you prefer to sit in the back? Naba glanced at Lauer in the back seat, pouting. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious car. She wanted to sit in the front to enjoy the view, yet Zhang Fan was still a stranger to her. Lauer quickly interjected, no worries. Let Na Ba sit in the front. I'm fine with it. Zhang Fan was unyielding, stating, however, I would like to sit in the front with classmate Yuan. If you'd prefer, Aisha, you can drive, and classmate Yuan and I can sit in the back. As everyone transitions from high school to university, it is rare to find someone like Zhang Fan, who managed to obtain his driver's license during the summer break. Allowing the second brother to take the wheel would be futile, as he lacks the necessary skills. Gu Linaba and Gu Yuan have swapped seats. Gu Yuan, with her tranquil disposition, possesses long, silky hair that cascades beautifully, adorned in an elegant dress, her features exquisitely refined. This marks Zhang Fan's first opportunity to observe her closely. Even in his previous life, despite his extensive inquiries about her identity, he had never experienced such intimate proximity. As Gu Yuan settled into the passenger seat, her voice resonated with the same serene beauty as her character. Soft yet distinctly clear, she inquired, do you know me? Having heard that this young man was seeking information about her, Zhang Fan replied with a light chuckle, I hope to get to know you in the future. His unexpected response prompted Gu Yuan to regard him with renewed interest, finding him handsome, vibrant, and possessing bright, captivating eyes. Beyond that initial impression, she sensed little else. Throughout the journey, she remained reticent, only offering brief responses to trivial questions, while the incessant chatter of Naba filled the air. So what is your name? Zhang Fan. Whose car is this? Do you know many wealthy people? Did you acquire the tickets for the concert at the music hall? You seem quite influential in Huayang. This car is a BMW, isn't it? How much did it cost? I envy you for being born in Huayang, while I hail from the vast grasslands. Zhang Fan found himself somewhat speechless in response to Naba's incessant inquiries. He had intended to engage Gu Yuan in conversation to leave a favorable impression. Yet Naba's continuous dialogue thwarted his efforts. Unable to contain himself, he shot a glare at the second brother in the rearview mirror, silently questioning, can you not manage your wife? The second brother's response only deepened Zhang Fan's frustration. He remained grinning, finding amusement in whatever Naba said, chuckling away. Eventually, the group arrived at the Huayang Theater Music Hall, a venue of semi-public nature. At this moment, a young and beautiful girl was seated at the desk of the theater director, Lu Weibing. This girl was none other than Shin Chuchu. Shin Chuchu was in dire need of funds, having debts to repay to her roommate and needing to redeem her phone from the Baixiang restaurant. In a state of agitation, she lamented, damn that Zhang Fan for freezing my card. With no money to her name, she was compelled to devise a plan to obtain some. The Huayang Theater Music Hall was set to host Wang Lu's concert the following day. Tickets for Wang Lu's concert were worth their weight in gold, with countless individuals scrambling to secure them. Shin Chuchu devised a scheme centered around acquiring tickets. If she could obtain 10 tickets and sell them, surely she would have the money she needed. The theater director, Lu Weibing, found himself in an awkward position. Can we not negotiate further? Lu Weibing was aware of the relationship between Shin Chuchu and Zhang Fan. During a banquet hosted by the Zhang family, he had encountered this young lady and, after a few too many drinks, boasted about her connection to Zhang Xiao. Uncle, while I may lack other talents, I can certainly procure 10 or 20 tickets to the theater. Given your relationship with the Zhang family, feel free to ask me for tickets whenever you wish to attend a concert of your favorite star. I never anticipated that you would actually come through. He was well aware of how much young Master Zhang adored this girl. There were even whispers of a betrothal between them. Lu Weiming, somewhat at a loss, stated, Miss, I truly have the authority regarding the tickets, but you must understand how sought after Lu's tickets are. They have long been snatched up. How about this? I will see if I can manage to secure 2 for you. Would that work? Not enough, Shinchuchu exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips. All of us from the dormitory want to attend, along with other friends. Even 10 won't suffice. Faced with such unreasonable demands, Lu Weiming found himself in a predicament. After all, she was destined to be a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, and he could ill afford to offend her. If young Master Zhang were to take over and hear any disparaging remarks about him, would he still be able to keep his position? With no other choice, Lu Weiming made a phone call. Hello, I need 10 front-row tickets for Lu's concert tomorrow. What? None available? Then find a way. If all else fails, buy them back from scalpers. I need them now. After hanging up, Lu Weiming wore a bitter smile and said to Shinchuchu, Miss, how does this sound? Shinchuchu nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I will remember how kind Uncle Lu has been to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiming perked up. He hastily added, Chuchu, you must speak well of me in front of young Master Zhang. When it came to Zhang Fan, Shinchuchu's expression grew somewhat awkward. She had recently noticed that Zhang Fan no longer seemed to be the devoted, subservient admirer she could easily manipulate. In response to Lu Weiming's request, she could only offer a perfunctory nod. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Lu Weiming called out, Come in. Zhang Fan entered unexpectedly, carrying a selection of seasonal fruits. The moment their eyes met, an unspoken connection sparked between him and Shinchuchu. Chapter 10. The debate on music. Shinchuchu was suddenly flustered. It is worth noting that her audacity in boldly asking Lu Weiming for tickets did not stem from her own power or the influence of her parents, but rather from the Zhang family, specifically Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had come to deliver fruits to Lu Weiming. After all, he had inquired about the tickets. And although it was a familial matter, one must still navigate the intricacies of social relationships with such executives. He frowned as he looked at Shinchuchu. What brings you here? Upon seeing Zhang Fan enter, Lu Weiming's expression brightened. He recognized that an opportunity to flatter had presented itself. He quickly interjected, young Master Zhang has arrived. Miss Chuchu is hoping to procure 10 tickets for tomorrow's concert by King Lu. I was just in the process of arranging that, rest assured. It will be ready shortly. Shinchuchu, standing nearby, realized she could no longer intervene, as Lu Weiming had already divulged her intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed as he posed a crucial question. Have you paid? And no. What? Lu Weiming was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the notion that tickets for his fiancée would require payment. A divine selection system activated within him. Option 1. Retrieve all 10 tickets. Reward, Shinchuchu's animosity 5. Option 2. Drop the fruits on Shinchuchu's head. Reward, lose a bag of fruits. Option 3. Ignore her, causing a significant emotional upheaval for Shinchuchu. Reward, mastery of martial arts. 10 tickets were inconsequential. Neither Zhang Fan nor the Zhang family would care. However, this situation needed to be curtailed. He could not allow this woman to continue using the Zhang family's name to act with impunity. The thought of breaking off the engagement had already taken root in Zhang Fan's mind. As for the 10 tickets at present, they were of no consequence. Zhang Fan placed the fruits on Director Lu's desk. Thank you, Director Lu, for reserving the tickets for us. I shall take my leave now. Very well, very well. Lu Weiming hurriedly rose to see him off. Young Master Zhang, please take care, and do come again if you need tickets in the future. Shinchuchu stood by the door, her expression vacant, one arm wrapped around herself, lost in thought. Upon returning from escorting Zhang Fan, Lu Weiming looked at her with surprise. Miss Chuchu, is there something amiss between you and Zhang Fan? Shinchuchu hastily replied, No, nothing is wrong. Then why did Zhang Fan not even glance in your direction? The tickets for the concert were still not in her possession. Shinchuchu quickly fabricated a lie. We had a minor disagreement. I was hoping to gather our circle to liven things up and clear the air. Uncle Lu, you need not worry. We will be fine. Lu Weiming did not press further, as it was common knowledge that young Master Zhang had been enamored with this young lady for quite some time. He suggested that she take a seat and rest for a while, assuring her that the tickets would soon be arranged. After Zhang Fan returned to his seat, Gulinaba inquired about his whereabouts. Zhang Fan candidly responded, "I went to deliver some fruits to the director regarding the tickets." This prompted Gulina to give a thumbs up. Believing that Zhang Fan possessed a profound understanding of social intricacies and demonstrated remarkable maturity, urging the nearby Lao heir to take note. University students often strive to showcase their maturity, yet even a simple gesture of offering fruit suffices for their conversations. The concert by Han Lena was about to commence. With instruments such as the pipa, guzheng, and dizi, the entire orchestra, comprising over 100 performers, wielded exclusively Chinese instruments, creating a magnificent visual spectacle and melodious sounds that epitomize the essence of Huai music, both firm and gentle. The program began with an appreciation of pure instrumental music, featuring pieces such as Meihua San No, also known as Meihua Yin, Meihua Chu, and Yufei Yin. The elegant and delicate melodies offered a serene and tranquil atmosphere, inviting listeners to savor each note. Gu Yuan closed her eyes, immersing herself in the music. She held a particular fondness for traditional Chinese music, especially the meandering and prolonged melodies that exuded a quiet beauty. As the performance concluded, the hall erupted in applause. Although this was a small venue with a limited audience, those present were ardent admirers of Chinese music. Han Lena rose from her guzheng position and took up the microphone, while another instructor replaced her at the guzheng. The second piece was ready to begin with the classic song Jasmine Flower. While Gu Yuan did not harbor a strong affection for Jasmine Flower as she did for Meihua San No, Gulina could hardly contain her enthusiasm, nearly standing to applaud Han Lena. Afterward, she continued to relish the performance, exclaiming, "Han Lena sang splendidly. Truly a national treasure of a vocalist." The surrounding audience nodded in agreement as she praised the performance. She simultaneously disparaged contemporary pop music. Gulina expressed her indignation, remarking, "Yet today's youth are enamored with trivial pop and rock music, which lacks taste." However, no one echoed her sentiments. Even if they harbored similar thoughts, they refrained from voicing them. The absence of agreement irritated Gulina, prompting her to directly address Ai Shah. "What do you think? Was I mistaken in what I just said?" Lao heir, oblivious to the nuances of folk music, nodded fervently in agreement. "Absolutely, you were right. Naba, but tell me, how do pop and rock music fail to compare to folk music?" Caught off guard, Lao heir faltered, uncertain of the distinctions. Having little understanding of the differences among the three genres, Gulina cast him a disdainful glance before turning her attention to Zhang Fan. "You hail from a big city and are well-informed. What do you think? Am I not correct?" Zhang Fan glanced at her, then discreetly observed Gu Yuan's reaction. Unsure of what response Gu Yuan might prefer, he quickly realized that what mattered was not whether his answer would please her, but rather, leaving a lasting impression. "I believe you are mistaken. Pop music, folk music, and rock music merely differ in preference. There is no hierarchy among them." This response indeed prompted Gu Yuan to turn and glance at him. Gu Yuan did not elaborate much, yet Gulinaba beside her puffed up her cheeks in irritation. She glared at Zhang Fan, exclaiming, "What do you know? Pop music and folk music all originate from the Eagle Nation. Folk music embodies the essence of Chinese melodies. It is the pinnacle of artistry. Indeed, what is national is universal. But have you ever considered that pop and rock music are also forms of their folk music?" Zhang Fan's assertion held merit. Regardless of whether it be pop, rock, or hip-hop, their roots can be traced back to the African-American community in the Americas, thus making it a form of folk music. After Zhang Fan spoke, Gu Yuan pondered, finding some truth in his words. However, Gulinaba dismissed his thoughts entirely. "Nonsense. Chinese music is the most sophisticated," she retorted. "Our Chinese melodies are all-encompassing, capable of incorporating myriad ethnic sounds, including pop music. Pop can certainly embody the spirit of China." Zhang Fan's perspective on music thoroughly annoyed Gulinaba. Being a child of the grasslands, her greatest aspiration was to share the music of her homeland with the nation and even the world, which fostered her disdain for foreign melodies. "You talk a big game. If you're so capable, sing for me," Gulinaba demanded, flustered. Gu Yuan quickly intervened. "Naba, we who study folk music cannot even compose. Why make it difficult for others?" Who asked him to boast so much? If he cannot sing, then he is merely a braggart, Gulinaba retorted. During the orchestral preparations, even in the absence of music, everyone maintained a low-key conversation, yet Gulinaba's loud voice was impossible to ignore. Zhang Fan remained composed, saying, "I apologize. But I only sing for those who are truly deserving. Then sing for me. If you are as remarkable as you claim, I shall make you worthy." Gulinaba was exasperated. She accepted any absurdity thrown her way, Yet Zhang Fan's gaze was not on her. Instead, he turned to Gu Yuan. His tone was gentle and clear. "Yuan, would you like to hear me sing?" Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback before smiling softly. "Sure." Chapter 11. Blue and White Porcelain. The ensemble of traditional folk instruments commenced their second piece, a pure musical appreciation of 100 birds singing to the phoenix. Following this, Han Lena serenaded the audience with the Kongding love song. As the audience became enraptured by the lush ambience of 100 birds singing to the phoenix, Zhang Fan discreetly vacated his seat. He did not return even when Han Lena was set to perform the Kongding love song. Gu Linaba, feeling somewhat unwell, remarked, "Where is Zhang Fan? Has he perhaps fallen into the restroom?" Han Lena ascended the stage, microphone in hand, addressing the audience. "I sincerely apologize, dear viewers. The next piece was intended to be the Kongding love song, but our backstage team has decided to add another song at the last moment. May I present it for your enjoyment? Is anyone opposed to this addition?" The audience erupted into applause, expressing a desire for more songs. However, the next moment left them bewildered. In the folk music hall, the staff wheeled a piano onto the stage. The piano was modest in size, but soon after, they brought forth a set of chimes. Now, that was truly a heavyweight. The staff busied themselves with numerous trips to complete the setup, followed by the guzheng, flute, xylophone, pipa, and yaqin, all quintessential Chinese instruments. The lone piano sat awkwardly in the most prominent position. With the microphone adjusted, the performers took to the stage. Gu Linaba, Aisha, and even Gu Yuan were taken aback. To their astonishment, Zhang Fan joined them, dressed in an elegant black tailcoat amidst a sea of traditional attire. He stood tall and strikingly handsome. The internationally renowned star Han Lena assumed the role of the announcer. "Now, please welcome Mr. Zhang Fan to present his original piece in the style of Chinese pop, Blue and White Porcelain." Zhang Fan, possessing a thick skin, was undeterred. Blue and White Porcelain was created by Jay Cho in 2007, yet it was now 2005. Since it had been performed, he boldly claimed it as his own. Gu Linaba was left speechless. She grasped Gu Yuan's arm, whispering, "Can he truly sing pop music in the Chinese style? Is he merely putting on a show? If it turns out poorly, it would be utterly embarrassing. Should we not let him come down?" Gu Yuan reassured her with a smile. "Do not worry. Zhang Fan is not a child. He knows how to assess his abilities." Backstage in the music hall, Shen Chuchu held 10 tickets to Lu Tian's concert. As she prepared to leave, she spotted Zhang Fan in his tailcoat, seemingly preparing for something. Their eyes met, and Shen Chuchu felt compelled to speak. But she watched as Zhang Fan was ushered onto the stage, igniting her curiosity. What was Zhang Fan up to on stage? She discreetly made her way around backstage to uncover his intentions. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhang Fan bowed to the audience and seated himself at the piano. In that moment, every woman present, save for Gu Yuan who remained somewhat composed, was utterly captivated by Zhang Fan's charm and grace, including Gu Linaba and Shen Chuchu. Addressing the microphone, Zhang Fan declared, "This song is dedicated to a certain girl among us." His words incited a chorus of excited shrieks from the female audience. One by one, they clutched their chests, expressions of astonishment illuminating their faces, pondering, "Could it be me?" Yet, they had no prior acquaintance with the performer. Gulinaba's pupils dilated, contemplating, "Is this song meant for me? Or perhaps for Yuan? Since I prompted him to sing, it must be for me, right? Surely?" Beside her, Shen Chuchu stared incredulously at Zhang Fan, a thought stirring within her. Is Zhang Fan singing for himself? Zhang Fan extended his hand, striking the chime bells. Following 2 resonant notes, the clapper and drum joined in synchrony, and as the rhythm flowed, the guzheng followed suit. Before each individual lay a score. A gift from Zhang Fan. He, hailing from a prominent family, was well versed in the piano. Soon, the piano and guzheng harmonized beautifully, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of misty Jiangnan landscapes, where delicate figures in flowing white garments danced amidst the soft clouds. Zhang Fan began to sing gently. The raw canvas delineated the delicate strokes of blue and white porcelain. The peonies painted on the vase mirrored the beauty of her initial adornment. The fragrant sandalwood wafted through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. The brush danced over the rice paper, pausing midway. The melody meandered gracefully, the composition sophisticatedly intertwining the piano with traditional Chinese instruments, yielding a seamless and enchanting experience. Instead of clashing, they complemented each other, creating a harmonious union. With this soothing melody, every audience member, including the renowned star Han Lena, was left in a state of astonishment. The charm of the lady depicted in the porcelain was secretly cherished, and your enchanting smile bloomed like a flower yet to unfurl. Your beauty wafted to realms I could not reach. Oh, Everyone instinctively covered their mouths, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of this seamless fusion of pop and traditional Chinese aesthetics, where the music and lyrics formed a matchless synergy. This song was indeed redefining their perception of music. Gulinaba's already bright eyes widened further as she clutched Gu Yuan's arm tightly. Even the usually composed Gu Yuan was taken aback. The combination of such exquisite lyrics and melody was unparalleled. Merely the introduction was sufficient to make this song a sensation throughout the land. As the Guzheng teacher played several transitional notes, a subtle smile graced Zhang Fan's lips. The chorus approached. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The smoke from the kitchen rises, separated by thousands of miles across the river. On the bottom of the vase, the elegant script of Han characters whispers of a bygone era. Just as I prepare for the moment of encountering you, there exists a type of porcelain in China, revered as the pinnacle of ceramics. For that rare azure hue can only be achieved under specific conditions, when the weather is overcast and the air is sufficiently humid. Audiences familiar with porcelain were left in awe upon hearing these lyrics. Could it be possible to craft words of such caliber? The azure sky awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The moonlight is retrieved, blurring the conclusion. Like timeless blue and white porcelain, it possesses its own beauty. Your eyes sparkled with mirth. Pupils dilated. Goosebumps arose in unison. Not only the audience, but even the performers on stage are compelled to pause and pay homage to Zhang Fan. In this moment, none of the more than 100 musicians dare to relax. For them, this is a sacred occasion, fraught with the fear that even the slightest mistake could mar the beauty of the experience. Gu Yuan closes her eyes. Everyone shuts their eyes, intently listening and savoring the line. The sky is a blue hue waiting for the rain, while I await you. This is not merely a song, nor just music imbued with Chinese elegance. It is a poetic declaration of love. The white and flower-patterned koi leap gracefully at the bottom of the bowl. While practicing the Song Dynasty script, thoughts of you linger in my mind. You, a secret hidden within the kiln for millennia. So delicate, akin to a needle falling to the ground. The banana leaves outside the curtain stir in the sudden rain, while the door ring is tarnished with verdigris. And I, passing by Huayong University, have stirred your affections. In the inkwash landscape painting, you are obscured in the depths of the ink. Huayong University. At this moment, everyone has caught wind of the news. Thus, it becomes clear to all, that girl is from Huayong University. At this instant, Gu Yuan, Gulanaba, and Shinchuchu concurrently realize, he is singing for me. Chapter 12. The disheartened Shinchuchu. As the music concluded, the audience in the concert hall rose in unison to applaud Zhang Fan. Rising, Zhang Fan bowed graciously, while a reporter from the television station, initially there to capture Han Lena, focused their camera on him. With the concert's end, Air incessantly gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up, his face radiating sheer excitement. His innocent heart swelled with pride, thinking, I have such an impressive friend, I must surely gain face with Gu Liu. In truth, Gu Liu was gazing at Zhang Fan with starry eyes. The four friends made their way to a restaurant, and Zhang Fan opted for the White Oak French dining. This establishment was the most trendy high-end dining venue of the day. Its cuisine might not be exceptional, yet dining here was a point of pride for many. Such a skewed perspective on values. However, in a bid to leave a good impression on Gu Yuan, Zhang Fan chose the spot. Upon seating, Zhang Fan addressed the waiter. For ordinary set meals, no beverages. Air, who had been nervously clutching the 600 yuan in his pocket, surveyed the restaurant's decor with trepidation, fearful that his funds might fall short. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's order for ordinary meals, his anxiety dissipated significantly, prompting him to declare, Brother Fan, since you secured the concert tickets, this meal is on me. Beside them, Gu Liu commended, well done, Aisha, you are learning quickly. Reciprocity is crucial for deepening relationships. You've matured a lot since arriving in the big city. Air, basking in the praise of his beloved, couldn't help but grin foolishly. He observed the other three wielding their cutlery, emulating them, while grappling with a plate of barely a single mouthful of noodles, discarding the few dark morsels on top, claiming they were moldy. How can a restaurant that appears so upscale serve such spoiled food? Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan merely chuckled in silence. But Gu Liu's face flushed crimson. She found Aisha's ignorance mortifying. In a hushed tone, she remarked, that is black truffle. The expense lies in this ingredient. If you don't understand, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Black truffle? Is it really that expensive? Aisha retorted, to which Gu Liu rolled her eyes dramatically. Aisha found her eye roll charming, chuckling as he popped 2 slices of black truffle into his mouth, only to furrow his brow in confusion. It does seem a bit moldy, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Shin Chuchu, after acquiring tickets from Lu Tianwang, encountered a scalper outside. After a round of haggling, she sold all her tickets to the scalper for 500 yuan each. She paid no heed to the considerable lengths Lu Weibing went to secure those tickets for her. 10 tickets had netted her 5,000 yuan. Her first order of business was to take a cab to White Oak to retrieve her phone. Coincidentally, she spotted Zhang Fan engaged in lively conversation with the other three. Even she could not help but admire the beauty of the two girls, particularly the one with smooth, lustrous black hair and a gentle smile. The air of tranquility surrounding her made Shin Chuchu feel a twinge of inadequacy. She stood there, entranced, watching Zhang Fan converse elegantly with the two girls. Once upon a time, she had completely forgotten. Zhang Fan was an exceptionally remarkable young man. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed grace, insight, and considerable wealth. He was the kind of man who could effortlessly attract a multitude of admirers with a mere flick of his finger. Miss? Miss. The waiter called out to her while holding a mobile phone. Shin Chuchu snapped back to reality. Your phone. Oh, thank you. Shin Chuchu retrieved her phone, her mind adrift in a sea of thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Fan emerged, holding a card as he approached the cashier. Hello. I would like to settle the bill for our table. Certainly, you are in the 588 yuan package for 4, which includes a 10% service fee, totaling 2,587 yuan. He swiped his card. The cashier completed the transaction and returned the card to Zhang Fan, who then proceeded to the restroom. Shin Chuchu stood there in a daze, her form slightly swaying. She could hardly believe it. Zhang Fan seemed entirely oblivious to her presence. He simply handed over the card, paid, received the card back, and went to the restroom, as if a stranger were standing beside her, showing no interest in casting even a fleeting glance her way. Upon Zhang Fan's return, the others had nearly finished their meal. One of them snapped his fingers and called out, "Waiter!" A male server hurried over. He pulled out 600 yuan in cash and said, "Here you go." The server's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Sir. The young man waved him off nonchalantly and said, "Go on now." After the server left, he continued to boast about the restaurant's exceptional service, commenting on how they were so appreciative even when settling the bill. An eye-opening experience indeed. As the four of them prepared to leave, the young man, visibly dissatisfied, rushed to the cashier and inquired, "Why didn't you give me my change? Did we just happen to spend exactly 600? You should at least inform me." The cashier was taken aback and promptly asked, "Excuse me, sir, which table were you at?" After the young man provided his table number, the cashier checked and replied, "Sir, your table shows that you have already settled the bill." At that moment, Zhang Fan and the two young women approached. The young man grumbled, "Of course. We settled the bill, but you didn't give me my change. Even if it was exactly 600, you should at least provide a receipt or something." 600? The cashier looked puzzled and picked up the intercom. "Xiaolu, could you come over here?" Golanaba also inquired, "What is going on?" The young man, frustrated, explained to his beloved, "They won't give me my change." Zhang Fan, equally perplexed, wondered what the young man was asking for. The payment clerk arrived promptly. The cashier asked, "Did you take his money?" The clerk scratched his head and replied, 600. The young man spread his hands, "So where's the receipt?" The clerk looked even more confused. "Is a tip supposed to come with a receipt too?" "A tip? What tip?" Before the second one could inquire, the cashier explained, "Sir, we have already provided the receipt to this gentleman, and your meal was not 600, but rather 2,587. This gentleman has settled the bill." The second one stared blankly at Zhang Fan, who finally understood. It turned out that the second one had mistakenly considered the 600 as the payment. Zhang Fan waved his hand at the staff with a smile, indicating that it was all a misunderstanding, and led the group away from the restaurant. As they exited, Golinaba, fuming with embarrassment, complained incessantly, "How could you be so shameless? It's just 600. Oh, why did I even come out with you? You are utterly disgraceful, and now I am embarrassed too." The second one shrank back into the corner of the back seat, stunned by the revelation of how much the meal had actually cost. He felt too mortified to mention the 600 again. It was simply given to the waiter. Golinaba continued to berate him. "Could you please broaden your horizons in the future? It's so humiliating, don't you realize?" Thankfully, Zhang Fan was there. "Don't ever invite me out alone again." The second one lowered his head, feeling utterly deflated. "Good heavens, I haven't felt this humiliated in ages." Sitting in the back, Golinaba still felt the need to vent and opened her mouth again. "Enough." Zhang Fan's sharp reprimand cut through the air. Golinaba, taken aback by the admonition, failed to recognize her own excesses and continued. But it was so embarrassing. Who behaves like that in a French restaurant? With a sudden break, the BMW X5 halted by the roadside. Zhang Fan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Gulainaba through the rearview mirror, his tone devoid of emotion. If you find this so humiliating, you should apologize on behalf of your friend instead of returning to the car to endlessly criticize him. His words caused Gulainaba to regard him with newfound respect. It was well known that women of their caliber, like Gulainaba, had been pursued by countless boys in school, each fearful of uttering anything that might displease them. They were overly cautious, unaware that their behavior only made matters more awkward. No boy had ever spoken to her as Zhang Fan did, directly reprimanding her. Gulainaba wanted to retort but caught sight of Zhang Fan's expression of disdain in the rearview mirror, prompting her to swallow her words. Pouting, she turned her head away, her feelings a tumultuous mix of annoyance at the criticism and concern over his words. Zhang Fan took the blame upon himself, stating, "This is truly my fault. I should have clarified things beforehand to avoid such misunderstandings." Gu Yuan chimed in, "It's merely a minor misunderstanding. Don't dwell on it too much." The second one, nearly shrinking into himself, raised his head with a wry smile. "Brother Fan, I had intended to treat everyone to dinner. I will repay you slowly for this meal. It is only right that I cover the bill at the restaurant I chose. Later, you can treat us to a meal near the school." With this said, the car resumed its journey. Beside her, Gu Yuan cast a serious glance at Zhang Fan, while others may have failed to grasp the essence of his words. She was a woman of remarkable social acumen. The prices of dishes in the restaurants near the school could hardly compare to those at the White Oak. A subtle smile curved the corners of Gu Yuan's lips. This man indeed had a knack for considering others' perspectives. As dusk settled, Shinchuchu found herself alone in a bar, consuming drink after drink. Such a stunning girl had long captured the attention of every man in the establishment. A man clad in a casual suit approached her, his meticulously groomed stubble and well-styled hair suggesting he was someone of refined taste. This gentleman appeared to be an elite, yet in truth, he was merely a gigolo. Having encountered numerous women, the moment he laid eyes on Shinchuchu, his gaze sparkled with desire, captivated by the youthful vitality that was absent in the others. "Hey, John, please bring a polar shortcut for this lovely lady," he said. Shinchuchu leaned on the bar, her eyes glazed over, not bothering to acknowledge him. "Scram," she curtly replied. The glimmer in the man's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he introduced himself. "My dear lady, I am the president of Shilla Group. My name is Kue Lian, though you may call me by my Chinese name, Hao Xian. May I ask for your name?" It is worth noting that the young women of this era have been influenced by Taiwanese dramas, often harboring an innate fondness for those who casually introduce themselves as presidents and President English name. Many young girls have fallen for this ruse. However, at that moment, Shinchuchu's mind was occupied solely with the image of Zhang Fan gliding past her while settling the bill, oblivious to her presence. As for the words spoken by the man beside her, they failed to penetrate her consciousness. Chapter 13. Shinchuchu. Intoxicated by the river, Shinchuchu clutched an entire bottle of unknown foreign liquor. As the saying goes, it is easy to slip from frugality into extravagance, yet exceedingly difficult to descend from indulgence to simplicity. She had grown accustomed to spending lavishly, even after acquiring 5,000 yuan, settling her debts, and reclaiming her phone. She still possessed around 3,000 yuan. In the bar, she squandered 3,000 on a single bottle of wine, prioritizing emotional release without a care for her future sustenance. Surrounded by a plethora of men seeking to take advantage of her vulnerability, Shinchuchu had already fended off 7 or 8 suitors in just over an hour. Now, yet another approached, provoking her displeasure. Grasping the half-empty bottle, she looked at him and uttered a mere 2 words, "Fly." With that, she staggered out of the bar. The man, taken aback, twitched at the corners of his mouth as he watched Shinchuchu's graceful silhouette depart, his eyes narrowing with intent. He turned and dialed a number. As she meandered along the riverbank, sipping from her bottle and relishing the evening breeze, the number of onlookers diminished significantly, though some still gazed at her. Perhaps this was the burden that accompanied being the campus beauty. There would always be eyes upon her. Lost in her thoughts, she reflected on her history with Zhang Fan. They had known each other since childhood. The Zhang family, far wealthier than the Shin family, had always possessed an array of delightful and peculiar treasures. In her youth, she had held Zhang Fan in high esteem, admiring her remarkable talents, equestrianism, music, and archery. During those formative years, her parents often spoke of a future where Shinchuchu would wed Zhang Fan, enticing her into compliance. Gradually, Shin Chuchu grew accustomed to the affection Zhang Fan lavished upon her, and the awe she once felt dissipated, replaced by the perception of Zhang Fan as merely an adoring devotee, enamored with her beauty and charm. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she realized she had long been ensnared in a dream meticulously woven by the one she had deemed a servant, treating Zhang Fan as if she were a princess and he her subjugated slave. It was only when this slave ceased to uphold her fantasies that Shin Chuchu recognized the truth. The one she had regarded as a servant was, in fact, a sovereign. It was the indifference of the sovereign's affection that had allowed her to live like royalty. As her thoughts spiraled, tears brimmed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was strolling with his young apprentice, caught sight of the heartbroken Shin Chuchu by the river, her pitiable visage stirring something within him. The apprentice, sensing his reaction, glanced up at him. "Brother Feng, are you having inappropriate thoughts again?" Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Oh dear. How can I help it when my little apprentice is so adorable?" The apprentice blushed, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "I understand that Brother Feng's young physique requires the assistance of a girl. If you need, I. Lin Feng gently tousled her hair. Though referred to as his apprentice, she was a prodigious talent, endowed with a unique physique that could mitigate the surges of his yang energy. The yang physique, one of the 3 sacred yang constitutions, bore the side effect of igniting an incessant and tumultuous fire within, necessitating the calming presence of feminine energy to quell its flames. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little junior sister, did we not agree to wait until you turn 18? The girl's face flushed crimson. "There are still more than 6 months to go. Since we have made a promise, you must refrain from idle thoughts, Brother Feng. This time, I will go down the mountain to annul the engagement with the Gu family, and then return to the mountain to wait for you to turn 18. We shall hold our wedding then." Yes. The girl beamed with joy and continued to walk forward, gazing around at the steel and neon city that was so different from the mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt a restless surge of internal energy within him. He had lied. The stirring was not due to his little junior sister, but rather because of the strikingly beautiful girl by the riverside. Shin Chuchu sat sobbing on a bench by the river. A group of eccentrically dressed individuals with multicolored hair approached her, laughing boisterously. "Heh, such a beautiful girl. What luck today? Miss, what is the point of drinking alone? Let us join you. After we drink, we can entertain you further." Their laughter echoed around her. Shin Chuchu heard their words, the alcohol-induced haze lifting slightly. While drinking by the river may spare one from the nuisances found in bars, it could still attract ruffians. "What do you want? I don't know you. Leave me alone." The leader, a man with a buzz cut, licked his lips, grinning wickedly. "Oh, so we have a feisty one? I like your fiery spirit. Let us see how fierce you really are." The others chimed in eagerly, one attempting to restrain Shin Chuchu. Fear gripped Shin Chuchu. She had never faced such a situation before. Zhang Fan had always been by her side, making her feel secure no matter how much she drank. Yet, she had forgotten that Zhang Fan was no longer there. "I don't know you. I want to go home," she stammered, rising to leave. However, her legs weakened, and she sank back down, having drunk too much to walk. The man was overjoyed, bursting into laughter. "Did you see that? This is what we call a reluctant invitation. You say you want to leave, yet you plop back down. You're just waiting for me to help you." He moved closer with ill intentions. Shin Chuchu pushed him away with all her might, biting her lower lip in humiliation as she sought to distance herself from them. The effects of the alcohol intensified, and with their malicious taunts, she found herself swaying, unable to escape their blockade. "You all, leave now. Otherwise, I will call the police." "Oh, you're going to call someone? Show me." Shin Chuchu hurriedly retrieved her phone from her pocket, but as soon as she produced it, it was snatched away. The buzz-cut man laughed heartily. "Do you think I would give you the chance to call? You're rather foolish." With her phone taken from her, Shin Chuchu felt utterly helpless. In that moment, she realized just how much she needed Zhang Fan. In the past, she never pondered her safety nor contemplated spending money on herself. In essence, she thought of nothing at all and regarded Zhang Fan as a person devoid of dignity, merely an unappreciated sycophant. Now, all she desires is for Zhang Fan to appear before her. Not far away, Lin Feng observes the scene and addresses his junior sister. "There are people being bullied by the river. We should lend a helping hand." The two hasten towards the riverbank. A group of ruffians can no longer contain themselves. Shin Chuchu's arms are seized by 2 individuals, leaving her disoriented and unable to resist. Just as the leader prepares to make a move, a swift kick lands squarely on his chin. Shin Chuchu, in turn, collapses into the embrace of her savior. She opens her eyes, gazes at him in astonishment, and exclaims his name. Zhang. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, with an air of indifference, gently places her on a bench by the river. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had rushed in to play the role of the hero, halts in his tracks upon witnessing someone else seize the opportunity. With arms crossed, he scrutinizes this man, questioning whether he is a gallant knight or merely a fool, especially given that there are 6 adversaries present. Chapter 14. The Logical Closure? The crew-cut man adjusted his chin, which had nearly been kicked askew, his face a mask of fury. He unleashed a torrent of curses at Zhang Fan. Who is this little scoundrel to meddle in my affairs? After sitting down, Shinchuchu was taken aback to see Zhang Fan actually appear. After a moment of astonishment, she immediately cried out in a panic, "Zhang Fan, quickly call for help. Hurry." Zhang Fan disregarded Shinchuchu's cries, coldly gazing at the ruffians before him. The contempt directed at him instantly provoked the buzzcut man. With a sinister grin, the buzzcut man sneered, "Damn it. A mere student dares to play the hero and rescue a damsel in distress? Brothers, let us take him down." The 6 individuals were as adept at fighting as they were at dining. Frequently, they engaged in brawls with outsiders, employing their numerical advantage. The 6 were well practiced in dispersing, encircling Zhang Fan with precision. In a state of panic, Shinchuchu shouted, "Zhang Fan, did you not hear me tell you to call the police? What will you do now, given that you cannot fight?" Zhang Fan tilted his head, gazing at the other person. "Do you think you truly understand me?" Shinchuchu was taken aback. Did she not comprehend Zhang Fan? She has grown up alongside Zhang Fan since childhood. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Fan tilted his head, the man with the buzz cut silently clenched his fist and lunged towards Zhang Fan's head with malicious intent. He initially believed he would successfully ambush the back of his opponent's skull, only to witness the latter's unexpected upward movement, narrowly evading the blow. Goodness, has this fellow developed eyes on the back of his head? Let us all join forces. Zhang Fan offered no opportunity for his opponent. With a swift motion, he twisted the opponent's arm, dislocating it amidst the agonizing wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, leaving the arm dangling limply. He then seized the opponent's head, executing a powerful move akin to a great bird taking flight, sending 2 assailants hurtling through the air. Following this, a swift kick incapacitated another man from behind, who immediately clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic injury. Zhang Fan's strikes were precise and unyielding, each aimed at rendering his adversaries incapable of further combat. Not far off, Lin Feng observed with a cold gaze, disdainfully scoffing at the display, mere flashy techniques devoid of substance. With a final knee strike, the last of the underlings fell to the ground. Only one man with a buzz cut remained, his head firmly held by Zhang Fan, his arm also dislocated. Beads of sweat poured down his face as he dared not move a muscle. Zhang Fan withdrew his hand from the man's head, remarking, "Your hair is rather prickly." The buzz-cut man, using his only functional hand, began to slap his own face repeatedly, exclaiming, "I was wrong, sir. I understand my mistake. Tomorrow, or rather tonight, I shall shave my head completely. I assure you, there will be no more discomfort." After enduring several forceful slaps, one side of Zhang Fan's face swelled up instantly. He stood there, observing as his opponent continued to strike him, one slap after another. His face became entirely asymmetrical. The left side was grotesquely deformed, swollen to an alarming extent, resembling that of a pig's head. Zhang Fan remained silent, while the man with the crew cut dared not cease, feeling compelled to exert even greater effort in his self-inflicted punishment, all the while muttering apologies. It was only when his face had swelled to such a degree that he could barely articulate his words that Zhang Fan finally spoke with a calm demeanor. "Let us go." 6 individuals tumbled and scurried away, some even clutching their groins as they fled. Shinchuchu, her mind clouded, gazed at their retreating figures, and then at Zhang Fan, who had suddenly appeared to rescue her. The overwhelming gratitude one might expect was conspicuously absent. Instead, she coldly inquired, "Zhang Fan, why are you here?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Night run. Night run." Shinchuchu laughed, supporting her head with her hand. "What a coincidence that you just happened to run into me at the very moment I was being harassed." Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, countering, "What are you implying?" Under the influence of alcohol, Shinchuchu contemplated a possibility. Rising to her feet, she regarded him with a derisive gaze, as if she could see through everything. Approaching Zhang Fan, she stated, "Those people were all sent by you, weren't they?" "What?" Zhang Fan was taken aback by her sudden accusation. Yet Shinchuchu appeared resolute in her assertion. "I wondered why someone would suddenly block my path, and why you just happened to appear. I know you well. It's clear you can't fight, yet you managed to scare those 6 off. Ultimately, they were merely actors you hired, correct? Zhang Fan crossed his arms. The system had equipped him with expertise in mixed martial arts. While she was unaware of this, her conclusion was absurdly misplaced. It was evident that Shin Chu-Chu had indulged a bit too much. Why would I do that? Zhang Fan retorted. Shin Chu-Chu merely laughed, her joy unrestrained. Of course. It's because you want to have me. I thought so. You've pursued me for so long. How could you simply give up? It turns out you've been playing a part all along. Oh, Zhang Fan chuckled, though his laughter was laced with mockery. However, Shin Chu-Chu remained oblivious to his derision, growing increasingly convinced of her own deductions. Fueled by alcohol, she unleashed her thoughts in a torrent. At the school gate, Lu Wenshi caught us in the act. You pretended not to know me to embarrass me, lowering my expectations of you. Later, you bought Lu Wenshi a phone? Was that to make me jealous? Zhang Fan. You're quite generous, gifting such a fine phone to someone else. You feigned ignorance at the concert hall, yet you didn't reclaim your ticket. Which means you must have felt for me. And at the White Oak restaurant, you again pretended not to see me, just to stir my emotions. That song, Blue and White Porcelain, was it not meant for me? As Shin Chu-Chu continued, her excitement spiraled, her finger pointing at the moon as she twirled around. Especially this time. You even hired someone to feign harassment. Ha ha ha. How crude of you to employ such tactics. Zhang Fan listened quietly. This woman had constructed her own logical loop? Clearly. The alcohol had clouded her perception of many things. If Zhang Fan had indeed orchestrated a performance, would he have executed it so ruthlessly? Who would risk their very life to play along? Most of her conclusions were merely wishful thinking. The system for divine choice had been activated. Choose one. Acknowledge your position and become the king among sycophants. Reward: 10 for Shin Chu-Chu's satisfaction, 10 for Shin Chu-Chu's disdain. Choose 2. Explain that you never intended such a thing and merely followed the crowd. Reward: a discount coupon for the mental hospital. Choose 3. Find a way to dismantle the other party's false logical loop. Reward: Ancient Medical Heritage Meridian Volume. The Ancient Medical Heritage. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. This was something he must acquire. In the face of Shin Chu-Chu's convoluted reasoning, Zhang Fan needed only to utter a single phrase. Let us annul the engagement. Under all of Shin Chu-Chu's logic, there existed a fundamental premise. Zhang Fan cared for her. With the mere declaration of annulling the engagement, all pretense, jealousy, and theatrics vanished into thin air. With my indifference towards our engagement, do you truly believe I would still seek someone to play this unnecessary charade? This shattered all her logical constructs. Shin Chu-Chu, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly froze. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Zhang Fan, entranced. Zhang Fan's expression remained indifferent, locking eyes with her. Shin Chu-Chu tilted her head, forcing a smile, and asked, "You must be joking, right? What absurdity is this? It makes no sense at all." Zhang Fan responded, "You, under the guise of the Zhang family, sought my support. And I overlooked it out of my inability to manage every instance. Thus, I opted for a definitive solution, annul the engagement. This way, others will understand that you, Shin Chu-Chu, have no connection with me, Zhang Fan. Are you serious? I warn you, Zhang Fan. There is no remedy for regret in this world," Shin Chu-Chu shouted. As if raising her voice could drown out her inner turmoil, Zhang Fan merely nodded, affirming his decision. Shin Chu-Chu concealed her trembling hands behind her back, stubbornly parting her lips. The alcohol had dissipated significantly, and Zhang Fan's words instilled a greater fear within her than the earlier threats from 6 others. She swallowed hard. "If we are to part, so be it. As if I were eager to marry you. Ha ha. I have been anticipating this day every moment. I too wish to annul the engagement." Zhang Fan nodded. "That is good." Before they could continue their conversation, Lin Feng approached. The young disciple grasped his wrist, saying, "Brother Feng, what are you planning to do?" Lin Feng smiled. "Oh, nothing much, just wishing to engage in a spar. For reasons unknown." Lin Feng felt a deep-seated displeasure at the sight of Zhang Fan's face. It was meant to be him, the hero saving the damsel. Yet this interloper had beaten him to it. Had the narrative followed its original course, he would indeed have been the hero, planting the seeds of affection in Shin Chu-Chu's heart. As the chosen one, Lin Feng had an inkling that if he were to rescue her, he would undoubtedly win her favor. Yet, this man had intruded and taken the lead, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly discontent. Chapter 15, Fate. Farewell. Just as Zhang Fan was about to say something to Shin Chu-Chu, he suddenly felt a fierce wind at the back of his neck. In an instant, Zhang Fan's latent potential surged, and he swiftly rolled to the side. Lin Feng's knife hand strike went awry, accompanied by a playful laugh. Oh, your reflexes are commendable. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. He recognized the man before him, Lin Feng, the very individual who had brought his family to ruin in a previous life. Yet, in this incarnation, their paths had yet to cross. Why then was Lin Feng attacking him so suddenly? Lin Feng provided his own answer, grinning as he spoke. I saw you chase off the villains just now, and I felt a bit restless, eager for a spar. Without waiting for Zhang Fan's consent, he charged at him like a released arrow, delivering a fierce Iron Mountain strike. It was a brutal move. Zhang Fan had no choice but to block. Feeling as though he had been struck by a raging bull, his feet barely touched the ground, and he was propelled back 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his position just in time, avoiding a direct plunge into the river. Zhang Fan, Shinchuchu cried out. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed again. He recognized Lin Feng as a formidable opponent. Yet it was not in his nature to remain passive while being attacked. Once he regained his footing, he bent his legs and launched himself at Lin Feng like a cannonball. Lin Feng, observing Zhang Fan's audacity, smiled wryly. Brave, but unfortunately lacking in strength. Having trained rigorously in ancient martial arts since childhood, Lin Feng regarded Zhang Fan's combat style with disdain. As they exchanged blows, Lin Feng remained stationary, effortlessly blocking Zhang Fan's strikes with his limbs. Suddenly, he detected a significant opening and aimed a kick directly at Zhang Fan's abdomen. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. I've been tricked. In an instant, he curled his body, grasping Lin Feng's leg, while simultaneously kicking at the leg supporting Lin Feng's weight. Lin Feng lost all control of his balance, and Zhang Fan, enduring the immense force beneath him, used it to his advantage, flinging Lin Feng backward. Behind him lay the Zhan River, and Lin Feng was on the verge of being tossed into its depths. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging forth. He had anticipated to toy with Zhang Fan like a cat with a mouse, but instead, he found himself on the brink of being thrown into the river, which, while not physically damaging, would be utterly humiliating for a martial artist to be bested in such a manner. In a remarkable display of agility, Lin Feng defied the laws of inertia, arching his body mid-air to grasp the railing at the river's edge, then pulling himself back with force. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, impossibilities were plentiful that day. Lin Feng's murderous intent erupted as he launched a powerful kick. Direct and unyielding, Zhang Fan was sent flying once more. Just as he regained his footing, he saw Lin Feng advance towards him, his hands emanating a crimson glow. His eyes filled with lethal intent. He's going to kill me. Brother Feng. Zhang Fan. The two women rushed toward him in alarm. The young junior sister leaped forward, directly confronting Lin Feng's lethal strike. Only then did Lin Feng regain his composure, hastily retracting his force. Shin Chuchu rushed in, embracing Zhang Fan and shielding him. After Lin Feng diminished his power, he collided with the junior sister's palm, both retracting their hands. The junior sister glared at him. Brother Feng, you have gone too far. Have you forgotten the rules set by our master? Lin Feng scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh dear, it was just a momentary impulse. The master had established an unyielding rule, no use of internal energy against unarmed ordinary people. Shoo. Lin Feng quickly silenced her. This young man possesses formidable skills. He hardly qualifies as an ordinary person. Please, do not mention this to the master. The junior sister remained sullen, as did Zhang Fan. Moments ago, Zhang Fan had unmistakably sensed that the strike aimed to take his life. Had that young girl not intervened, he would have likely faced a lengthy hospital stay, if not worse. Damn Lin Feng, how ruthless. Lin Feng tilted his chin, looking down at Zhang Fan. You should abandon those flashy moves. They will lead you nowhere. Zhang Fan's tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. Ultimately, he relaxed his grip, rising with a radiant smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I have gained much from this encounter. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Ahaha. I only acted to teach you because I saw your potential. I rarely bother with ordinary practitioners. No need for thanks. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Zhang Fan's gaze deepened. Indeed, fate, until we meet again. The two parted ways. After walking a distance, the junior sister glanced back at Zhang Fan and remarked, that guy was quite impressive. He remained so dignified even in defeat. Lin Feng's previously innocent smile faded, revealing a wary expression. He did not lose. I did. I have a feeling he will become a formidable adversary in the future. His strength exceeded that of the other, and it should have been akin to a cat playing with a mouse, yet he almost found himself thrown into the river. The moment he employed his internal energy, he had already lost. It was precisely this realization that ignited his fury. You lost. How is that possible? The junior sister chuckled. If you hadn't restrained your power, I wouldn't have been able to block that strike. Brother Feng, you have progressed remarkably. I cannot fathom how powerful you have become. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and ruffled the junior sister's hair. He refrained from elaborating. Only the old master knew the extent of his strength. And as for the master's power, it seemed no one in the world was aware. Let us go to the Gu family to annul the engagement. Yea, let us return home to annul the engagement. Who fears whom? She gritted her teeth, fighting back tears. The boy who had cherished her for so long suddenly uttered such words. Yet, Shin Chuchu was unwilling to concede, unwilling to yield. Having maintained her dominance for so long, how could she easily bow to a sycophant? I can agree to annul the engagement, but it must not be publicly declared. Otherwise, it would bring disgrace to the Shin family. Then let your Shin family announce it first. I grant you this courtesy. Although Shin Chuchu intended to employ a delaying tactic, Zhang Fan offered no opportunity for such maneuvering. You desire face? Very well, then the announcement shall be yours. One could even assert that it was you who sought the dissolution of the engagement. Yet, would anyone believe it? Has your Shin family lost its senses? Daring to initiate a withdrawal from the Zhang family? Realizing her strategy was futile, Shin Chuchu resorted to stubbornness. That won't do. In any case, no one must know. Just withdraw the engagement, but do not inform others. This meant the Shin family could still reap the benefits from the Zhang family without bearing any responsibility. Shin Chuchu truly had a keen mind for schemes. Regardless of your Shin family's opinions, we, the Zhang family, can unilaterally announce it. Zhang Fan, uninterested in further conversation, rose to leave. Shin Chuchu staggered behind him, her intoxication waning with the unfolding events. She muttered a stream of complaints about the embarrassment the Shin family would face, unwilling to mention her own feelings towards Zhang Fan or the Zhang family. Thus, the two continued their walk, one ahead of the other. Suddenly, Zhang Fan turned back and gestured for silence. Shin Chuchu observed him leaning against the wall at the corner of a narrow alley, perplexed by his intent. She approached to peer inside, her eyes widening in shock. She recognized the buzz-cut man who had attempted to accost her while she was inebriated. Alongside the faux CEO they had encountered at the bar, engaged in a heated exchange. The faux CEO pointed an accusatory finger at the buzz-cut man, berating him. Useless. I support this entire gang of fools. You couldn't even manage to bring back a drunken woman? From now on, don't bother working for me. The buzz-cut man, with one arm hanging limply, looked aggrieved. Brother Hu, we encountered a tough situation. It was that Kuelian. The buzz-cut man found it absurd that Wang Hu insisted on adopting a false name. We were all injured. That unexpected fellow was formidable. Look at my arm. I can't even use it. What do you mean? He continued. I simply meant, if you could spare us some money, we could visit the hospital. The man named Kuelian erupted in fury, jabbing his finger at the buzz-cut man's nose. How dare you ask me for money? My girl has slipped through your fingers. Do you understand what kind of prize she was? She was a quality. Had I captured her, I could have effortlessly attracted a few wealthy suitors. You let her escape and still have the audacity to ask for money? A few simple words rendered Shin Chuchu, hidden by the wall, pale as a ghost. What did they mean by equality? What were their intentions? Shin Chuchu dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. Anger surged within her, and she turned to Zhang Fan. Do not let them escape. I must catch them. However, Zhang Fan paid her no heed and simply walked away. Catch them? You go ahead. With Zhang Fan gone, Shin Chuchu had no courage to linger. Her bravado in claiming she would confront them was merely a fade. To truly pursue them would be akin to delivering herself into their hands. She hurriedly caught up to Zhang Fan, grasping his sleeve. Let go, he commanded. Shin Chuchu dared not let go, her grip firmly clutching Zhang Fan's sleeve. Zhang Fan coldly remarked, did you not claim that those individuals were merely actors I had recruited? Why then, do you fear a mere troop of performers? I am about to call off our engagement. What need have I to put on a performance before you? The naive affection I once harbored for you has faded. Do you truly deserve it? Who do you think you are? Shin Chuchu fell silent. Indeed, who did she think she was? Merely a girl with a modicum of beauty. Yet did Zhang Fan lack for lovely companions? Over the past few days, she had observed several stunning girls by his side. Undeterred, she pressed on, but why did you save me? It indicates that you still care for me. If you truly did not care, why would you have intervened? Zhang Fan's expression remained impassive as he responded, why save you? The light by the shore was too dim. I merely saw someone being bullied. Had I recognized that it was you being mistreated, I would not have bothered with this trivial affair. Do you really believe I care for you? He scoffed. What exactly about you warrants my concern? Chapter 16. The annulment of engagement on this day, two significant news items emerged in Huayang City. Local television reported that Wang Hu, a suspect involved in illicit activities at the 88 bar by the Zhan River, had been apprehended, operating under aliases such as Kualian or Haoshuan. He was engaged in immoral dealings, and 6 young women were rescued from his clutches. This case was the result of a joint investigation by the Zhang Legal Department and the police, and it has now been handed over to the court for appropriate legal action. The police expressed gratitude to the Zhang Legal Department for their invaluable clues and legal assistance. The second piece of news may not have resonated with the general populace, but the more influential elites were certainly aware of it. Zhang Fan announced the unilateral annulment of his engagement with the Shen family. Following this announcement, Zhang Fan's phone began to ring incessantly. The first caller was Shen Chuchu's mother. This woman bore a striking resemblance to her daughter in temperament and immediately resorted to moral coercion. Xiao Fan, I heard that you and my Chuchu have broken up. How can this be? Everyone in our circle knows you two are a couple. If you sever ties, how will my Chuchu maintain her reputation in society? How can she find a husband now? Auntie, Shen Chuchu has never contemplated marrying me. Please do not exploit the Zhang family's resources. Oh dear. How can you speak like that? Aren't you harming my Chuchu? How will she find a partner in this circle now? You are being utterly irresponsible. As the barrage of accusations and moralistic tirades continued, Zhang Fan realized that dealing with such individuals required a lack of moral consideration on his part, rendering their attempts at coercion ineffective. Do not worry too much about Shen Chuchu's reputation in the circle, Auntie. The Shen family has never belonged to this social sphere. After our annulment, your family will cease to exist within it. So what is there to worry about regarding reputation? Zhang Fan's cunning and acerbic nature shone through as his words struck at the heart of the matter. Before the other party could respond, he decisively ended the call. Shortly after, Shen Chuchu's father reached out. He took a more sentimental approach. Xiao Fan, it is quite normal for young people to have disputes. I understand that you have always doted on my Chuchu. This situation must have arisen due to some mistake on her part, and I will ensure she apologizes to you. However, such talk of annulment should not be taken lightly. Uncle, your wisdom is commendable. I recall that during my childhood, I had no interest in Shen Chuchu. It was you who constantly brought me along, brainwashing me with the notion that I would marry her one day. The real blame lies with you. Zhang Fan was unflinching in his response. After the Zhang family's fortunes dwindled in his previous life, he finally understood why he had been so enamored with Shen Chuchu. It was all due to Shen Changmin. At such a tender age, Zhang Fan had been susceptible to Shen Changmin's insidious influence, who insisted that he could marry no one but Shen Chuchu. Confronted with his dark side being exposed, Shen Changmin found himself at a loss for words. After Zhang Fan boldly declared the annulment, both Zhang father and Zhang mother became preoccupied with the ensuing developments. Prominent families began to approach the Zhang family, eager to forge alliances, as the Zhang family was the wealthiest among the 4 major clans in Huayang City, making them highly sought after by other families. In a mere half-day, the Zhang family received over 10 marriage invitations, each from a family of considerable stature, and their daughters or nieces were not inferior in beauty to Shen Chuchu. If they were not sufficiently attractive, those families would not dare to approach the Zhangs. Upon hearing this news, Mr. and Mrs. Shen were utterly distressed. They had invested substantial efforts in persuading Zhang Fan, and now, just as he was approaching the age for marriage, their anticipated diamond son-in-law seemed to be slipping away. Unable to reason with Zhang Fan, they called Shen Chuchu back home. Shen Chuchu was in a daze, but her parents wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of reproaches. What is going on? What happened? You told me Zhang Fan was completely under your control. Is this how you maintain control? Do you realize how many girls dream of marrying into a prestigious family like the Zhangs? Once married, you gain status, wealth, and power. You've seen it for years. How could you let Zhang Fan slip away? Her parents, one adopting a stern demeanor while the other a more lenient one, created an atmosphere of tension that left Shen Chuchu exceedingly irritated. What is so great about a wealthy family? I can become part of one myself. Listening to their daughter's defiance, her parents felt utterly helpless. The 4 of them stood in opposition, with Shen Chuchu aware of the Zhang family's significance to them. During festivals, the Zhangs provided substantial financial support. She merely could not swallow her pride, which led her to confront her parents. Mr. Shen furrowed his brows, stating, "You can always remarry if this engagement falls through. Zhang Fan has pursued you for years. He cannot simply claim he no longer has feelings for you. Chuchu, you must seize this opportunity." Mrs. Shen, however, was less diplomatic. She commanded, "Chuchu, you must secure Zhang Fan, even if it requires some manipulation." Perhaps a bit of alcohol to loosen him up, and then to spend the night together. If he dares to mention breaking off the engagement, we'll create a scene at his home or his workplace. Let the Zhangs feel embarrassed. At that point, he won't have a choice but to marry you. Mr. Shen nodded in agreement. But Shen Chuchu, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, Mother, what do you take me for? How can you ask me to do such a thing? Mrs. Shen retorted, Everything has its price. It's a matter of worth. Marrying into a prestigious family is worth it, especially one as esteemed as the Zhangs. If you succeed, our entire family will prosper alongside you. I refuse. So what if they are wealthy? I can become wealthy on my own. I do not need to rely on anyone. The older generation watched in frustration, nearly at their wits' end. Did they really think that entering high society was as simple as saying it? Meanwhile, Shen Mingming, who had been listening, voiced her support, saying, Mom and Dad, my sister is right. Why should we settle for the leftovers from the Zhang family? They have profited immensely. Yet they offer my father a minor executive position. Are we to be treated like beggars? Mr. Shen, incensed, retorted, Be quiet. A minor executive position. I fear that if this situation escalates, there may not even be that position left. There remains this house and our family car. Was it not bestowed by the Zhang family? If they were to reclaim it, I wonder where the two of you would reside. Shen Mingming pouted, displaying an air of disdain. He had been indulged since childhood, and after finishing junior high, he ceased his education, wandering aimlessly outside, claiming he was mingling with society, cultivating connections with numerous individuals. Yet, he incessantly sought financial support from his family. On occasions when his parents or sister denied him, he would turn to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan consistently provided him with 4-digit sums, and this underage boy still deemed Zhang Fan stingy, showing no gratitude whatsoever. On the contrary, he believed the Shen family's stagnation was due to the oppression from the Zhang family. This dialogue between parents and children saw neither party willing to yield. As evening approached, Shen's mother did not summon Shen Chuchu for dinner. She remained in her room, lost in thought. Shen Mingming, the boy with abundant connections, stealthily slipped into his sister's room. His opening line was, Sister, do you wish to earn money? Earn a fortune. Shen Chuchu turned around abruptly. Her foremost desire at this moment was indeed to amass wealth, equal to that of the Zhang family, and then confront Zhang Fan with an air of nobility, lifting his chin and declaring, Now, continue to serve me as a sycophant. Yet, she retained a sliver of rationality. How to earn it? I must tell you. Illegal activities are out of the question. Not illegal, not at all. Shen Mingming exclaimed excitedly. All it takes is proficiency in mathematics, and we can rake in a fortune. A friend of mine earns tens of thousands weekly. Sister, with your mathematical prowess, if we dare to aim high, surpassing the Zhang family in a year would be a cinch. A middle school graduate. This child had established some societal connections and claimed to know of lawful ways to earn substantial wealth. Those with a modicum of social experience would have dismissed his words. However, Shen Chuchu lacked such experience. Intrigued by her brother's propositions, she listened intently. After all, students who could gain admission to Huayong University were no slouches in academics. And Shen Chuchu was confident in her mathematical abilities. Having inherited the ancient medical tradition, Zhang Fan perceived the world in a uniquely different light. He sensed an ethereal energy permeating existence, while each individual appeared to possess countless flowing lines. Life force was generated as one inhaled this energy, circulating through these lines. Young and healthy individuals had numerous lines, fully vibrant and resilient, whereas the elderly displayed signs of decline, their lines appearing weary and devoid of strength. The sick, on the other hand, experienced issues with specific lines, either becoming rigid, obstructed, or on the verge of solidification. Zhang Fan realized that his abilities extended beyond merely restoring the sick lines. He could also rejuvenate the remaining lines, infusing them with newfound vitality. These lines, in ancient medicine, were referred to as meridians, and their unobstructed flow could alleviate a multitude of ailments. The ancient medical legacy was something Zhang Fan acquired after undertaking certain actions depicted in fragments of future visions. Is it possible that these future glimpses were akin to some form of task card? Zhang Fan had experienced 2 fragments of future visions. In 10 days, there will be military training, yet it seems there are not many hints regarding it. In response, Zhang Fan flipped through the pages once more, the scenes playing vividly in his mind. This time, he scrutinized the details with utmost care. Lu Wenshi and her roommate returned to their dormitory. Evidently having just completed their military training, their cheeks flushed, and strands of hair clinging to their faces due to perspiration. They engaged in light-hearted conversations typical of young women. Suddenly, Shen Chuchu burst in from outside, her eyes ablaze with rage as she glared at Lu Wancher as if she were a nemesis. Without any preamble, the two girls began to clash. Meanwhile, a girl lounging on the bed, engrossed in her text messages and news, sat up in excitement, hastily closing her news app to commence recording the altercation between the two. Wait. A spark of realization illuminated Zhang Fan's eyes as he rewound the footage. Text messages, news. Messages from the future. Chapter 17. Text message news. The fleeting nature of the text messages was precisely why Zhang Fan had previously overlooked them. Pausing to scrutinize the content, he noted, Jinhua Pharmaceutical stock has experienced a continuous decline over the past month. However, yesterday, it astonishingly rebounded, with a current increase of 50%. A classic Ponzi scheme has emerged in our city, known as the Ladima online shopping platform, with the fraudulent amount currently being calculated by a professional team. The victims of this scheme are widespread, including prominent real estate mogul Jin Fan and the illustrious student Shin Chu from Huayan Academy. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant. The young woman's phone screen was exceedingly small. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan could only grasp these two pieces of news. In his previous life, although he seldom paid attention to other stock affairs, being from a family of entrepreneurs, he was somewhat familiar with the rumors surrounding Jinhua Pharmaceutical. He recalled that during a tumultuous period within the board of directors, efforts to reclaim scattered shares led to a series of self-inflicted scandals, causing their stock to plummet. Subsequently, the board initiated a buyback, resulting in a swift recovery of share prices. Zhang Fan also remembered a certain winery embroiled in a lawsuit with a female internet celebrity, drawing public scorn for its lack of vision, leading to a loss of several $100 billion in market value. Netizens assumed the winery was weeping within its corporate walls. But unbeknownst to them, it emerged victorious. They even funded further publicity to artificially lower their market value before executing a share buyback. The previously inconsequential scandals could only linger for so long. As long as the market remained, the value would inevitably recover. However, by the time the market rebounded, those shares would have been surreptitiously transferred elsewhere. At present, Jinhua Pharmaceutical was employing a similar strategy, depreciating its market value and executing share buybacks. If Zhang Fan recalled correctly, Jinhua Pharmaceutical would need to experience at least 3 days of significant gains before stabilizing. Excitement coursed through him. This was a golden opportunity for profit. As for the second piece of news, Zhang Fan chose to disregard it entirely. He promptly dialed his father. Dad, lend me some money. Zhang Zhanghua was taken aback. Lend? Yes, I need a substantial amount. I'll return it in 15 days. Zhang Zhanghua chuckled in his office. While he was quite affluent, he maintained a strict approach to his son's living expenses, adhering to the principle of raising a son in modesty, ensuring his offspring did not lead an overly extravagant lifestyle. During high school, he allocated only $20,000 a month, and now in university, merely $100,000. Sipping his tea, Zhang Zhanghua inquired, "What business are you planning?" "Give me $2 million to play with," Zhang Fan responded. "Not enough. I need $100 million. Zhang Zhanghua nearly spat out his tea. $100 million. In 2005. How many people dared even to mention 10,000? Even for me, that would be quite the ambitious goal. He possessed a considerable amount of cash. Yet he could not frivolously allow his son to squander it. "Son, tell me the truth. Have you gotten yourself into some trouble?" Zhang Zhanghua's expression turned grave. This was his only son. If my son truly encounters any issues that require resolution, I would willingly part with all my wealth to ensure his safety. Zhang Fan responded. "There's nothing wrong. I'm perfectly fine. If you lend me $100 million, I will share a secret with you." Zhang Zhanghua chuckled at this. What secret could possibly matter? As long as Zhang Fan was safe, that was sufficient for him. After all, $100 million was merely a number. And the money he earned would ultimately be left for his son. He promptly agreed. $100 million. I will have Uncle Zhou deliver it to you. Now, what is this secret? Uncle Zhou had been Zhang Zhangua's assistant for over a decade, reportedly a disciple who had descended from a mountain, a skilled individual. Now, with Zhang Fan mastering martial arts, he wished to test his abilities against this formidable opponent. "Dad, the secret I want to share is that Jinhua Pharmaceuticals is about to make a move. If you have any interest in the pharmaceutical industry, you might consider investing." Zhang Zhanghua was taken aback. He was a seasoned veteran in the business world, fully aware of the merciless nature of commerce, where one either devours or is devoured. Upon hearing his son mention Jinhua Pharmaceuticals, he immediately recalled recent events concerning the company. After hanging up, he called for his secretary, instructing the team to promptly investigate this enterprise. In this era, forums and message boards had yet to gain prominence. However, university students still had avenues to express their views. A large blackboard in the dormitory area was designated for students to post messages. The students of this esteemed institution were notably amiable, with posts about lost student IDs and exchanges of secondhand items being commonplace. Huang Xiaoxiao from Class 3 of the 2004 Normal University is shameless. She stole my boyfriend. Below, a harmonious reply from Huang Xiaoxiao read, "Go to hell." Wang Monzi from the Philosophy Department of the 2003 cohort. "I love you. If you love me too, please add this QQ. 6142XXX. The subsequent comment read, "You don't even introduce yourself, and you ask if she loves you? Are you out of your mind? Does Wang Hao from the basketball team have a girlfriend? If he does, could you please step aside and let me have him?" Below, a reply surfaced, "Sister. Which one are you?" A further comment followed, "Who is your sister?" "I'm a guy. Was that guy who got out of the BMW X5 yesterday from our school? I know you have a girlfriend, but would you mind having one more? Please contact me below the post." Zhang Fan pondered if this was referring to him. He noticed a flurry of contact information beneath the message, yet none seemed relevant to him. How amiable everyone appeared. Tomorrow marked the first day of university for freshmen, which also meant military training. Today was the day to collect military training uniforms. There were only 5 people in the dormitory, and Jin Hui called, requesting Zhang Fan to pick up the uniforms. With no choice, as he was the only one with a phone, Zhang Fan inquired why Jin Hui was at school. With a chuckle, Jin Hui replied, "Tonight, I've arranged something for you all, Young KTV, the King's room. It's a joint gathering with Gulina and her dormitory. You're a local, right? You've heard of Young, I presume? The King's room is the finest." A casual phone call sufficed for my friend to resolve the matter. As he listened to the other party boast, Zhang Fan could only respond with an awkward smile. He was indeed familiar with the Young KTV, for it was owned by his family. Initially, the intention was to establish a high-end chain of KTVs. But as investments were diverted to other projects, that plan was set aside. Ironically, this solitary establishment, Young, thrived in Huayang City, becoming a symbol of pride for many vanity-driven individuals who took honor in merely visiting. Clearly, Jin Hui was one such person. With no other choice, Zhang Fan consented to his request for military training attire, recognizing the importance of the dormitory gathering. This event would facilitate his efforts to forge a closer bond with Gu Yuan. Zhang Fan needed to establish a sufficient rapport with Gu Yuan before Lin Feng could intervene. Not necessarily seeking a romantic outcome, but rather ensuring that Gu Yuan would not become an ally of Lin Feng during their inevitable confrontation. The military training uniforms were to be collected at the school's admissions office. Since most freshmen were visiting the campus for the first time, their familiarity was limited to the admissions office and their dormitories. Zhang Fan quickly spotted Gu Yuan amidst the crowd, not due to particularly sharp eyesight, but rather because she stood like a captivating painting. The students surrounding her seemed to fade into the background, while her exceptional aura made her appear as a fairy among the throng. The freshman boys were still rather shy, nudging their newly acquainted dorm mates, urging them to approach Gu Yuan. "Go on, strike up a conversation." "Not me. Why not you? Let's go together." Despite the insistence to approach her as a group, none dared to step closer, largely due to her frosty demeanor, which exuded an aura of being admired from afar but not approached. With long strides, Zhang Fan confidently made his way to her side. "Once again, we meet, classmate Yuan." Chapter 18. Emperor Yang KTV, the second son, Aisha, approached with a certain timidity, raising his hand hesitantly as if he dared not lift it too high. "You, youngin," he uttered, his face flushing a deep crimson. This was particularly remarkable given that they had already shared a meal together. As for the other brothers in the dormitory, none had the courage to join him. Gu Yuan noticed Zhang Fan and Aisha, her frigid demeanor melting into a radiant smile as she greeted them. That singular smile was enough to ensnare countless young hearts at the entrance of the admissions office. Zhang Fan inquired, "Will you 3-4 students also participate in military training?" Gu Yuan replied softly, "Although we have been at school for 3 years, we are still freshmen." The two engaged in a conversation devoid of significance. Gulainaba, accompanied by her roommates, had already retrieved their military training uniforms. Upon seeing them, Aisha reacted like a puppy greeting its owner returning home, eager to wag its tail. "Naba, I want to collect my military uniform too." Gulainaba rolled her eyes. "Are you here to use the restroom?" Aisha, taken aback by the retort, merely chuckled and rubbed his head. He wished to retaliate with a quip, but upon seeing Zhang Fan, her sarcastic remarks faded into silence. The icy gaze Zhang Fan had cast upon her the previous day remained vivid in her memory. instead of jabbing at Aisha. She turned her attention to Zhang Fan with a friendly greeting. See you tonight. Zhang Fan nodded, smiling as he said to Gu Yuan, see you tonight. Gu Yuan acknowledged him with a nod and departed. Aisha, bewildered, asked, what do you mean by see you tonight? Do you have plans? Bring me along, brother Fan. Zhang Fan patted his shoulder. It's a gathering arranged by Jin Wei, a social event for 2 dormitories. Aisha's previously animated expression fell in an instant. Jin Wei had indeed put forth considerable effort to invite Gulina Ba. The minimum consumption in Emperor Yang's private room was 28.88. To impress the girls, Jin Wei had even shelled out nearly 3,000. In this aspect alone, he surpassed Wu Anbo, the suitor of Shinchuchu. Merely singing at Emperor Yang was insufficient to captivate the girls from Gulina Ba's dormitory. It was Jin Hui's mention that his brother would also attend that truly swayed them. At the entrance of Emperor Yang, Jin Wei handed 300 yuan to the man before him. Act like a professional. You're the music director. Don't act like a country bumpkin when you see a beautiful woman. That Uyghur girl is the one I want to pursue, so make sure to promote me. The man made an okay gesture. Don't worry, boss, I understand. Our acting skills are not something we developed overnight. But, do you think I could charm one of the girls from Huayang University? Jin Wei looked at him with a hint of surprise. Well, this rustic toad wishes to taste the heavenly goose? Suddenly, Jin Wei burst into laughter. You say that I brought you. I found the place. I'm footing the bill. And now you want to woo the girls. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together in front of the man. The man clenched his teeth and retrieved 300 yuan from his pocket, declaring, here you go. Jin Hui chuckled. All right. Just make sure you don't flirt with my Guli Naba. Anything else is negotiable. Oh, by the way, there's also a girl named Gu Yuan. You must steer clear of her too, as one of my dorm mates has taken a liking to her. The remaining 4 are fair game. The man verbally acquiesced. Yet in his heart, he scarcely took it to heart. With Jin Hui absent from school, the 5 occupants of the dormitory fit comfortably into a single vehicle. Zhang Fan and his roommate stood before a BMW X5. Old 6, He Guangxi, was astonished, exclaiming, you truly have a BMW. 4th brother, it's evident you possess wealth. I never anticipated you to be this affluent. The eldest, Niu Chang, gaped in disbelief. Hailing from a rural background, he found it utterly incomprehensible that a student would own such an expensive car. In truth, Niu Chang harbored the deepest insecurities among the group. After 2 years of retaking the college entrance examination, he felt inferior, believing himself less capable than his peers, and his once exuberant demeanor had faded into silence. As for old 5, Fan Tian, his reticence was already pronounced. The sight of the BMW elicited no reaction from him. Had it not been for his handsome visage, he would have blended into the background entirely. Suddenly, Guli Naba emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, hey, Zhang Fan, here's your chance to impress. Take us 6 beauties to Diyang. Behind Guli Naba stood 5 other girls, aside from Gu Yuan, whose beauty captivated at first glance. The other 4 were also quite attractive. In an ordinary class, they would surely be considered the top flowers, but alas, living with the likes of Gu Yuan and Guli Naba relegated them to mere supporting roles. Zhang Fan found himself with 5 companions, while the opposing group numbered 6, yet there was but 1 vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. Sorry, there's no room. Although he yearned to make a favorable impression on Gu Yuan, his past experiences as a sycophant had taught him that such flattery often led to ruin. No matter how fond one might be of another, one must never forsake dignity. Otherwise, they would only be held in contempt. However, Guli Naba seemed oblivious to the rejection. She pouted, oh, come on, we're all girls, and unfamiliar with this place. Who knows what kind of passengers a taxi might pick up? Why not let your roommates take a taxi while you drive us? It must be said, Guli Naba was striking indeed, standing just over 170. She was quite exceptional among women, her long legs clad in jeans, accentuating their length and straightness as she swayed playfully. The phrase exotic charm, sway to the max, flashed through Zhang Fan's mind, tempting him to engage further. Yet, upon seeing Gu Yuan nearby, he managed to resist. I'm sorry, but the 5 of us fill the car perfectly. You'll have to find another way. Not only did Zhang Fan struggle to withstand Guli Naba's alluring sway, but his other 3 dorm mates, excluding Fan Tian, were equally entranced, their eyes wide with astonishment. Having grown up, I have never encountered such a stunning young woman playfully charming those around her. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to surrender. After all, I am a man. What harm is there in taking a taxi? Men are not afraid of a little dirt. However, behind me, Gu Yuan spoke up. Naba, let us take a taxi. Gu Yuan embodies a gentle presence, akin to a soft breeze, her attire unlike that of the youthful Gulina Ba. who seems eager to flaunt her curves for all to see. Instead, she opted for looser clothing, which, paradoxically, lent her an ethereal quality. The other young women, understanding and reasonable, readily agreed to take a taxi as well. Only Gulinaba pouted in reluctance. After all, what could compare to the comfort of a BMW? Besides, there was a delightful fragrance wafting from Zhang Fan's car. Just moments prior, I had remarked that the sycophant deserves no mercy, and yet, Aisha had unwittingly taken on that very role. He scratched his head in contemplation. How about this, Naba? Why don't we switch places? I'll take the taxi. Zhang Fan cast a glance at Aisha, who continued to justify himself. Well, it's not right for the girls to pay. I'll take the taxi and cover their fare. Lao Si, could you please take Naba along? Before Zhang Fan could respond, Gulinaba exclaimed and promptly slid into the front passenger seat. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhang Fan found himself at a loss. He turned to his dormitory companions. What do you think? Is Lao foolish or clever? Niu Chang, being a straightforward individual, was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Fan elaborated. If we say he is clever, he has entrusted his goddess to us. If we say he is foolish, he has squeezed himself in with 5 young women. Chapter 19. The Confession of Gulinaba. Come. The finest private room. The King's Suite. Have you heard of it? It is the most prestigious suite in all of Huayang City. Let me tell you, our province's wealthiest man, Zhang Xinghua, once wanted to reserve the King's Suite for a gathering, and he had to wait an entire week. He simply could not secure a booking. In the end, he had to settle for the slightly lesser Queen's Suite. Jin Wei, accompanied by several beautiful women, led the way inside. His boasts were grand, claiming that even Zhang Xinghua might have forgotten that he owned such an establishment, that as the owner, he would not be able to make a reservation for his own private room. Jin Hui's words were so convincing that one girl, astonished, inquired, "Then how did you manage to get a reservation?" Jin Hui beamed with satisfaction at her question. He patted his chest proudly, raising his thumb. "We have connections. Our status is well established. Even the owner of the Imperial Yang must pay us a toast." He then leaned in and whispered, "But let us keep a low profile. We're just here to have fun. No need for ostentation." The hall was resplendent, exuding that ostentatious golden allure favored by the wealthy of this era. 3 grand columns, intricately carved with dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, stood majestically in the lobby, their height stretching up to the 3rd floor. It was no wonder that nouveau riche flocked to such lavish decor. It immediately conveyed a sense of wealth. However, as time progressed and tastes evolved, such gaudy opulence would fall out of favor. Upon the arrival of the guests, the hall manager greeted them warmly. "Ah, is that not young Master Jin? A distinguished guest indeed." Zhang Fan nearly burst into laughter. How could he act as if he were just discovering their reservation? After exchanging pleasantries with the hall manager, Zhang Fan, endowed with the legacy of ancient medicine, keenly overheard their hushed conversation. "The guests will arrive in 2 hours," remarked the hall manager. "Rest assured, cousin. 2 hours is more than sufficient," Jin Wei replied confidently. The hall manager, wearing a broad smile, proclaimed loudly, "Young Master Jin, enjoy your time with your classmates. All expenses are on the house." Jin Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Do I really need your charity? Just bring out the drinks and fruit platters." Indeed, this display of status was perfectly executed by Jin Wei. The effect was palpable. Those girls who had previously lingered near Zhang Fan were suddenly drawn to Jin Wei, surrounding him. Save for Gu Yuan and Gulinaba. In truth, Gulinaba wished to converse more with Jin Wei, but with the crowd gathered around him, she could only engage in light banter from a distance. Jin Wei boasted, "These are just minor connections. The music director of the I Am a Singer program is waiting in the private room. That's a solid relationship. If you all showcase your talents, I can help you make connections. Participating in the show could lead to fame." The eyes of the 5 girls, excluding Gu Yuan, sparkled with excitement. Yet, one individual's gaze dimmed. This was the 2nd dormitory member, Aisha. Noticing her despondent mood, Zhang Fan gently patted her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Aisha forced a smile, saying, "It's all right, 4th. I'm fine." Upon entering the private room, they found a man in sunglasses seated prominently in the center. As the crowd trickled in, predominantly composed of women, the man initially managed to remain composed. However, the moment Gulinaba stepped through the door, he abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on her. His eyes roamed over her figure, particularly lingering on her long, slender legs, accentuated by the tight-fitting jeans, resembling an elongated pear placed upside down. Were it not for his dark glasses, his infatuation would have been glaringly obvious. Observing the man's smitten expression, Jin Hui approached and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. "Brother Yang, this is the young lady whom I admire, a student of ethnic music. You must lend her your assistance in the future." Upon hearing these words, coupled with the painful pat on his shoulder, Yang Guang realized that this was a warning, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, "You all," Gu Yuan entered the room. In that instant, Yang Guang found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Gu Yuan. Good heavens! Are there truly such graceful and elegant young ladies in the world? If Gu Lina's exquisite and radiant features, along with her perfectly elongated figure, resemble diamonds displayed on a counter, constantly showcasing their brilliance, then Gu Yuan's gentle demeanor and her every perfectly balanced trait are akin to precious jade carefully stored in a safety box, evoking a sense of cherishment that makes one reluctant to reveal it. Yang Guang swallowed hard, feeling as though he had encountered love. Jin Hui patted his companion on the back, urging, "Yang, speak up. These girls are my close friends, classmates from the same school. If the opportunity arises, perhaps you could show them around." The 5 girls bowed in unison, greeting, "Hello, Brother Yang." Gu Yuan, standing at the rear of the group, also nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, yes, wonderful. Greetings to all." Haha. Yang Guang has finally emerged from his state of astonishment. He has made a decision. The girl in the last row. She must be won over. If one could attain a woman of such caliber, sacrificing a decade of life would be a worthy trade. What was initially described as a social gathering between 2 dormitories has now transformed into a grand spectacle of ostentation. Jin Hui, accompanied by Yang Guang, fervently showcases his prowess before the female audience, spinning tales that seem almost fantastical. Yang Guang exerts himself to the utmost, recounting how during the inaugural season of I Am a Singer, they struggled to attract advertisers, with no one willing to invest in their endeavor. He notes that had it not been for Jin's considerable influence, which secured 7 or 8 endorsements for their program, it might never have come to fruition. Upon hearing this, the young women are captivated, realizing the extent of Jin Hui's clout, prompting even Gu Linaba to regard him with newfound respect. Unconsciously, they gravitate closer to Jin Hui, which elicits a sense of elation within him. However, the other young men, with the exception of Zhang Fan, appear decidedly awkward, caught in a limbo of indecision, unsure whether to sit or stand, and at a loss for words. Only Gu Yuan takes the initiative to engage Zhang Fan in conversation, revisiting their discussion from the concert hall regarding the shared essence of pop and rock music as forms of national expression. Jin Hui clapped his hands and proposed, "How about this? Ladies, why don't you showcase your singing talents for Brother Yang to hear?" "Sure." Gu Linaba immediately stood up. "I'll go first." She performed a beautiful rendition of the Uyghur folk song Why Are the Flowers So Red, her melodious voice weaving through the long, winding notes with exceptional grace. It must be said, they indeed possessed some skill. Each of them sang quite well. The boys applauded enthusiastically, yet the girls seemed oblivious to their praise. After singing, they all rushed to Yang Guang's side. "Brother Yang, what do you think of my performance?" Yang Guang, arms crossed, wore a serious expression. "You sang better than average, but it still lacks professionalism." Truth be told, he was not particularly knowledgeable about music. He could hardly comprehend it, yet, as the music director, he couldn't afford to shower compliments indiscriminately. He adjusted his sunglasses and added, "Practice more. I believe only Gu Linaba meets the program standards." Upon hearing this, Jin Hui felt a surge of opportunity and urged, "Brother Yang, given our close relationship, please let my classmate participate." Yang Guang adjusted his sunglasses again. "Little brother, if we're talking about singing, she barely qualifies. I have plenty of singers of her caliber. But as for relationships, since you brought it up, I must acknowledge it. However, she is merely your classmate. Is she truly worth such a favor?" Excitement welled within Jin Hui as he sensed they were getting to the crux of the matter. He even contemplated offering an additional 300 yuan, as the performance was rather impressive. Externally, he feigned difficulty. "Brother, you know, I'm trying to pursue her." Yang Guang reclined back, stroking his non-existent beard, and attempted to drape an arm around a girl's shoulders, only to be met with her curious gaze. It dawned on him that these girls were not merely in a casual setting. It was inappropriate to be too forward. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Here's the deal. Don't say your brother isn't helping you. Today, if you two confirm your relationship and share a kiss, I will allow your classmate to appear on the show." Everyone was taken aback. Jin Hui nearly burst with excitement, inwardly applauding Yang Guang while maintaining a facade of reluctance. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Yang Guang exclaimed loudly. "What's inappropriate about it? You could become famous overnight. Such a tremendous opportunity shouldn't be given to just anyone." It must be confirmed that she is indeed your sister-in-law. Jin Hui had no intention of dissuading him. He turned to Guli Naba, adopting a sincere demeanor. Naba, I genuinely like you. I had intended to confess after you got to know me better, but this is indeed an opportunity. I formally confess my feelings. Will you be my girlfriend? Suddenly, Aisha stood up abruptly, accidentally knocking over a bottle of beer. He appeared utterly dejected. I need to step out, to the restroom. Chapter 20. Unveiling confrontation. Gulina Ba found herself momentarily stunned. Should she acquiesce? This question lingered in her mind. Rationally speaking, she felt there ought to be no hesitation. She should simply accept. After all, what was a romantic relationship but a kiss? It seemed trivial in comparison to the lengths many would go to for a mere opportunity, for a role, having traversed the entire cast and crew. Yet, deep within her, there was an inexplicable unease that hindered her from responding immediately. This discomfort did not stem from her childhood companion, Aisha, but rather, Gulina turned, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and desperation as she gazed at Zhang Fan. He found her look perplexing. Why was she staring at him now? Strangely, her gaze seemed to awaken a sense of urgency within him. Zhang Fan stood up, muttering, I need to use the restroom as well. Under the weight of Gulina's gaze, he made his way to the facilities. Upon exiting the restroom and washing his hands, Zhang Fan's senses heightened, and he heard the faint sound of muffled sobs. The sound was eerily familiar, drawing him toward the emergency exit. There, he found Aisha crouched on the floor, stifling her cries. Zhang Fan did not express disdain or utter a word. Instead, he observed her with a sense of kinship, recalling his own moments of helplessness in a past life. Upon realizing someone was present, Aisha quickly composed herself, forcing back her tears. Is it you, Fourth? She murmured. Am I really that pathetic? Zhang Fan reflected on his previous existence, concluding, You are not pathetic. You simply lack a certain ruthlessness. After all, was Jin Hui adept at manipulating Gulina Ba through his cunning? Was he himself able to charm Lu Wencher? With just 20 kisses, Zhang Fan doubted she could escape him. Meanwhile, in the private room, Gulina Ba watched Zhang Fan's indifferent departure with a sense of disappointment. She realized she ought not to expect anything from him. After all, they shared no real connection. From the very beginning, she understood he was merely interested in getting to know her roommate, Gu Yuan. Regardless of his striking looks, wealth, or talents, those were considerations for Gu Yuan alone. Taking a deep breath, Gulina turned to Jin Hui. I'm sorry, but I do not have feelings for you and cannot agree to be your girlfriend. Jin Hui and Yang Guang's expression stiffened. What was happening? They had initially conspired to pursue a more intimate arrangement, and Jin Hui, fearing failure, had settled for a kiss, convinced that it was a surefire success. Yet, they had not succeeded. Reacting quickly, Jin Hui stammered, No worries. We've only just met. We can take our time to get to know each other. I'll help you with the program. Yang Guang cleared his throat, swiftly shifting the objective. In light of my brother's genuine feelings for you, how about this? If you join him for dinner and watch a movie, I'll arrange for you to be on the show. Noticing her impending refusal, Yang Guang interjected, Given my brother's looks, he's hardly lacking. Is it too much to ask for a chance to pursue you? You're being rather presumptuous. Gulina Ba remained silent. She glanced at Jin Hui, then looked towards the door. Zhang Fan had yet to return. After taking a deep breath, she said, Very well, thank you for your assistance. I will treat you tonight. Jin Hui's face instantly brightened with joy. Although there was still a distance to their goal, at least there had been some progress, right? Yang Guang stood up, thinking that while her matters were concluded, it was time for him to attend to his own affairs. He quickly strode over to Gu Yuan. This young lady. I noticed you the moment you entered. How about you sing a song for me? Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively. I shall pass. However, the other party was undeterred, approaching and taking her hand. Come on, sing a little. If it's not good enough, I can personally teach you. Rest assured, under my guidance, you are sure to place in the competition. As he held her hand, a fleeting glimmer of menace flickered beneath Gu Yuan's icy demeanor. Please release my hand, sir. Yang Guang remained unfazed, continuing to grip her hand with a smirk. Let me tell you, raw power pales in comparison to influence. If our relationship is solid, even if your singing is mediocre, I can arrange for you to be the champion. As for how to solidify our connection, well, we can discuss it slowly in a hotel room tonight while I teach you how to sing. And perhaps you could teach me as well. A cold voice interjected from behind. Yang Guang turned around, visibly irritated. Who the hell are you? Slap. A resounding smack landed squarely on his face, and the force of it sent Yang Guang tumbling to the ground, eliciting gasps from everyone in the room. As his sunglasses were knocked off, Yang Guang, with his small triangular eyes, stared in disbelief at Zhang Fan. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? The onlookers were equally stunned, wondering if Zhang Fan had acted too impulsively by attacking a music director, especially since they had hoped he could help them get on the show. Yet Gu Linaba gazed at Zhang Fan with starry eyes, seemingly enchanted, perhaps due to her upbringing on horseback, which instilled in her a peculiar fascination with powerful men. Zhang Fan crouched down, looking at the man who now bore a lecherous expression after losing his sunglasses. Who are you? Aren't you just a fraud? Yang Guang, feeling exposed, attempted to maintain his bravado. Fraud? Who's a fraud? I am the music director of this program. I am an elite. Do you dare strike me? I will make you regret it. Zhang Fan rose and placed a foot firmly on him. No matter how Yang Guang struggled, Zhang Fan's foot felt as heavy as a tower, pinning him down. Jin Hui could no longer remain seated. He rushed over. Old four. What are you doing? I know you have feelings for Gu Yuan, but Yang is merely speaking with her. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Fan shot him a cold glance. The incessant chatter of Jin Hui was silenced by that one look, rendering him speechless. These two were trying to deceive others, but as long as they didn't target him, Zhang Fan had no intention of intervening. However, it was entirely unacceptable to lay hands on Gu Yuan. Zhang Fan decided not to waste any more words on these two. Take out your phone, open Baidu, and search for the name of the music director of the program, I Am a Good Voice. The search result, Wang Liang. Present the phone screen directly in front of the other person's eyes. Your name is Wang Liang? Yang Guang felt his head spinning, staring at the phone screen. He swallowed hard and stubbornly replied, Yes, I have two names. Zhang Fan then pulled up a photo of Wang Liang. Is this you? Yes, it is. Is it really? Back then, I was quite thin. Du Linaba rushed over, seizing Zhang Fan's phone to examine the photo. The music director depicted was a slender, middle-aged man who appeared to be an art student, starkly contrasting with the individual before her, someone with slanted eyes, long hair, and sunglasses that remained firmly in place. She exclaimed, This is not you. Yang Guang continued to insist, You say he isn't me? He isn't. I say he isn't me either. This is absolutely not me. At that time, I was at the photo studio, and the photographer insisted on taking this picture of me. I told him it wasn't me, but he insisted it was. Yang Guang rose from the ground, pacing as he rambled on, as though he were the one wronged. Meanwhile, outside the door, a drunken man embraced a third-tier celebrity who was dressed in revealing attire and wore sunglasses, allowing his hands to roam freely over her. Following them were a burly man and a tall, thin one. Upon closer inspection, the slender man resembled the Wang Liang and Zhang Fan's photo. The four of them swiftly entered the room. The lobby manager, upon seeing the arrivals, felt a tremor of dread. Oh no, how did Brother Hu arrive early? He hurriedly approached them. Brother Hu, with a flushed face from drink, clutched the celebrity and declared, Ladies, bring me 4 spicy ones. Send the finest wine to the royal suite. Today, I'm treating esteemed guests. He then glanced back at Wang Liang. Director Wang, how about I get you 2 girls? I know you've seen many women in the entertainment industry, but you haven't encountered our kind yet. We will ensure you are well taken care of today. As long as my little darling can appear on your show, anything goes. Wang Liang nodded awkwardly. Just as they were about to enter, the lobby manager blocked their path. Brother Hu, let us wait a moment. I'll have someone prepare the suite and turn on the air conditioning. Wouldn't it be more comfortable for you inside? Zhao Hu shoved him aside with annoyance, stating, Do you think I can't operate it myself? Get lost. Chapter 21. Jin Hui takes a beating. The lobby manager was utterly helpless. Brother Hu strode purposefully towards the private room he had reserved, where Zhang Fan was currently reprimanding Yang Guang. Jin Hui, standing beside Yang Guang, flushed with indignation, loudly berated, How dare you claim that my brother Yang is an imposter? What if the photos on Baidu are fabricated? Zhang Fan regarded Jin Hui and Yang Guang with an icy detachment, responding with a tone laced with disdain. Even if he is genuine, anyone who dares to lay a hand on Gu Yuan must kneel and apologize. Gu Yuan, unwavering, stood firmly beside Zhang Fan, observing as he handled the situation. Such a girl exhibited intelligence, unlike those who, in a misguided attempt at compassion, plead for the antagonists and inadvertently harm their allies. Jin Hui was displeased. If Yang Guang were to kneel, it would undoubtedly diminish his own standing. Fan, have you had too much to drink? What if Yang merely grasped Gu Yuan's hand? She won't lose a piece of flesh. Aren't we all from Huayang? Must it be so disgraceful? Yet, Zhang Fan remained resolute, fixing Jin Hui with a fierce gaze. Continue your prattling, and I shall deal with you as well. Jin Hui, taken aback by Zhang Fan's fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back. He realized that retreating in such a manner would be a blow to his pride, jeopardizing his pursuit of Gulina Ba. Just as Jin Hui was about to speak, the door to the room swung open. Brother Hu entered, accompanied by several companions and the lobby manager, who had attempted to intervene but had failed. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of scattered fruit peels and empty bottles, as well as a mix of men and women. Brother Hu narrowed his eyes, enraged. What the hell? Has my territory been usurped by these dogs? The lobby manager, filled with regret, had no choice but to speak the truth. I apologize, Brother Hu. This is my younger brother, who, in his ignorance, insisted on bringing his classmates to witness the royal suite. I will have them removed immediately. At the lobby manager's words, everyone present was taken aback, especially Gulina Ba, who stared at Jin Hui in bewilderment, her eyes questioning. Didn't you say this room was reserved in your name? Brother Hu, however, showed no mercy toward the lobby manager, seizing him by the collar. Didn't I reserve this room for the entire day? Do you have any idea who I am expecting today? I am the music director of The Voice. I intend to make my girlfriend a star. How dare you humiliate me like this? And you have the audacity to let others invade my space. The lobby manager, feeling cornered, could only concede, repeatedly stating that he would cover the day's expenses. Internally, he cursed Jin Hui, regretting ever agreeing to his demands. Brother Hu delivered a resounding slap to the lobby manager, sending him crashing to the ground. Am I supposed to let you pay? If my guests are slighted today, I will ensure this establishment cannot continue operating. With that, he summoned Wang Liang into the room. As Wang Liang entered, everyone was once again left in stunned silence. Was he the very person they had just seen on their phones? At this moment, Yang Guang was utterly panicked. He trembled as he approached the entrance, only to be obstructed by a robust man, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches tall. This is not over. No one is leaving. It was then that everyone comprehended the truth. The so-called royal suite and music director were all fabrications spun by Jin Hui and Yang Guang's accomplice. Jin Hui's face flushed crimson, fully exposed. However, Lu Qianghu surveyed the room, his gaze particularly lingering on Gu Yuan and Gu Linaba, a glint of interest flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips, seizing the fallen lobby manager. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Those princesses outside are off the table. I want something fresh today. All the girls in here stay, and I want to pursue your troubles. Upon hearing this, the lobby manager hastily approached Jin Hui. Let your classmates stay. I will pay them the highest market rate for companionship. Jin Hui, still clinging to a shred of conscience, widened his eyes. Brother-in-law, they are all still students. The manager retorted fiercely. What of it? I have plenty of students here. I don't care what tricks you pull. If they don't stay, I'll tell your sister everything you've been up to. Jin Hui immediately wilted, turning to his roommates. Ha ha ha. Let me introduce you all. This is Brother Hu. He wants to invite us to have some fun together. Before his classmates could respond, Lu Qianghu barked. Cut the nonsense. I'm here for the girls to stay. The men, get lost. The expressions of the girls shifted instantly. It was evident that these men were not benevolent. There could be no positive outcome if they forced the girls to remain. We don't want to stay. Gu Linaba protested, struggling against her own fear. Aisha sprang to her feet, shouting at the top of her lungs, no way. Our female classmates cannot stay here. The lobby manager, fearing Lu Qianghu's wrath, forced a smile and suggested he would speak with them. You take a breather. But Lu Qianghu kicked him out the door. Zhao Donghu, grinding his teeth, surveyed the room. I'm not unreasonable, he said, his gaze sweeping the crowd. This room is mine. You're all playing here. Doesn't that seem unfair? Gu Linaba, feeling guilty, offered. Then we can pay you back. Though the group was dissatisfied, they felt they had no choice. Surely, they couldn't allow their female classmates to remain here. Each one harbored resentment towards Jin Hui. Zhao Donghu replied, all right, 100,000, pay up, 100,000. Everyone was astounded. Was the amount 2,888? How did it become 100,000? Aisha demanded angrily. Yet Zhao Donghu lounged on the sofa, a smug grin on his face. In the store, it's 2,008. I'm asking for 100,000. So, will you pay or stay? The students were utterly terrified. They had never encountered such a situation. Where could they possibly come up with 100,000? They could barely rely on Zhang Fan for a substantial sum even for 2008. Jin Hui trembled as he stepped forward. Brother Hu. My father is Jin Ziming from the West Market. I don't know him. Zhao Donghu showed no regard for his opponent, leaving Jin Hui feeling utterly embarrassed. My father has a brother named Lu Shilong. Oh, the younger brother of Longzi? You are the son of Longzi's little brother? Ah, well, if we know each other. We are like family now. Can we not consider my father's reputation? Before he could finish his plea, the towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward. With an enormous hand, he struck Jin Hui across the face, causing his left cheek to swell rapidly, blood mingling with the salty taste in his mouth. The blow left Jin Hui momentarily stunned. The burly man, exuding an intimidating presence, sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you claim kinship with Brother Hu?" Longzi himself boasts a Brother Hu. Upon hearing this, Jin Hui reacted in a manner no one could have anticipated. He began to weep. Tears streamed down his face. Throughout his life, his parents had never laid a hand on him. Chapter 22. One should not be too blinded by wealth. Lu Qianghu smiled. Ladies may stay. The rest of you pathetic wretches can either leave or, if you wish, remain here as well. His tone was soft, yet the underlying threat was palpable. This declaration sent a chill through the crowd, particularly affecting Jin Hui, whose face was awash with tears. I'm leaving. I'll leave at once. Who is Lu Qianghu? He is the undisputed authority over the entire Shanzue Bay, a tourist hotspot in the ancient district of Huayong City. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the underground emperor. Few in the city dare to disregard him. At that moment, Jin Hui was no longer preoccupied with his romantic pursuits. His foremost concern was to avoid harm. However, he soon found himself targeted. As he took a step, a burly man seized him by the head, his strength overwhelming. Jin Hui felt as though his entire being was no match for the man's single arm, rendering him incapable of escape. The muscular man spoke. You'll have to crawl out. Jin Hui stifled the words in his throat. Slowly, he bent his body, his knees touching the ground. Enduring the humiliation, he crawled step by step toward the exit. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qianghu and his companions erupted in laughter at Jin Hui's pitiable state. Meanwhile, the students from Huayong University, as fellow companions, felt deeply insulted. This indignity came from two fronts. The bullies led by Lu Qianghu and Jin Hui, who disgracefully abandoned the girl. No, it would be more accurate to say he crawled away. As Jin Hui crawled through the doorway, he received a kick from Lu Qianghu that sent him sliding out. Lu Qianghu puffed on his cigar. If you're still unsatisfied, have your father and Longzi come find me. Jin Hui, desperate to appease, forced a smile. I wouldn't dare. Brother Hu, enjoy yourselves. The ladies inside are all students, each one more youthful than the last. Get out. Jin Hui scrambled out in a flurry. The young women, who had previously admired him, were now disillusioned as they witnessed him abandon them, even going so far as to declare their youthfulness to be handed off to others. Naturally, Yang Guang could no longer maintain his facade. While apologizing profusely, he hunched as he attempted to exit. Wait, you can't leave. Lu Qianghu interjected, as he was just about to recommend his friend Wang Liang's girlfriend. And now he had stumbled upon an imposter. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity? You scoundrel, daring to impersonate Teacher Wang. You can't escape now. Yang Guang pleaded, Big brother, please. I never intended to impersonate anyone. That scoundrel who just ran away made me do it. I'm innocent. I don't care whether you are innocent or not. Dongzi, take him to the corner. A towering man named Dongzi, standing at nearly 2 meters, lifted Yang Guang as if he were a mere shopping bag and dragged him away. Now only Zhang Fan and his companions remained. Lu Qianghu took a puff from his cigar, eyeing them. What's the matter? Don't wish to leave? The boys exchanged glances. It was evident that this man, Lu Qianghu, was not to be trifled with. They too wished to depart, yet they could not shamelessly abandon their dignity like Jin Hui. The leader, Niu Chong, a simple country lad, was utterly at a loss, looking toward Zhang Fan for guidance. Old four, what shall we do? As for Fan Tian and He Guangxi, they are trembling in the corner, their youth rendering them hesitant to flee. Considering their loyalty, it is unreasonable to expect them to step forward. The girls exhibit similar trepidation. Huddled together, paralyzed by fear. Only Gu Yuan and Zhang Fan stand resolutely side by side, their expressions as placid as ever, devoid of any hint of turmoil, exuding an air of calm that even surpasses Zhang Fan. Lu Qianghu scrutinizes the girls, particularly fixating on Guli Nab and Gu Yuan, whose beauty transcends that of all the other women present. Even the third-rate starlet in his embrace pales in comparison. You, come sit beside me, Lu Qianghu commands, licking his lips as he gestures towards Guli Nab, unable to restrain himself in the face of her exotic allure. The starlet beside him pouts and nudges him, prompting Lu Qianghu to caress her thigh, reassuring her, what's yours, you shall have. The starlet, seasoned in the ways of the industry, recognizes their relationship as transactional. As long as she can appear on I Am a Singer, her sacrifices will not have been in vain, regardless of whom Lu Qianghu pursues thereafter. Upon being summoned, Guli Nab shivers. I want to go. Lu Qianghu snorts disdainfully. Dongzi, drag her over here. The imposing Dongzi, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, rises with an aura of intimidation and strides toward Guli Nab. A man of extraordinary origin, he was raised as a monk in a mountain temple. Upon reaching adulthood, his towering stature and insatiable appetite became burdensome for the abbot, who sent him down the mountain to fend for himself. Once on the ground, lacking funds and employment, he resorted to theft to stave off hunger, resulting in brawls with numerous shopkeepers. Eventually, he found himself in an underground boxing ring, where he became a champion. The term champion is a fleeting title. No underground fighter retains it for long, as illness or defeat inevitably comes. Dongzi, however, had the fortune of being rescued by Lu Qianghu after winning just 2 matches. Now, the oppressive presence of this underground champion looms ever closer to Guli Nab, who retreats in fear until she is cornered. Dongzi, lips pressed together, remains silent, the intensity of his approach suffocating. Stop. Aisha leaps forth. If you wish to move her, you must first defeat me. He gasps for breath, his face flushed, betraying his own fear, yet he stands firm. As a man, if he cannot protect the woman he loves, what worth does he hold? In this moment, the contrast between the suitors becomes evident. Jin Hui, a fabricator of deceit, seeks to manipulate the girls for his own gain, while Aisha, despite his lack of strength, stands bravely for the one he cherishes. At this juncture, Guli Nab finally acknowledges Aisha, her admiration for strength ignited since childhood. At 8 years old, she had declared to Danmu, the strongest boy on the prairie, "When I grow up, I will marry you," eliciting laughter from the adults. Aisha may not possess such formidable might. However, the fact that he was willing to stand up resolutely at this moment profoundly moved Gulainaba, and her gaze towards Aisha was now tinged with a hint of affection. Dongzi turned his head and glanced at Aisha, questioning, "What do you intend to do? If you wish to harm her, you must first overcome me." Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind. The punch from the champion was immensely powerful. Aisha, struck with tremendous force, spun around in place before crashing to the ground with a thud. In that instant, Gulainaba's emotionally charged expression froze. She was defeated in an instant. Aisha lay on the ground, her eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Chapter 23. The flaws in your fist. Gulainaba felt as if her emotions had evaporated into thin air. How to describe it? It was akin to discovering a flat, round stone by the lakeside, only to see it plop, a ripple sent across the water, sinking without a trace. At the very least, one ought to struggle, if not with valor, then with a semblance of tragic dignity. Surely, one should endure a few blows. She pressed her forehead, overwhelmed by the ease with which she had been defeated. King of Boxing, Dongzi, continued to approach her, while Gu Yuan let out a soft sigh, his palms slightly turning. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. "I advise you not to stir up trouble," Zhang Fan remarked coolly, directing his gaze towards Lu Qianghu. He did not recognize the man. Figures like Lu Qianghu were beneath his notice. This individual, wielding a modicum of power, bore a fundamental disparity to the Zhang family, a commercial empire. Simply put, in Shanzue Bay, a mere word from Zhang Fan could lead to a change in leadership. Unfortunately for Lu Qianghu, he too was unaware of Zhang Fan's identity. Thus, the unfortunate individual in this scenario was indeed Lu Qianghu. Dongzi turned once more, surveying Zhang Fan, and without a moment's hesitation, launched a swift punch aimed squarely at Zhang Fan's face. Gulainaba gasped, fearing Zhang Fan might suffer the same fate as Aisha, collapsing under the force of a single blow. Yet, the scene she envisioned did not unfold. Instead, Zhang Fan reached out and caught the punch effortlessly. Dongzi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? A full-force strike that even past champions would not dare to intercept. With a single hand, his opponent had caught it? Zhang Fan was equally astonished by his newfound strength, clearly more potent than the day before when he had rescued Shinchuchu. A thought crossed his mind. The ancient medical heritage had altered his constitution. Dongzi's eyes sharpened. He immediately entered a combat stance, his robust arms rippling with muscle. Utilizing his height, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Zhang Fan, not only infused with immense power but also astonishing speed, delivering 3 punches in the blink of an eye. Yet, each one was met and absorbed by Zhang Fan without fail. Gulainaba gazed in awe at Zhang Fan's agile movements and formidable strength, her composure waning as she tightened her thighs, her eyes fixated on him. No matter the angle from which Dongzi struck, his fists failed to breach Zhang Fan's defenses, leaving Dongzi utterly astonished. You You can catch my punches. Zhang Fan observed the energy coursing through Dongzi. With uncanny foresight, he anticipated every action and direction, as if he were a half-second ahead in their duel. He spoke with an air of calm. Your punches have flaws. Upon hearing this, Dongzi scoffed. Flaws? How can that be? I learned this technique in the temple. I have honed it in underground boxing arenas for over a year. As a martial arts enthusiast, he was incredulous. How can my fists possibly have flaws? I have trained for over 20 years. Zhang Fan raised his chin. Then how do you explain my ability to catch your punches? Dongzi's expression turned urgent. Grappling with the realization, indeed, if he had no flaws, why is he able to catch his punch? Speak. Immediately reveal what is wrong with my punch. It's simple. You see, when you throw a punch, I always respond with an open palm. Naturally, you cannot break through my defense. Dongzi scratched his head, bewildered. What does it mean that my punch cannot penetrate the opponent's defense because they use their palm? Where exactly lies the problem? At that moment, Dongzi disregarded Lu Qianghu's shouts, his mind consumed with the conundrum of punches and palms. He stared at Zhang Fan, demanding clarity. Where does the problem truly lie? Zhang Fan elaborated. When you throw a punch and I respond with a palm, it is only natural that I can catch it. So what should I use? Fingers. Of course. You must use your fingers to break my palm defense. Dongzi rubbed his forehead. If fingers can triumph over palms and palms can conquer punches, then can punches defeat fingers? No, this is simply the game of rock, paper, scissors. Dongzi abruptly looked up, his eyes blazing with anger. Rock, paper, scissors? You scoundrel. Are you mocking me? Golina couldn't contain her laughter, bursting out, while Gu Yuan beside her smiled faintly. Several boys suppressed their laughter, their faces turning crimson. At this moment, the boxing champion Dongzi lost his composure, his fist, like a hammer, swung toward Zhang Fan, only to be met with a quick jab of Zhang Fan's fingers on his arm. Dongzi felt as if his powerful arm had deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly void of strength. He then lifted his leg to kick, but it seemed Zhang Fan anticipated his move. Zhang Fan raised his foot and stomped down hard, sending Dongzi's leg recoiling. Following that, two fingers severed the two strongest lines of energy in Dongzi's body. He suddenly felt drained of all power. And then Zhang Fan delivered an elbow strike directly to his solar plexus. The nearly 2-meter-tall heavyweight champion, weighing over 230 pounds of pure muscle, was thrust against the wall by Zhang Fan's elbow, collapsing like a rag doll. Zhang Fan refrained from delivering a fatal blow. But it was certain that Dongzi would never be able to fight again, effectively crippling his martial prowess. Lu Qianghu, still seated with an air of superiority, feigned indifference, clapping his hands. Not bad, not bad. Heroes emerge from youth. Quite impressive. But I wonder, how many can you take on alone? The divine selection system activated. Choice 1. Leave with them directly. Gain. Group favorability 1. Choice 2. Bow and apologize to the opponent. Gain. Charm -1. Dignity -1. Choice 3. Remain calm and wait for the opponent to call for help. Gain. Active skill. Were God Dragon King's overbearing aura. At that moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Whether it was the opposing group or Lu Qianghu's entourage, all stared wide-eyed at the silent exchange between Zhang Fan and Lu Qianghu. Especially the third-rate celebrity, who appeared terrified, gripping her Gucci bag tightly, embodying a blend of fear and reluctance to part with her money. Zhang Fan turned to Lu Qianghu, smiling as he inquired, "How many can you call?" Lu Qianghu's expression hardened. The other party is clearly provoking him. I can summon a number of individuals that you could scarcely imagine. Zhang Fan retorted, "For every person you call, I can take on that many." Lu Qianghu, in a fit of rage, pulled out his phone and glared at Zhang Fan. Yet, Zhang Fan showed no intent to deter him, gesturing for him to summon his associates. Lu Qianghu made a call. "Bring people. Come to Diyang. Gather as many as you can. Immediately." Meanwhile, Old Shou, arranged by Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Jinghua, was driving towards Diyang to deliver cash to Zhang Fan, the 1 billion yuan prepared by Zhang Jinghua for his son. At this moment, Niu Chang found the courage to approach Zhang Fan. We should leave quickly. If we get to school, I doubt they would dare to cause us trouble there." Such a statement implied that only the most reckless of delinquents would dare to disrupt the sanctity of a school, as it would undoubtedly cross a line acceptable by society. Yet, did Zhang Fan truly need the school to shield him? Nevertheless, some matters were better left undisclosed. Zhang Fan turned and said, "Boss, you take them and leave first. Remember to carry the second one back." Niu Chang asked, "And you?" Zhang Fan smiled at Lu Qianghu. "I'll keep this tiger brother entertained." Niu Chang felt somewhat disloyal for considering leaving, wishing to voice his concerns, but was pulled back by Gu Yuan. She whispered, "Let us depart first, otherwise we will only bring trouble to Zhang Fan." Thus, they hastily made their exit. Lu Qianghu attempted to intervene, but Zhang Fan stood firm. A man capable of besting even the underground boxing champion, Dong Zi. Lu Qianghu could only watch helplessly as they left, resorting to threats. "Kid, you truly don't know what death looks like. You've thoroughly provoked my wrath." Zhang Fan disregarded him, sitting among his companions and uncorking a bottle of wine. The minor celebrity and Wang Liang beside him were taken aback, quickly shifting their positions. Lu Qianghu's expression darkened. 5 minutes passed before the doors swung open. Everyone turned to see a tall and graceful figure hesitantly entering, her hands trembling. Gulina Ba, visibly frightened, swallowed hard. I. They have already left. I came back to keep you company." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, beckoning her over. Gulina Ba cautiously approached and sat beside him. Whereupon Zhang Fan enveloped her in his embrace, addressing Lu Qianghu, "You have 3 more minutes. After that, I shall dislocate your shoulder." What a revelation! Who, in truth, is the formidable one? Chapter 24. A million arrives. Lu Qianghu's brothers stood resolutely by his side. Moments later, a group of gaunt figures, armed and determined, stormed in. Lu Qianghu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the individual before him was a fierce adversary capable of taking down even the formidable Dongzi. If a confrontation ensued, he would have no means of defense. "Huge brother, we have arrived. Who shall we target today?" Lu Qianghu gestured for the leader to silence himself. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his collar and turned to face Zhang Fan. "Youngster, your martial prowess is commendable. I offer you an opportunity. Kneel on one knee and shout 3 times, 'Huge brother.' I was wrong. If you do so, I shall accept you, with a monthly stipend of 8,000. 8,000 a month." It was the year 2005, and this figure elicited envious glances from his followers. Though they trailed behind Lu Qianghu daily, even the most prominent among them earned merely 500 in tips monthly. The rest received not a penny, surviving on the occasional cigarette and providing free security for Lu Qianghu. But did Zhang Fan regard this sum as significant? Zhang Fan smiled. "I, too, extend an opportunity. Kneel on both legs and apologize, and I shall spare you." Lu Qianghu's expression darkened. His demand for a single knee was a call for loyalty, yet the reply was an insistence on both knees. Was that not akin to bowing to ancestors? "How dare you?" Lu Qianghu shouted to his men, "Charge." Gulina Ba, terrified, instinctively sought refuge in Zhang Fan's embrace. At that moment, Zhang Fan's demeanor shifted. With a crooked smile, the aura of the war god Dragon King surged forth, filling the space with an overwhelming presence. Zhang Fan sat there like a deity, exuding a fierce energy that resembled an ancient beast poised to devour all who dared approach. The once boisterous gang members suddenly faltered, goosebumps rising on their skin, necks retracting in fear. This was an instinctive reaction to imminent danger, akin to a domesticated dog raised in the city. Suddenly confronted with a tiger in the wilderness, fear overwhelming its senses, prompting a retreat. Those who had charged forward now began to back away, some collapsing weakly to the ground. This is not like our usual brawls," they murmured. Typically, it was a matter of numbers overpowering the few, delivering kicks and slaps with abandon. Today, however, it felt as if death loomed nearby. Gulina Ba, nestled against Zhang Fan, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. She felt herself weaken, her entire form draping over Zhang Fan. In her eyes, was there a man in this world stronger than the war god Dragon King? Clinging tightly to him, she considered herself the happiest woman alive. Even if she were to perish in the next moment, her life would have been worth it. At that moment, Zhou Rui entered the scene. As Zhang Jin was deputy for 2 decades, he had weathered countless storms, yet the moment he laid eyes on Zhang Fan, a chill coursed through him, and his muscles tensed in readiness for battle. Upon realizing that the individual before him was the son of his employer, his astonishment deepened. Zhang Fan, noticing Uncle Zhou's arrival, retracted his imposing aura. It was quite effective in instilling fear. After the pressure dissipated, Zhou Rui gradually relaxed his muscles. "Zhang Xiao, I have come to deliver money to you." Lu Qianghu had already knelt down, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he fixated on Zhou Rui, his words tumbling forth in a stutter. "WWWW. Total." Zhou Rui cast a sidelong glance at him, unfamiliar with the man, and inquired, "Are these individuals you're doing?" Lu Qianghu, trembling in place, dared not lie and nodded. Zhou Rui pressed further. "Did they come to trouble Zhang Xiao?" At that moment, Lu Qianghu grasped the significance of the information. He glanced at Zhang Fan, who sat composedly. In the next instant, he struck his own face with a resounding slap. How foolish of me. I failed to recognize the mountain and offended Zhang Xiao. How foolish. Whether he fully comprehended the situation was uncertain, but his girlfriend, a minor celebrity, had pieced it together. Zhou Rui, the esteemed figure, was a man of the Zhang family. Thus, any man addressed as Zhang Xiao by Zhou Rui commanded respect. The small celebrity's eyes sparkled with ambition as she stumbled toward Zhang Fan. Oh dear, I twisted my ankle. Handsome, I'm so frightened of that man. Could you protect me? As she spoke, she tugged at her collar. Gulanaba seethed with indignation. This woman was shameless, brazenly attempting to entice Zhang Fan before her very eyes. She extended her hand and pushed the celebrity's face, nearly misaligning her nose. With a pout, the small celebrity protested, "Sister, be a little more gracious. I can serve you as a junior." Gulanaba's face flushed with rage. How shameless. At your age, you dare call anyone sister. The small celebrity sniffled and attempted to burrow into Zhang Fan's embrace. Handsome, I'm so scared. Get lost. She was momentarily taken aback. Was she not revealing enough? The small celebrity adjusted her collar, nearly stripping for Zhang Fan's approval. Handsome, why not give me a chance? I will repay you well. I find you repugnant. Zhang Fan replied coldly, his gaze piercing as he exuded an aura of dominance. The small celebrity seemed to be jolted by an electric shock, springing back in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Qianghu continued to slap his face, each strike echoing crisply as he swollen his cheeks, blood speckling his skin. I am a fool. Covering my face while offending the mountain. His speech had become increasingly incoherent. The remaining minions stood in bewilderment, utterly confused as to why their leader was suddenly kneeling and striking himself. Zhou Rui produced a bank card and handed it to Zhang Fan. This is the 100 million you requested. Zhang Fan accepted it, recognizing it as a golden opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the numerous subordinates finally comprehended the implications. Why had their leader suddenly lashed out at himself, while he, with a meager monthly salary of 8,000, dared to challenge a wealthy young heir whose pocket money amounted to a staggering 100 million? Covetousness filled the air. The young star was thoroughly captivated by the notion of that 100 million. Zhou Rui inquired, Zhang Xiao, do you have any directives regarding these individuals? Zhang Fan responded. The one standing against the wall, Yang Guang, is a fraud. The one lying on the ground is merely a muscle-bound fool. Over here is Wang Liang, the music director of I Am a Singer, and that filthy woman along with Lu Qianghu. Let the rest of them be gone. Zhou Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Fan then led Gulainaba back towards the school. As they exited, a voice rang out, Wang Liang, on behalf of the Zhang Group. I am formally withdrawing our investment in your program. There will be a formal letter from our legal counsel regarding the dividend issues from the last season. As for you, that woman, you have been blacklisted. Lu Qianghu, you know the rules, don't you? A broken limb for you. As for Yang Guang and Dong Zi, they are both headed to prison. At that moment, Zhang Fan strolled down the street with Gulainaba, having consumed alcohol. Their vehicle had been driven back to the school by the establishment's staff at her insistence. Consequently, Zhang Fan opted to accompany her for a leisurely walk. Chapter 25. A woman must rely on herself as they traversed the path to school, which was a considerable distance requiring a 40-minute walk. Zhang Fan repeatedly suggested hailing a ride back. However, Guli-Naba skillfully evaded his proposals with various excuses, claiming she had a stomachache or that her sensitive skin prevented her from accepting rides from strangers. With her incessant fabrications, Zhang Fan could only accompany her on foot with a sense of resignation. Along the way, Guli-Naba posed numerous inquiries to Zhang Fan, such as whether he hailed from a prominent family, how he became so formidable, and if he had trained in martial arts since childhood. He selectively answered her questions, deliberately sidestepping some. Nevertheless, Guli-Naba appeared genuinely delighted, playfully stepping on Zhang Fan's shadow and laughing like a carefree child. On that warm summer night, with a gentle breeze caressing them, they walked toward the school, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Judging by their appearances, one might assume they were either celestial creations or a pair of enchanting youths showcasing their talents. Upon reaching the school, the art department was notably distinct, possessing its own independent campus and dormitory. Zhang Fan escorted her to the entrance. Well, I shall take my leave now. Guli-Naba suddenly became bashful. Zhang Fan, perplexed by her inexplicable shyness, responded, all right then. Suddenly, he found himself the target of an unexpected ambush. Despite his quick reflexes, he was momentarily taken aback. Guli-Naba, standing at over 1 7 meters tall, had unexpectedly risen onto her toes on the school steps, delivering a swift peck on his cheek. The imprint of her luscious lips lingered on his face, and her own cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her mind swirling with exhilaration. I'm off now," she exclaimed, dashing away after the kiss. That night, the 3 dormitories buzzed with discussions about Zhang Fan. In his own dormitory, upon returning, he discovered that Jean Huey's bed had vanished. The others gathered around him eagerly. "Fourth brother, is something amiss? Fancy, why are you back so late? What happened? Did they do something to you? We should call the police right now." Only Fan Tian remained silent, yet her eyes expressed deep concern. Zhang Fan shook his head, offering little explanation. Later, Boss De Young arrived, and that fellow named who dared not disrespect the owner. "So I came back. Whereas Jean Hui." Upon hearing this, Ai Sha and the others wore expressions of disdain. That guy returned early this morning and claimed he was switching majors. What a coward. Switching majors? Jean Hui certainly knows how to avoid trouble, Zhang Fan thought, aware that enduring another 4 years in that dormitory would subject him to endless humiliation. He was disinclined to dwell on Jean Hui any longer. To him, Jean Hui was an inconsequential figure. His thoughts were consumed by the man who had brought his family to ruin, Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Gully Naba was also discussing Zhang Fan with her dormitory mates. It was terrifying. Thank goodness Zhang Fan was there. Indeed, the young man named Zhang Fan is quite handsome. If there were a vote for the campus heartthrob, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for him. Gully Naba, cradling her plush bear on her bed, felt a sweet sense of satisfaction in her heart as she listened to others praise Zhang Fan, almost as if they were complimenting her. However, Yuan noticed her peculiar demeanor and inquired, "Lina Ba, why did you return so late? Did you miss the bus? A taxi can accommodate 4 passengers. And back in 2005, the regulations weren't so strict. It was even possible to squeeze in 5 people. Thus, Gulina Ba willingly offered her seat, allowing the other 5 members of the dormitory to share a ride home while she sought another taxi for herself. Initially, Gyuan intended to accompany her, but Lina Ba found an excuse to push her into the vehicle, thus securing her own chance to return to Deyang. Faced with the question, Gulina Ba felt a surge of panic. I'm on a diet. You know how our physical education teacher always complains about my weight being too high, so I decided to walk back. This explanation seemed devoid of suspicion. However, Gu Yuan remained unconvinced. Standing at 172 meters and weighing 108 pounds, Gulina Ba was indeed heavier than her classmates, yet her height was also significant. The teacher had never criticized her weight. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan asked, "What do you think of that boy Zhang Fan?" Suddenly caught off guard, Gulina Ba found herself at a loss for words. She knew that Zhang Fan had initially been interested in Gu Yuan, yet she couldn't help but admit to herself that she had developed feelings for him. "Well, I think Zhang Fan is quite nice. You like him, don't you?" In response to the counter-question, Gu Yuan pondered seriously. If I could choose freely, Zhang Fan would indeed be a splendid young man. Meanwhile, Lu Wenxue sat at her desk, lost in thought, her phone in hand, feeling a sense of emptiness. One of her roommates passed by and playfully bumped her with her hip, teasing, "Missing your boyfriend?" Huh. Lu Wenxue snapped back to reality, instinctively denying, No, that person is not my boyfriend." Her roommate chuckled, "If he's not your boyfriend, then who are you waiting for a call from?" Lu Wenxue paused, pondering, indeed. "Why am I holding my phone?" Her roommate, with a knowing expression, climbed onto her bed and said, "Hey, don't dwell on your handsome brother too much. Tomorrow, military training officially begins, and we're going to the training base for half a month. I must bring my big teddy bear. I can't sleep without it." As she spoke, Shen Chu entered the room, humming the Celadone Waits for the Rain, and upon seeing Lu Wenxue, she scoffed. Nonchalantly, she retrieved her phone, revealing a pristine white Motorola V3. An observant girl from the upper bunk exclaimed, Chu, did you get a new phone?" Shen Chu, with her swan-like neck held high, replied with pride, "It's just a phone. Soon, I will be a person of great wealth." At that moment, she proclaimed to all present, "Each of you shall receive a villa at Qingjiang Huayuan." The crowd turned their heads in surprise, not taking her words seriously, but rather pondering what had caused this woman to suddenly boast so audaciously. However, Shen Chu remained oblivious to the magnitude of her own claims. Deliberately, she approached Lu Wenxue, brandishing her phone in a display of ostentation, her tone dripping with sarcasm. One must rely on their own capabilities to attain what they desire. Relying on men is futile. When they depart, what remains? Without allowing Lu Wenxue a moment to respond, Shin Chu-Chu climbed into bed. Tomorrow marked the commencement of military training for the freshmen. A rigorous endeavor lasting half a month. The training base was fully equipped to meet the fundamental needs of the students. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they were to gather on the playground, preparing to embark for the military training base, while all the students succumbed to slumber. Chapter 26. The military training turmoil in the morning. The playground was a cacophony of chatter. A group of girls huddled together, exchanging their preparations. "What did you bring?" one inquired. "I packed a plethora of snacks," another replied. "I have shower gel, shampoo, a blanket, and a quilt. I certainly do not wish to use someone else's belongings. I brought a small nightlight, a few romance novels, and this," she exclaimed, showcasing her favorite toy. The girls were laden with bags, while the boys were equally burdened, each carrying backpacks and suitcases. However, the boys were preoccupied with their thoughts. After all, they were fond of military dramas and began to speculate about the instructors. Will they dispose of our miscellaneous items? Surely not. We are students, not actual soldiers. Indeed, which military training is so stringent? Previously, it was rather casual, often overseen by physical education teachers. It's true that past military training in schools was rather lax. However, this year, the Ministry of Education had issued a notice mandating strict physical training due to concerns about the physical fitness of university students. Not only would physical education classes be rigorously graded, but this military training would be the most serious undertaking to date, with genuine military personnel being enlisted. Zhang Fan, donned in a black tracksuit and white sneakers, appeared on the playground, exuding a radiant charm that drew the attention of numerous girls. They whispered and giggled amongst themselves, stealing glances at him. Lu Wenshi and Shin Chu-Chu, being nearer to Zhang Fan, couldn't help but notice. Shin Chu-Chu felt a pang of envy as she observed his attractiveness, causing her to reflect, how did I never realize he was this handsome before? Curse that sycophant. Just wait until I am a billionaire. Let us see if he still dares to flatter me then. Lu Wenshi's thoughts were equally tumultuous. She pondered why he hadn't sought a kiss from her the previous day. Was he merely playing with her affections? As this notion crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. After all, hadn't she always aimed to distance herself from him? Watching her roommate's striking appearance, Niu Chang and Aisha felt an inexplicable swell of pride, as if a fraction of the girls' glances towards Zhang Fan were also directed at them. Approaching him, one called out, "Fan, is that all you're bringing?" Zhang Fan nodded, responding, "Didn't they say everything we need would be at the base? I didn't want to carry so much." On the opposite side of the playground, another figure attracted attention. Lin Feng stood alone, exuding an air of aloofness. His handsome face tilted slightly upward, his gaze radiating disdain for the mundane. Although his demeanor might provoke annoyance, there was no denying his striking good looks. Unlike Zhang Fan's sunny disposition, Lin Feng possessed a chilling and indifferent aura, equally captivating those around him. Upon catching sight of Gu Yuan amidst the throng, a devilishly charming smile graced his lips, instantly ensnaring the hearts of countless young women. Gu Yuan, too, spotted Lin Feng and sighed, her thoughts veiled in mystery. High above, in the school's towering edifice, a middle-aged man clad in civilian attire, appearing to be in his 50s yet exuding vitality, surveyed the students on the playground through binoculars. A younger man stood behind him, draping a coat over his shoulders. "Chief, perhaps we should retreat. The wind is quite strong here. What is there to observe in a student's military training?" The middle-aged man replied, "Among this group of students, there are indeed a couple of promising individuals. This marks the first collaboration between the military and the school. As a retired individual, is it not acceptable for me to observe?" The younger man hastily nodded. "Yes, indeed. Given the morning's humidity, perhaps it would be prudent to wear your coat while you watch." As the students gathered, several military green open-top vehicles roared onto the playground, their speed unabated even in the presence of the students, who hurriedly stepped aside, anger etched on their faces. What manner of vehicle is this? How dare it drive on the playground? With the vehicles halted, a cadre of robust men clad in camouflage emerged, their appearances not conventionally handsome. Yet each radiated a potent aura of masculinity. The foremost among them stepped forward, his voice booming, "Assemble." In an instant, chaos erupted across the field. Assemble? How are we to assemble? What does this even mean? No prior arrangements had been made for such an assembly, leaving the students bewildered and flailing about like headless chickens. The instructor's expression darkened. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. Is this what they call university elites? You are even inferior to beggars scavenging for refuse. His words were indeed harsh. Each instructor echoed similar sentiments, seemingly intent on provoking the students who could only seethe in silence. Their teeth clenched in frustration as they glared at the instructors. Yet, they remained unable to form an orderly line. Humph, have your brains been dulled by books? You are as foolish as pigs. You cannot even line up properly. Zhang Fan could no longer tolerate the disparagement. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the instructor, who glared back, reprimanding, "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the instructor braced himself for any extreme reaction, prepared to demonstrate what a soldier truly is. However, Zhang Fan merely regarded him earnestly before turning back to address his classmates. "Niu Chang, you, and you." He singled out Niu Chang and two taller girls, standing together with himself, forming a row of four. He then called out to the rest of the students, "Everyone, follow our lead. Arrange yourselves from tallest to shortest. Find your positions." With newfound direction, the students ceased their aimless wandering and promptly aligned themselves according to height, finally finding their places. In a mere 30 seconds, the previously chaotic formation from 3 minutes ago was impeccably organized. Zhang Fan, witnessing everyone standing in unison, bellowed, "About face." Having undergone military training in high school, the students were adept at this command, and they all pivoted in unison to face the instructor. The instructor, however, appeared utterly bewildered, his mind racing with thoughts that this was not how the script was meant to unfold. Meanwhile, from the opposite end of the playground, a chorus of cheers erupted from the students. At the center of this commotion was an instructor, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging from his neck, as he found himself trampled beneath the feet of the students. The student bold enough to confront the instructor was none other than Lin Feng. Chapter 27. Marathon. On the first day of military training, the instructor was assaulted. Lin Feng had deliberately sought to make a name for himself within the school. The instructor, unwilling to endure humiliation, fought back with all his might, his face flushed and veins bulging, as if he were ready to risk his life. Despite the instructor's desperate resistance, Lin Feng paid him no heed, suddenly applying force with his foot. The instructor, already exerting all his strength to resist, was unexpectedly overwhelmed by the formidable weight. Akin to a taut steel beam buckling under the pressure of a towering edifice, he collapsed, blood spurting forth, staining the grass of the playground. As the instructor coughed up blood, the cheering students fell silent, a sense of fear creeping in as they pondered whether they had gone too far, having caused the instructor to bleed. 3 nearby instructors rushed over, shouting, "What are you doing? Let go. Release him immediately." Despite their collective approach, Lin Feng merely smirked, disdainful. He believed that even if all the instructors converged, they would not stand a chance against him. Just as Lin Feng was about to bring down the 3 instructors, their commanding officer bellowed, "Stop right there." The trio, witnessing their comrade being trampled, felt a surge of anger. Yet, faced with the officer's command, they dared not disobey. Standing rooted in place, their eyes glaring at Lin Feng in fury, the commanding officer strode over with determination, reprimanding the 3. "Is this your idea of progress? 3 of you ganging up on a single student? Planning to outnumber him?" The trio, chastised and flushed, felt no remorse for their actions. The officer approached Lin Feng, casting a glance at the instructor beneath his foot, his eyes narrowing. Lin Feng met his gaze with an air of defiance, showing no regard for the officer, for he truly felt no need to. The officer's tone was firm. "Student, would you kindly release my subordinate?" Lin Feng took a step back, casually explaining, "He has a foul mouth, otherwise I wouldn't have taught him a lesson." The foul language was something arranged privately among them, dictated by higher authorities to treat the students as soldiers. Though the instructors displayed a harsh demeanor, they secretly desired a gentler approach, for they were of similar age and wished to befriend some female classmates. The instructor lay defeated, unable to articulate a word. Feeling utterly humiliated after being bested by a student, could he still seek sympathy or call for reinforcements? The instructor, already suffering from internal injuries, found it painful to stand, each breath an ordeal. The officer shouted, "Assemble," and led the injured instructor away. Half an hour passed, except for Zhang Fan's class. The rest took nearly 30 minutes to line up, their formation uneven and far from standard. Observing this, 2 individuals atop the teaching building, a middle-aged man remarked, "There are indeed 2 promising recruits among the soldiers." The younger man understood precisely whom the elder referred to. From the moment those 2 students stood on the playground, they exuded an innate charisma that drew the gaze of onlookers. "Chief, have you taken a liking to them? Allow me to speak on your behalf later." Striving to bring them into our ranks. In the vast expanse of the military establishment, who is not aware that this leader is infatuated with promising talent? unable to resist when encountering exceptional candidates. Upon hearing the young man's words, it struck a chord deep within him. It poses no issue for students to enlist while retaining their academic status. The middle-aged man, intent on testing the young man's judgment, queried, "Tell me, which of these two do you prefer?" The young man, on the brink of response, hesitated momentarily before articulating, "I believe one possesses leadership qualities while the other exhibits ambition. Both are commendable. What are your thoughts, Chief?" The middle-aged man retorted with displeasure, "Xiao Xiao, it seems you are plagued by uncertainties, unable to speak candidly? Ha ha ha. I still have much to learn from you, and dare not speak recklessly." The middle-aged man, lifting his binoculars, remained silent for a long while before finally posing a question. "Do you think a soldier of great renown is more formidable or a general?" Once all the students were aligned in formation, the instructor delivered words that left them utterly dismayed. "Humph. With all your luggage, you resemble tourists rather than military trainees. You have been informed in advance that the training base can cater to your basic needs, yet you still brought so many items, indicating their significance to you. From this moment forth, you have two choices regarding your belongings. Discard them as refuse on-site or bring them to the training base. Everyone, prepare. Departing the campus, proceed south. There will be guides at the intersection. Your destination is the training base, 27 kilometers away. Arrive before 7 in the evening. Those who fail to do so will forfeit dinner and incur a penalty to their military points. Depart." With that, the instructors paid no heed to the astonished students, each one boarding their vehicle and swiftly departing. The students were left in a state of bewilderment. Guangxi adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "So that's why there's no bus to pick us up. We're expected to run all the way back." However, the instructors were not entirely indifferent to the students' plight. Along the route, arrangements had been made for supervision. Bottled water and rest areas were already prepared. With so many students, each burdened with an array of luggage, none were foolish enough to believe they could run 27 kilometers while carrying such weight. Each one yearned to retreat to their dormitories to stow away their belongings. Yet, to their dismay, the playground was already barricaded, forbidding any escape. They had no alternative but to adhere to the instructor's designated path. A female student immediately clutched her abdomen, claiming that her menstrual cycle had begun and she could not proceed. Yet, the instructors directed her to the rest area, equipped with hot water bottles, ginger tea, and sanitary supplies. A male student protested, stating he had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom. To his dismay, makeshift toilets had already been established near the playground, leaving him with no options. In summary, no one is permitted to take alternate routes with their burdens, effectively thwarting all the strategies the students might conceive. The sole method to alleviate their weight is to discard the burdens and various items they carry. If one is reluctant to part with them, then they must carry them along the way. The students on the entire playground were utterly bewildered. The daunting 27-kilometer journey was already excruciating, compounded by the fact that everyone was burdened with numerous bags and packages. At that moment, Niu Chang and his companions realized how astute Zhang Fan's choice was, as he merely carried a seemingly light backpack. Lin Feng, surveying the scene from the opposite end of the playground, disdainfully remarked, "A cross-country run of less than 30 kilometers? I ceased such endeavors at the age of 8. With that, he surged ahead at breakneck speed, swiftly leaving the panicked and disorganized students far behind. Zhang Fan certainly had the option to adopt a similar approach, yet he refrained. Instead, he stepped forward to address the entire class. "Listen closely, everyone. Cast aside what can be abandoned, carry what you can, and if something proves too heavy, seek assistance from those nearby to lift it together. Let us conserve our strength." The class organized themselves in a line, with the lighter-laden students at the front, and collectively set off. This collective commencement was of paramount importance. Unlike other classes that favored individual heroics, it would be impossible for everyone to complete the 27 kilometers alone. Although the distance was daunting and each carried their own weight, the time allotted was generous, extending until 7 p.m., providing more than 9 hours. The instructor's true test was merely one of perseverance. It was evident that collective action would facilitate a greater likelihood of endurance than solitary efforts. Chapter 28. Fainting collective action necessitates a synchronized pace, which began at a notably slow speed. With the trust established by Zhang Fan, who had organized everyone into a line, the group was generally inclined to follow his directives. The other classes were not devoid of awareness. Some recognized that unity would facilitate perseverance. However, the individuals suggesting such ideas lacked the requisite authority. And soon the class began to disperse, each person pursuing their own path. Particularly, the more self-assured boys surged ahead. For hours passed. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun reached its zenith, and during this transitional period of late summer to early autumn, the intense sunlight caused some to feel lightheaded. Ample supplies of water and energy bars were available at the roadside. It was likely beyond the imagination of the military training instructors that the physical condition of today's college students could be so poor. As temperatures climbed, the designated resting areas prepared by the school became insufficient, leading to an increasing number of students succumbing to dizziness and collapsing. The instructors, lacking any gentle approach, especially after one was struck by Lin Feng, became increasingly harsh. Their words dripped with disdain for the students, who lay on the ground without a kind word offered. Instead met with ridicule. They mocked the students, saying, "You bookish university students, incapable of walking or running, what can you possibly accomplish? Embarrassed to be so weak. Yet you dare to rest like worthless beings." These students, while not exactly the pride of the heavens, were at least cherished by their parents since childhood. Few could withstand such insults, leading to verbal confrontations with the instructors that escalated into physical altercations. They had hoped to emulate Lin Feng's impressive display on the playground. But when they engaged, they found the reality far different. They could not withstand even a couple of moves before being pinned to the ground by the instructor. Unyielding, the students protested, claiming fatigue from running was the reason for their defeat. The instructor, unfazed, replied, "Once you've rested at the base, we shall resume our sparring." This single statement rendered the students too intimidated to further argue. The resting area was overcrowded, leaving no space for more beds. Many resorted to resting directly beneath the trees. He Guangxi, wearing glasses, was unsure whether his face was more drenched with sweat or marred by acne. He urged Fan Tian beside him, "Old 5. Why don't we feign fainting like those girls?" Fan Tian, already frail, appeared even more pallid after 5 hours of slow activity. Noticing his silence, He Guangxi persisted. "Don't be stubborn, brother. There's no shame in resting with the girls." Fan Tian was not being stubborn. He was genuinely struggling to catch his breath. Unable to endure the physical strain any longer, He Guangxi, after much contemplation, declared, "If you want to pretend, I shall." He called out, "Help! Someone has fainted." Before He Guangxi could even begin his charade, a shout erupted from behind him, causing him to wonder how someone could feign it faster than he could. However, the other individual was not pretending. She had genuinely fainted. Her name was Liang Xiaoqian. The delicate and charming girl, already fragile in nature, could no longer endure after 4 hours of jogging and collapsed onto the ground. The other girls hurriedly gathered around her, their expressions rife with concern. At that moment, there were no instructors present, leaving them uncertain about how to proceed. Zhang Fan approached the scene, possessing ancestral medical knowledge. He immediately discerned the girl's pallid complexion and bloodless lips. It was evident at a glance. "Heat stroke. Bring water," he commanded. Zhang Fan grasped the bottle offered by a female classmate, gently lifting Liang Xiaoqian's head to administer sips of water, while delicately pressing a damp cloth to her forehead with a serious expression. His tender actions elicited soft gasps from the surrounding girls. After providing her some water, Zhang Fan realized that the girl suffering from heat stroke could not continue. "Where are the medical personnel?" he inquired, glancing around, only to find that there were none in sight. Even the staff seemed absent. The school leaders were flustered, never anticipating so many incidents of fainting. Of course, a considerable number of these cases were merely acts of cleverness. With a sigh, Zhang Fan knelt on one knee. "I need a few people to help. Place her on my back." A voice rang out in surprise. "Wow." Observing Zhang Fan kneeling, he resembled a prince emerging from a royal palace, exuding a noble aura, his posture evoking the loyalty of a knight. As Liang Xiaoqian was placed on his back, Niu Chang eagerly offered to assist Zhang Fan with his bag. In her semi-conscious state, Liang Xiaoqian regained some awareness, though her mind remained foggy. She felt an overwhelming sense of security on this person's broad back, reminiscent of her childhood when she would rest upon her father's shoulders, free from the fear of falling. In her haze, she murmured, "Dad." Zhang Fan, unable to discern her words, continued onward, navigating through the crowd until they reached the rest area, where he gently laid her upon a simple cot. "Doctor, my classmate has heat stroke." Zhang Fan halted, and the entire class inexplicably paused, as if awaiting his command to proceed. However, one girl rushed out, urging everyone, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. Let's go to the military training base." The boys, bewildered, questioned, "Aren't we waiting for Zhang Fan?" Yet, the girls seemed to understand something, prompting the boys to move forward. "You clueless guys, what do you know? Hurry up." Some girls lingered, reluctant to leave, as they watched Zhang Fan and Liang Shaoqian remain in the rest area. The physician attending the room, a third or fourth-year medical student, couldn't help but tease upon seeing the tall and handsome Zhang Fan carrying a girl. Is she your girlfriend? How considerate. After gently placing Liang Shaoqian down, Zhang Fan clarified. Not my girlfriend, just a classmate. At this moment, although Liang Shaoqian was still unwell, she at least managed to open her eyes, staring blankly at Zhang Fan. As Zhang Fan moved, it appeared as though there was nothing else in her gaze. Witnessing this scene, the physician jested, even if it isn't so now. I believe it soon will be. After a bout of heat stroke, provided one rests adequately and refrains from indiscriminately consuming food and drink, there should be no significant issues. The lounge here offers warm, glutinous mung bean soup, and he poured a small bowl for Liang Shaoqian, encouraging her to drink it herself. Yet, the physician continued, since you've already brought it over, you might as well feed her as well. One should go all the way. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. This third-year senior was rather mischievous. Yielding to the suggestion, she gradually fed Liang Shaoqian the porridge, and soon, Liang Shaoqian's complexion flushed with a rosy hue, increasingly vibrant, to the point where she felt her face was hot enough to boil water. Chapter 29. The confident Shen Chuchu Zhang Fan accompanied Liang Shaoqian for a while. He learned the name of the physician, Yao Huina, a third-year medical student, who was quite attractive with her tall stature and striking features, elevating her to the status of a campus belle. However, when compared to Gu Yuan and her peers, she fell slightly short. Liang Shaoqian initially gazed at Zhang Fan with starry eyes as he fed her mung bean porridge. But her expression shifted to one of discontent as she observed Zhang Fan engaging in increasingly cheerful conversation with the senior. With a raised eyebrow, Zhang Fan noticed someone approaching from a distance. He stood up with a smile. Senior, see you around campus. Yao Huina nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Fan then hurried over to a girl nearby. Yao Huina, from afar, watched as the girl struggled with her numerous heavy bags. The girl had tousled hair and an endearing appearance, prompting Yao Huina to ask Liang Shaoqian in surprise, was that really not your boyfriend? Feeling a twinge of annoyance towards the senior, Liang Shaoqian nevertheless replied, He my classmate. He the one who saved me when I fainted. Upon hearing this, Yao Huina bit her lip, observing Zhang Fan as he engaged in conversation with another girl. Suddenly, a smile crept onto her face. Junior, which department and class are you from? Zhang Fan had approached Lu Wanshi, who was laboriously carrying a large backpack and another bag. Upon reaching her side and witnessing her distressed state, he chuckled, Isn't it time to settle the debt from yesterday? Lu Wanshi looked up to find Zhang Fan clad in all black athletic wear, tall and handsome, radiating a refreshing, sunny aura. Since that day when he had gained a bit of charm, his already good looks were now imbued with a captivating allure that was hard for women to resist. You. The sudden appearance of Zhang Fan startled Lu Wanshi, causing her to lose her balance under the weight of her heavy backpack and stumble backward. Zhang Fan quickly reached out to catch her. Is that bouncy? He asked teasingly, as Lu Wanshi's face flushed a deep crimson. She hurriedly withdrew from his grasp. Zhang Fan, realizing where he had instinctively held her, chose to dismiss any awkwardness, saying, Shaoshi, please repay me for yesterday. At that moment, Lu Wanshi found herself grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. She felt both resentment and delight towards the man before her. Although she was hesitant to see him, his presence undeniably brought her joy. And no, that's not right, Lu Wanshi stammered, glancing around at the throngs of classmates surrounding them. There are too many people. What? Miss Lu, are you considering breaking our agreement? Zhang Fan grinned mischievously. You should think carefully about the consequences of such a decision. His words sent a shiver down Lu Wanshi's spine. He was truly intimidating, pouting in a mix of frustration and shyness. She thought to herself that she hadn't explicitly refused. It was merely the crowd that deterred her. Lowering her head, she cautiously edged closer to Zhang Fan, surveying her surroundings for the opportune moment. Seizing a fleeting instant when no one was watching, she swiftly rose on her toes and leaned in to kiss him. However, despite her height of merely 1.61 meters, Lu Wanshi found herself unable to reach Zhang Fan, even when she stood on tiptoe and craned her neck. With a mere glance from Zhang Fan, she felt utterly frustrated, tears welling up in her eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Fan teased, You're so short. My apologies, let me lean down so you can kiss me. Lu Wanshi knew full well that his words were intended to provoke, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. Instead, she scanned her surroundings for an opportunity and quickly pecked Zhang Fan on the lips. She believed her swift action would go unnoticed. But she overlooked one observant figure, Shin Chu, who had been watching them intently since Zhang Fan's arrival. From a distance, Shin Chu saw Lu Wencher boldly kiss Zhang Fan, and her teeth clenched in frustration. Internally, she cursed, realizing that her infatuation had turned toward Lu Wencher. How infuriating. This pair of insufferable lovers had come together. When Zhang Fan had once pursued Shin Chu, she had never given him a thought. Yet now, his aloof demeanor stirred memories of his tall, handsome figure in her mind. His past tenderness and thoughtfulness replayed in her memories, while his current cold gaze and indifferent words pierced her heart like a blade. This prompted Shin Chu to ponder a troubling question. Had she developed feelings for him? In the past, when Zhang Fan had persistently clung to her, they had been engaged. Yet she had never contemplated a future with him. Now, however, her longing for him intensified. Such is the human condition. The longer one possesses something precious, the less one appreciates it. Moreover, Zhang Fan had cared for Shin Chu since their childhood, leading her to see him as her own. A devoted admirer who would come to her with the slightest beckon. Yet, one day, when Shin Chu realized he did not belong to her, the sense of loss and regret for her previous disdain was overwhelming. She yearned to apologize, to reconcile. But the pride and self-respect cultivated over the years made it impossible for her to lower herself. Thus, Shin Chu found herself unwilling to concede or witness Zhang Fan with another. In a flurry, she grabbed her bag and hurried after Zhang Fan and Lu Wencher, panting as she approached. You two insufferable lovers are still together? Lu Wencher, caught off guard by Shin Chu's sudden appearance, waved her hands frantically, her expression one of urgency. No, Chu, I'm not with him. Be quiet. Shin Chu retorted angrily, feeling as though Lu Wencher had stolen something that belonged to her. I saw you two kiss. You initiated it, and you still deny being together? I never expected this from you, Lu Wencher. You may appear innocent, but it seems you've learned to steal. Lu Wencher shook her head repeatedly, unsure of how to explain. Unable to speak the truth directly, she could only insist, we aren't together, we aren't. Shin Chu, however, glared at her. You White Lotus. The term White Lotus is far from flattering. Prior to the emergence of the phrase green tea bitch, it was often employed to describe individuals in a similar vein. Lu Wencher gritted her teeth, her head bowed in a posture of profound grievance. Yet she found herself unable to articulate her feelings. Witnessing her demeanor, Shin Chu's frustration intensified. Was she feigning helplessness in front of her, as if performing for Zhang Fan? As if she were the villain in this narrative? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Zhang Fan interjected. Shin Chu, what do you mean by stealing? Who has stolen anything? What do you possess anyway? Indeed, he had come to Lu Wencher's defense. Shin Chu see that internally, Zhang Fan, I offer you a proposition. If you break up with Lu Wencher now, I will agree to date you. Upon hearing this, Lu Wencher inexplicably shivered. Zhang Fan, however, responded with indifference. Whether I break up with her or not is not your concern. Do you really believe you hold any significance? As if dating you would be a privilege for me? Shin Chu raised her chin defiantly, her demeanor transforming into one of arrogance. I advise you not to regret this. In the future, when I possess assets worth billions, should you wish to date me, you will need to schedule an appointment. You are destined to inherit your family's business, while I am destined to become a remarkable entrepreneur. We are the most suitable pair. Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her audacity. Indeed, he was to inherit his family's wealth, but what folly was she indulging in? Did she truly believe her claims of billions would come to fruition? Was she feverish? Had she sought medical attention? It was absurd to speak such nonsense in broad daylight. Shin Chu paid no heed to Zhang Fan's mockery. She herself had initially harbored doubts. Had she not ventured into the realm of high-interest loans and witnessed the actual returns, she would not have invested so heavily. Now, all she needed to do was wait patiently, reinvesting her compounded returns. She had calculated that with this strategy, her funds could reach 70 million in just a year. By the end of her 4 years in university, even if she fell short of $1 billion, she would be quite close. I had expected you, as a scion of a business family, to comprehend the lucrative mechanics of this world, yet you remain oblivious, she mused. Zhang Fan shot her an exasperated glance. Foolish. As someone with foresight, he knew that even with an investment of 100 million, one could only realistically earn 50 million. Yet, she spoke as if she were already the wealthiest person in the world. Zhang Fan chose to disregard this woman lost in her dreams. Reaching for Lu Wencher's handbag with a gentle tone, shall we go? He led Lu Wencher towards the military training base. Shin Chu stood behind, her cheeks flushed with anger, shouting at Zhang Fan's retreating figure, you will regret this. Chapter 30. Military training base. Upon leaving, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled something. The fragment of the future he had seen not only indicated potential for profit but also hinted at a Ponzi scheme. Among the reported victims was someone named Shin Chu, a student from Huayong University. Observing Shin Chu's expression, Zhang Fan surmised that this Shin Chu was indeed her. Contemplating this, he made a call to Zhou Rue. Uncle Zhou, it seems that Shin Chu from the Shun family is involved in some kind of scam. There's also a real estate developer named Jean Fan who has been duped. Could you please investigate the matter for me? Zhou Rue agreed on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Zhang Fan turned his gaze to Lu Wenshi, who was panting beside him, her adorable face flushed with exertion. She appeared quite endearing. Zhang Fan felt a mischievous urge arise and casually inquired, "Hey, did you know I am quite wealthy?" Lu Wenshi was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Zhang Fan had posed such a question. After a moment's reflection, she recalled that as a freshman, he had arrived at school driving a BMW X5 and had casually given away a phone worth over 5,000. She nodded yes. "It seems you were rather affluent." Zhang Fan continued, "Given my status, if I were to carry your bag, what do you think would be an appropriate compensation?" "What? You want money?" Lu Wenshi asked, bewildered. Zhang Fan explained, "I could forego payment, but surely you wouldn't expect me to carry it for free over such a long distance?" Lu Wenshi contemplated reclaiming her bag. However, would Zhang Fan allow her to succeed? He nonchalantly suggested, "How about you write me a 1,000-word love letter on our school S forum?" Zhang Fan was fully aware that she would likely refuse, yet he proposed the condition nonetheless. As anticipated, Lu Wenshi immediately shook her head vigorously, her bouncy shoulder-length hair swaying with the motion. "No, that is unacceptable." She felt she needed to maintain some dignity and resolutely could not agree to such a thing. Zhang Fan feigned disappointment, sighing dramatically, which instilled a sense of guilt in Lu Wenshi. Having dented his car, taken his phone, and now requesting him to carry her luggage. She recognized that she owed him quite a bit. However, publicly declaring her feelings for him was simply out of the question. Noticing her conflicted expression, Zhang Fan sensed it was time to press further. "Then how about you do my laundry?" "What? This. Lu Wenshi stammered. Zhang Fan explained, "During military training, there will undoubtedly be a lot of sweat. Since you'll need to wash your clothes anyway, we might as well do it together." "All right then." She relented, having fallen for his ploy. Zhang Fan chuckled, hoisting her bag onto his shoulder. Lu Wenshi hurried to take some of the weight herself, but Zhang Fan insisted, "I'll even wash my socks for you. I'll carry all your luggage." Regarding the washing of socks, Lu Wenshi did not agree. However, that was of little concern. They would take it one step at a time. A righteous smile crept across Zhang Fan's face. As they made their way to the military training base, the road was remarkably wide, yet the flow of vehicles was scarce. Occasionally, one could spot local residents pedaling bicycles or small tricycles to the market. The surroundings were adorned with verdant flora, presenting an untouched, pristine landscape. It was precisely this desolate ambience that permitted the school to organize a walking expedition for the students to the base. Despite the current solitude, the land had long been acquired by various prestigious universities. The embryonic form of a university town was already visible, with Huarong University being the most prominent. Alongside 2 other first-tier institutions and 2 second-tier universities, not to mention 4 vocational colleges. Plans for an additional 8 colleges in the future were already in place. The local residents wore cheerful smiles, as they were merely temporary inhabitants. Compensation for their relocation had already been received, and they would vacate the premises as soon as the construction crew from the school arrived. However, a segment of the residents harbored discontent. During the planning of the university town, their centrally located land had been overlooked, leaving them without any compensation or relocation funds. Logically, being situated in the heart of the university town should afford them opportunities for business ventures, such as selling snacks or clothing, which could yield substantial profits. Yet, in stark contrast to the millions in compensation received by others, their meager earnings felt utterly insignificant. It was only natural for them to feel a sense of imbalance. Zhang Fan gazed at the scenery, yet his mind conjured a map of the university town, and a plan began to take shape within him. While Zhang Fan admired the landscape, Lu Wenshi observed him intently. Lu Wenshi pursed her lips, lost in thoughts that seemed to evoke a hint of melancholy in her gaze. At the military training base, a man, who had been observing through binoculars from the school building, arrived early by car. Given his stature, it was unnecessary for him to personally oversee the students' training, but having recently retired, he found himself with ample free time and decided to take a look. Upon learning of his visit, President Zhu of Huayong University promptly set off to accompany him in observing the students' military training. President Zhu, you are a busy man. I am merely here for a casual visit. There is no need for you to accompany me, the man remarked. Who would dare not to accompany you, sir? I intend to remain here for the next half-month, President Zhu replied. With you here, I can also attend to my work. The man waved his hand dismissively. I have retired. Please refrain from calling me sir. Just call me Qin Wei Gua, or simply Old Qin. President Zhu, startled, quickly shook his head and said, If you don't mind, I shall call you Brother Qin. Very well, and I shall call you Brother Zhu, Qin replied. As the two descended from the vehicle, they engaged in conversation, discussing the current students' physical fitness levels, which were rather poor due to a lack of exercise. The educational system's arrangement of minimal physical education classes, overshadowed by various so-called core subjects, was inherently unreasonable. As a former soldier, Old Qin expressed his dissatisfaction, voicing a plethora of grievances. His hope was to witness a nation of robust citizens, as this would ultimately enhance the physical standards of basic soldier recruitment. Although Principal Zhu is the primary educator and does not endorse the words of his counterpart, he dares not voice any opposing sentiments, merely nodding in acquiescence. However, before them appeared a student. It is worth noting that they had arrived by car. What student could possibly outpace a vehicle? This particular student, Lin Feng, had already caught Lao Qin's attention during school, as he was the one who struck the instructor. Lin Feng had arrived early at the military training base, finding himself alone, surveying his surroundings with a sense of disappointment. Is this truly the military training base, or merely a child's playhouse reminiscent of kindergarten? This remark resonated deeply with Lao Qin. Chapter 31. The class monitor. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, students gradually arrived at the school. In Zhang Fan's class, all the students were present except for Liang Xiaoqian. Zhang Fan also delivered Lu Wensher's luggage to the dormitory. Dinner was served at 7. Although the meal was rather rustic, it was still quite satisfactory. Featuring a large basin of stir-fried chicken, another basin of cabbage and tofu, and a generous portion of cauliflower stir-fried with meat. All served in large aluminum basins reminiscent of those in which children could bathe, exuding a rugged charm. The steamed buns were plentiful. Those students who managed to arrive before 7 naturally filled their stomachs, and no one at the table suggested saving food for those arriving later. By 8 o'clock, only the soup remained in the 3 large basins. The students arriving afterward could only gnaw on buns. At 9 o'clock sharp, all students were required to assemble. Any student who failed to reach the military training base by that time would incur penalties, and the instructors would drive back to collect them. After the assembly, the students stood in a loose formation. Those who had eaten were somewhat rejuvenated, while those who had missed the meal were utterly drained, struggling to maintain their standing posture amid a chorus of complaints. Damn it, why did I come here to endure this suffering? I want to go home. These instructors are inhumane, making us run 27 kilometers without providing any food. The chief instructor approached the front platform, gazing at the multitude of freshmen. The incessant chatter gradually subsided as he silently observed everyone. With a stern expression, he addressed them. Speak up. Don't you enjoy talking? Go ahead. Talk as much as you want. For every minute you chatter, I will delay dismissal by 10 minutes. Let us see how long you can keep this up. The students were intimidated, already exhausted. They hadn't even had a chance to sit down, and now they were required to stand at attention. Hungry and weary, they longed for the comfort of their beds. True to his word, the chief instructor stood there for 10 minutes, during which not a single student dared to utter a sound. Finally, he spoke. My name is Zhou Xuyang. You will remember this name well over the next half-month. Military training is not childish play. It is meant to train you. As long as you stand here, you are neither students, nor men, nor women. You are solely soldiers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Next, you will be assigned instructors. If your instructor treats you poorly, you may come to me to lodge a complaint, and I will publicly commend the instructor. Conversely, if your instructor is kind to you, I shall be harsh on him. Form teams. All classes were divided by gender. Zhang Fan's class was grouped with another class of boys, while the girls were taken away by an instructor to an unknown location. The instructor of Zhang Fan's group was not tall and wore an unpleasant expression. Having missed out on the girls' group, faced with the disheveled assembly of boys, he erupted in frustration. Stand up straight. You all look utterly unmanly. Hearing the instructor's roar, He Guangxi muttered defiantly, If you can't compete, don't take it out on us. Do you even resemble a man? It was unclear whether his voice was too loud or if the instructor had particularly keen hearing. The instructor overheard the conversation, and his fury ignited. Who is speaking? Step forward, he demanded. He Guanghai, being inherently timid, though intelligent, lacked the courage to confront authority. In the face of the instructor's fierce demeanor, he instinctively shrank back, feigning ignorance of the situation. After waiting in vain for a response, the instructor's anger escalated, and he thundered, "If no one comes forward, very well. We shall remain here until the end of the day. No one is permitted to return to the dormitories." Thus, the two classes of boys found themselves in a standoff. They were not the only ones in trouble. There was another class that all instructors were reluctant to take on. This class included Lin Feng, who stood tall in the front row, exuding an air of disdain towards the instructors. All the trainers recognized him as a troublemaker, the kind that could not easily be subdued. What could they do? He was a rebellious spirit whom they could not overpower. They might attempt to exert authority. But he was a student, and despite the rhetoric about being soldiers, could they truly enforce military law upon him? He had become an enigma, a conundrum. The more the instructors resisted, the more formidable Lin Feng appeared in the eyes of his peers. Eventually, the chief instructor personally designated one of the trainers to lead the group back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's group remained standing. "Everyone, stand at attention. Straighten up." The short instructor glared. "If that student does not step forward, you all will stand here the entire night." Upon hearing this, the classmates of He Guanghai remained silent, having forged bonds during their 27-kilometer trek. However, there were other classes in the formation. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "Report." The instructor responded, "Speak." The boy boldly declared. It was the student behind me who was speaking. He Guanghai's eyes widened in shock. Betrayed? The instructor pointed a finger at him and commanded, "You, step forward." With no way to escape, He Guanghai trembled as he approached. The instructor glared at him, demanding, "Was it you who spoke?" In such circumstances, He Guanghai dared not lie. And with a quaking voice, he admitted, "Yes." The instructor's gaze intensified. The playground. Run 10 laps. 10 laps. The military training grounds appeared vast, far exceeding that of their school. If one lap measured 600 meters, that amounted to a grueling 6 kilometers. He Guanghai's face turned pale. "Instructor, I made a mistake. I just completed 27 kilometers. Could I be excused from this?" 15 laps. He Guanghai realized any further protest would be futile and promptly closed his mouth. The instructor then called out the boy who had reported him. "What is your name?" "Report, instructor. My name is Wang Hao. From this day forth, you shall be the class leader of our team." There was a murmur of surprise from Wang Hao's classmates, while Zhang Fan's group erupted in derisive scoffs. A person who ascended to the position of class monitor through petty informant behavior is truly held in disdain. In response to the collective derision from the crowd, the instructor cast a fierce glare and bellowed, "What are you shouting about? Do you wish to run as well?" At that moment, silence enveloped the group. Subsequently, Wang Hao was assigned his inaugural task to ensure He Guangxi completed 15 laps. The remainder of the students were escorted back to their dormitory. The dormitory consisted of large communal sleeping arrangements, accommodating 25 individuals per room. Their squad was conveniently divided into 2 dormitories, allowing them to avoid any encounters. Finally, the day came to a close. All were sprawled on their beds, utterly exhausted, with aching thighs and cramping calves. Zhang Fan patted Niu Chong on the shoulder and said, "Let us go rescue old Liu." Niu Chong, taken aback momentarily, quickly rose to join him. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Aisha and Fan Tian also sprang to their feet, following Zhang Fan towards the playground. Chapter 32. The Warrior King and the General. Each team has selected its own leader. In Lin Feng's squad, despite his reluctance, both his fellow students and the instructors felt compelled to appoint him as the class leader. In Shin Chuchu's class, she successfully nominated herself and took on the role, while Gu Yuan, who was naturally quiet, was unanimously revered by her classmates. Zhang Fan arrived at the playground. He Guangxi, resembling a weary donkey, dragged his exhausted body step by step forward. Not far away, Wang Hao shouted at the top of his lungs, urging him to run faster. He had no desire to endure the night alongside him. He Guangxi also wished to quicken his pace, but he realized that running alone was a far cry from running with a group. Even a 27-kilometer run was manageable with his classmates, but alone, even a single kilometer felt like a death sentence. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, he felt as though he had encountered an angel, calling out, "Brother Fan, save me." Zhang Fan approached Wang Hao. "Class leader, you must be weary." The lad named Wang Hao, perhaps unaccustomed to authority, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fan, recognizing that this handsome fellow was part of the running group. "Ah, is there something you need?" With a smile and a tone of request, Zhang Fan replied, "Class leader, given the absence of others, how about allowing him a brief respite before returning?" What he thought would be a simple matter was met with vehement opposition from Wang Hao. With a fierce glare, Wang Hao yelled, "How can that be? If the instructor finds out, he might think I am abusing my authority. The coach entrusted me with this role because he believes in me. How could I betray that trust? This trivial matter shouldn't even be associated with favoritism. Does this fellow truly equate a mere trifle to such grave misconduct?" He continued to plead, "Class leader, it's not about betraying the instructor's trust. Could it be that the coach wants you to supervise the run precisely to allow some leniency?" Wang Hao remained resolute. "Go speak to the instructor. Here. It's 15 laps. One step less is unacceptable." Zhang Fan's gaze intensified. "And what if one were to fall short?" Wang Hao retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Unyielding and obstinate, Wang Hao represented a type of freshman all too common. Zhang Fan's demeanor shifted, losing its amicable tone. "Class leader Wang Hao, you must understand that we are all classmates in the same institution. Is it truly necessary to create obstacles for one another?" Wang Hao grasped the implication in Zhang Fan's words and glared in response. "Are you threatening me? I hold this position now. I'm not afraid of threats. Are you out of your mind?" Aisha, unable to endure the exchange any longer, stepped forward to intervene. Standing at just under 1.8 meters, Aisha was still quite robust. And with a push, he sent Wang Hao stumbling back several steps. Wang Hao was taken aback, never expecting someone would dare to lay hands on him. You dare hit me? What if I do?" Aisha threatened, raising his hand as if to strike. However, Wang Hao, frightened, crouched down to the ground. The crowd looked at him with disdain, truly a despicable fellow. If the other party was genuinely struggling to comply with the instructor's orders, then Zhang Fan and the others would merely be inconvenienced by a fruitless trip. There was no reason for them to be infuriated enough to resort to violence. Zhang Fan chose to ignore this character. He called out to He Guangxi in the distance, "Lao Lu, return." He Guangxi, already weary of running, felt he would collapse if he continued any further. Upon hearing Fan Ji's call, he hesitated not a moment and promptly turned back. Wang Hao, who was squatting on the ground, noticed He Guangxi's departure and quickly interjected, "No. This was arranged by the instructor." Aisha, filled with anger, turned back. "Do you truly wish to endure a beating?" Without further ado, Zhang Fan led his team away, disregarding the confrontation. Such insignificant characters were hardly worth his earnest attention. However, as Wang Hao remained squatting, watching Zhang Fan and the others fade into the distance, a shadow darkened his gaze. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Disobedience. Forcibly taking people away. And they even resorted to violence. Just wait." Upon returning to his bed, He Guangxi let out a long sigh. "I'm doomed." The boys erupted in laughter, their mirth tinged with pity for He Guangxi. All had just run 27 kilometers, but none had it as miserable as He Guangxi, who still had to endure 15 more laps. Now that they realized he was Zhang Fan's roommate, each one began to pull out drinks or snacks from their bags, offering them to He Guangxi as a gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had made his way to the instructor's dormitory. The diminutive instructor Feng was preparing to retire for the night when Wang Hao called him down, sobbing, "Instructor, they are disobedient. They haven't even completed 15 laps. And they hit me." Seeing him cry as if genuinely distressed, Instructor Feng felt a headache coming on. 15 laps was merely a suggestion. Are you really that naive to expect them to adhere strictly? However, since his chosen class leader had been assaulted, it was a blow to his authority that he could not permit. "Who hit you? Let us go take a look." Reluctantly, Instructor Feng donned his attire and emerged from his quarters. As fate would have it, he encountered Chief Qin, who was out for a stroll. Intrigued by a late-night instructor making his way to the student's dormitory, Chief Qin decided to accompany his guards to investigate. Instructor Feng arrived at Zhang Fan's dormitory just as Wang Hao, now emboldened, strutted over to them like a jester wielding borrowed authority. "Instructor, it was him. He hit me." Wang Hao pointed at Aisha, then swiftly redirected his accusation at Zhang Fan. "This person is the ringleader." The instructor narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What are your names?" Zhang Fan stood and replied, "Zhang Fan." Aisha also rose, "Aisha Nurwalamu Rajifubulati." The complexity of the name left the instructor momentarily stunned. "Did I not instruct him to run 15 laps? Was it you who brought him back?" Zhang Fan nodded. "You are remarkably audacious." The instructor's eyes widened as he shouted. This was their customary approach, to intimidate through sheer force of presence before discussing repercussions. Outside, Chief Qin observed the scene unfold, chuckling as he conversed with his guard. "Indeed, promising soldiers are never to be underestimated. Our esteemed general has begun to stir up trouble. Can you imagine how he will handle the instructor?" The guard chuckled. "I wager he will follow Lin Feng's example, confronting the instructor head-on, perhaps even showcasing his prowess to subdue the instructor beneath his feet. Even if he cannot prevail, he must at least present a bold front. Commander Qin smiled and shook his head, saying, "That is the way of the king of soldiers. A general must learn to be discerning, knowing when to accommodate and when to stand firm." The guard, perplexed but silent, still preferred Lin Feng's approach. After all, soldiers are meant to be passionate. Zhang Fan explained, "Instructor, we have just completed a 27-kilometer run. It is indeed impossible for us to manage another 15 laps. I could ask Yi Guangxi to apologize on your behalf. Or we could all run those 15 laps together for him." "Substitute? Did I ask you to substitute?" Coach Feng, upon realizing that his loud reprimand had not intimidated the other party, grew even angrier and fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan and Aisha. "You two enjoy running, do you? Starting now, go run with Yi Guangxi. 15 laps each. If you cannot finish, you are not allowed to return and sleep." At this, there was no need for Zhang Fan to speak up. Niu Chong, unable to contain himself, stood up urgently. "Instructor, isn't that a bit too harsh?" Coach Feng's eyes bulged with disbelief. "What? Do you want to run on the track too?" Niu Chong's stubbornness flared up, and he could not be deterred. "Let us run. What is the big deal about 15 laps? Very well. You go too. Let me see who else wishes to run." Coach Feng thought his words would intimidate others, but he was unaware that Zhang Fan had garnered considerable respect within the class. Upon hearing this, a pale, slender boy rose. I will run as well. Fan Tian has already done it." Immediately, the boy who had just delivered drinks to Yi Guangxi, Zhao Yin, stood up. "I will go too." Wang Guangji chimed in. "I will too. It's just 15 laps." Wei Daqiang added, "Let us all go. What is there to fear?" Soon, 7, 8. Even 9 students from the entire dormitory stood up. Coach Feng, witnessing the collective uprising, felt both astonished and furious. Even the commander's guard, who had been secretly observing from outside, widened his eyes. "Commander, this." Commander Qin, however, was entirely unperturbed, explaining, "This is what it means to be a general." Good, good, good. Coach Feng's face flushed with anger. "Everyone run. All of you. Go." Chapter 33. 1 lap? 15 laps. The students of Zhang Fan's class rushed out, each making their way to the playground for a run. Instructor Feng, abandoning his slumber, joined them. A girl who was supposed to be doing laundry noticed the commotion and, driven by curiosity, ceased her task to observe. Major Qin followed behind, watching the students sprinting in the distance. His guard remarked, "Sir, I still believe Lin Feng would have been more effective. Though he commands respect, he is too straightforward and lacks the qualities of a capable soldier. If these students truly complete 15 laps, they will surely be exhausted." Major Qin remained silent, his gaze fixated on Zhang Fan as he watched him run. Throughout this military training, he had focused on 2 individuals, Zhang Fan and Lin Feng. Zhang Fan led the group in a steady jog around the playground. Standing beside Instructor Feng was Wang Hao, exuding arrogance. He boasted, "Instructor, you must discipline this lot. They show you no respect whatsoever." Instructor Feng, however, was disinclined to engage with him, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. If these were genuine soldiers, his approach would have been entirely appropriate. Disobedient recruits could be firmly admonished. Yet, they were merely university students from Huayan University, a prestigious institution. The pressure on Instructor Feng was immense as he orchestrated this public punishment run. As they jogged, Zhang Fan called out to the group, "Are you all tired?" The collective spirit surged, their rebellious hearts ignited, and they shouted in unison, "Not tired." Zhang Fan smiled, "Remarkable. You've already completed 15 laps and still appear so spirited." The group paused in confusion. 15 laps? Has Fango lost count? Wei Ve only finished 1 lap. However, Yi Guangxi's eyes brightened with realization. Yes, Wei Ve run 15 laps. That's a relief. It dawned on everyone that Zhang Fan was merely jesting. As they completed a lap, Zhang Fan led the group before the instructor. Instructor Feng glared, "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan responded confidently, "Report, Instructor. We have completed 15 laps." Before Instructor Feng could react, Wang Hao interjected, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you take the instructor for a fool? How could you have run 15 laps? Wei Ve been watching. You've only done 1 lap. Return and continue running." Wang Hao's arrogance ignited the ire of the crowd. Undeterred by Instructor Feng's glare, Zhang Fan strode forward until he stood before Wang Hao. Towering at 183 meters, Zhang Fan emanated a compelling presence. With a smile, he remarked, "Class leader, perhaps your vision is impaired. We clearly completed 15 laps. How did you mistake it for 1? Poor eyesight can be troublesome. Do take care during your shower to avoid mishaps. Zhang Fan's words were unremarkable, yet the menace behind them was unmistakable. This left Wang Hao frightened, hastily retreating behind Instructor Feng. Instructor, he is threatening me. At that moment, Instructor Feng regretted his decision deeply. How could he have chosen such a fool as the class leader? Not only was he causing trouble for himself, but he was also cowardly and evasive. He had no choice but to confront Zhang Fan, narrowing his eyes. So, Zhang Fan, you were instigating an entire class to force me into submission? Zhang Fan clarified, Instructor. Please do not misunderstand. You asked us to run 15 laps, and we did. You have both face and substance in this matter. There is no need to quibble over the manner in which we completed the task. What if I insist on quibbling? Instructor Feng, being a soldier at heart, was inherently unwilling to yield. There are certain things I can offer you, but you cannot coerce me into compliance. He had not intended for everyone to complete the 15 laps, yet Zhang Fan's domineering attitude displeased him greatly. However, Instructor Feng may have overestimated his own strength and underestimated Zhang Fan. He was not one to dominate the discourse. In a hushed tone that only Zhang Fan could hear, he said, Instructor, we still have half a month together. If you insist on adopting an adversarial stance, the coming weeks will be quite difficult for you. Instructor Feng's gaze sharpened. Are you threatening me? Do you intend to emulate that Lin Feng and engage in a brawl with me? Do you possess the capability for such a feat? The incident of Lin Feng's confrontation with the instructor was well known throughout the military training base. However, that was an exceptional case. One could not simply drag any student into a fight with an instructor. If they were truly so formidable, why would they even participate in military training? Listening to Zhang Fan's stubborn remarks, he shook his head. This person was indeed unyielding until faced with dire consequences. In contrast to fighting, Zhang Fan had a more ingenious solution. He turned and called out, He Guangxi, didn't you mention having low blood sugar? Are you feeling a bit dizzy? Though He Guangxi was somewhat cheeky, he was undeniably clever. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's call, he immediately grasped the implication and promptly collapsed onto the grass, feigning a fainting spell, exclaiming, Oh no, I'm fainting. After running 27 kilometers and then 15 laps, I can't stand anymore. Zhang Fan continued, Niu Chong, I recall you being frail and sickly since childhood, correct? Niu Chong, robust and muscular, did not seem to fit the description of someone weak and sickly. He paused for a moment, then, following He Guangxi's lead, fell to the ground, claiming he was ill. One by one, the others followed suit, each pretending to be incapacitated. Some claimed congenital heart disease, while others spoke of a history of leukemia. Instructor Feng was left bewildered. Congenital heart disease? A history of leukemia? How could he, as an instructor, possibly bear such a heavy burden, even if he knew they were feigning? The sight of them lying there, wailing, compelled him to consider at least a medical examination. Who would bear the cost of such examinations? The medical staff at the training base could not diagnose leukemia, even if the expenses were covered and the hospital found no issues. What could he do if the students insisted they had recovered? At this moment, Instructor Feng came to the realization that he was utterly incapable of managing these students. Especially after this incident, it seemed that any training session would result in them collapsing to the ground, claiming to suffer from heart attacks. How could training continue under such circumstances? If it were only one or two students, he could exclude them from training, but the entire class was feigning illness. It was then that the instructor truly understood the meaning of being overwhelmed. In the distance, Commander Qin chuckled, no longer inclined to observe the unfolding situation, and turned to leave. The guard inquired, Sir, why have you stopped watching? Commander Qin replied, What is there to see? Witnessing my soldiers being outwitted by those students would be quite humiliating. The guard remarked that Zhang Fan has a heart as dark as night. He can devise every conceivable trick. The lad named Zhang Fan had already resorted to his strategy of courtesy followed by aggression. As they walked back, Commander Qin found himself in high spirits, even humming a tune from an opera. Chapter 34, Weakened, the head coach felt overwhelmed. With one instructor urging Zhang Fan to leave on the left and another insisting Lin Feng vacate on the right. He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary student military training would yield two students so formidable that even the instructors found themselves at a loss. Most astonishingly, these two students had caught the eye of high-ranking officials visiting during their break, making it impossible to send them away. Fortunately, in the following days, neither Zhang Fan nor Lin Feng caused any further disturbances. Aside from the class leader, Wang Hao, who had a penchant for accidents in the shower, no other mischief transpired. This was likely due to the instructors recognizing the formidable nature of these two individuals and opting to avoid provoking them. The military training curriculum was quite diverse. encompassing not only fundamental physical drills but also a plethora of activities that piqued the students' curiosity. They engaged in military body training, sung military songs, traversed suspension bridges, cooked meals, tilled the land, and safeguarded or pursued vital intelligence. The instructors, well aware of the dynamics, often encouraged the male students to shake the bridge while the female students crossed, eliciting shrieks of fright. Meals were prepared by the students themselves, with one squad responsible for feeding the entire training base, with a chef overseeing the process. There was little fear of culinary blunders. The worst that might occur was an excess of salt, rendering the food less palatable. The primary requirement was that the food be cooked thoroughly. By the end of 5 days, the relationship between students and instructors had thawed considerably. Students and instructors began to engage in camaraderie, even playing basketball together. Rumors circulated that some female students had even begun romantic liaisons with instructors. On Saturday, following their morning run, they were granted a break, with military training resuming on Monday for the final week. After retrieving his training uniform from the female dormitory, he realized he had not washed a single piece of clothing during this time, yet he was able to don fresh garments daily, imbued with the scent of laundry detergent. He led Lu Wincher to a small grove within the training base, feeling it was time to settle their debts. Lu Wincher found herself growing accustomed to the situation. The initial sense of humiliation had dissipated, replaced by feelings of shyness and quiet delight. With her eyes closed, head tilted back, she stood on her toes, hands placed behind her. Like a love-struck maiden, she kissed Zhang Fan, unhurried to end the moment, devoid of the earlier resistance. "What? Can't stop now?" Zhang Fan suddenly remarked, causing Lu Wincher, having already succumbed to the moment, to hastily withdraw from their close embrace. Her face flushed crimson, leaving her unsure if it was due to embarrassment or the enchantment of the experience. Zhang Fan produced the debt repayment slip, noting that 9 of the 20 squares had already been filled. While they did not engage in this ritual twice daily, once a day was indispensable, contingent on Zhang Fan's availability. After their encounter, the pair emerged from the grove, only to be met unexpectedly by a woman standing before them, Shin Chu-chu. In their quest to evade prying eyes, they ventured to a distant location, yet fate had it that they encountered Shin Chu-chu. It can only be surmised that Shin Chu-chu had been shadowing them from the very beginning. With a cold scoff, Shin Chu-chu remarked, "What a true sister you are." Claiming not to be in a romantic liaison with Zhang Fan, yet secretly sneaking into the thicket, Lu Wincher lowered her head, her confidence waning. In truth, she had begun to doubt her own assertions. Spending every day with Zhang Fan, sharing kisses, washing his clothes, and enduring his playful jests, Lu Wincher had long since grown accustomed to, or perhaps ensnared in, this intricate relationship. Shin Chu-chu's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhang Fan, her eyes reflecting the disdain reserved for a deceitful partner. "What are you two doing here?" She interrogated him, her audacity seemingly unfounded. Zhang Fan responded nonchalantly, "What do you think a man and a woman would do in the woods?" Lu Wincher felt her cheeks flush even deeper at Zhang Fan's words, her youthful and endearing visage nearly buried in her chest. Shin Chu-chu was further incensed by Zhang Fan's unabashed remarks, her words faltering in disbelief. You both dare to betray me. You have no shame." Zhang Fan regarded her with contempt. "What we do is of no concern to you." Shin Chu-chu gritted her teeth, for her visit to Zhang Fan was not without purpose. She intended to showcase her financial gains, hoping to evoke regret for his decision to annul their engagement and to compel him to remain her devoted admirer. After all, having a scion from a prominent family as a sycophant was a gratifying indulgence for one's vanity. "Zhang Fan, I warned you. You will regret this." Zhang Fan retorted with a derisive laugh. "The one who will regret this is you. Some money cannot be reclaimed." Shin Chu-chu paused, bewildered by his implication. Yet Zhang Fan chose to disregard her further, departing with Lu Wincher. In the preceding days, Uncle Zhou had thoroughly investigated the matter, confirming Shin Chu-chu's involvement in a fraudulent scheme with a significant sum of money at stake. Her funds were backed by her status as a university student and campus beauty, as well as her family's villa as collateral, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The Shin family would soon find themselves destitute. Zhang Fan had little to say on the matter, merely instructing Zhou Rui to contact the loan shark, intending to reclaim the Shin family's villa, which had originally belonged to them. As the holiday commenced, students, especially the girls, were eager to shed their camouflage attire for their most exquisite garments, adorning themselves with makeup to leisurely stroll around the base or venture into nearby towns for shopping. Observing Lu Wincher still clad in her camouflage, Zhang Fan suggested, It's still early. Go change into something nicer, and I will take you out. Lu Wenshi glanced at Zhang Fan, biting her lip, and in a barely audible whisper, replied, all right. Lu Wenshi donned a pair of pristine white sneakers, form-fitting long denim jeans, and a t-shirt that had faded from frequent washing. Zhang Fan tilted his head and observed her. In his recollections from a previous life, it was evident that the close rapport between Shen Chuchu and Lu Wenshi partly stemmed from Lu's humble family background, which allowed her to project a false sense of superiority akin to that of a wealthy heiress. Furthermore, Lu Wenshi possessed an endearing, youthful appearance. With her fluffy mushroom haircut and large, twinkling eyes, had she ventured into the realms of Lolita or cosplay, she would undoubtedly be revered as a goddess among otaku. However, the casual athletic attire somewhat obscured her inherent charm. Noticing Zhang Fan's unwavering gaze, Lu Wenshi, feeling a twinge of insecurity, instinctively covered the frayed edges of her jeans. Do I look unappealing? She inquired. Zhang Fan beamed at her. Not at all. You look wonderful. He then gestured for her to accompany him as they departed together. Chapter 35. The town market. The town is a parcel of land untouched by development, as the surrounding villagers require a marketplace for their transactions, which has resulted in this land being neglected. Consequently, the residents of the town are quite irate. Why should the convenience of trade for neighboring villagers take precedence over their own need for relocation? Yet, their grievances have gone unanswered by the authorities. When the market day arrives, the already narrow streets become utterly congested, teeming with people. The sight is a bustling sea of heads, especially as the nearby schoolchildren flock here, for it is the closest commercial street to their institution. Lu Wenshi feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity here, as if she has returned to her hometown. She muses, somewhat surprised, that a market akin to her home exists even in the grand city. The streets are lined with a plethora of wares, from garments and cooking oil to toys and an array of street food. A village woman, intent on purchasing trousers for her 8 or 9-year-old son, audaciously removes the boy's pants right there in the street to check for fit. Meanwhile, a hapless vehicle struggles to advance, remaining stagnant for half an hour without moving an inch. Lu Wenshi, holding a bag of popcorn, gleefully munches while playfully feeding Zhang Fan, her laughter radiating joy. Zhang Fan, however, is less enchanted by the market scene, as he is unfamiliar with such congestion. He knows that in the near future, even the outskirts of Huayang City, let alone the villages beyond, will not experience such traffic snarls. Transactions will become more formalized, transforming into a shopping plaza. Zhang Fan is not inclined to compete with the lucrative ventures of such plazas. As a reborn individual, he seeks endeavors that require minimal investment yet promise substantial returns. For instance, the very land before him. Lu Wenshi's delight is palpable as she revels in the sights of the nearby stalls, while Zhang Fan remains composed, his gaze fixed on the land and its potential. Gu Yuan and Gu Linaba, roommates, are also perusing the market. Gu Linaba is in high spirits, having received some news. However, she conceals her inner joy behind a facade of concern as she converses with Gu Yuan. You know, your family is quite domineering. In this day and age, where free love is the norm, why are there still parents insisting their daughters become betrothed? The entire dormitory is aware of the engagement between Gu Yuan and Lin Feng. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to call off the engagement, but was met with the typical mockery of the Gu family, who deemed him unworthy of proposing. However, when Lin Feng demonstrated his medical prowess, capable of curing the family's hereditary ailment, the Gu family recognized his worth, and he became their esteemed savior. They adamantly refused to allow the engagement to be annulled, insisting that Gu Yuan marry him. Gu Yuan herself is opposed to the match, yet Lin Feng, upon witnessing Gu Yuan's striking beauty and martial prowess, changes his mind, adopting the principle of better to have than to lose. He no longer seeks to annul the engagement and, under the Gu family's auspices, enrolls at Huayang University. Alas, how unfortunate it is. It's a pity that Zhang Fan seems to harbor an interest in you, though fortunately, Lin Feng is not without his own charm. At least, in terms of appearance. She seems somewhat deserving of you, Gu Linaba remarked with a grin. Gu Yuan was all too aware of her intentions. Throughout the 5 days of military training, Gu Linaba had mentioned Zhang Fan at least 5 times daily, either inquiring about his training squad or claiming to have spotted him. It was indeed true that Zhang Fan had initially sought to know Gu Yuan, which pricked at Gu Linaba's heart like a thorn, causing her considerable discomfort. However, the revelation that Gu Yuan was already married brought her immense joy. The group was walking northward, while Zhang Fan, accompanied by Lu Wenshi, strolled southward. Lu Wenshi, still preoccupied with Zhang Fan's earlier gaze, spotted a small stall selling clothes. She touched the money in her pocket, contemplating that purchasing 2 new outfits would suffice, even if it meant skimping on meals later. Approaching the stall, she found the proprietor, a slender middle-aged man, who promptly set down his bowl of rice noodles upon seeing customers. "Ah, you two must be students. I've been running this stall for 2 years, and I've never seen such a charming couple," he exclaimed. "Charming couple?" Hearing the misunderstanding, Lu Wincher glanced at the tall and handsome Zhang Fan. This time she refrained from correcting him, feeling a tinge of shyness instead. She tugged at Zhang Fan's sleeve, asking, "Could you help me choose some clothes?" When a girl requests assistance in selecting attire, it typically indicates one of 2 possibilities. Either she values your opinion and wishes to impress you, or she hopes you will cover the cost. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, "Are you hoping I will pay for you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wensher hastily shook her head and waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no." She pulled out a bundle of bills from her pocket, revealing a 100 yuan note along with several 20s, 10s, and 5s. Coins slipped through her fingers and clattered to the ground, prompting her to quickly crouch down to retrieve them. It seemed she had around 300 yuan. "I have my own money," Lu Wensher hurriedly clarified. I wanted you to help me choose." The stall owner chuckled. "Oh, between young lovers, why worry about whose money is whose? Let your boyfriend buy it for you. It's a sweet gesture from him." The stall owner had his own motives, generally. When a young man is courting a girl, he feels too bashful to haggle over prices, so he might inflate costs a bit, ensuring he earns a day's wage from the sale. Zhang Fan ignored the boisterous stall owner, observing Lu Wensher as she fished out a stack of bills and coins. He then asked, "Don't you have a bag?" Lu Wensher paused for a moment. "A backpack?" "I do have one," she replied. Zhang Fan scrutinized her. After all, she was a fresh university student, still untainted by materialism. Aside from Shin Chu, who had flaunted designer bags since high school, most university girls gradually shed their student demeanor. Gu Linaba had also spotted the clothing stall and turned to Gu Yuan, suggesting, "Shall we have a look at the clothes?" Meanwhile, Zhang Fan grasped Lu Wensher's hand, gently returning her money to her pocket. "Let us go. I shall take you to a place," he said. The vendor's expression immediately darkened. Did my kind words fall on deaf ears? Clearly, the young lady intended to make a purchase from him. The vendor smacked his own cheek, silently vowing never again to utter words suggesting that a girl's boyfriend should cover the bill. Just like that, a promising transaction slipped away. At that moment, Gu Linaba entered, gazing intently at a figure in the distance. She quickly called out to Gu Yuan, "Yuan, do you see that person?" "ISNT that Zhang Fan." Panic filled Gu Linaba's eyes as she noticed the figure holding a girl's hand. While she struggled to recognize him, Gu Yuan, having inherited her family's legacy, could discern from his gait that it was indeed Zhang Fan. However, a sudden plan blossomed in her mind. She fibbed, "No, Zhang Fan doesn't he have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Linaba let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not true, that's good. With newfound cheer, she resumed her clothing selection. Observing her friend's demeanor, Gu Yuan began to waver in her internal resolve. She gently inquired, "Naba, if one day Zhang Fan confesses his feelings to me, do you think I should accept him?" Gu Linaba, who had been engrossed in her shopping, froze momentarily before turning to exclaim, "No, absolutely not." Gu Yuan's eyes seemed to pierce through her heart. She stared intently at Gu Linaba and asked, "Why not?" Gu Linaba appeared flustered, biting her lip as she stammered, "Well, aren't you already betrothed to Lin Feng? We must not abandon our commitments. You must marry Lin Feng." These words struck a nerve with Gu Yuan, her gaze turning icy. She had expressed her disdain for Lin Feng numerous times to Gu Linaba, yet her friend continued to use such remarks against her. Realizing her mistake, Gu Linaba hastily attempted to amend her statement. "Even if you don't marry Lin Feng, you must at least sever that bond first. We ought to ensure our single status before anything else, lest we appear lacking in virtue. Don't you think?" Gu Yuan returned to her usual demeanor, her tone flat as she replied, "I was merely speaking hypothetically." Gu Linaba wrapped her arm around her friend, offering an apologetic chuckle. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's resolve towards her internal plan solidified. Chapter 36. The weight of self-respect. Zhang Fan drove Lu Wensher to an opulent shopping mall in the heart of Huayang City. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers and the extravagant decor of the mall entrance, the passers-by were all impeccably dressed, exuding the aura of success. Lu Wensher felt somewhat uneasy. She was more accustomed to the lively atmosphere of a bustling market. Unfazed by her discomfort, Zhang Fan led her inside. The torn fabric of her jeans became a source of insecurity as she instinctively covered the exposed area with her hand. This shopping mall, developed by the Zhang Group, boasted an array of luxury brand boutiques, reflecting its high-end appeal. The Zhang Group had invested significantly in ensuring that various prestigious brands occupied its space, with the company holding stakes in the luxury goods, be it bags, shoes, or watches, approaching a massive floor-to-ceiling window showcasing an assortment of high-end clothing. The store was illuminated even in broad daylight, its minimalist yet elegant sign reading, Gucci. However, the mere appearance of the shop intimidated Lu Wanshur. Undeterred, Zhang Fan strode inside. High-end boutiques like Gucci typically attracted a fixed clientele, as most ordinary individuals could not afford their offerings. Thus, the sales staff were gathered, engrossed in discussions about cosmetics. As Zhang Fan entered, the saleswomen glanced up. Although they were trained professionals, their education focused not on customer service but on discerning a patron's wealth based on their attire. Zhang Fan, possessing an imposing demeanor, wore clothes devoid of any recognizable labels, seemingly sourced from a street vendor. The young woman accompanying him, although beautiful, sported an outfit with an ambiguous brand name, Adidas, further emphasizing their youthful appearance that suggested financial constraints. The three saleswomen exchanged glances, playfully pushing one another. A customer has arrived, you go? I'm not going, you go? Not me, you. Zhang Fan frowned and called out, what's the matter? Can't you see the customer? At this, one of the girls reluctantly stood up and approached Zhang Fan, her expression clearly displeased. Welcome, she said half-heartedly. This lackluster attitude irked Zhang Fan. Yet he refrained from expressing his irritation. Instead, he simply instructed, please select a few outfits for this young lady. His request did not elicit the enthusiasm he hoped for. Instead, it provoked a significant eye roll from the saleswoman, who internally scoffed at the audacity of this young man attempting to play the part of a wealthy heir. Lu Wanshur, glancing at the price tags, felt her anxiety deepen upon discovering that even the least expensive hat was priced at 998 yuan, with most garments exceeding 4 figures. Feeling increasingly disheartened, she tugged at Zhang Fan's arm and implored, shall we leave? Everything here is so expensive, I can't afford any of it. Before Zhang Fan could respond, the moment hung in the air. The vendor nearby had already called out, we welcome you to visit again. This remark thoroughly provoked Zhang Fan. What do you mean by that when I haven't even left yet? Zhang Fan stepped forward, towering over the vendor. Having been born into the Zhang family, he naturally exuded an air of nobility. I instructed you to select a few outfits. Are you deaf? The vendor, intimidated by Zhang Fan's imposing presence, took a step back. Remarkably, Zhang Fan had yet to unleash his true commanding aura. After receiving a scolding, the vendor became increasingly irate and retorted, Sir, this is Gucci. Our items are quite expensive. I suggest you visit the first floor's discount market where the clothing is more varied and affordable. Zhang Fan, unwilling to engage further, produced a black card. Fetch your manager. The vendor did not recognize the significance of the card and, feeling humiliated, responded with indignation, Who are you insulting? Seeing the situation escalating, the manager hurried over. She was a young woman with dyed blonde hair tied in a ponytail, a common trend among women of this era. Nevertheless, she possessed a certain charm. Sir, please don't be upset. My surname is Zhang Li Zhao. How may I assist you? Zhang Fan remained silent, while the previously scorned vendor exclaimed, Manager, he insulted me. What did he say? The manager inquired. He called me a dog and said I have dog eyes. Zhang Fan did not feel the need to defend himself. With his status, there was no obligation to explain anything to a mere vendor. However, Manager Zhang discerned the situation. Upon noticing the black card in Zhang Fan's hand, her eyes widened in shock. She immediately bowed deeply, saying, I am terribly sorry, sir. It is our failure in service. Please, have a seat. I will resolve this immediately. The vendor continued to express her grievances. Manager, he insulted me. What is going on? Insult you? Manager Zhang replied, exasperated. You deserve it. Did you not see that black card? It must have been used as a pillow in your training sessions. Only then did the vendor realize the significance of the card Zhang Fan held, a black gold credit card issued by the bank. Such cards were granted solely to clients with deposits exceeding 100 million, boasting a credit limit of an entire 100 million. In this day and age, possessing assets over 100 million marked one as a member of the elite 0.0, one of the nation's wealthiest individuals. Moreover, this black card was not merely for asset holders, but for those with actual cash exceeding 100 million, a distinction of its own. The vendor finally understood the reason for her reprimand and sheepishly retreated. Zhang Fan, disinterested in engaging with such individuals who tarnished his dignity, instructed, select a few suitable outfits for this young lady. Manager Zhang's demeanor softened considerably as she nodded in agreement. Lu Wenshi, however, appeared flustered, her cheeks reddening. I have no money. Zhang Fan gently patted the other person's head and said, I will gift this to you. This. Lu Wenshi shook her head. That would not be appropriate. I cannot accept it. Suddenly, the divine choice system activated. Choice 1. Heed her words and refrain from gifting it. Reward. Lu Wenshi's affection 3. Choice 2. Purchase a multitude of garments to present to the previously condescending sales clerk. Reward. A tender night with the sales clerk. Choice 3. Insist on giving it to her. Reward. Lu Wenshi's affection 10. Post charm 1. Another choice appeared in the system. Zhang Fan felt a headache coming on upon seeing the second option. It had never been a viable choice. That sales clerk? Even offering her $1 million would not guarantee an intimate night. However, Lu Wenshi's attitude was somewhat perplexing. Zhang Fan did not anticipate that whether he chose to gift or not, he would still enhance her affection. This girl was indeed intriguing. Zhang Fan grasped Lu Wenshi's chin. And under the watchful gaze of Manager Zhang, who wore a professional smile, he boldly leaned down and kissed her. Lu Wenshi's fair complexion flushed rapidly, visibly turning crimson. Beside them, Manager Zhang's pupils dilated and her mouth fell open in astonishment, watching the man's audacious move. She unconsciously tightened her thighs, her heart racing uncontrollably. Did he truly disregard the onlookers around him? After a moment, Zhang Fan released Lu Wenshi and declared, Woman, what I gift you, you must accept. Lu Wenshi's mind was in a state of chaos. She barely registered what Zhang Fan had said. All she knew was that she needed to comply. Zhang Fan handed the black gold card to Manager Zhang. Take her to select some clothing. Manager Zhang, captivated by Zhang Fan's handsome visage, felt her heart race as if she were the one who had just been kissed. Who would have thought such an idol-like scene would unfold before her eyes? She would have an impressive tale to share with her friends. Her speech faltered slightly as she responded, all right. Madam, please follow me. Her charm increased once more. Every strand of her brow was perfectly positioned, her hair became more lustrous and silky, and her pants inexplicably shortened by a centimeter. Zhang Fan himself felt no significant change. And to others, he appeared unchanged, yet it was undeniable that he looked even more handsome. While they chose garments, Zhang Fan wandered around idly. The previous sales clerk, seeing Zhang Fan approach, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, quickly retreating to another area to avoid him. However, Zhang Fan paused, captivated by a bag displayed prominently at the center of the store, encased in bulletproof glass. It was not that Zhang Fan was particularly knowledgeable about bags, but the fact that this one was secured behind bulletproof glass made it stand out remarkably. Nearby, there were descriptions and certificates explaining that it was handcrafted by the French master artisan, Gus Noir. Gus Noir, a venerable design maestro of the Gucci brand, has reached the age of 72 and has officially retired. Yet, each year, he meticulously crafts a bespoke handbag by hand. Beyond the sheer beauty of the bag itself, the mere association with his name renders it a prized collectible. Observing the extravagant descriptions, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The bag appeared rather appealing. Nearby, Lu Wenshi was trying on clothes. Concerned about frivolously spending Zhang Fan's money, she endeavored to select more economical options, yet each item exceeded 1,000, leaving her feeling quite apprehensive. Just as she emerged from the fitting room, Manager Zhang was already selecting a second outfit for her. At that moment, the disdainful saleswoman approached. Gazing at Lu Wenshi's attire with a look of contempt, she stepped forward and remarked, This outfit is the cheapest in our store. The man standing at the entrance must be quite wealthy, right? Today he buys you this ensemble, but do you know what will follow? He will take you to a buffet where the average cost is less than 100. He'll choose a local 4-star hotel, then deceive you into believing it's 5-star. That place will become your regular haunt. Young lady, even if you have never encountered finer things, you should not devalue yourself so. Have some self-respect. Lu Wenshi's initially buoyant mood plummeted at the woman's words. It was not that she felt the items Zhang Fan chose were inexpensive, but rather she sensed a lack of self-worth, questioning why she only sought to take from Zhang Fan. The saleswoman, noting her impact, became increasingly aggressive. As women, we must understand self-respect and self-love. These trifling gifts mean nothing. They do not reflect our worth. Young lady, you are exceedingly beautiful. There are countless men outside vying for your attention. Many would gladly buy you clothing. Do not let such trivial matters deceive you. The woman spoke with conviction. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a system informed Zhang Fan that should he purchase the clothing for Lu Wenshi, she would accompany him to bed. This was a classic case of double standards, harsh on others yet lenient on oneself. At that moment, Manager Zhang noticed the saleswoman was still conversing with the customers and grew concerned. She swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Wang Manny, what are you saying to the customers? Return to your designated area immediately." Wang Manny, undeterred, further belittled the women, stating, "Sister, remember, these clothes are nothing. They hardly represent a man's feelings for you. At the very least, it should be the handbag locked in our Gucci store." This infuriated the manager, who seized the saleswoman, saying, "You wish to quit, do you? Leave at once." Only then did the saleswoman depart. The manager quickly turned to the customers, apologizing, "My sincerest apologies. Our staff can be quite thoughtless. That outfit truly complements your elegance. However, this forest-themed attire, paired with this hat, would make you look like a woodland fairy. It's particularly suited for you. Moreover, the price is quite reasonable. You put it on. No need." Lu Wenxue appeared dazed, her head bowed. Chapter 37. Not for sale. A profound sense of despondency enveloped her. Who was she, after all? Merely a simple girl from the countryside. Her family operated a modest supermarket, barely making over 100 a day, yet here she was, contemplating garments worth several thousand. She forced a smile, settling on just this outfit. Ah? Manager Zhang was taken aback. Just moments ago, she appeared so elated. He had anticipated a substantial purchase today, yet suddenly, she seemed disinclined to buy. However, Lu Wenxue's resolve was unwavering. This ensemble was sufficient for her. In truth, she had intended to buy nothing at all, but fearing that Zhang Fan might detect her insecurities, she opted for the cheapest outfit available. Manager Zhang quickly discerned the truth. It was undoubtedly the machinations of Wang Manny. Lu Wenxue approached Zhang Fan, mustering a cheerful faade as she exclaimed, "I've made my choice." Zhang Fan scrutinized her attire. A pair of high-heeled marten boots crafted from soft leather, a brown dress, and a garden hat. Lu Wenxue's innate elegance shone through. It looked quite lovely, though perhaps it lacked something. "Quite nice. Why not select a few more?" Zhang Fan suggested. Lu Wenxue replied with a grin, "No need. I'm very satisfied with this one." The sales associate, Wang Manny, continued to observe them, thinking that this man would surely acquiesce to her wishes. "Very well, then, let it be so," Zhang Fan concurred. Wang Manny's expression morphed into one of sardonic triumph. Then Zhang Fan added, "This bag, wrap it up for her. It complements the outfit beautifully." Instantly, Wang Manny's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He truly intended to buy her a bag? Lu Wenxue was momentarily stunned as well. She gazed at the bag, securely locked within the display case. Was this not the very one the sales associate had just mentioned? A wave of emotion surged within Lu Wenxue, her nose tingling with the urge to cry. It dawned on her that he was willing to buy her even this bag. "Please, no. I'm already so happy," she exclaimed urgently. In that moment, Lu Wenxue's heart was entirely captured by Zhang Fan. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, and her enchanting gaze seemed capable of enveloping him entirely. With her current mindset, she would have readily agreed to any whimsical suggestion he made, even to bear a football team of children. Lu Wenxue had completely considered Zhang Fan's perspective. She genuinely couldn't bear the thought of him spending recklessly. Ironically, this situation also served as an unintended assist from Wang Manny, who had hoped to vex Zhang Fan by pricing the locked bag extravagantly. Little did she know that what she regarded as a pinnacle of luxury was, in Zhang Fan's eyes, no more significant than a decorative hairpin. Zhang Fan gently patted Lu Wenxue's head, saying, "Did you forget? What I give you, you must accept." He was about to instruct Manager Zhang to wrap it up when the latter's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "I'm sorry, sir, but this bag is not for sale." Zhang Fan's countenance darkened. Zhang Fan spoke up. "Enough with the pretense. Just tell me how much you intend to charge." Manager Zhang appeared quite troubled. "I apologize, sir. This bag is specially designated for select clients and requires a reservation of at least 6 months in advance. It has already been claimed. It has already been sold?" Zhang Fan's irritation intensified. "What does it mean that you still display it here? Do you think others are incapable of affording it?" He despised such marketing tactics, akin to a nightclub masquerading as a wellness center, where the alluring ladies at the entrance flaunted their legs in provocative attire while enticing patrons to purchase memberships for exclusive services, only to inform them that the ladies were not for sale. It was outright deception. "I sincerely apologize, sir." This, Manager Zhang, understanding the nuances of social interactions, promptly took the blame. "This is indeed our oversight, and we should not have handled it this way. I regret the inconvenience caused." His demeanor was relatively accommodating. Zhang Fan gently patted Lu Wenxue's head, speaking softly, "Let us choose another one." As soon as he uttered this, before Lu Wenxue could respond, a derisive laugh pierced the air. Zhang Fan, manager Zhang, and Lu Wincher turned to the source of the laughter, Wang Manny, who covered her mouth, wearing a smirk that was both mocking and disdainful. Manager Zhang. Wang Manny interjected, "Are you out of work? Hurry up and leave." Rather than departing, she escalated her sarcasm. "Do you really think that having some money entitles you to anything you desire? The truly exquisite items cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Young lady, you must open your eyes. Not every man with a bit of money is trustworthy." Manager Zhang was utterly flabbergasted. This woman typically resorted to harsh words, but now she dared to speak so dismissively in front of customers. "Fire her. I must contact the owner to have her dismissed." Whether or not she would be terminated was a matter for later. The immediate priority was to placate the guest. Manager Zhang turned quickly to Zhang Fan. As anticipated, Zhang Fan's expression was grim, teetering on the brink of fury. "Sir, please allow me to explain. This is indeed our..." Zhang Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, pointing at the locked bag. "Wrap it up for me." His tone was frosty, leaving no room for debate. Manager Zhang found herself in a quandary, pleading, "Sir, that bag truly has an owner. We cannot sell it to you. Just give it to me. Wrap it up." Zhang Fan reiterated, now resolute in his demand. As for the repercussions for the store, they were to bear the consequences themselves. Wang Manny continued her mockery. "Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? You dare to claim what is not yours? Do you know who has reserved that bag? Would you dare to seize it from him?" Zhang Fan regarded the insolent saleswoman with indifference and stated calmly, "Regardless of who reserved it, it now belongs to me." "Oh my, what audacity!" Wang Manny feigned surprise. "Let me tell you the truth. That bag has already been reserved by the eldest son of the Zhang family from the Zhang group." "Do you dare to take it from him?" Zhang Fan paused, taken aback. "The eldest son of the Zhang group? Isn't that just him? However, when has he ever decided on a handbag?" Wang Manny noticed Zhang Fan lost in thought and assumed he was intimidated. She continued her arrogant tirade. "Are you scared now? The eldest son of the Zhang group. Such talent embodies true nobility. A genuine wealthy individual. Don't think that just because you have a little money in your pocket, you can compete with him. This single handbag, or even this entire shopping mall, belongs to him." After delivering her scornful remarks, she stepped forward to confront Lu Wincher, provocatively stating, "Sister, the words I've shared with you are quite realistic. He buys you these trivial items, and he is merely hoping to seduce you. Are you not at a loss? If you are to marry, it should be to someone of the stature of the heir of the Zhang group. Do not deceive yourself into thinking that a man with a little money is your ideal high-class gentleman." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Zhang Fan, secretly thinking he is actually quite handsome. Yet, she still begrudgingly asserted, he, however, falls significantly short. Lu Wincher was left bewildered by her remarks. Previously, she had heard from Shinchuchu about Zhang Fan's background. Shinchuchu had boasted about the Zhang group's influence to establish her superiority among their dormitory. Now she looked at Zhang Fan, pondering, "Isn't the heir of the Zhang group you?" Chapter 38. A wicked person will always meet their match. Manager Zhang felt compelled to continue apologizing to Zhang Fan. "I sincerely apologize, sir. Our brand has no intention of looking down upon you. However, this bag is already claimed. As a gesture of goodwill, I can offer you an 88% discount using my internal quota." Zhang Fan raised his hand, interrupting the sales pitch. 88%? How patronizing. He retrieved his phone and made a direct call to the head of the mall. "Hello, Uncle Lee. Yes, it's Zhang Fan." His expression remained stoic as he uttered a statement that left the Gucci salesperson utterly stunned. "Please contact the general manager of Gucci for me. I have encountered some peculiar circumstances at our mall's Gucci store." He added, "Yes, let him directly reach out to the store manager." With that, he ended the call. Given his status as a member of the Zhang family, he felt no obligation to elaborate further. He trusted that the other party would uncover the necessary details on their own. The call was executed with such confidence that manager Zhang was left trembling. Meanwhile, Wang Manny, initially taken aback, soon burst into laughter. "Oh, you're quite the actor. One might think you truly are the heir of the Zhang family." Zhang Fan chose not to respond. He awaited the moment the coveted bag would be placed in his hands. Before long, manager Zhang's phone rang. Upon answering, she was bombarded with a torrent of accusations. The mall's owner and Gucci's head honcho were both demanding to know what had transpired. The gravity of their authority weighed heavily on her. If she mishandled this situation, not only could her position be jeopardized, but her very existence could be at stake. Realizing she had inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable figure, manager Zhang hastily recounted the entire incident to her boss. Upon hearing the details, the boss erupted in outrage, denouncing the other party as a fool. Immediately, "Wrap that bag for young Master Zhang." This is the esteemed heir of the Zhang family. Have you lost your senses? A true dignitary stands before you, and you dare obstruct him from obtaining a bag? Manager Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhang Fan. She cautiously inquired, "And the price?" "Price? Nonsense. It's a gift. Ensure that young Master Zhang is well attended to. We cannot afford to displease him. As for Wang Manny, I swear, I will make her pay." The boss, having a history in the underworld, bore a deep-seated grudge against Wang Manny. After receiving the directive, Manager Zhang quickly retrieved the keys from the safe, extracting the bag secured behind bulletproof glass. Once packaged, she solemnly presented it to Zhang Fan. Wang Manny, now in shock, rushed over to confront the manager. "Manager Zhang, are you out of your mind? How could you give young Master Zhang's bag to this person?" Manager Zhang's gaze shifted. It was no longer filled with anger, but rather pity. Even she, who had committed no wrongdoing, faced a penalty of 3 months' salary. The potential repercussions for Wang Manny were unfathomable. Manager Zhang understood that their boss was not a benevolent individual. "Manny, you should be cautious." Listening to Manager Zhang's words, Wang Manny was taken aback, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising within her. Zhang Fan took the bag and casually handed it to Lu Wenshi. Preparing to pay with his card, Manager Zhang quickly interjected, "Mr. Zhang, how could we possibly accept your money? We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. Our boss has instructed me to express our regret by waiving all expenses." As she spoke, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Zhang Fan withdrew his card. Insisting on paying now would only frighten them further. "One question. I don't recall ever having ordered a bag from your establishment. What is the matter? Who placed the order?" Manager Zhang was momentarily perplexed. If it wasn't ordered by the other party, then who could it be? She replied, "That was 6 months ago. I remember it was a particularly beautiful young lady with alluring yet innocent features. Oh yes. She mentioned her name was Chu Chu. This bag was personally overseen by our boss. I can inquire about it for you." "That's unnecessary." Zhang Fan turned and left with Lu Wenshi. Matters from half a year ago were beyond remedy. Now that the two had officially announced their broken engagement, surely no fool would think flattering Shinchuchu would curry favor with the Zhang family. After they departed, Wang Manny, trembling with fear, approached Manager Zhang. "Manager, just now. Who was that?" Manager Zhang looked at her with a gaze full of pity. "He is the heir of the Zhang group, Zhang Fan." Upon receiving this revelation, Wang Manny's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. It was then that she truly felt fear, wishing she could slap herself repeatedly for her own foolishness. Not far off, the sales staff chuckled, recalling how Wang Manny, with her modest beauty, often acted aloof and superior, shamelessly vying for the attention of wealthy men. Timidly, she asked Manager Zhang, "Manager, I'm just a salesperson. Surely Mr. Zhang wouldn't hold a grudge against me, right? He wouldn't think much of me at all, would he?" Manager Zhang shook her head with sympathy. "If Mr. Zhang were to seek personal retribution, that would be one thing. But what we fear? What do we fear?" However, Manager Zhang chose not to elaborate further. Diverting the conversation, "Wang Manny, you have been dismissed from the store for insulting a customer." Wang Manny hurriedly stood up. "Manager, please give me another chance. I desperately need this job." She needed this position to meet wealthy men and eventually live a life of luxury as a mistress. After all, how could someone with her lofty aspirations settle for being a mere salesperson? Manager Zhang replied, "I'm sorry, this is not my decision, but the boss's." Wang Manny realized the situation had become irreversible. As she left the Gucci store, she remained unconcerned, thinking that high-end shops were not limited to just Gucci. She straightened her clothes, preparing herself, convinced that with her looks, she would be in demand wherever she went. Upon entering another store, the staff, upon seeing her, replied, "I'm sorry, we cannot hire you." "Why?" "There is no reason." She was abruptly expelled. After trying several establishments in succession, Wang Manny finally realized that she had been blacklisted. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "So be it. If I am banned, then I shall abandon this line of work. I will go to a bar and seek out a wealthy suitor." As she walked along the deserted path home, suddenly a burlap sack was thrown over her head. Before she could utter a sound, a brick struck her on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she hurriedly checked her attire. Discovering no signs of damage or disarray, her body felt entirely normal. Concerned about her belongings, she inspected her bag for her phone and money, finding nothing amiss. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely an intimidation tactic, she spotted a bicycle by the roadside. The reflection in the bicycle's mirror caught her face, and her pupils constricted as her hands instinctively touched her visage. A piercing scream erupted from her lips. Zhang Fan had already driven Lu Wenshi back to the base. As for what transpired afterward, he remained blissfully unaware. That insignificant vendor was not worth his personal vengeance. However, once one ascends to a certain stature, even if one remains indifferent, others will take it upon themselves to intervene. A scholar, jesting with a group, remarked on the beauty of someone's young wife, and the crowd laughed lewdly. But when that scholar achieved success and became a high-ranking official, he made the same jest again. And the laughter ceased. That very night, the young wife of a certain household found herself in the scholar's bed. Chapter 39. Lin Feng's intent to kill. Upon returning to the base, the thoughts of boys and girls diverged significantly. Girls, seizing the weekend, aspired to adorn themselves beautifully before venturing out to showcase their charm, while boys lounged in baggy shorts, engrossed in reading novels, those of the traditional printed variety. A single book, torn into several pieces, left them oblivious to the narrative's background, content to savor only the climactic conclusion. One classmate possessed a particularly captivating book, making him the center of attention in the dormitory. This book, originally published by a reputable newspaper, had been retracted yet continued to garner immense popularity. Beyond their literary pursuits, these spirited young men found solace in basketball, pouring their energy into the court with fervor. As they engaged in their activities, two exceptionally beautiful young women entered the boys' dormitory courtyard. Their cheeks bore a hint of rosy flush, drawing the gaze of numerous boys peering from the windows, causing the girls to feel a touch of bashfulness. If these two girls were to be your girlfriends, which one would you choose? I'd choose the one with long legs. I have a penchant for Western beauty. Fool. She's a girl from Xinjiang. What Western beauty are you talking about? If it were up to me, I would select the one beside her. Don't you think she's even more enchanting than Lu Yifei? With their playful banter, the boys scrutinized the girls, finding them increasingly captivating, with an ethereal quality surpassing that of Lu Yifei. At that moment, another boy approached, casting a disdainful laugh at the group of onlookers. A bunch of naive fools. The boys glared in response. The newcomer extended his hand in a claw-like gesture. Choose what? I want them both. Pfft. Just a bunch of daydreamers, they collectively sighed, knowing well that such exquisite girls were far beyond their reach. Two girls intercepted a boy returning from washing his clothes, holding a basin. The boy, clad in a tank top and somewhat slender, blushed profusely when confronted by Gulina. His face reddened, as if he were a shrimp steamed to perfection. With a sweet smile, Gulina inquired, "Excuse me, could you help me find Zhang Fan from the third squad?" Nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, the boy responded, "Of course. I'll go right now." He discarded the basin on the ground and sprinted towards the second floor at breakneck speed. "Zhang Fan, there's a stunning girl looking for you." Zhang Fan was engrossed in the various documents sent by Uncle Zhou, which included the progress of Shinchuchu's scheme and the number of users for the plot of land at the market, along with news of rising stocks for Jinhua Pharmaceuticals. Uncle Zhou even remarked on Zhang Fan's keen business acumen, noting that a tiger begets no dogs. If all went well, Jinhua Pharmaceuticals could enable Zhang Fan to transform 100 million into 150 million in just a week. Without lifting his head, he replied, "Who? What's the name?" Everyone gazed in admiration at Zhang Fan's composed demeanor, impressed by his calmness in the face of a beautiful girl seeking him out. Truly, he was the renowned wealthy and handsome figure of the class. Zhang Fan found it quite challenging to maintain his composure these days, as several women had sought his attention. Among them was Shin Chu, who, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had approached him with grandiose declarations. She proclaimed her imminent rise as a business queen and, in light of their long-standing relationship, offered him another chance to pursue her, promising to steer clear of the Zhang group and her investments. Otherwise, she threatened a commercial rivalry. Faced with this increasingly inflated persona, Zhang Fan could only respond with two words: "You're delusional." Aside from Shinchuchu, the most frequent visitor was his classmate Liang Xiaoqian. During their first encounter, Zhang Fan had met her, and she resembled a lesser version of Lu Wenshi, stumbling over her words while expressing her gratitude for his care. Subsequently, he chose to avoid her, and when Liang Xiaoqian returned, he had his friend Niu Chong inform her of his absence. Nevertheless, Liang Xiaoqian proved quite tenacious, persisting in her visits despite the obviousness of his disinterest. As for Lu Wenshi, they exchanged phone numbers, eliminating the need for her to seek him out in the dormitory. Zhang Fan anticipated another visit from Liang Xiaoqian and was preparing to ask someone to send her away when Aisha rushed in, eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaiming, "Fancy! Fancy! Quick! Let us go out and have some fun." Zhang Fan shot her a look of exasperation, preoccupied with thoughts of securing the plot of land in the market, dismissing the idea of leisure. However, Aisha seized his wrist, her enthusiasm palpable. "Naba! Naba is looking for me." Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. "What is Naba seeking you have to do with me?" Aisha paused, realizing that Naba was likely not there for him. She quickly added, "Gu Yuan is here too." They came together. "Let us go out and stroll." "My treat." Gu Yuan. Zhang Fan pondered. In his previous life, this woman had been entangled with Lin Feng for quite some time. The essence of their relationship was Lin Feng's desire to be with her. While Gu Yuan had learned of his other romantic entanglements, leading to her prolonged disinterest, though she was compelled to feign cordiality due to familial pressures, Aisha tugged at Zhang Fan's arm, urging, "Oh, don't hesitate. Go after Yuan. It might create an opportunity for me too. Let us head to the market. I'll treat you both to a late-night snack." Zhang Fan allowed himself to be pulled out of the dormitory by the love-struck Aisha. A visit to the market seemed worthwhile, as that land held considerable future value, surrounded by schools, ensuring a steady flow of customers even if a mere commercial street or cinema were established. As Zhang Fan descended the stairs with Aisha, Gulina Naba beamed upon seeing him. Waving cheerfully, "Hi." Aisha's cheeks flushed as she joyfully waved back. "Hi. I'm here, Naba." It was then that Naba noticed Aisha beside Zhang Fan, her smile momentarily faltering as she gently waved at him. "You're here too." Aisha appeared oblivious, interpreting Naba's gesture as solely directed at her. Radiating joy like a small dog that had just received a bone, wagging her tail with such fervor that it seemed she could break it. Yu Yuan gently waved at Zhang Fan, greeting him with, "It's good to see you again, Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan responded amicably, "Hello, everyone." The four of them departed from the boys' dormitory. In a corner on the third floor, a pair of indifferent eyes coldly observed Zhang Fan's retreating figure. Lin Feng watched his fiancée enjoy the company of another man. A surge of wicked fury welled up within him, his gaze imbued with murderous intent as he followed Zhang Fan's departure. From the moment he laid eyes on this man, an inexplicable aversion gripped him, akin to a profound loathing that seemed to emanate from his very soul. This was the instinct of one chosen by destiny. Zhang Fan harbored a vendetta against Lin Feng, though their paths had crossed only once and Zhang Fan had concealed his murderous intent. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Feng developed an unyielding animosity towards Zhang Fan, his inner turmoil raging uncontrollably. Upon exiting the dormitory, Lin Feng resolved to seek solace in the company of a woman to quell his tumultuous emotions. Chapter 40. The desire to acquire land. The atmosphere among the four individuals was peculiar. Zhang Fan, initially walking at the edge alongside Gu Yuan, found himself joined by Gulina Ba. Soon after, Aisha positioned herself next to Gulina Ba. Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan were both rather taciturn, while Gulina Ba incessantly regaled Zhang Fan with various snippets of her life that she deemed amusing, though they were quite dull to him. Zhang Fan merely smiled in a perfunctory manner, yet Aisha was thoroughly entertained, laughing heartily and chiming in, "How delightful!" frustrated by Zhang Fan's apparent disinterest. Gulina Ba snapped at Aisha, "What is so amusing? It's utterly boring." After her outburst, she resumed her chatter with Zhang Fan about other trivialities, with Aisha continuing to play the supportive audience. The marketplace in the small town was bustling with an array of delectable street food, yet it lacked formal management, leading to frequent disputes over territory among vendors. The market spanned approximately 10,000 square meters, an expanse that clearly fell short of Zhang Fan's ambitions, as he had also set his sights on the surrounding villagers' properties. "What do you think it would cost to lease this piece of land?" he inquired. "Skincare products are quite expensive." Gulina Ba suddenly paused, lost in thought. Aisha interjected, "How much do skincare products cost? Do you have enough money? If not, I could lend you a little." Aisha's obsequious demeanor infuriated Gulina Ba. She scrutinized him closely and remarked, "Aisha, could you perhaps learn a thing or two from Zhang Fan? Look at him discussing how to acquire land, while you're preoccupied with the price of skincare." Aisha scratched his head. "Isn't it because you mentioned how pricey the skincare is that I asked about the cost?" Gulina Ba shook her head in disappointment at her childhood friend, feeling the gulf between him and Zhang Fan was insurmountable. Zhang Fan smiled and said, "No, I was just asking casually." Aisha's face lit up. "Hee. Fan was just making casual inquiries. Let us discuss cosmetics instead. Matters of land acquisition are far too complex for us students to comprehend." Gulina Ba continued her admonition. "What is wrong with being a student? You need ambition and vision. At least Zhang Fan dares to dream. You don't even have the courage to think about it. Listening to her critique, Aisha remained unperturbed, simply scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Gu Linaba grew increasingly disdainful of his foolishness. Finally, the usually quiet Gu Yuan spoke up. The market occupies roughly 15 acres. According to current policy, if one wishes to convert it to commercial use, each acre will cost around 600,000. If one intends to establish a shopping mall, 15 acres is certainly insufficient. The surrounding agricultural land necessitates compensation to the farmers amounting to 8 times their annual yield, while the price of residential land is even higher. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Zhang Fan. Furthermore, there will be the need for construction, decoration, and even attracting merchants and customers. Will there be enough funds? I can invest a portion, she suggested. Zhang Fan responded with a gentle smile, graciously declining, stating that it was not required at the moment. Gu Yuan fell silent thereafter. Beside them, Gu Linaba and Aisha were left utterly astonished. Aisha's voice trembled with disbelief as she inquired, Fanzi, you cannot possibly be serious about acquiring land, can you? You must consider this carefully. Such a significant matter is not something we students can handle. Aisha's mindset still lingered in high school. In fact, many first-year students maintained this perspective during military training, as they had yet to embark on their formal university lives. Hearing Aisha's unambitious remarks, Gu Linaba, hailing from the same background, was infuriated. How embarrassing. Zhang Fan is already contemplating acquiring land, and you are still hesitating, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Faced with Gu Linaba's criticism, Aisha appeared quite troubled. He wished to concur with her, but purchasing land was indeed a substantial decision. They could not allow Fanzi to act impulsively and suffer great losses. Zhang Fan reassured them, I will consider it thoroughly. For now, it is merely an idea. Preparation will take time. It cannot be decided hastily. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Gu Linaba's eyes sparkled with admiration. She immediately regarded him as wise, appreciating his thoughtful and composed demeanor, embodying the qualities of a mature man. Gu Linaba's words prompted Zhang Fan to regard her with earnestness. Under his gaze, Gu Linaba's cheeks flushed with a charming hue. What are you staring at? She stammered, her tone altered. Zhang Fan remarked, You remind me of a character from an animated series. Really? Who? Gu Linaba asked, her face growing even more flushed with shyness. Zhang Fan answered, Mei Yangyang. At that time, the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf had just been released, and many were still unaware of such a show. Mei Yangyang had yet to become the most disliked character among the masses. Gu Linaba blinked in confusion, not comprehending Zhang Fan's meaning. She felt he was complimenting her, which only made her more elated. In a moment of impulsiveness, she boldly declared, Zhang Fan, go ahead and do it, even if it results in a loss. It doesn't matter. I will accompany you to start anew. Everyone turned their attention toward Gu Linaba. She appeared somewhat flustered and quickly added, I meant, we will support you in starting over. We are all good friends. After all, best friends. Aisha let out a sigh of relief, having been startled moments before. He hastily affirmed, Yes. Yes, the 4 of us are the best of friends. Fanzi and I are brothers sharing the same dormitory. Naba and Yuan are good friends sharing a dormitory. And I have known Naba since childhood. No one has a bond as strong as ours. Hiki. The 4 of us found a stall at the night market. As soon as Aisha sat down, he insisted on treating us, and none of the other 3 contested him. We ordered clay pot egg custard, lamb skewers, grilled chicken wings, and baked potatoes, plus a serving of crispy meat. In an effort to appear generous, Aisha began scribbling on the order slip, only to be halted by Zhang Fan. He cautioned against ordering too much and wasting food. Nearby, Gu Linaba chimed in, Exactly, such extravagance. This immediately deflated Aisha's enthusiasm for ordering. How much could he have ordered anyway? It is worth noting that during their last meal, Zhang Fan had treated them, costing 2,000 to 3,000 here. Even if they indulged, it would hardly exceed 300. Gu Linaba continued to chatter away with Zhang Fan about trivial matters. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan observed the proprietor of the stall, who was a middle-aged man in his 40s, pausing from his cooking to engage in conversation. Boss, if you're not busy, could you come over here? The owner, with a seemingly honest demeanor, could not help but sneak glances at Zhang Fan's table. After all, both Gu Yuan and Gu Linaba were exceptionally beautiful. When one of them called for him, the owner approached with a beaming smile that nearly obscured his eyes. Beautiful ladies, what can I do for you? Gu Yuan, smiling, offered him a chair. The owner's grin widened at the sight of a lovely lady assisting him. Gu Yuan inquired, What could there be to request? We are freshmen from Huayang School. Boss, your business seems quite prosperous. You must earn a fair amount each day. Upon hearing that Gu Yuan was a student from the area, the night market owner perked up. It's all hard-earned money. On a good day, I might make around 200. It pales in comparison to your university's cafeteria. Unfortunately, the rent is too steep for us to set up there. So we make to here. Gu Yuan pressed on. Really, boss? I see many vendors selling snacks here who drive small cars. If they can afford cars, they must be making a profit, right? At this, the owner displayed a look of envy, slapping his thigh. You said it. Those folks have truly struck gold. My family also resides nearby, yet somehow, when they were acquiring land, they missed my plot. If they had taken my 10 acres, I would have a small car too. Guli Naba found it peculiar that Gu Yuan was so engrossed in conversation with the restaurant owner. Wasn't she usually reticent? Naba contemplated giving Yuan a gentle nudge to redirect the boss's attention, so she could resume her conversation with Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan intervened, having shifted his focus entirely to the dialogue between Gu Yuan and the stall owner. The market area consisted of 30 households, covering 100 acres of fertile land. The compensation rate for requisitioning such land was approximately 27,000 per acre, while the compensation for residential land was generally around 8,000 per square meter. After meticulously inquiring about every detail, Gu Yuan gathered the information she sought. With a smile, she began, "The boss is quite knowledgeable. I look forward to our next conversation." The boss, with a casual wave of his hand, reveled in displaying his wisdom before the enchanting lady, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He stood up joyfully and departed. Once the other had left, Gu Yuan turned to Zhang Fan and remarked, "To acquire the surrounding farmland, market, and villagers' residences, we require a total of 35,700,000. We need a margin of error, so let's say 38 million. This is merely the cost of the land." Zhang Fan replied, "It's not cheap, but once secured, it will appreciate in value. Do you have sufficient funds? I can purchase the land, but I lack the capital for constructing the mall." "I can invest," he responded. Their conversation was brisk and succinct. Meanwhile, Gu Linaba, holding a skewer of lamb kebabs priced at 1 yuan each, appeared momentarily stunned. Since emerging from the military training base, she had been incessantly chattering about whose cosmetics were of what brand and price, boasting that she had acquired them for less, discussing who wore counterfeit clothing, and how Adidas had become AIDAS in some cases, and who habitually borrowed other shower gel. As she listened to Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan's dialogue, an inexplicable pang of sadness welled up within her, prompting her to set down the lamb kebab. Noticing this, Ai Shah, ever perceptive, inquired, "Naba, do you find the kebabs unappetizing? Perhaps they differ from those in our Xinjiang. Shall I ask the boss to heat them up a bit? They might taste better warmed." Gu Linaba erupted, "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. You're utterly heartless." Ai Shah, bewildered by the sudden reprimand, fell silent, lowering his head in submission. Gu Linaba grappled with an intense, tumultuous emotion. Even as Ai Shah ceased his chatter, she remained intent on chastising him. "Look at your prospects. All you do is eat and drink, thinking that getting into Huayang University means you've achieved everything? There lies a long road ahead. Can't you display a modicum of maturity? Act like an adult." The chastised Ai Shah dared not retort, bowing his head even further, nearly to the ground. Zhang Fan, unable to bear the scene, narrowed his eyes. "Gu Linaba, I understand your bond with him, but Ai Shah is your friend, not your child. Your words are excessively harsh." Gu Linaba, already feeling miserable, absorbed Zhang Fan's criticism as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Their gazes locked, and she found no trace of affection in his eyes, only reproach. Abruptly, she stood up and stormed away. Ai Shah finally lifted his head and called out, "Naba," but it seemed she did not hear, striding away with determination. Ai Shah rose to pursue her, leaving Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan seated in their places. While others might not comprehend, Gu Yuan understood. Raising an eyebrow slightly, she queried Zhang Fan, "Aren't you going to follow her?" "Me?" Zhang Fan picked up a skewer of lamb. "What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 41. The thoughts of Gu Yuan Gu Linaba did not stray far, but instead crouched by the roadside on her way back. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Aisha chased after her from behind, calling out, "Naba." Upon lifting her head, Gu Linaba was taken aback to see Aisha approaching, with no sign of Zhang Fan in sight. Her sorrow deepened. Seeing her distress, Aisha became flustered, fumbling for words of comfort. "Naba, what troubles you? Fan speaks like that. Don't take offense, it's surely unintentional." Clueless, Aisha could only surmise that Gulina Ba wept due to Zhang Fan's reprimand. Why are you the one chasing after me? Gulina Ba cried out in anguish. I'll have Zhang Fan apologize to you. Aisha's words sounded disbelieving even to himself. How could Zhang Fan ever apologize? The small town was exceptionally quiet in the evening, save for the bustling market. The sky began to twinkle with stars. Gulina Ba sobbed, feeling lost and unjustly treated without even knowing the cause of her tears. Aisha continued to offer his clumsy reassurances. As they stood there, a group of inebriated young men approached, their heads dyed, bare-chested, and adorned with tattoos. Spotting the weeping girl, they grew intrigued. Hey there, little sister, why are you crying? Is this man bothering you? Let your big brother take care of it. Upon hearing this, Gulina Ba lifted her head, revealing her breathtaking beauty, which instantly captivated the group of ruffians. They had never encountered such an exotic beauty in their lives. Hey, sister, is this guy giving you trouble? Just say the word, and I'll deal with him. Gulina Ba wished to avoid these thugs. Get lost. Leave me alone. Aisha stepped protectively in front of her, shouting at the rowdy group, Scram, don't cause trouble. To his dismay, Gulina Ba, unable to distinguish friend from foe, shouted at Aisha as well, you too. Get lost. The ruffians burst into laughter. Useless. Didn't you hear? Let us talk to the sister. As they approached, they crouched beside Gulina Ba, offering her a beer. Seeing the drink, she accepted it and began to drink deeply. This thrilled the group, delighted that such a beautiful girl was willing to indulge in alcohol. Amid laughter, they reached out to embrace her. Unexpectedly, a powerful kick sent one of them tumbling to the ground. The group erupted in collective fury. How dare you touch her? Brothers, let us settle this. Aisha, fueled by the heat of the moment, engaged in a struggle with the 5 ruffians. Gu Yuan and Zhang Fan showed little concern for the other 2 individuals, presuming they had returned to the base. Although the path was sparsely populated, the distance to the base was not considerable. Zhang Fan inquired, how much are you planning to invest for a majority stake? Gu Yuan's gaze was always imbued with reason. She responded to Zhang Fan softly, I don't have much money. Only 30 million. I do not seek shares. I merely wish for your assistance with a matter. Zhang Fan chuckled, 30 million to solicit my help? I hardly hold that worth. You do, came her firm reply, piquing Zhang Fan's curiosity. What is it? Be my boyfriend, Gu Yuan stated with an air of indifference, uttering words that left one agape. Zhang Fan was not naive enough to believe that she would bestow upon him such a fortuitous opportunity. He was, however, taken aback by her lack of surprise at his proposition, as she furrowed her brow in contemplation instead. This indicated that she was not easily swayed by her own words. Zhang Fan remarked, you offer me 30 million to be your boyfriend? While I possess confidence, I am not delusional. I can only reasonably infer that you are facing some predicament, and since it pertains to being a boyfriend, it likely involves matters of marriage. Miss Gu, this 30 million is not to have me as your boyfriend. It is to confront your family. Furthermore, he noted, your teammate may not be reliable. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from you, Gu Yuan replied, taking a sip of water. The heir of the Zhang family recently called off his engagement with Shin Chuchu and threatened Lu Wensher from the design department, leading to ongoing speculation between the two. Recently, he requested 100 million from your father to acquire shares in Jinhua Pharmaceuticals, and if all goes well, you should profit around 50 million from this venture. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. The affairs involving Shin Chuchu and Lu Wensher were hardly clandestine. If anyone sought to investigate, it was nearly impossible to hide. However, the transaction of 100 million was known only to his father and Uncle Zhou. Zhang Fan felt compelled to reassess the Gu family's influence. Gu Yuan fixed her gaze on Zhang Fan, her words measured as she asked, I have a question. Are you approaching me for my sake, or for my family name? In other words, she sought to discern whether his interest was genuine or driven by ulterior motives. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Fan contemplated for a moment before replying. I approached you with a purpose. The expressionless Gu Yuan suddenly offered a faint, bittersweet smile, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, do you not wish to deceive me even a little? Zhang Fan responded, you are too astute. I cannot deceive you. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's reply, a faint smile graced Gu Yuan's lips, though she quickly composed herself, raising her chin. Thus, you are currently my best partner. Since there are no emotions involved, let us discuss collaboration. Gu Yuan remained resolute in her rationality. Zhang Fan queried, what, then, are my benefits? 30 million? I would rather not offend the Gu family for such an amount. Gu Yuan smiled radiantly, Doesn't my title as your girlfriend hold any value? Zhang Fan responded, ha ha ha, Yuan. You are not suited for such seductive rhetoric. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Gu Yuan's smile faded. Zhang Fan spoke earnestly, 30 million. And I will grant you 20% of the shares. That is my condition. It seemed illogical that he would not agree to the 30 million, yet would concede to offering 20% of the shares. In truth, Zhang Fan had cleverly ensnared Gu Yuan with those shares. Should Gu Yuan ever capitulate to the Gu family, her surname would protect her. She could simply heed her parents' wishes, and the Gu family would not truly harm their own. However, Zhang Fan would become the target of the Gu family's frustrations. The 20% stake would firmly bind Gu Yuan to him, intertwining their fates, at least in a commercial sense. If Gu Yuan ever surrendered to the Gu family, Zhang Fan would find himself in the same predicament. Yet this partnership could also allow him to leverage the Gu family's considerable influence. Gu Yuan clearly understood Zhang Fan's implication. You are more astute than I. Likewise, he replied. In the future, whether you seek out Shinchuchu or Lu Wenshi, I will not interfere, but we must keep it discreet. To the outside world, you must remain exclusively mine. After acquiring this identity, Gu Yuan's tone carried an alluring dominance. Zhang Fan chuckled heartily as he rose to settle the bill. The two then strolled together towards the base. Chapter 42. Thunder and Explosion. Aisha had been engaged in a fierce battle with several ruffians, his body bruised and bloodied. This time, without being swiftly defeated, Aisha exhibited an extraordinary ferocity that left the thugs dumbfounded, pondering whether he was indeed human. Despite being battered and bleeding profusely, he continued to fight valiantly. His fierce demeanor instilled thoughts of retreat among the thugs. Gulina, in her distress, cried out for assistance, yet being a woman, her ability to aid Aisha was quite limited. Just then, Zhang Fan and his companion were returning to the military training base when they approached. Upon spotting Zhang Fan, Galina's eyes lit up as if she had seen a savior, and she hurried over. Zhang Fan, please, save him. Aisha is going to be beaten to death. Hearing her desperate plea, Zhang Fan sprang into action, propelling himself forward with vigor. He executed a powerful kick that sent one of the ruffians flying 6 or 7 meters away. The thug feeling as though he had been struck by a moving freight truck, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. The remaining thugs, witnessing Zhang Fan's impressive prowess, were already trembling with fear and lost all desire to fight. Run! Retreat quickly! They yelled, fleeing at astonishing speed. Zhang Fan, however, had no intention of pursuing them. With the enemies vanquished, Aisha, having fought with fervor, finally succumbed to exhaustion and sat down on the ground. Gulina, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Zhang Fan tightly, exclaiming, Zhang Fan, you are incredible! Aisha had been fighting them for so long, taking blows, but the moment you arrived, you scared them away. Gulina not only clung to Zhang Fan but also pressed her body against him, greedily inhaling his pleasant scent. Her overly intimate actions compelled Zhang Fan to step back. Yet she followed closely. Gu Yuan gently patted her shoulder, smiling, Naba, do not be afraid. Those little rascals have been driven away by my boyfriend. Galina's body stiffened at the revelation, and Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to extricate himself from her embrace. Be boyfriend? Galina exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Gu Yuan. It seems women possess an innate ability to deceive. Even Gu Yuan, typically expressionless, displayed a radiant look of happiness at that moment. Her eyes, filled with deep affection, turned towards Zhang Fan as she sweetly affirmed, yes, we just officially confirmed our relationship. Naba, you will bless us, won't you? Galina's body became completely rigid upon hearing Gu Yuan's inquiry. In her flustered state, she hurriedly responded, oh, yes. However, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable pain. Zhang Fan. He initially sought to get close to you, didn't he? I suppose he has achieved his wish. Haha, you two do seem quite compatible. The last remark from Gulina was her heartfelt truth. They truly seemed well matched. What was she, after all? Merely an ordinary girl from the grasslands. Even if she possessed a bit of beauty, what of it? Was Gu Yuan any less attractive? Not at all. Yet, she still refused to give in. Why had Zhang Fan chosen the other? What then did her actions at the Deyang KTV signify? With a sense of trepidation, she inquired of Zhang Fan. Are you truly together? Zhang Fan nodded and replied with a smile, indeed, we are together. You and Aisha should hasten your pace as well. A wave of melancholy surged from the depths of Gulinaba's heart, almost bringing her to tears. Just then, Aisha, having recovered, stood up and flashed a radiant smile, revealing her 8 pearly teeth. Gulinabar returned the smile and remarked, yes, Aisha's performance today has truly moved me. I've made up my mind, she called out to Aisha. I shall grant you a chance to pursue me. Upon hearing this, Aisha seemed to forget the pain from his injury, leaping up in delight. Gulainaba, hands on her hips, feigned a cheerful demeanor and warned, don't get too carried away. I'm merely offering you an opportunity to court me, not agreeing to be your girlfriend. A chance is all I need. A chance is all I need. Aisha was overjoyed, believing his perseverance had finally borne fruit. With persistence, I shall hold the beauty in my arms. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that, after uttering those words, Gulainaba's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Fan. Entirely disregarding him, she scrutinized Zhang Fan, searching for any hint of reluctance in his expression, any sign that he did not wish to have another as his girlfriend. However, her hopes were dashed. Zhang Fan displayed no signs of vulnerability, appearing even more indifferent than Gu Yuan. Struggling to hold back her tears, she realized she could no longer remain and waved goodbye to Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan, saying, I shall take my leave. You two lovebirds enjoy your time together. Without waiting for their response, Gulainaba turned and walked away, a single tear cascading from her beautiful eyes. Aisha hurried after her, exuberantly proclaiming to Zhang Fan, Today is truly our lucky day. I'll be waiting for you in the dormitory. Once they departed, Gu Yuan's expression of happiness faded. With a hint of self-mockery, she asked, Are you upset? Zhang Fan turned back. Upset about what? It seems Gulainaba is about to give up on you. She clearly likes you, she replied. One must lose something to gain another. Listening to Zhang Fan's nonchalant words, Gu Yuan chuckled. What have you gained? She inquired. Zhang Fan responded. I've gained you. It was clearly a jest, and they both recognized it. Gu Yuan's smile dimmed slightly as she quipped, You'd better mean it. The second week of military training commenced. Lu Wenxue sent Zhang Fan a message stating that Shin Chu had vanished and taken leave without a word of her whereabouts. Zhang Fan calculated the time. The deception should have unraveled by now. How many had succumbed to despair over this matter? Zhang Fan could only request Zhou Rui to keep an eye on it, hoping to gather incriminating evidence to present to the authorities. Aside from that, he lacked the time to engage in further pursuits. Meanwhile, Shin Chu, clutching her phone, was shouting, Can't send it? Why can't it be sent? You've delayed for 2 days. On the other end of the line, the customer service representative continued to speak gently. I apologize, madam. Due to an overwhelming volume of transactions at our bank, your funds have not yet been processed in our system. Once the financial channels are clear, we will promptly return the profits you are entitled to. However, Shin Chu had lost faith in such reassurances. Over the past 3 days, she had heard this same explanation repeatedly. Even if there were indeed issues with the bank's transactions, surely 3 days would suffice for resolution? Which bank would allow funds to be inaccessible for such an extended period? If that were true, it would have made headlines. A wave of unease washed over Shin Chu. I care not for your excuses. I have loans to repay, and if my funds do not arrive, I want to be able to meet my obligations. My house and car will be at stake. We deeply regret the misfortune your company is experiencing. Listening to the monotonous script of the representative, Shin Chu realized she had to take a stand. I am officially withdrawing my funds. I no longer wish for dividends. I only want my principal back. Yet, at this juncture, it was too late. The voice on the other end replied, I'm truly sorry, madam, but your funds have already been allocated to company operations and cannot be withdrawn. You will only receive dividends. But where are the dividends? Shin Chu snapped, having lost all patience. Where are they? Just give them to me. Due to the bank's transaction issues, the company is unable to distribute dividends to all shareholders. We ask for your patience during this time. Just as she was about to respond, a third-party voice, a man's, interjected, All the money has been transferred. We're done here. Upon hearing those words, Shin Chu felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She hurriedly inquired about the nature of this statement. But before she could utter another word, the line went dead. The sound of the dial tone echoed in her ears. Panic surged within her. When she attempted to call back, no one answered. Stunned, Shin Chu stood frozen, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. It felt as if the world around her had vanished. All was lost. Chapter 43. Despair of Shin Chu, trembling with fear, dialed her brother's number. The predicament they had concocted together was a closely guarded secret, even from their parents. The family savings had been manipulated, and the house, purchased by the Zhang family, was registered under Shin Chu's name, which she had subsequently mortgaged, ultimately leveraging her status as a student at Huang University and her striking beauty. She had borrowed a substantial sum from a loan shark. When her brother's call connected, Shin Mingming's voice erupted on the other end. Sister, they've fled. Have you heard? They actually ran away. Listening to her brother's frantic words, Shin Chuchu was struck by the harsh reality. Those people had vanished. Shin Mingming continued to wail, "Sister, what do we do? We've lost several million. Everything is gone. Sister, we're doomed. If Mom and Dad find out, they will surely skin us alive." At that moment, Shin Chuchu forced herself to remain composed. The most pressing concern was to recover their money, followed closely by the urgent need to repay the loan shark, with repayments due weekly. Missing even a single installment would result in the ruthless seizure of their home. Shin Chuchu had never anticipated that they would fail to meet even the first payment, leading to this disaster. She struggled to maintain clarity and told her brother, "How much money do you have left? No matter the amount or how much you can borrow, we must gather every penny and send it to me. I have a way to earn some money." Shin Mingming inquired, "What method?" "Half a year ago, I commissioned a limited edition, masterfully crafted handbag from Gucci, priced at 690,000. This bag holds significant collectible value and could be resold for 1 million or even 120 to 30,000. 690,000. Shin Mingming continued to sob. "Where are we supposed to borrow that amount?" Shin Chuchu retorted with fury, "We must find a way to borrow it, regardless." She had around 100,000 left in her account from the returns of the first and second installments, but the third had already been lost. After a prolonged silence on the other end, Shin Mingming weakly suggested, "Sister, why not? Plead with Zhang Fan." "What?" Shin Chuchu was immediately infuriated. However, Shin Mingming, having opened her mouth, seemed determined to continue. "It's true. Zhang Fan has been so generous over the years. You can't even count the times he has spent on you. And when have you ever reached for your wallet? Plus, the Zhang family is quite affluent. And Zhang Fan himself is rather dashing, having turned down countless girls for you. Why do you keep him hanging?" Fuming, Shin Chuchu felt regret surge within her. Yet, why should her remorse be up for discussion by others? "How dare you say that? Wasn't it you who claimed we could make a fortune?" Shin Mingming, slightly embarrassed, suggested. "Why not approach Zhang Fan? You two are engaged. Ask him for a bride price in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Given Zhang Fan's affection for you and the wealth of the Zhang family, it would be quite easy for him to provide. We could then fill this pit we've dug ourselves into. Do not mention Zhang Fan in my presence. I shall never seek his assistance again in my lifetime. I, Shin Chuchu, will not owe the Zhang family even a single penny." After hearing Shin Chuchu's words, her brother Shin Mingming remained silent for a long while. The two of them sat in silence. Finally, Shin Mingming cautiously spoke, "But that bag was purchased under the Zhang family's name, wasn't it?" Silence. "Hurry and borrow some money." After the phone call ended, Shin Chuchu sat despondently on the curb. Millions of yuan, a gaping hole that left her feeling utterly powerless. She had considered seeking help from others, but those individuals would hardly give the Shin family any respect. Ever since the Zhang family announced the cancellation of the engagement, the Shin family had lost all standing. By nightfall, Shin Chuchu's account had received an additional 70,000 yuan, a sum that her brother had painstakingly gathered from various sources throughout the day. Now, she had 210,000 yuan in her account. However, this amount was still insufficient to purchase the bag. Yet, an idea struck Shin Chuchu. She went directly to the entrance of the mall, observing the affluent women as they passed by. As a university student, she had to swallow her pride. Akin to a vendor selling counterfeit phones, promoting the handcrafted bags made by a master artisan. Initially, others were skeptical. Eventually, she suggested that they could simply go to the store to collect the bags, asserting that she would not be handling them herself and would merely earn a small commission. 1 million yuan. The bag was sold. At that moment, Shin Chuchu felt the urge to collapse to the ground and weep. It was truly a challenging endeavor. When had she ever so humiliated herself? A plump affluent lady followed Shin Chuchu all the way to the Gucci store, where manager Zhang was present. Shin Chuchu addressed him. "Please show this lady the bag I once ordered from your establishment." Manager Zhang appeared taken aback. "Wait, when did you place an order with us?" With gritted teeth, Shin Chuchu articulated her words clearly. "At that time, I represented young Master Zhang of the Zhang Group, and I ordered a bag handcrafted by the French artisan Gus Knoll from your store. I have come to collect it. Do you not remember? If you have forgotten, please check the records." Manager Zhang's expression remained one of confusion. She remarked, "But that bag has already been collected." "Collected? Who took it?" On the brink of despair, Shin Chuchu shouted, "How do you conduct business here? How could you allow someone else to take my bag? A bag worth 690,000 yuan could be resold for over 1 million. Have you secretly sold it? Are you attempting to take advantage of me?" Observing Shin Chuchu's heightened emotions, Manager Zhang hurried to reassure her. "Madam, please do not be so agitated. The bag was not sold off without our consent. It was personally collected by young Master Zhang of the Zhang Group. We have records to confirm this. If you do not believe me, you may call young Master Zhang to verify. The plump lady behind them wore an unpleasant expression. With a flick of her wrist, she exclaimed, "No bag? Are you trying to fool us? What a waste of my time. Thankfully, I did not pay you in advance. Am I encountering a scammer here?" The plump lady turned and walked away. Shinchuchu was left utterly shattered. She shouted at the other party, "I never asked you to pay me in advance. How could I possibly be a fraudster?" The plump woman was taken aback, but soon retaliated. "You must be out of your mind. Driven mad by poverty?" After saying this, she walked away, denying Shinchuchu the chance to respond. In the evening, Shinchuchu walked despondently down the street. When her brother called, she abruptly hung up. She was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to him, her heart filled with resentment towards Zhang Fan. Why was her suffering not enough? And why could he not leave her be, even taking away her handbag? The phone rang again. Shinchuchu instinctively considered hanging up. She yearned to escape from everything. However, this time the call came without any identification. Upon answering, a deep, heavily accented male voice inquired, "May I speak to Miss Shinchuchu? We are from the police station." Shinchuchu's eyes lit up. The police station? Could this be a glimmer of hope? Yes, I am Shinchuchu. The male voice continued. "We have recently uncovered a case of investment fraud. Have you had any dealings with Baixiaowi Company recently?" Tears streamed down Shinchuchu's face. "Yes, that's them. They scammed me out of millions." The voice on the other end began to reprimand her. "Do you understand that such behavior is against the law? Although you are a victim, you will still face criticism. As for how much you were defrauded of, it is not for you to determine. Our police station must conduct our own verification." "I'm sorry, officer, I didn't know I was breaking the law. Please, I beg you to verify this quickly." Shinchuchu wept. It was a feeling of something lost being found again. The male voice then asked, "Your account number ends with 0527, correct? Please provide the password. We need to check your account for discrepancies." All right. My card number and password are." Chapter 44. The Gucci Bag. After revealing the password, Shinchuchu excitedly dialed her brother's number. She informed him that the group of scammers had been apprehended by the police, who had just contacted her to assure that her money would soon be returned. Upon hearing this news, her brother shrieked with delight. "Sister." Shin Mingming's voice sounded as if it had been trampled upon. "Why didn't you answer my calls? I was just about to tell you. I heard from others that those scammers impersonate police officers to extract bank passwords from shareholders. They steal every last penny from the shareholders' account." Upon receiving this alarming information, Shinchuchu turned pale with disbelief. How could they dare impersonate the police? The gravity of the situation set in, and she urged him urgently, "Forget the possibilities. Hurry to the bank and withdraw the money. Quickly." Once the call ended, Shinchuchu hastily flagged down a tricycle and rushed to the nearest bank. Unfortunately, by this hour, the bank had closed, leaving her no choice but to check an ATM. As she did so, a wave of despair washed over her. It felt as if all strength had been drained from her body, and she sank to the ground in shock. Her bank card, which once held 210,000 yuan, now displayed a mere 25 yuan. The 2 dimes and 5 cents seemed to mock Shinchuchu's intelligence. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, she hurried to the nearest police station to inquire if her money had indeed been transferred away. The officer asked her for the badge number of the officer who had contacted her. She had no idea. Which police station was it from? She didn't know that either. The officer pressed further. Was the person male or female? Shinchuchu replied that it was a man, speaking with a southern accent. The officer sighed in exasperation. With an accent, you didn't think to verify their identity? Sympathetic to her plight, the police officer documented her situation. As for the group of fraudsters, the police had already received leads from the Zhang Group and were investigating. However, the nature of money transfers meant that the likelihood of recovery was slim to none. Desperate, Shinchuchu wandered the streets when her phone rang. It was the debt collector, Brother Chong. With not a single cent to her name, she felt utterly unprepared to face him and abruptly hung up. Moments later, 2 text messages arrived. "Shinchuchu, so you dare to hang up on me? Think carefully about the consequences of not repaying. Your house, your car, and all receipts are in my possession. You have 2 choices. I will reclaim all your family's assets and expose you in your school and class, making you infamous. The second choice is to work for me. With your looks, figure, and the prestige of being a student from a renowned university, you could easily be the campus belle of Huayong University. It would be a waste not to capitalize on that. Follow my lead, do as I say, and in 3 years we'll be even." You have 3 days to decide. Overwhelmed by the messages, Shinchuchu could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed by the roadside, weeping uncontrollably. The so-called choices weighed heavily upon her. Shinchuchu was acutely aware of her predicament. The foremost threat was violent debt collection, aiming to tarnish her reputation and render her incapable of living a dignified life. The second possibility was equally bleak. There was no way for her to repay that 5 million through legitimate means within 3 years. She had a vague understanding of what was being implied, and none of the options were remotely acceptable to her. As passers-by observed the young woman weeping by the roadside, their hearts brimmed with a complex mix of compassion. For she was undeniably beautiful. One by one, they approached her, asking, "Miss, what troubles you? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Shinchuchu lifted her gaze. Her exquisite features, coupled with her tear-filled eyes, were a potent catalyst for igniting the protective instincts of those around her. Men felt an overwhelming urge to offer their hearts to her. "I need 5 million. Could you assist me, sir? I can provide you with an IOU and repay you with interest," she implored. The men's responses were surprisingly uniform. Their rationality swiftly returned. With a mix of disappointment and realization, they scratched their heads and departed one by one. They had all hoped to seize an opportunity, only to find it far too costly. Shinchuchu saw through their intentions. It was unlikely that anyone passing by would be willing to lend her 5 million, and even those who could afford it were few and far between. She rose to leave. In the distance, Lin Feng had intended to approach her to inquire about her distress when he noticed her walking away. He stood outside Aunt Yan's building, contemplating whether to introduce himself to the young woman or to confront Aunt Yan to quell her anger. Ultimately, the desire to pacify Aunt Yan outweighed his concern for the weeping girl, and he hurried upstairs. After the evening training session, Lu Wenshi, as per her usual routine, retrieved the clothes Zhang Fan had prepared and returned to her dormitory to wash them. Today, however, was different. A roommate, driven by hunger, rummaged through their belongings and stumbled upon Lu Wenshi's bag. "Wow, is this a Gucci bag?" Though she did not comprehend the bag's value, she recognized the brand. The revelation sent ripples of excitement through the entire dormitory. It was astonishing that Lu Wenshi, who appeared to be an unassuming girl, possessed a Gucci bag. Isn't she always using the latest Motorola V3? Did you see the outfit she wore when she returned last Saturday? It was stunning. I wanted to buy a set for myself as well. That was Gucci too. It must have cost at least 3,000. The girls gathered around the Gucci bag, chattering animatedly, each trying it on and complimenting one another. Just then, Lu Wenshi's roommate walked in, immediately becoming the center of attention as the girls bombarded her with questions about Lu Wenshi's wealth. They had always perceived her lifestyle as rather modest, and were taken aback to discover she might be a hidden heiress. The girls smiled mysteriously. Wenshi's family runs a small grocery store in the countryside. They are far from affluent. Not wealthy? Then this bag. Is it fake? The roommate, feigning mystery, shook her head and revealed, Wenshi may not have money, but her boyfriend is quite affluent. He drives a BMW X5 to university. That phone of hers was a gift from him, and this bag is likely the same. Moreover, our drying rack always has an oversized military uniform, certainly not one belonging to us girls. It's Wenshi's boyfriend's clothes that she has been washing. The other girls gasped in astonishment, glancing at the bag and exclaiming, Wenshi is truly fortunate. Why can't I have such a wealthy and extravagant boyfriend? I would love to wash clothes for him too. At that moment, a dejected Shinchuchu returned from outside. Noticing the group gathered at the doorway, she felt no inclination to join their chatter. The others also recognized her return and curiously inquired, Chuchu, didn't TU take a leave? Shinchuchu, unwilling to engage, averted her gaze. One girl became discontented, remarking, what a pretentious act. Just look at Wenshi. The true heiress is so approachable. These words caught Shinchuchu's attention. Yet it was the bag slung over the girl's shoulder that captivated her. In a flash, she dashed in front of the girl and seized the bag. Where did this come from? The girl hurriedly released her hold, exclaiming, don't tug at it. If it gets damaged, I can't afford to pay for it. This was given to Wenshi by her boyfriend. Lu Wenshi? Shinchuchu clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 45. The duel of two maidens. After Lu Wenshi washed and hung up Zhang Fan's military training uniform, a blissful smile graced her face. She was uncertain of the reason behind her joy, yet it seemed that performing even the slightest act for Zhang Fan would bring her immense happiness. The source of this delight was elusive. Merely imagining Zhang Fan donning the immaculate attire she had cleaned for him the following day filled her with an uncontrollable elation, surpassing the joy of wearing clean clothes herself. Returning to her bed, she picked up her phone. contemplating whether to send Zhang Fan a text inquiring why he hadn't allowed her to repay her debt today. However, she hesitated, fearing that such an action might appear overly forward. As if she were eagerly rushing to settle her debt, the thought rendered her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively touched her lips. Realizing she had become increasingly absorbed in the process of repayment, the military training dormitories were closely situated, and her roommate climbed over to her. Wenshi, Shen Chuchu has been looking for you. Didn't you see her? Chuchu? Lu Wenshi exclaimed in surprise. Has she returned? I didn't see her. Her roommate recalled Shen Chuchu's demeanor, and, upon recognizing that the bag was Lu Wenshi's, her expression shifted to one of impending violence. Concerned, she cautioned Lu Wenshi. You have that Gucci bag in your closet, right? It seems Shen Chuchu caught sight of it and is now insisting on finding you. I could tell she looked quite fierce, so you should be careful. The mention of the Gucci bag made Lu Wenshi's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Since she had brought it back, she hadn't touched it, leaving it stored away in her closet. She was unaware of its worth. But judging by the grandeur of the Gucci store, it was undoubtedly expensive. After all, even the cheapest clothing there was priced in the 4 digits. She speculated that the bag must be worth at least several tens of thousands. A bag worth that much, given to her by Zhang Fan, made her clutch her pillow, draping the blanket over herself as though she were embracing Zhang Fan. At that moment, Shen Chuchu burst into the room, seething with anger. She had dashed around outside, her hair dampened by the rain, sticking to her flushed and rosy cheeks. Upon entering, her eyes immediately locked onto Lu Wenshi's bed. With no time for Lu Wenshi to react or greet her, Shen Chuchu lunged forward, seizing Lu Wenshi by the hair, pulling with one hand while striking with the other. This unexpected display left the other girls in the dormitory in a state of shock. One girl, from a more affluent background and equipped with a phone, who had initially been reading an official news update, hurriedly activated the recording function, capturing the unfolding drama. This scene had already been witnessed by Zhang Fan 10 days prior. Lu Wenshi, feeling wronged, cried as she attempted to shield herself. Why are you hitting me, Chuchu? Driven to desperation, Shen Chuchu abandoned any pretense of dignity, screaming in fury. Lu Wenshi, you harlot, stealing my boyfriend. I'll make you pay? The entire dormitory erupted in gasps, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Lu Wenshi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chuchu, clarify this for me. When did I ever steal your boyfriend? Shen Chuchu shouted back while they exchanged blows. Zhang Fan is my boyfriend. We have grown up together and are already betrothed. We were supposed to lead a blissful life together, but you interfered. Why on earth would he give you that $1 million bag? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's name, Lu Wenshi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly shifted from a defensive stance and seized Shen Chuchu's hair in return. Shen Chuchu, you're talking nonsense. You and Zhang Fan have no relationship whatsoever. Even if he pursued you in the past, he no longer wants you. It's your own misguided obsession. You regret it and wish to return to him. But Zhang Fan has moved on. He desires me. The two women continued their brawl, each revealing damaging secrets about the other. Their roommates, initially intending to separate them, halted in their tracks, exchanging glances and silently retracting their attempts to mediate. Some even contemplated pulling out snacks to enjoy the spectacle. With a handprint on her face, Shen Chuchu glared fiercely. You're delusional. Do you honestly think Zhang Fan likes you? He is merely playing you, using you to provoke me. Do you believe that if I express remorse and seek Zhang Fan's affection, he wouldn't discard you immediately? Her words struck a chord with Lu Wenshi. Though she remained silent, a gnawing worry had long resided in her mind. Was Zhang Fan truly using her to incite Shen Chuchu? Yet, in this moment, who could concede defeat? Lu Wenshi's clothing was in tatters, her hair clutched tightly by her adversary. Humph, do you even believe your own words? Zhang Fan gifted me that bag. It was intended for you, yet now it belongs to me. Do you understand? Zhang Fan is mine now. Seething with rage, Shen Chuchu retorted. I'll tear apart your mouth. Despite her apparent fragility, Lu Wenshi's resolve to protect her love hardened. I'll smash your face. As the onlookers had nearly indulged in the drama, they finally stepped forward to separate the two, each attempting to persuade them. However, a particular name had etched itself into their minds. Zhang Fan. The girl recording the video gazed at her precious footage on her phone, her face alight with excitement as she concealed the device. The once close friendship between the two women had irrevocably fractured. The military training continued as usual, perhaps because everyone realized that the end of their rigorous regimen was near, leading each individual to cherish the remaining days. The instructors ceased to scold, and the troublemakers refrained from instigating conflict. Returning to the chief's office, the guard reported, "Report. None of these two agreed to enlist. Chief Chin raised an eyebrow. Having anticipated this outcome, who would willingly leave behind a promising academic future to join the military? He nodded thoughtfully. Leave it to me. I will personally address this situation with them. Thus, the military training came to a close. Lu Wincher delivered clothes to Zhang Fan, but simultaneously noticed Shen Chuchu heading towards the boys' dormitory. She was reluctant to encounter Shen Chuchu at that moment, prompting her to halt her steps. Shen Chuchu lingered beneath the boys' dormitory for an extended period, waiting in vain for Zhang Fan to appear. Even the sympathetic admirers, unable to bear the sight, called out, "Beautiful lady, you should go back. Zhang Fan has already said he won tea come out. What are you holding on for?" Shen Chuchu, however, maintained a resolute expression. Drawing a deep breath, she shouted, "Zhang Fan, come down. I have something to discuss with you." Her exquisitely shaped face, with slightly upturned corners of the eyes, conveyed a blend of sweetness and a touch of spirit. Her features were perfectly adorned upon her delicate oval face, particularly her captivating eyes. In that moment, she relinquished all sense of dignity and shouted fervently towards the boys' dormitory, startling every male resident within. They hastily donned their clothes, for they were usually clad in just their shorts. From where had this woman's voice suddenly emerged? One by one, they dressed quickly and rushed out of their dorms to peer over the railing. Shen Chuchu had completely cast aside her reservations. "Zhang Fan, come out. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I promise I will no longer pretend to be aloof. I realize I have behaved atrociously in the past, repeatedly disregarding your feelings while prioritizing my own superficial pride, completely neglecting your dignity. You have treated me so well, yet I have kept you hanging. Even though I am married, I have continued to declare my single status to the world, dismissively referring to you as merely my admirer when others inquired." As she cried out, tears streamed down her face. She sank to the ground, reflecting on the transgressions of her past. "Many of our classmates have urged me repeatedly to be with you. Yet I arrogantly claimed I was not interested while shamelessly enjoying your generosity, having you pay for me and cater to my whims. Each time, I concocted various excuses to ask you for money, berating you when the milk was too hot, scolding you when the hamburger was too cold, and complaining when the transportation was too inexpensive during our outings. I always picked at your flaws, never once considering that you were under no obligation to treat me this way. I am truly sorry. I recognize my faults. I am deeply sorry." Chapter 46. 5,700,000. As Shen Chuchu spoke, she increasingly realized that she was indeed not a good person. She had completely set aside her pride, openly confessing her guilt beneath the boys' dormitory. The impact of a beautiful woman in tears is formidable. Meng Jiangnu's weeping was powerful enough to bring down the Great Wall, let alone the passionate hearts of these young men. Even though it seemed that she had wronged Zhang Fan first, how could one refuse to forgive when faced with such heartfelt sorrow? "If you cannot forgive, I find myself wishing to forgive on your behalf." Lin Feng glanced at Shen Chuchu, his eyes reflecting a charming plea that pierced his heart. He mused to himself, "Isn't this the girl I encountered by the river before? She is quite stunning." However, as the proud chosen one, he could not act like other men comforting a girl. He returned to his dormitory. Yet he could not shake off the image of Shen Chuchu's pitiful expression. Aisha approached Zhang Fan with a face full of disappointment, embodying the sorrow of a wronged maiden. "Fan, how could you do this?" Zhang Fan, puzzled, asked, "What have I done?" Aisha, looking anxious, exclaimed, "There's a beautiful girl downstairs looking for you. How can you treat Gu Yuan like this?" Zhang Fan frowned, feeling as if Aisha believed he had done something inappropriate with Shen Chuchu. If a man were to seek out Guli Naba, would you not think that Guli Naba had wronged you? Aisha, confused by his question, shook her head. "She has done nothing wrong. Why should I?" Zhang Fan fixed Aisha with a steady gaze. "Is it acceptable to be lenient towards Guli Naba, but not towards me? Are you afraid that my interactions with other girls might tarnish your progress with her?" With a sense of agitation, Zhang Fan bluntly exposed Aisha's underlying concerns. Aisha shook her head more vigorously, unwilling to admit her secret thoughts. Having been called out, she dared not say anything further. Among the first-year students, some with family wealth had smartphones in their pockets. They began capturing images of Shen Chuchu below. For such a stunning beauty, publicly apologizing at the boys' dormitory was indeed noteworthy news. Consequently, 2 trending posts appeared on the school's forum, one titled "Two Women Compete for a Man," and the other "Stunning Girl Apologizes on the Ground of Boys' Dormitory." Shen Chuchu was incensed. Zhang Fan was also furious. Even Lu Wincher found herself caught up in the commotion. Everyone was discussing the incident, prompting Zhang Fan to leave the dormitory in exasperation. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Shen Chuchu's eyes sparkled with hope. but he abruptly pulled her away to a small grove by the playground. What do you want, Shin Chu-chu? Zhang Fan's gaze was icy, faced with Zhang Fan alone. Shin Chu-chu, who had just shed her pride before the boys' dormitory, now found herself shy and speechless. Zhang Fan let out a cold laugh. Where is your courage? Weren't you quite shameless just a moment ago? Shin Chu-chu lowered her head, reaching out to grasp Zhang Fan's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhang Fan grasped the hand that held him, unceremoniously stating, It is not just today that you have erred. Why did you not apologize before? Is it only because you require my assistance once more? Hearing his words, Shin Chu-chu lowered her head even further. He was right. She had not only recognized her mistakes today, but she had stubbornly refrained from offering an apology, clinging to her so-called goddess dignity, resolutely refusing to yield to a sycophant. Her transgression was not merely in the act of wrongdoing, but in her failure to rectify it upon realization. With her head bowed, Shin Chu-chu murmured, I am sorry. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply and inquired, How much do you owe? Shin Chu-chu replied, 5,700,000. And the consequences? As he spoke, Shin Chu-chu wiped away the tears that clung to the corners of her eyes. I have mortgaged my house and car, yet it is still insufficient. I need to repay over 1 million more. If I do not, they will expose me at school, causing a scene in my class, or worse, compel me to become an escort for 3 years. This aligned closely with Zhang Fan's initial thoughts. The loan sharks were not fools. They would assess her worth. Houses and cars held intrinsic value, but for a young woman, especially one as beautiful as Shin Chu-chu, a renowned university belle, her value was exceptionally unique. The loan sharks had clearly set their sights on her. Shin Chu-chu's face bore a tragic expression. Her only hope now rested with Zhang Fan. If he were to refuse her, she could hardly fathom the paths that lay ahead and which she might choose. Driven to the brink of despair and feeling utterly helpless, Shin Chu-chu implored, Can you help me? The divine choice system activated. Choice 1. Refuse to assist Shin Chu-chu. Reward, from this moment onward. Shin Chu-chu would sever all ties with the host, and her affection for Lin Feng would increase by 99. Choice 2. Help her unconditionally. Generously providing the 5,700,000, stating that repayment was unnecessary. Reward. Lose 5,700,000 in cash, gain 10 points of Shin Chu-chu's affection, and 10 points of her disdain. Choice 3. Sign an agreement with her, temporarily lending the 5,700,000 as a transaction. Reward. Gain 10 points of Shin Chu-chu's gratitude and 1 point of strength. Damn it, Zhang Fan thought, feeling the urge to curse upon reading the message from the system. Severing ties with Shin Chu-chu was not of paramount importance to him. What baffled him was why, upon his refusal, her affection for Lin Feng would surge so dramatically. It was not difficult to surmise that if he declined, Lin Feng would likely seize the opportunity. Yet, if he chose to assist her unconditionally, why was he only rewarded with 10 points of affection while simultaneously incurring 10 points of her disdain? Was this a punishment for his past as a sycophant? Were the sacrifices of a sycophant deemed worthless? And was she now looking down on him? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan addressed Shin Chu-chu. I can provide the money, but what can you offer in exchange? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's willingness, Shin Chu-chu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, I am willing to marry you. Zhang Fan chuckled. There are countless women willing to marry me, not to mention the money I could offer. Even if I asked them to invest 5 million, the number of women eager to join the Zhang family is beyond count. Shin Chu-chu's excited expression dimmed. The truth of his words struck her. She had been overly presumptuous. Zhang Fan had consistently conveyed, through various attitudes, that without his affection, she was not. Zhang Fan proposed. Let us formalize this with a contract of servitude. From this moment on, your entire being shall belong to me, until the debt is repaid. Shin Chu-chu's cheeks flushed as she nervously inquired, Is this contract a legitimate one? It may not be entirely genuine, but whether sold to me or to that usurer, you must consider. I. Shin Chu-chu lowered her head, her previously maintained goddess-like composure evaporating. A rush of youthful glee surged within her. I agree. Beyond the contract, Shin Chu-chu also meticulously pinned an IOU, affixing her fingerprint. Zhang Fan handed her a check for 5,700,000, stating, I have a task for you. Shin Chu-chu accepted the check, her posture straightening. What is the task? I am willing. In truth, her life had been marred by imperfections. Her parents had incessantly impressed upon her the necessity of aligning with the Zhang family, asserting that their current happiness depended entirely on them, regardless of her achievements. She could never earn her parents' approval, while any accomplishment by Zhang Fan warranted grand celebrations from them. This created an intense desire within Shin Chu-chu to prove herself. driving her to hastily trust a deceiver. It also elucidated why, in her previous life, Lin Feng had swiftly won her over. He merely offered her a position that validated her existence. Zhang Fan continued, I have purchased the land at our town's market. I wish for you to represent me in overseeing the demolition work. The title is Chief Executive Officer. Are you interested? Chief Executive Officer. Shen Chuchu was momentarily stunned by the weight of those words. This era was rife with dramas featuring domineering CEOs falling in love, where the executives were always portrayed as cool and charismatic. Can I truly be a CEO? I say you can, and thus you shall. With that, Zhang Fan departed. He could not personally supervise the demolition team, making Shen Chuchu the perfect candidate. Clutching the check for 5,700,000, Shen Chuchu felt a surge of exhilaration, a sensation akin to rebirth. She hurriedly set out towards the loan shark's office. After leaving, Zhang Fan contemplated. Were he in the loan shark's position, the money would only have been lent out for 2 weeks. Would he prefer the interest or the essence of Shen Chuchu herself? After some deliberation, he instructed Niu Chang to arrange a leave of absence for him. Chapter 47. The choice. Shen Chuchu arrived at the debt company without a moment's delay. Clutching her money, the proprietor, known as Brother Chang, had an office adorned with a Japanese sword. Regardless of the biting cold of winter or the sweltering heat of summer, he wore his shirt open, revealing tattoos of a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, which exuded an intimidating aura. His bald head gleamed, and when he smiled, his small eyes squinted to the point of near invisibility. When his expression darkened, he appeared quite menacing. Upon noticing the arrival of his long-sought beautiful prey, Brother Chang's eyes narrowed with delight. Ah, if it isn't Miss Shen, what brings you here today? I was just about to pay you a visit. Shen Chuchu inhaled deeply and confronted him. Lu Huaqing, am I not indebted to you for 5,700,000? Brother Chang nodded with a smile. He had already received word that this stunning university student had been deceived out of a significant sum, and her creditors were incapable of repayment. This presented him with a golden opportunity to create the illusion of a 3-year repayment plan, enticing her into his world. Once she stepped into this realm, he would have her firmly within his grasp, regardless of her shape or form. He licked his dry lips, contemplating the exquisite beauty of Huayong University's freshman, a rarity in Huai City. In his eyes, Shen Chuchu was a veritable cash cow. However, he did not anticipate her next words. Confirming that it is indeed 5,700,000 is sufficient. I appreciate Brother Chang's support recently. Here is a check for that amount. Please keep it, and we are settled. The desire in Lu Huaqing's eyes became unmistakably apparent. Shen Chuchu offered him no semblance of courtesy. After tossing the check onto the table, she turned to leave, only to be halted by his voice. Wait. Seeing her produce a check for 570,000, Lu Huaqing's expression darkened. This was entirely unexpected. What else do you want? Shen Chuchu inquired. Lu Huaqing lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before breaking into laughter. I must ascertain whether this check can indeed be cashed. Shen Chuchu internally agreed with his reasoning and nodded. Lu Huaqing summoned a subordinate to verify the authenticity of the check and facilitate its cashing, whispering instructions that only the subordinate could hear. If the check proves genuine, bring a cup of tea. The subordinate nodded and hurried out. Lu Huaqing, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, Miss Shen possesses remarkable capabilities. Securing over 5 million so effortlessly is quite impressive. Shen Chuchu had no desire to linger in his presence. She urged, this can be confirmed with a simple phone call. Please expedite the process. Brother Chang nodded in agreement. Moments later, the subordinate returned, carrying 2 cups of water and placing them before Shen Chuchu. The sight of the water confirmed Brother Chang's suspicions. It seemed the check was indeed legitimate. After such a journey, you must be parched. Please, have some water while we patiently await the results, he said with a grin. Shen Chuchu, indeed feeling thirsty, accepted the offer. However, she has become somewhat more astute. Wait a moment. Shen Chuchu fixed her gaze on the water cup belonging to her companion. I shall drink from your cup. Lu Huaqing was taken aback, staring at his own cup. Miss Chuchu, is such vigilance truly necessary? If you want a drink, I can simply go out and buy some mineral water. He burst into laughter. But that cannot be. A guest arrives, and I cannot offer even a cup of water? How shall I maintain my reputation? Here, take my cup. He then pushed his cup towards her and, in turn, picked up her cup to drink from it. Only then did Shen Chuchu feel at ease to sip her drink. After finishing, as Lu Huaqing answered a landline call, Shen Chuchu urged him, it should have been verified by now, correct? Lu Huaqing nodded. Indeed, Miss Shen. The check you provided can indeed be cashed for 5,700,000. Upon hearing this, Shinchuchu stood and moved towards the door. However, upon reaching the entrance, she found the doorknob unyielding. The door had been locked from the inside. In a state of panic, she turned back. What does this mean? Lu Huaqiang sneered. You have returned the 5,700,000, but what of the interest? The interest is 200,000 per week. I have accounted for it all. Suddenly, Shinchuchu felt a strange warmth enveloping her body. Lu Huaqiang shook his head. Who said it was merely 200,000? The interest is actually 2 million. For a loan of 5,500,000, your interest amounts to 2 million. Are you attempting to rob me? Heh, refusing is an option, but tonight, you shall not leave. His laughter was harsh and grating. As Shinchuchu's mind became increasingly foggy, it felt as though she were succumbing to a severe illness. Why had she suddenly fallen ill? This was highly abnormal. The cup of water must have been tampered with. She glared. I drank from your cup. Lu Huaqiang laughed heartily. Who says the medicinal tea can only be in one cup? Both cups are laced. As he lunged towards her, Shinchuchu hastily attempted to evade him. But her consciousness began to blur. Dodge? Let us see how many times you can avoid me. Shinchuchu tried to escape again, but her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. Lu Huaqiang laughed maniacally, the effects of the drug surging through him. Where else can you flee to? Shinchuchu felt a tumult within. Drenched in perspiration, her mind barely clinging to lucidity, her consciousness was engaged in a fierce battle against the drug's effects. A single tear rolled down her cheek. At this moment, she had entirely lost her rationality and could only instinctively cry out, Zhang Fan, come save me. Ha ha ha. I have over 30 brothers here. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the iron door, custom-made for Lu Huaqiang's office to secure control, was kicked open. The door fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Both individuals widened their eyes, staring towards the entrance. Even Zhang Fan himself was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that he could kick the heavy iron door open. It seemed that the strength he had gained was not in vain. With a surge of vigorous energy coursing through his body, Zhang Fan felt confident that, should he encounter the formidable boxer from before, he could easily subdue him without the need for preemptive tactics. Lu Hua, in a fit of rage, bellowed, Who are you? Someone, quickly, drag him out and finish him. Zhang Fan sidestepped, allowing Lu to gaze outside. A dozen of his subordinates lay scattered, some sprawled, others groaning, and a few unconscious, serving as a clear testament to their utter defeat. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with disdain as he remarked, I suspected you would not simply let a debtor go, but I never anticipated your methods would be so despicable. The bald man, fueled by a cocktail of fury and drugs, charged at Zhang Fan with a raised fist. With a swift kick, Zhang Fan sent him flying farther than the iron gate had moments before. Opening the office cabinet revealed an array of items not typically found in a workplace: baseball bats, machetes, ropes, and handcuffs, truly befitting a loan shark. Zhang Fan secured the bald man to his chair with rope. The drug effects were kicking in. The bald man was frothing at the mouth, convulsing wildly, and screaming incoherently. Yet, bound to the chair, he could do nothing, enduring a torment perhaps worse than the most notorious forms of torture, which amused Zhang Fan greatly. Meanwhile, Shinchuchu was on the brink of unconsciousness, softly calling out, Zhang Fan, how could anyone withstand such a situation? Zhang Fan swiftly lifted her and carried her into another room, closing the doors and windows behind them. I am willing, Shinchuchu murmured weakly. Upon realizing that the man before her was Zhang Fan, she ceased all resistance. Choice 1. Act as a beast, alleviating Shinchuchu's distress. Reward: 99 favorability from Shinchuchu, along with her loyalty. Choice 2. Be even more beastly, binding her in a similar manner to the chair. Reward: 99 shame from Shinchuchu and the resignation from her position as CEO, refusing to see him again. Choice 3. Utilize medical skills to relieve her of her burdens. Reward: you are a good person, Halo. Gazing at Shinchuchu's fair skin and exquisite figure, Zhang Fan felt his heart race. Although he had long harbored animosity toward her since his rebirth, she was still the woman he had loved for 3 decades in his previous life. Betrayed by her, he had vowed to forsake love in this life. Yet, the allure remained. Not only could he gain her affection, but also her loyalty, with a potential increase of 99 in favorability. Zhang Fan recalled the last system prompt, realizing that Shinchuchu could similarly boost Lin Feng's favorability by 99. A wave of loathing washed over him. Was Lin Feng truly a reincarnated lecher? With a fierce resolve, Zhang Fan slammed her onto the table. 10 minutes later, uncertain if he had misheard, the system's voice seemed tinged with resignation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the title of You Are a Good Person. Chapter 48, Absolute Loyalty? The halo of a good person? I desire it all. Half an hour later, Shinchuchu, her attire clinging to her form and her hair dampened by sweat, wore an expression of despondency. She had not anticipated that, despite her current state, Zhang Fan would refrain from making any advances towards her. He placed an unopened bottle of mineral water before her, while he himself consumed another. Both were drenched in perspiration. Can you stand up? Shinchuchu lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. In an accusatory tone, she inquired, do you truly find me so detestable? Even if you no longer harbor feelings for me? Must you despise me so? Zhang Fan was taken aback, unsure of her meaning. What do you mean? Am I not attractive to you? He asked, furrowing his brow. To be honest, I still find you quite appealing, he admitted candidly. Shinchuchu's eyes filled with tears as she pressed on. Then why do you not touch me? Is it because of Lu Wenshi? Is she your girlfriend now? Zhang Fan replied, Lu Wenshi is not my girlfriend. However, I do have a girlfriend now. Shinchuchu was momentarily stunned, unaware of when he had found someone new. She had always believed that their quarrel was merely a passing phase, and that with time or a gentle gesture from him, they would reconcile. Why had he taken it upon himself to find a girlfriend without her consent? At that moment, Shinchuchu felt as though she had been betrayed. Who is your girlfriend? Why was I not informed? I do not consent. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Your consent? What relevance does that have? Upon hearing his displeased tone, Shinchuchu, who initially felt anger rising within her, shrank back like a frightened puppy. Her eyes blinked innocently, filled with a sense of grievance. Just when she thought he would not continue discussing this matter, she persisted. Who is that girl? Have I met her? Do you like her? Her barrage of questions began to grate on Zhang Fan's patience. Yu Yuan, he muttered. Did he truly like her? Reflecting inwardly, Zhang Fan realized that from the outset, his approach towards her had not been driven by affection, and their current relationship was steeped in transactional undertones. He shook his head. I wouldn't call it love. Rather, it's more akin to a familial alliance. Unsure if that was the correct way to phrase it, he continued. The Gu family is a hidden lineage, steeped in tradition for countless generations. Our Zhang family, while perceived as a vast commercial empire, pales in comparison to those ancient families. Zhang Fan was merely engaging in a one-sided union with Gu Yuan, or perhaps he was attempting to secure her alliance to confront Lin Feng. He hoped the Gu family would not support Lin Feng against him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Fan's response, Shinchuchu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She stood before him and declared, since you do not like her, does that imply I still have a chance? Zhang Fan gazed at her intently. Shinchuchu, I advise you to remain rational. To me, it matters not whether I like someone. What truly holds significance is their utility. This is Zhang Fan's candid truth. Having been reborn, Zhang Fan feels immense gratitude towards the heavens, determined to safeguard his family using every available means. After all, had he not suffered enough in his previous life? Shinchuchu embraced Zhang Fan, her face alight with happiness as she said, as long as you do not like her. That is sufficient. Zhang Fan gently pushed her away, stating, did you not understand? My affections are inconsequential. Yet, Shinchuchu, undeterred, laughed playfully and hooked her finger around Zhang Fan's collar. To me, it is of utmost importance. Her gaze was profoundly moving, as if it could draw him in. Zhang Fan, perceptive of her intentions, narrowed his eyes. You shall not have a title. I am willing, she replied. Have you seen the videos on Douyin of muscular men in overalls chopping wood? In that moment, Zhang Fan transformed into such a figure. Meanwhile, a bald man in the next room, under the influence of drugs, was foaming at the mouth. After 2 hours, the drug-bald man was entirely exhausted. Bound to a chair, and Zhang Fan finally ceased his exertions. He had never anticipated that in his previous life, despite lavishing affection upon her, he had only held her hand once, and that was merely a ruse for her to deceive him regarding company secrets under the guise of a faux engagement. In this life, treating her thus had yielded far better results. Having abstained from smoking for a considerable time, Zhang Fan contemplated lighting a cigarette. As for first choices and third choices, he extended a hand in a gesture of possession, signifying, I desire them all. The 99 affection points would not escape him. Though Shinchuchu often exhibited a rather brazen demeanor, she remained traditional in matters of affection. Once the boundaries of their relationship were crossed, her loyalty would be unwavering. Leaning weakly against Zhang Fan, she confessed, I do not know why, but even if you say you cannot give me a title, I still wish to believe in you. I feel you are a good person who will not let me down. A good person? Was the aura of virtue meant to be wielded so? He was. After all, a darkened anti-hero. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Fan, his pupils dilating as he gazed at Shin Chu-Chu in horror. You do not intend to sleep with me just to evade those 5 million, do you? Shin Chu-Chu inhaled deeply, her adoration morphing into fury. I will kill you. At last, Shin Chu-Chu had used her wits. Prior to her arrival at this usurious firm, she had activated the voice recording feature on her phone, capturing every word spoken by Lu Huaqiang. Armed with this evidence, everything became manageable. Zhang Fan issued a stern directive to the Zhang family's legal department. The return of 5,700,000 was merely a baseline condition. They must make Lu Huaqiang feel true pain. The legal department was exceptionally adept in such matters, especially under circumstances that were guaranteed victories, maximizing their efforts to ensure a substantial gain. The entirety of the 5,700,000 was returned to Zhang Fan's account, and in addition, the bald Lu Huaqiang had gathered enough resources from his company, amassing a total of 10 million for Zhang Fan. Certainly, the sum of money in question is far from the limits of the other party. However, Zhang Fan was not inclined to wait idly for the external accounts to be settled. Thus, the bald man was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, while his subordinates faced varying sentences ranging from 6 months to a year. The days of military training were drawing to a close. During this period, Shin Chu-Chu was particularly elated, transforming into an exceedingly clingy little girl, reminiscent of her childhood, constantly needing to be in touch with Zhang Fan. Moreover, she discovered her own worth in the demolition project. Apart from sending text messages to Zhang Fan, she was diligently working, feeling that her current life was exceptionally fulfilling. The 30 million from Gu Yuan had already been deposited, and the old man, having gained an advantage, successfully became the second largest shareholder of Jinhua Pharmaceutical. Without requiring Zhang Fan to repay the money, instead, he sought to invest in his son's company, profiting off his own child. In response, Zhang Fan felt helpless and granted the old man 30% of the shares. Even before the mall had opened, he had already lost half of his equity. Coupled with the 10 million from the bald man, Zhang Fan's account now boasted a staggering 190 million. Upon receiving the news of this funding, Shin Chu-Chu was moved to tears, exclaiming that Zhang Fan was willing to entrust such a substantial amount of money to her management. Zhang Fan pondered. When did I ever say I would let you manage it? Aren't you merely a substitute supervisor for me? However, she passionately embraced him, and 2 hours later, Zhang Fan began to harbor doubts about her intentions, suspecting that her emotions were not entirely genuine. In contrast to Shin Chu-Chu, who was brimming with enthusiasm, fulfilling her self-worth and rekindling her love, Lu Wenshi was experiencing a period of profound melancholy. She often appeared lost in thought, requiring her roommates to call her multiple times before she would awaken from her daytime stupor. This was similarly evident during training, when her distraction often hindered the entire squad's formation. Consequently, the instructor had no choice but to send her back to rest. Chapter 49. Did you ever truly like me? Recently, Zhang Fan has gained considerable popularity online, as 2 women have engaged in a fierce rivalry over him, with goddess-like figures storming into the boys' dormitory to seek reconciliation. The photographs of Shin Chu-Chu and Lu Wenshi have been leaked, igniting a wave of envy among male classmates. Each of these stunning young women could easily be considered the belle of the campus, and apart from the unique art college at Huaong University, they are arguably the most beautiful students in the entire institution. Even within the art college, they rank among the very best. The revelation that these 2 freshmen are vying for the affections of the same man has certainly stirred discontent among the senior male students. However, once Zhang Fan's photo surfaced, depicting him in a rather ordinary snapshot taken during a military training session, the dynamics began to shift. In the midst of a crowd dressed in military attire, he stood out so prominently that one could hardly miss him. As a result, the male students fell silent, while the female students became increasingly animated, insisting that Zhang Fan should shed his ill-fitting uniform for the senior girls to admire. Moreover, the song Blue and White Porcelain has skyrocketed to popularity across the nation. A recording of Zhang Fan singing it has gone viral, and as time has passed, the song's fame has only grown. Numerous entertainment companies are eager to sign him, recognizing his exceptional talent and appealing image, qualities that are rare in the industry. Many have sought out Han Lena, hoping she would facilitate an introduction, as she possesses Zhang Fan's contact information. However, she has consistently declined their offers, providing a singular rationale: the compensation they propose is far beneath his worth. As days turn into weeks, it appears that Gulainaba and Aisha are genuinely committed to nurturing their relationship. They frequently spend time together, wandering the campus and occasionally visiting local markets, while Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan, the genuine couple, seem to be leading separate lives. Gu Yuan remains unconcerned about Zhang Fan's interactions with other girls, as long as he can return home with her during the holidays to introduce her to his parents, which is sufficient for her. In recent days, Aisha has been returning from outings just before lights out, often neglecting her personal hygiene, and appears blissfully content. He Guangxi, with a playful demeanor, extends his hands, one displaying a middle finger and the other forming an O. How far have you two gone? Aisha playfully chases him in response. Given that they're still in the midst of military training, such pursuits seem impractical. Undeterred, He Guangxi presses on. Have you kissed? That would suffice. Aisha shakes her head with a joyful expression. What about hugging? Again, Aisha declines. He Guangxi scratches his face in frustration. What about holding hands? Surely you've done that. Aisha continues to shake her head. Growing impatient, He Guangxi demands. Just tell me how far you've gotten. Aisha ponders seriously for a moment and finally responds. Well, she is asked to borrow money for a phone. After hearing this, He Guangxi lost all interest and remarked, Are you planning to court her? Or are you contemplating a scam? Of course, it was not a scam. He Guangxi and Gu Linabao were not strangers. It was merely a casual quip. He turned over, preparing to sleep. Aisha, however, became anxious. He explained, she wants to buy a phone. It means she wishes to contact me. Oh, He Guangxi responded absently, turning over again. Puzzled. But do you even have a phone? So, who does she intend to contact? His tongue raced ahead of his thoughts, and as soon as he spoke, he realized he might have misspoken. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhang Fan and then covered his mouth. Sleep. It would be best if he refrained from speaking. Yet, a man in love often acts foolishly. Aisha completely missed He Guangxi's implication. He continued, calling our dormitory phone is also a way to reach me, right? He Guangxi internally scoffed at this, thinking that if she could call the dormitory phone, she might as well do so. However, he chose to remain silent. After sensing that He Guangxi was no longer engaging, Aisha leaned closer to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was absorbed in reading Lu Wuncher's messages. He had not paid attention in recent days, and numerous messages had arrived from her. Did Shinchuchu come looking for you? What did you two discuss? The clothes are washed. Should I wait for you in the grove? Don't misunderstand. It's just to give you your clothes. I saw you during the formation. Did you see me? It has been 3 days since you asked me to return the debt. For days. The young girl's delicate emotions were woven into her words. Startled by the sudden approach of a large face, Zhang Fan jumped. Aisha, grinning, glanced at the phone screen and enviously remarked, Is that you in texting you? I truly envy you too. Having a phone each is so convenient. Zhang Fan closed his phone. What are you doing if not sleeping? I want to discuss something with you. Aisha scratched his head. You know, Nabai wants to buy a phone, so I was hoping to borrow some money from you. Don't worry. I will pay you back soon. I'll just have my father sell a cow. Just like that. Selling a cow? Zhang Fan asked, intrigued. How many cows does your family have that you can just sell one? Aisha replied, We have several hundred cows. My father dotes on me. If I ask, he will sell one. Goodness. Is this fellow a little rich second generation? Zhang Fan thought. How much do you need? Aisha extended one finger, then another. And after a moment's contemplation, extended a third. 3,000. After saying this, Aisha felt a bit embarrassed. Fan, is that too much trouble? Zhang Fan, uninterested in further discussion, replied, I'll get it for you tomorrow. Aisha exclaimed, Fan, you're so kind. If I have a child with Nabai in the future, the child will call you father. Zhang Fan frowned, looking at him with a strange expression. He realized the absurdity of the statement and quickly corrected himself, Call you godfather. Yes, godfather. Listening to Aisha's exclamation, He Guangxi gazed out at the bright moon and sighed, thinking of his unfortunate second brother. Just as Zhang Fan was about to sleep, his phone lit up again with another message. It was still a message from Lu Wuncher. Can we meet tomorrow? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and replied, All right. With only 2 days left until the military training concluded, tomorrow marked the day for the training demonstration. Most of the training had been completed, and owing to his commendable appearance and demeanor, Zhang Fan was designated as the team leader, much to the chagrin of the original class monitor, Wang Hao. In other teams, the leaders were invariably the class monitors. Why, then, was their team the exception? It was hardly surprising, for within the entire unit, not a single individual was inclined to submit to Wang Hao. From the very first day, his contentious demeanor had alienated others, leading to a series of retaliations against him. After being subjected to such treatment, how could he possibly command respect? Following the completion of military training, Zhang Fan arrived at the grove as promised. As he playfully lifted Lu Wenshi's chin, preparing to collect his dues, she deftly evaded him. This was not the first time he had sought to collect. So what had caused her sudden reluctance? He failed to notice that she was wearing the outfit he had purchased for her, and she was carrying that Gucci bag. Lu Wenshi was not averse to the idea of repayment. Rather, she was disinclined to be subjected to such an arbitrary demand. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Zhang Fan, when did Shin Chu approach you? What did you discuss? Why do you ask? Zhang Fan countered without offering an answer. Lu Wenshi gazed down at the grass, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. With a hint of timidity, she asked, Are you two reconciled? Zhang Fan contemplated for a moment. Given that they had shared a bed, it could be deemed so. Upon hearing his response, Lu Wenshi clenched her hands tightly, her lips turning pale from biting them. You. After a prolonged silence, she struggled to articulate a complete thought. Zhang Fan frowned, irritated by her hesitation. You've been messaging me to meet. Why are you dawdling here? He chided. What exactly do you want to say? Observing his impatience, Lu Wenshi summoned her courage to confront him. Is everything we've done merely a performance for Shin Chu? You called me out of the dormitory in front of her. You bought me a phone. You purchased this lovely outfit, along with that bag that rightfully belongs to Shin Chu. Is it all to provoke her? Am I merely your tool? Zhang Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the typically gentle Lu Wenshi could express herself so forcefully. It seemed these questions had been festering in her heart for quite some time. Finally, Lu Wenshi lifted her gaze, her expression earnest as she locked eyes with Zhang Fan. Did you ever truly like me? The divine choice system activated. Option 1. Deceive her with sweet nothings, gaining Lu Wenshi's favor 30. Option 2. Speak the truth laced with sarcasm, resulting in Lu Wenshi's depression diagnosis. Option 3. Remain true to oneself, earning agility 1. Chapter 50. The scoundrel Zhang Fan in the girls' dormitory. Lu Wenshi's expressive eyes were already swollen from crying. After returning from outside, she had lain on her bed, weeping softly, her sobs cautious and restrained. Her classmates surrounded her, trembling with concern. Sure. Speak to us. What happened? Did someone bully you? We'll report to the instructor. We'll stand up for you. Yes. Who dared to mistreat you? Just tell us. Lu Wenshi remained silent, burying her face in her blanket, tears flowing uncontrollably. This sight distressed everyone greatly. Sure was cherished by all. How could she be treated so unfairly? One of her roommates scoffed. Who else could it be? It's that Zhang Fan. He must have abandoned our Sure to pursue Shin Chu. What a scoundrel. I'm going online to berate him right now. At this, Lu Wenshi finally spoke up. No, don't insult him. Her roommate stared in disbelief. Zhang Fan has treated you this way, and you still defend him. Tears streamed down Lu Wenshi's face once more, her voice trembling. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Her classmates were infuriated. Was Sure truly so blinded by love? Even in her sorrow, she was still defending that scoundrel. Lu Wenshi, still uneasy, insisted that they refrain from online insults. Her roommates outwardly agreed, but internally they plotted to exact revenge on Zhang Fan for Shure's sake. As for Zhang Fan's choice, in the small grove, faced with Lu Wenshi's earnest gaze, he pondered for a moment before responding. I never intended to use you to provoke Shin Chu. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshi's cautious demeanor brightened momentarily, but in the next instant, her expression froze. But I never liked you. Zhang Fan chose to remain true to his feelings. From the outset, he had never harbored affection for her. And his flirtation with Lu Wenshi was entirely due to her association with Lin Feng. Lu Wenshi, upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, could not believe his coldness. You truly never felt anything for me. Not even a fleeting moment. Not even a moment, he affirmed. How could that be? Faced with such a beautiful girl, it seemed implausible for anyone to remain unmoved. Yet Zhang Fan reiterated, my feelings are inconsequential. Thus, in addressing Lu Wenshi, Zhang Fan chose to reveal a promissory note he had been holding. Half of it was already marked for tearing. The sound of the paper ripping echoed in Lu Wenshi's heart, as if it too had been torn apart. He tore it. He actually tore it. Shouldn't she be happy? Why, after just a few short days? Did witnessing the destruction of that note fill her with such sorrow? As she gazed at the scattered pieces of paper, tears flowed freely. In a surge of emotion, Lu Wenshi thrust her bag forcefully into Zhang Fan's embrace and then handed him her phone. Zhang Fan understood her intent and silently accepted the item she had given him. He then began to remove his own clothing, but was halted by Zhang Fan's intervention. Let us skip the clothes, shall we? Lu Wenshi gradually regained a semblance of composure. After a brief silence, she declared, "I will return it to you in the dormitory." Zhang Fan shook his head, stating, "If you dislike it, just burn it." A cracking sound echoed, and Lu Wenshi felt as though her heart was shattering. Zhang Fan departed, carrying a bag that contained the white Motorola V3 phone. She recalled how he had once waved his black phone, exclaiming, "It's a couple's model." This was shortly followed by the scene of Lu Wenshi weeping bitterly in her dormitory. That evening, as two girls clashed over a man. And with the post from the freshman campus beauty's male dormitory calling out for their shared suitor gaining traction, another post emerged, discussing how Zhang Fan, the scoundrel, had heartlessly abandoned her two roommates. Zhang Fan's name had become a trending topic at their school. Upon seeing it, students eagerly clicked to learn more. Within the post lay a detailed narrative, how Zhang Fan, relying on his affluent background, had first cast aside Shin Chu, his longtime girlfriend, only to ensnare the innocent and kind Lu Wenshi through deceitful tactics, playing both sides and causing discord between the two formerly close roommates. Zhang Fan is indeed a scoundrel. Everyone must steer clear of him. With her level of education, it was no surprise that she could concoct such a tale. Yet, it did not deter others from embracing the story. The scandal of two girls vying for a man's affection had already ignited outrage across the campus. If it had been two less appealing individuals, it might have been tolerable, but the fact that two stunning beauties, one elegant, the other adorable, were embroiled in a conflict over a single man was infuriating. Thus, the post swiftly ascended to the rank of the third most popular thread on campus. The comments section erupted with vitriol directed at Zhang Fan. Jealous boys hurled particularly harsh insults, while girls similarly lambasted Lu Wenshi and Shin Chu for bringing embarrassment upon their gender. Shouldn't women maintain an air of dignity and not brawl among themselves? The matter reached the ears of the student council president, Wei Jin, a female figure widely acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in the school. Boys admired her, and girls respected her, for Wei Jin was not only the president but also a feminist, exhibiting a degree of disdain for men. Consequently, the current student council was predominantly female, with a minority of male members resembling the Fan Tion archetype, leaving one uncertain of their true inclinations toward women. Wei Jin and the vice president perused the post. The vice president remarked with a smile, "This year's freshmen are quite lively. Students from the second, third, and fourth years have been drawn into the fray." Wei Jin's expression remained serious. The comments beneath the post were a chaotic mix, with various opinions swirling. Yet Zhang Fan himself had yet to make an appearance. The vice president pondered aloud, "Shall we delete it?" It seems to have escalated quite a bit. His suggestion was met immediately with Wei Jin's dissent. "Delete what? Is there anything wrong with exposing a scoundrel?" The male vice president glanced at the president, his eyes twitching slightly. "This president is a bit extreme," he mused. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan in the dormitory remained remarkably calm, while Ai Sha beside him found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. He had already seen the matter concerning Zhang Fan on someone else's phone and quickly sought him out. "Fan, someone is slandering you in the posts. What are they saying about me?" Ai Sha, in a flurry, replied, "They're accusing you of playing both sides. Isn't that pure fabrication? You're happily together with Gu Yuan. Where's the other boat?" Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Why aren't you anxious?" Ai Sha seemed as if he were the one being slandered. "You should explain yourself. They're calling you a scoundrel." Zhang Fan, indifferent, continued playing a mobile game. He casually remarked, "People only perceive what they wish to see. My explanation would be futile. It's better to ignore it." While engrossed in his game, a text message interrupted him. Zhang Fan pondered who could be messaging him now that Lu Wenshi had returned his phone. He opened the message and glanced at it. "Guess who I am? Ha ha ha. I'm not joking. I'm Gulainaba. Here is my phone number. Remember it." Ai Sha was still fretting. "But we can't let them spread baseless rumors. This could tarnish your reputation." Zhang Fan looked up and asked, "Have you already given the money to Gulainaba?" Ai Sha was taken aback, puzzled as to why the other party would mention Gulainaba so suddenly, then nodded. "The money you lent me, I'll return it to you next week." "The money isn't urgent?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Has she already bought a phone? Did she give you her number?" "No, she has mentioned buying a phone," Ai Sha replied, chuckling foolishly. "If Naba had bought a phone, she would have told me right away. I'd be calling her every day, saying good night before bed he. Zhang Fan cast a glance at him and began composing a text. "Did you give your phone number to Ai Sha? Should I relay it for you?" "Soon." A reply came through. "No need for your meddling." Of course, I informed Ai Sha right away. Then I told Gu Yuan, my parents, and my close friends. "You were the last on my list. Don't you realize your position in my heart? No need for your interference." Zhang Fan read the text, noting how the sender had reiterated the point of not needing his involvement. Listening to AI Shah's concerns about the posts, he sighed and reflected. A simp never meets a good end. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Empress. Amidst a considerable uproar from the students, there existed a small faction that supported Zhang Fan. Among them was an individual known by the ID Xiaoqian, who engaged in a heated exchange with the original poster, sparring over dozens of replies. She challenged her adversary, demanding, "What evidence do you possess to substantiate the claim that Zhang Fan is simultaneously courting two girls?" The original poster refrained from addressing her query directly, resorting instead to moral coercion. Defending a scoundrel makes you as despicable as he is. Despite Xiaoqian's fervent pleas, the voices in support of Zhang Fan were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of condemnation, even subjecting her to collective online harassment. The attackers exhibited a blatant disregard for reason, devoid of any evidence. The original poster's assertions that Zhang Fan was two-timing and abandoning his partners were widely accepted. However, just before the lights out in the dormitory, the situation took an unexpected turn. Another post emerged, capturing significant attention. The most striking feature of this post was a selfie, showcasing a young woman clad in traditional attire, holding a paper umbrella, dressed in a silk robe, and standing on a wooden boat gliding across a serene lake. Reminiscent of a celestial being from a landscape painting, this enchanting figure was none other than Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was acutely aware that the public would only perceive what they wished to see, hence she strategically included her photograph, which elegantly showcased her classical charm and refined demeanor. Unlike Lu Wenshi and Shen Chuchu, whose images were candid captures, her photo was deliberately staged, thus overshadowing the two. Her post was succinct yet impactful. "Everyone, please cease the quarrel. Zhang Fan is my boyfriend. To the two classmates, kindly concede." Upon its release, the post promptly ascended to the 4th position on the trending list, threatening to eclipse the 3rd. Countless male admirers lamented, "How is it possible that yet another stunning beauty is associated with Zhang Fan? Did he save the galaxy in a past life? Or did a bolt of lightning strike his ancestral grave?" It seemed implausible for someone of his stature to be linked with 3 such exquisite women unless his family tomb was indeed ablaze. The 3rd-ranking poster, Lu Wenshi's roommate, was indignant and rushed to argue in the comments of Gu Yuan's post. "Just because you claim he's your boyfriend, does that make it true?" Gu Yuan's response was straightforward. "Do not stir trouble." This infuriated the roommate. "What trouble? Who's stirring trouble? Are you implying I am unattractive?" Just as she was about to retort, she glanced at Gu Yuan's photograph, prompting her to delete her prepared response. With the genuine Empress having made her declaration, Zhang Fan naturally rallied to her support, subsequently sharing a photo of himself practicing boxing at the gym, declaring, "Everyone, please stop arguing. I have only one girlfriend, and that is her." With the principal parties having spoken, there was little room left for debate. Those with sound judgment withdrew from the dispute. Nonetheless, a few envious individuals and overly zealous feminist commentators continued to hurl accusations at Zhang Fan, asserting that even with a girlfriend, he was still pursuing other women, thus labeling him a scoundrel. At last, the supporters of Zhang Fan were no longer facing the tempestuous barrage of criticism, but rather the vitriol of bitter men and resentful women, who retaliated in fury. "With what eye did you see Zhang Fan flirting with others? Is it truly a mere wishful thinking to fabricate tales here?" As for the online discourse, Zhang Fan has ceased to care. Speak as one may, merely casting a glance at them reveals a lack of sophistication. A roommate, indignant and filled with righteous indignation, stormed over to Lu Wenshi's side. "Wenshi, Zhang Fan is indeed a scoundrel, yet another girlfriend of his has emerged online." Lu Wenshi, devoid of her phone, remained oblivious to her friend's clandestine activities. At that moment, she became aware of the online chatter. Upon seeing a strikingly ethereal girl, exuding grace and evidently from a privileged background, claiming to be Zhang Fan's girlfriend, an overwhelming sense of inferiority washed over her. Even when Shen Chuchu had once declared Zhang Fan as hers, Lu Wenshi had not felt such despondency. Yet, in the presence of this girl, she was truly overwhelmed. Her roommates scoured through comments until they found Zhang Fan's own acknowledgement of this girl as his girlfriend. "Wenshi, this Zhang Fan is utterly despicable. Let us disregard him from now on. Just look at this woman. She is hardly appealing, not even half as beautiful as you and Chuchu." As the reality of Zhang Fan's relationship, confirmed by his own words, dawned upon her, the tears that Lu Wenshi had just managed to contain began to flow uncontrollably once more. One of her roommates quickly pushed the earlier speaker aside and wrapped her arms around Lu Wenshi, saying, "Wenshi, Let us not dwell on this any longer. With our beauty, what kind of exceptional young men could we not attract? Why must we hang ourselves on the single tree of Zhang Fan? However, her words fell on deaf ears. Lu Wencher lifted her head and inquired of her roommate, "May I borrow your phone?" The roommate, assuming Lu Wencher wished to browse the posts, promptly handed over her phone. Lu Wencher expressed her gratitude while stepping outside with the device. The roommates exchanged glances, sighing and lamenting the folly of infatuation. The first thing Lu Wencher did with the borrowed phone was to send a text to Zhang Fan. At that moment, Zhang Fan was engaged in a conversation with Gu Yuan, discussing when to visit her home, when a message from an unfamiliar number interrupted. "Zhang Fan, this is Lu Wencher. I'm borrowing my roommate's phone. Do you really have a girlfriend?" Zhang Fan replied, "Indeed." Lu Wencher pressed on, "When did you two become a couple?" She herself was unsure of the significance of this inquiry, yet her desire to converse with Zhang Fan prevailed. At that moment, Lu Wencher felt as though she were suspended in a state of weightlessness, akin to free falling from a great height, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Unable to grasp anything solid, only in her exchanges with Zhang Fan did she find a semblance of support. Despite each conversation launching her once more into the stratosphere, she felt compelled to reach out to Zhang Fan, much like someone on the brink of dying of thirst at sea. Fully aware that the salt water could not quench her thirst, yet unable to resist the temptation. Alas, her message fell silent, swallowed by the abyss of indifference. Zhang Fan did not respond. Lu Wencher sank to the ground, burying her head in her knees as she wept uncontrollably. The anguish was overwhelming, as if the sensation of weightlessness whispered that she would soon plummet to her demise. In a moment of desperation, Lu Wencher dialed Shen Chuchu's number. On the other end, Shen Chuchu was meticulously scrutinizing every financial transaction, engrossed in her work. When she received Lu Wencher's call, she was taken aback. "Chuchu," upon recognizing Lu Wencher's voice. Her tone turned sharp. "What is it? Are you looking to pick a fight with me?" Lu Wencher immediately burst into tears. "Chuchu, Zhang Fan is in a relationship." "He is in a relationship." Woo-woo. At that moment, Shen Chuchu became Lu Wencher's sole confidant. She found herself unable to voice her inner turmoil to anyone else, as no one would comprehend her plight. Moreover, confiding in Zhang Fan was out of the question. If he were to disregard her, her suffering would only intensify. Ironically, her only outlet was Shen Chuchu, with whom she had recently clashed. They were united in their shared affliction. A cold breeze swept through, and Lu Wencher wrapped her arms around herself, weeping as she lamented, "That girl, she is so beautiful. I am unworthy of Zhang Fan. I am in so much pain. He no longer wants me. He has a girlfriend." On the other end of the line, Shen Chuchu, who had been poised for confrontation, fell silent, listening to Lu Wencher's heart-wrenching confession until her sobs subsided. Under the luminous moonlight, Shen Chuchu gazed at the various documents and receipts strewn across her desk. Suddenly, she let out a derisive laugh. Lu Wencher, hearing this, was perplexed, unable to fathom how Shen Chuchu could still find humor in such a dire situation. "Chuchu, what are you laughing at?" Shen Chuchu replied, "Wencher, deep down, you do not truly like Zhang Fan, do you?" Lu Wencher was taken aback. Shen Chuchu continued, "Or perhaps you are merely infatuated with him, his charm, his demeanor, his thoughtfulness, his wealth, those dazzling qualities. But you do not genuinely love him. After all, how long have you known each other? How could you possibly love him?" Listening to Shen Chuchu's words left Lu Wencher bewildered. "What do you mean, Chuchu?" Shen Chuchu clarified. "You have merely been moved by your own emotions. You have never truly loved. You encountered someone you liked a little and mistook that for love, only to be tormented by your feelings. You are deceiving yourself." With a resolute tone and unwavering gaze, Shen Chuchu spoke. Lu Wencher stood there, dumbfounded by the rebuke. Shen Chuchu, holding the phone, ceased her work, her expression grave. "Do you understand what love truly is? My feelings for Zhang Fan are what love is. Yes, I too have been lost. I once took his unwavering kindness for granted. But now I realize that I cannot live without Zhang Fan, even if he has a girlfriend. So what? I can wait for him to break up. Zhang Fan does not love that girl. It's merely a business arrangement. Once I demonstrate my worth, he will return to me. And what do you have to compete with me? On what grounds do you think you can vie for him?" Lu Wencher, remember what you said today. When Zhang Fan breaks up, you must keep your distance, for you are unworthy of loving him. Lu Wencher was left in a state of shock, absorbing the weight of Shen Chuchu's words. Until Shen Chuchu hung up the phone, there was no reaction from her. The evening breeze tousled Lu Wen's hair, leaving her expression vacant and dazed. Her emotional world had been shaken to its core. Was it truly because she did not love enough? Yet, Zhang Fan already had a girlfriend. Lin Feng effortlessly leaped over the external wall of the base, his face adorned with the lightness of post-event joy. Under the moonlight, he spotted a beautiful girl squatting there, lost in thought, tears still glistening on her cheeks. His heart raced with excitement as he thought, a perfect score. Lin Feng strode towards her, revealing his signature devil-may-care smile, and greeted her. Hello, beautiful. What brings you to cry here so late? With my charm, how could I not win you over? Upon hearing a man's greeting, Lu Wen startled and stood up, hastily declining. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt an uncontrollable surge of frustration. Damn it. How could such a stunning girl have a boyfriend? He pressed on. What of having a boyfriend? We could merely be friends. What's your boyfriend's name? Perhaps I know him. My boyfriend's name is Zhang Fan, Lu Wen replied, dismissing Lin Feng and hurriedly retreating to her dormitory. Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. Damn it. It's that Zhang Fan again. Chapter 52. Confrontation. On the final day of military training, Commander Qin understood that if he did not intervene, these two promising soldiers, a potential king of soldiers and a future general, would slip away. It was on this day that Zhang Fan and Lin Feng encountered each other once more. This time in Commander Qin's office. The terms he offered were not particularly generous. Retaining their enrollment at Huayan University while simultaneously entering the military academy amounted to a dual enrollment in two institutions. The principal, sweating profusely, dared not voice any objections. Additionally, he promised both young men that upon graduating from the military academy, they would be granted the rank of company commander and a lieutenant's insignia. Beyond this, no further commitments were made. Any aspirations for greater honors would depend solely on their performance. To his surprise, Commander Qin personally intervened. Yet both young men still declined his offer. The nearby guard, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You two should know your place. Do you understand who the commander is? He personally sought you out, which is a testament to your worth." His anger, however, failed to intimidate Zhang Fan and Lin Feng. Zhang Fan maintained his composure, while Lin Feng wore a defiant expression, sporting a crooked, mischievous smile. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Their defenses remained intact. Yet Lin Feng's retort struck a nerve with the guard, who began to roll up his sleeves, muttering angrily. So you think you're tough enough to take on a regular soldier? Let me tell you, I could take on 80 instructors like you. Commander, allow me to teach these two young miscreants a lesson. Before Commander Qin could respond, Zhang Fan interjected, I have no intention of fighting you. Principal, if someone wishes to harm your students, will you intervene? The guard was taken aback by Zhang Fan's refusal to engage. The principal, wearing a wry smile, could only appeal to Commander Qin, saying, Commander, after all, they are still students. Rather than disdain Zhang Fan's avoidance of combat, Commander Qin regarded him with increased admiration. This student understood how to leverage the influence of others. With the principal present, it would be impossible for him to remain passive. The guard cast a glance at Zhang Fan, conceding, Fine, you prefer to use your wits. I won't engage with you. But Lin Feng, you are a martial artist. Surely, you aren't afraid? Lin Feng, unperturbed, merely looked back with derision. You are not worthy to engage me. The guard fumed. You've inflated your ego. You may be a soldier in the making, but I am a true warrior. Who is worthy if not you? Lin Feng disregarded the guard's words entirely, turning his attention back to Zhang Fan. With his head held high and eyes brimming with undisguised hostility, he stated, Zhang Fan, my brother, I vividly recall our last contest. Shall we engage in another? His demeanor, while poetically described as being consumed by a fiery passion, could also be bluntly characterized as the embodiment of lust. Lin Feng, convinced of his own superiority as the chosen one, believed that any woman he deemed worthy should be his. Recently, however, he had taken a liking to two individuals, both of whom were connected to the man before him. Having gained notoriety for his prowess as an instructor, this man had, in a sense, overshadowed Lin Feng in the eyes of those two women. Zhang Fan humbly remarked, Lin Feng, your internal strength is truly profound. I cannot possibly be your match. Lin Feng understood that the other was trying to provoke him, yet he felt no fear whatsoever. I do not rely on internal strength. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes as his muscles tensed in preparation. Then shall we have a contest? In terms of internal strength, even 10 Zhang Fans would be no match for Lin Feng. However, in a contest without it, Zhang Fan was eager to test his abilities against his opponent. The guard shouted, What are you two doing? I'll have to intervene. Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? Neither Zhang Fan nor Lin Feng paid any heed to him. Lin Feng's gaze was fierce, and Zhang Fan met it with equal intensity. Brother Zhang Fan, This place is unsuitable for our sparring. Shall we move to the playground? The ignored guard was infuriated, while Commander Qin grew increasingly excited. He keenly sensed that these two young men were hiding remarkable skills. Without delay, he rose to follow them. Zhang Fan and Lin Feng led the way, trailed by Commander Qin, the principal, and the chief instructor, all of whom followed with an imposing presence. On the playground, various squads were in training. Upon witnessing the spectacle, they halted their drills, and instructors quickly led their teams to create space. Students gathered at a distance to watch, and the vast field was cleared for Zhang Fan and Lin Feng. The guard stepped into the center, cracking his knuckles. "Let me teach you two arrogant youngsters a lesson. Come at me together." Zhang Fan and Lin Feng were unrelenting. No sooner had the guard's words left his mouth than two powerful gusts of wind struck his face. As an elite guard, instinct kicked in, and he raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! It was as if a speeding tank had collided with him. The guard was sent flying. Rising from the ground, he coughed up blood onto the grass. Lin Feng disdainfully declared, "What are you pretending to be in front of me? A big shot?" In the next moment, he felt a rush of wind approaching his face and barely had time to react. He executed a bridge to evade the blow. Zhang Fan swept low with a kick aimed at Lin Feng's legs, but Lin Feng's core strength was formidable, allowing him to perform a graceful maneuver while simultaneously delivering a kick toward Zhang Fan's face. Zhang Fan raised his arm to defend, and as Lin Feng landed, he sprang back into action. The two exchanged a glance before engaging once more. In this clash, Zhang Fan acutely sensed Lin Feng's overwhelming prowess. The so-called elite guard seemed incapable of lasting even 3 moves against him. Zhang Fan's eyes, trained in ancient medical arts, widened as he meticulously observed Lin Feng's every motion. Yet the opponent's speed was astonishingly rapid. Even with his foresight, Zhang Fan found himself on the defensive. Lin Feng exhibited no inclination to underestimate his opponent. From the outset, he had given his all. Their pace escalated with each exchange, their punches and kicks leaving behind afterimages. Ordinary students could no longer discern the techniques being employed. Zhang Fan was grateful for a slight boost in strength and agility. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated. The battlefield between the two gradually expanded, with one executing a sweeping kick. Although it did not touch the ground, the grass on the playground bent under the force of an unseen gust. As if struck by an invisible shockwave, General Qin's face flushed with excitement. Such remarkable skill, such solid fundamentals. One displayed a refined form of martial arts, while the other exuded the elegance reminiscent of ancient combat techniques. At such a tender age, how could they be so formidable? Masters. 2 masters. Amidst his excitement, he couldn't resist teasing his bodyguard. "Xiao Zhao, how many of these overconfident youngsters do you think you could take on?" Bodyguard Zhao's face turned crimson. He had been contemplating taking on 2 opponents, only to realize that he himself was the one who underestimated the heights of heaven and earth. Chapter 53, The Unadorned Book. Fragment. This was enough to astonish everyone in the base. The diminutive instructor Feng incessantly wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how he had once offended this young man upon his arrival, grateful that he had not pursued further trouble, lest it become his own burden. How could this rascal be so formidable? Instructor Lin Feng also exhaled deeply, well aware of this individual's prowess, fortunate to maintain a more tempered demeanor. The students were left agape. This era was dominated by martial arts films, yet the techniques demonstrated by Zhang Fan and Lin Feng far surpassed anything seen on screen. After all, such speed was unattainable even by the most determined of cinematic stars. Lin Feng, increasingly alarmed, recognized that he had not underestimated his opponent. He had unleashed both strength and speed. Yet, how could Zhang Fan withstand his blows and match his velocity? He had indeed refrained from employing his inner energy, but he could resort to cunning strategies. It was essential to remember that Lin Feng was not only a master of martial arts, but also a skilled physician. With a steely gaze, Lin Feng revealed a shrewd expression. Acupuncture. He had been secretly storing the needles passed down from his master, soft and exceedingly slender, resembling fine threads. In a sudden motion, he produced one and aimed for Zhang Fan's acupoint. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Fan was also a healer. As the delicate silver needle approached, Zhang Fan had already fortified his meridians. Just as Lin Feng believed he had incapacitated Zhang Fan's arm, the latter let out a thunderous shout. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Zhang Fan's arm displayed no signs of numbness. With a surge of strength, he seized upon Lin Feng's exposed vulnerability. Zhang Fan was unrelenting, channeling all his energy to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his inner energy surging forth. In an instant, He broke free from Zhang Fan's grasp and struck him with a forceful palm, sending Zhang Fan flying, once again compelled to unleash his inner energy. Lin Feng was consumed by humiliation, his rationale eclipsed by rage. With a resounding roar, he lunged forward like a cannonball, intent on subduing his opponent. Suddenly, a striking young woman emerged from the crowd. In a flurry of motion, she engaged Lin Feng in a series of rapid exchanges, matching him blow for blow. As they landed, Gu Yuan glared at Lin Feng, her eyes ablaze with fury. What an heir of the Lin family! To use inner energy against an ordinary person is one thing, but to contemplate murder is beyond reason. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the newcomer. Astonished to discover it was his fiancée, Gu Yuan. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Yuan, how dare you strike me for the sake of an outsider?" Outsider? Gu Yuan stepped forward, her voice resolute. "Zhang Fan is my boyfriend. Who do you deem an outsider? And who are you to question me? What did you say?" Lin Feng's scalp prickled with fury as he processed Gu Yuan's words. He had been scheming to win her affections all along, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his family's treasure had been pilfered. "He's your boyfriend? Then what am I?" "Gu Yuan, you had best understand your own position. You are my fiancée. I am not your fiancée. I shall personally address matters concerning my family. Lin Feng, you are of no relation to me." Continuing this argument would be futile. Lin Feng concluded his statement. "Humph. Your family's hereditary ailment cannot be cured without my intervention." With that threatening remark, he turned and departed, leaving Gu Yuan in anguish. It is essential to note that the Gu family initially opposed this union. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng's remarkable ability to alleviate the ancestral afflictions plaguing their lineage for centuries, their stance shifted dramatically. They unanimously regarded him as the future son-in-law of the Gu family. In truth, their desire was solely for Lin Feng to heal their ailments. While Gu Yuan's happiness was the price paid, Zhang Fan rose from the ground, harboring no resentment towards Lin Feng for his unscrupulous sneak attack using internal energy. Instead, he blamed his own weakness. Twice now, he had succumbed instantly upon the opponent's activation of internal force, unable to defend himself even after enhancing his agility and strength. The overwhelming sense of helplessness that had haunted him in his previous life returned with a vengeance, rendering Lin Feng an invincible adversary once more. Gu Yuan approached Zhang Fan, observing the despondency in his eyes. Since their acquaintance, Zhang Fan had always exuded confidence and vitality. This melancholic sight was a first for her, stirring a sense of compassion within her. She thought to herself that, as his girlfriend, it was incumbent upon her to offer solace. Gently, she embraced Zhang Fan, nestling into his arms, and softly inquired, "Are you feeling a profound sense of defeat?" Zhang Fan, feeling the softness of her embrace, managed a bitter smile. "A bit. Yet you are already remarkable. Had your opponent not utilized internal energy, victory would have been yours." Unfortunately, this comforting sentiment fell flat within Zhang Fan's mature mind. If humanity refrained from employing their intellect, they could not ascend to the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. In a hypothetical scenario devoid of firearms, a tiger could indeed kill 7 men, but beyond that, it would be restricted by its capacity to consume. However, humanity possesses both weapons and intellect. Much like Lin Feng's command of internal energy. Among the onlookers in the playground, while Gu Yuan was concerned for Zhang Fan, 2 others were also observing with vested interest. At that moment, Gu Lina and Lu Wenshi watched from different corners of the playground, uncertain of the emotions swirling within them as they witnessed Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan in embrace. Gu Yuan lifted her gaze to Zhang Fan. "The Gu family has already accepted Lin Feng as my fiancé. I stand alone in resistance, and involving you may only bring you harm. If you wish to withdraw from this entanglement, now is the time." Their eyes met, and in that moment, Gu Yuan genuinely contemplated Zhang Fan's well-being. While she may have previously considered utilizing him, she no longer wished for him to become embroiled in the dangers that lay ahead. The divine choice system activated. Choice 1. Very well, let us terminate our collaboration. Outcome. Gu Yuan's disappointment 5, Gu Yuan's affection -5, Lin Feng's animosity -1. Choice 2. She holds you in contempt. Deliver her a lethal scissor kick. Reward. Confidential information regarding Gu Yuan's sweaty feet. Choice 3. Fool, how could I bear to let you face this world alone? Reward. Inheritance of the Gu family's cultivation techniques, Gu Yuan's affection 10. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and declared, "Fool, how could I bear to let you face this world alone?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Having acquired the Gu family heritage, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a smirk. Commander Qin intended to recruit Zhang Fan, Lin Feng, and later Gu Yuan into the military, yet upon revealing her surname, Gu Yuan's presence rendered the initially eager Commander Qin silent. After a prolonged gaze at Zhang Fan, he ultimately stated, "If you ever find yourself in trouble, come to the army and enlist. As long as you are my soldier, I will protect you. My old bones have not endured for naught." Zhang Fan understood the goodwill behind the words and respectfully nodded in agreement. The Gu family's cultivation method is known as the Wuhua Book, an ancient legacy that, according to the Gu family's records, can be traced back to the mythological era, though its authenticity remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the Gu family has preserved this tradition for millennia. Despite their careful preservation, the Wuhua Book is still a fragmented manuscript. It comprises 6 major levels, yet the version passed down within the Gu family contains only 4 levels, with the family head unable to progress beyond the 4th. After practicing for 2 days, Zhang Fan felt a faint energy coursing through his body, radiating warmth wherever it flowed, providing a sense of comfort. He surmised that this must be the so-called internal energy. Regrettably, this energy was exceedingly feeble and had yet to demonstrate its might. Upon returning, Lin Feng had developed a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Fan. He mobilized every resource at his disposal to target Zhang Fan and the Zhang family conglomerate. An unexpected complication arose concerning the demolition in the university town. What had initially progressed smoothly encountered obstacles when it came to relocating the local populace. In recent days, Shin Chuchu had barely slept, running from one place to another, exhausting her efforts to no avail, and suffering blisters on her feet. Reluctant to inform Zhang Fan, as it might imply her incompetence, she refrained from making the call. However, Zhou Rui informed Zhang Fan, reasoning that it was not their family business, and the procrastination was unwarranted. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Fan immediately drove to the town. Chapter 54, Relocation Compensation Stone Monkey. Are you not done yet? Shinchuchu's eyes were red with fury. She fixed her gaze on the young man before her, clad in what he deemed fashionable Korean-style tight pants. Known as Shurho, or Stone Monkey, he was of an age that should have been spent in university, yet he had long since abandoned his studies in elementary school. This individual had already driven Shinchuchu to tears on several occasions. As she beheld his handsome visage, Stone Monkey licked his lips, but he was no fool. He understood which women could be toyed with and which could not. The woman before him was undoubtedly beyond his reach. Nevertheless, when dealing with someone who adhered to principles, all it required was a lack of scruples on his part to extract some money with ease. Stone Monkey shrugged nonchalantly. "I say, Miss Shen, haven't we conversed countless times already? I initially requested 15,000, but now I'm only asking for 12. The relocation compensation is 12,000 per square meter. The courtyard will be yours immediately." Shinchuchu clenched her teeth, resolute in her refusal. On the entire street, 35 households had already received compensation, with 20 of them awarded 8,000 per square meter. The remaining 15 had originally agreed upon the terms, but suddenly they all reversed their positions, raising their demands and insisting that Shinchuchu negotiate with Stone Monkey. Upon further investigation, it became apparent that this group had been incited by Stone Monkey to collectively inflate their prices, raising them from 8,000 to 15,000, almost a doubling of the amount, under the threat of refusing to vacate. The crux of the matter was that prior to the demolition, Zhang Fan had arranged for all parties to convene, discussing and agreeing on a price of 8,000, formalized through a preliminary contract. Yet this group, after the first 20 households had been compensated, suddenly sought to renegotiate. Even if they were dissatisfied with the price, they should have raised their concerns earlier. It was unreasonable to demand a price increase midway through negotiations. In the countryside, each household typically occupied a plot of land exceeding 200 square meters. Should the remaining 15 households succeed in raising their compensation, how could the first 20 possibly agree? Each household seeking a 7,000 increase would lead to a staggering total of nearly 49 million. Shinchuchu was understandably anxious. "Stone Monkey, I warn you. We have signed a preliminary contract. 8,000 is 8,000. If you breach this, you will bear legal repercussions." However, Stone Monkey, a notorious scoundrel, dismissed her threats with a scoff. He shrugged indifferently. "Miss Shin, go ahead and sue me. Worst case, I'll serve time. 1 year? 2 years? If you can manage to raise the price, I'd gladly endure imprisonment." Faced with such a rogue, Shin Chuchu felt utterly powerless. Just then, Zhang Fan parked his car and walked in through the gate. A large goose, noticing the unfamiliar male, flapped its wings and charged at Zhang Fan. In the rural hierarchy of dominance, geese, dogs, and roosters ruled, with the goose taking the lead. Yet, Zhang Fan merely exuded a subtle aura of authority. and the goose's heart seemed to freeze as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing it to stiffen and collapse to the ground, lifeless. Stone Monkey was taken aback by the sudden demise of his goose. Anger surged within him. A healthy goose could fetch dozens or even hundreds in the market. "Who are you, you scoundrel? Compensate me for my goose." Zhang Fan had not even brushed against the goose, yet he was demanded compensation by the other party. However, Zhang Fan remained indifferent. He strode confidently to the side of the Stone Monkey, who had just been clamoring for Zhang Fan to pay up. Upon seeing the aura surrounding Zhang Fan, the Stone Monkey instinctively took a couple of steps back, his bravado wavering. With a facade of bravado, he shouted, "What do you want? I'll have you know this is my territory." Zhang Fan regarded him coolly and inquired, "Can you move for 8,000? The Stone Monkey glanced at Zhang Fan and then at Shinchuchu, who stood behind him. It dawned on him that this young man before him was the true powerhouse behind the scenes. How could he be so youthful? He had always assumed that the strikingly beautiful Shin Zong was the one leveraging her looks for advantage. Yet here stood another remarkably young man. Regardless of the situation, the Stone Monkey resumed his obstinate demeanor, sneering, "I won't budge. If you send another man, will I then move? What nonsense. 12,000, not a cent less. If you dare, call the police and have me arrested. I'll tell you, even if I get arrested, I won't move. In the end, it's your time that's wasted." The Stone Monkey's bluster held underlying significance. In truth, their alliance was tenuous. It was only the avarice of the Stone Monkey that had led him to conspire with others to inflate the price. He was the rogue in this scenario. If he lacked conviction, the others had long since surrendered. Just as the Stone Monkey suspected, the remaining households were eavesdropping from their corners. Each household occupied over 200 square meters, and even an additional 4,000 would amount to nearly 1,000,000. Who could resist such temptation? With the Stone Monkey stirring trouble, the others were more than willing to rally behind him. After listening to the Stone Monkey's brazen remarks, Zhang Fan nodded and declared, "Let us settle on 12,000. The Stone Monkey's eyes gleamed with excitement. 12,000. Their homestead was nearly 300 square meters. This would mean a windfall of 360,000. Remarkable. It seemed as ruckus over the past few days had truly paid off. Shinchuchu grew anxious. Should a precedent be set, the situation would become increasingly untenable. "Zhang Fan, we cannot act so impulsively. This is not merely a single case, nor is it a trivial sum." Yet Zhang Fan calmly patted her head, offering a reassuring smile. "You've worked hard lately." The touch transformed Shinchuchu's anxious expression into one of bashful delight. She then lamented, "It's all my fault for acting too slowly. If I had been decisive, the Stone Monkey wouldn't have had the opportunity to meddle." Zhang Fan nodded, recognizing one's errors is commendable. However, when dealing with malefactors, one cannot rely solely on benevolent methods. Shinchuchu did not grasp Zhang Fan's meaning, so he motioned for her to follow, inviting her to observe how he would handle the matter. As they exited the Stone Monkey's home, a throng of villagers approached, a few donning sycophantic smiles. Esteemed boss, I have just heard that we are offering a demolition compensation of 12,000 per square meter to the family of the Stone Monkey. Is that correct? Then what about our family?" Yes, the big boss is indeed quite handsome. And quite wealthy too." Meanwhile, the others looked on with indignation, confronting him directly. "Big boss, this is simply unacceptable. We are all residents of the same town on the same street. Why does the Stone Monkey's family receive 12,000 while ours only gets 8,000? You must provide us with an explanation." Zhang Fan raised his hand to quell the crowd's uproar. The villagers gazed at him with intense longing. Zhang Fan was well aware of their thoughts and smiled as he spoke. "Dear folks, our group intends to acquire your homesteads at a price of 8,000 per square meter. Rest assured, this price will not be lowered by even a cent. Please return home and prepare accordingly." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the villagers were bewildered. "What does it mean that there will be no reduction? We want you to increase the price." As the villagers attempted to voice their concerns, one exclaimed, "Big boss, this must be a mistake. We are asking for an increase." Before he could finish, Zhang Fan interrupted him. "The terms that need to be discussed and decided upon have already been pinned in the imaginary contract. Our company will adhere strictly to that contract when compensating everyone. Now, please disperse." With that, Zhang Fan turned and left. Shinchuchu hurriedly followed suit. Perplexed by Zhang Fan's intentions, could such vague dealings truly be effective? The villagers watched Zhang Fan's retreating figure, gritting their teeth in frustration, muttering, "So, he fears the Stone Monkey but not us, does he? It's as if no one dares to make a fuss. We won't move. We refuse to budge. Unless the compensation is raised to 12,000, none of us will relocate." Chapter 55. The money of the stone monkey. The stone monkey had signed a contract at 12,000 per square meter, resulting in an income of 360,000. With the contract and bank card in hand, he strolled down the street, his demeanor buoyant. Regardless of whether he knew the people he encountered, he greeted them with enthusiasm. One individual remarked, "Stone monkey, you appear to be in excellent spirits today." To which the stone monkey jovially replied, "Oh, how could you tell I've just received 360,000? Ha ha ha, wealth can radiate from one's very essence." His aura had undeniably transformed. The interlocutor, feeling disinclined to engage further, turned away. The stone monkey, unperturbed, called out, "We'll chat later," and continued on his way, his gait confident. Neighbors gathered to observe the stone monkey's retreating figure, murmuring among themselves about his ostentation. What is he so proud of? He merely received compensation. Eventually, we'll all get our due. It's just a matter of time. Such thoughts echoed among the villagers, each envisioning a future as millionaires. The first thing the stone monkey did with his newfound wealth was to acquire a fine vehicle. Being unmarried, he planned to purchase a luxurious car to attract a college girl. He was unapologetic as he visited the Audi dealership, where he impulsively purchased an Audi A4 for 350,000, completely ignoring the negotiation process, and paid in full with a credit card. Lost in the flattery of the sales assistant's compliments, he fantasized about how many college girls he could have seated in the passenger seat before settling down. As he turned onto the narrow path leading to his home, he faced the dismal sight of dilapidated streets. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. An elderly man collapsed in front of his new car. "What terrible luck!" the stone monkey exclaimed, flinging open the car door, cursing. "This is a brand new vehicle." Yet the old man lay unmoving, groaning, "Oh dear, oh dear." Just as the stone monkey prepared to utter a fierce retort, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from the shadows, some wielding clubs, encircling him menacingly. "You ran over my father? You want to escape today?" they shouted. The stone monkey protested, "I didn't hit him. I was driving slowly." He suddenly dashed out. The crowd was intimidating, and they seized him by his collar. Their faces fierce. "You dare deny it? Call the police. Get an ambulance. We want to rest until you're utterly ruined." In 2005, the community was simple and straightforward, with no dash cams in vehicles. After reviewing the messages, the doctor informed the stone monkey the symptoms presented by the patient could very well stem from the accident. Given his age, even minor injuries can lead to significant complications. The cumulative cost for examinations, treatments, and the necessity of a private room due to the elderly man's mobility issues, alongside specialized nursing care and the requirement for gentle, imported medications, amounted to a staggering total of 1,080,000. How much? 1,080,000. The stone monkey suddenly erupted into screams within the confines of the hospital. Behind him stood a menacing elderly relative and a police officer. The doctor continued, "Let us admit you for half a year to monitor your condition. If further hospitalization is required, we will notify you for payment." Payment? Upon hearing the doctor's words, the stone monkey instinctively wanted to flee. Yet, he was seized by the collar by the patient's relative behind him. In response, the stone monkey could only force a smile, pleading for further discourse with the relative, ultimately managing to extricate himself for the sum of 800,000. With 3,600,000 at hand, he had merely spent 350,000 to acquire a vehicle, only for it to land him in a predicament costing 80,000. Now, he found himself with a mere 245,000 left. As he exited the hospital, the stone monkey furiously clenched his fists, cursing his misfortune. Just then, a bespectacled middle-aged man clad in a collared t-shirt let out a long wail. "My ancestral Chihuahua porcelain vase." The middle-aged man paid no heed to the shards scattered across the ground but lunged forward to seize the instigator. His eyes ablaze with fury, he shouted, "My antique. You owe me. It's been passed down since the Yuan dynasty. You've shattered it." The stone monkey, taken aback, managed to break free from his grasp. Gazing at the litter of porcelain fragments, dread enveloped him. Mustering his courage, he bellowed in defiance, "What? Just because you claim it's an antique, does that make it one? Do you think I would fall for your trick?" The man, eyes ablaze, picked up a few shards from the ground. "Don't believe me? Come, let us verify it right now," he shouted, eyes wide with indignation. "I'll have these pieces tested to determine if they are indeed relics from the Yuan dynasty." Upon exiting the testing facility, the stone monkey's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. 3,600,000 had dwindled to a mere 200,000. The bespectacled man shot him a disdainful glance, cradling the porcelain fragments as if they were treasures, while the shards scattered along the roadside went unclaimed. for they were mere fakes. Only the few pieces in his possession were genuine, as confirmed by the testing institution, yet the stone monkey remained oblivious to this truth. At just over 20 years of age, the stone monkey had dropped out of elementary school and had meandered aimlessly in the village, entirely unacquainted with the world, and thus unaware of such unscrupulous tactics. He was utterly despondent. Upon returning to his car, he discovered 3 parking tickets affixed to it. Paralyzed by apathy, he made his way back to the small town where night had already fallen. Approaching a stall at the night market, he called out, "Boss, serve me some liquor." The proprietor recognized the stone monkey and chuckled. "Well, if it isn't the big shot, the stone monkey, worth millions and still here to drink with me? I thought you wouldn't be coming back tonight." The owner wore a knowing smile, and upon hearing his words, the stone monkey felt mocked, his eyes widening in outrage. "What the hell? Enough with your nonsense. I'm here to spend, so just bring me the drinks." The once enthusiastic night market vendor was suddenly met with a barrage of insults from the other party. His expression turned awkward as he observed the stone monkey seated nearby. Muttering to himself, "What kind of person is this? Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he is some big boss. Once my house is demolished, I too shall have fortune." The stone monkey continued to drink, consuming 3 bottles of liquor in quick succession. The night market vendor watched in confusion. Why would someone with money indulge in such reckless drinking? Shouldn't he be visiting a more upscale venue, even if he chose to drink? Surely he could opt for something of higher quality. While munching on peanuts, the vendor struggled to comprehend the stone monkey's behavior. As the stone monkey drank, tears began to stream down his face. He sobbed uncontrollably, lamenting, 3,600,000, and now only 20,000 remains. The vendor, perplexed by the monkey's tears, wondered if he was crying from overwhelming joy or sorrow, spitting out a bitter peanut in the process. At that moment, a striking young woman approached. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her alluring figure, she drew near the stone monkey, observing his tearful state. Leaning down, her attire revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, and the kind-hearted girl gently inquired, "Brother, why are you crying? Here, take a tissue." The stone monkey, blinking through his tears, gazed at her beauty with confusion. "Who are you?" The girl took a seat beside him, her smile warm and inviting. "I'm a student from the area, here to grab a bite. Why are you in tears?" As she spoke, she leaned closer, the delightful fragrance of her presence enveloping the stone monkey. Momentarily distracted from his sorrow over lost money, he began to entertain more pleasant thoughts, pondering that after a day of misfortune, perhaps it was time for a stroke of luck in love. He hastily poured her a drink. "Miss, do you drink?" "Of course. One must drink when out having fun," she replied, though her voice began to falter. The girl raised her glass and downed the contents. Before the stone monkey could utter any affectionate words, she became lightheaded and collapsed into his arms. The vendor from the night market watched enviously, hastening his peanut chewing, thinking, "Is it that easy to attract women when one has money? Beautiful women just come flocking." However, before he could revel in his envy for even a minute, several burly men emerged, encircling the stone monkey. "How dare you touch my sister?" The stone monkey froze, shouting, "I didn't touch her. She fell into my arms." "Don't lie." One of the men barked, grabbing a nearby stool. "Look at you. Do you really think my sister would willingly fall into your embrace?" Another man rushed to the girl's side, noticing she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Sister, what's wrong?" The other 3 men brandished their stools threateningly. "You bastard. Did you drug my sister?" At that moment, the stone monkey found himself in a dire predicament, akin to being trapped in a quagmire with no way out. He protested loudly, "I didn't. Your sister merely drank a glass of wine." A few individuals were vociferously exclaiming, "Your words carry no weight. I shall now take my sister for a blood test." The intoxicated Shahuzi, having consumed 3 bottles of strong liquor, experienced a moment of unexpected clarity amidst his inebriation. He suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, I understand now. I comprehend everything. You are all sent by that demolition tycoon, aren't you?" The burly men around him were taken aback. This fool, after a few drinks, had become astute? However, the situation was already beyond redemption. Shahuzi was doomed. Regardless of any tycoon-esque stature, he was resolute in taking his sister for a blood test. They approached the night market proprietor, inquiring, "Sir, you've been here all along. Did you not witness this man feeding my sister?" They were seated at the same table, a dining table at that. How could it be possible that no food was consumed? The night market owner, bewildered, nodded. He had a cup of liquor. The men shouted, "The owner is our witness. We are going for a blood test. I refuse to believe that a single drink could incapacitate my sister. We demand tangible evidence." Both Shihuzi and the night market owner were perplexed. How have I become a witness? What have I said? Shihuzi laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. I was mistaken. I was foolish. I cannot contend with that esteemed individual. No wonder he was so willing to part with 12,000. He intended to leave me with not a single cent. The men stared in confusion, utterly baffled by Shihuzi's ramblings. What are you babbling about? 12,000? Shihuzi wept profusely, reflecting on the imposing, youthful, and handsome man who had terrified even his goose. I cannot provoke him. I cannot provoke him. Speak plainly. How much am I to compensate? I will pay. The men exchanged knowing glances and, with smiles, replied. It need not be excessive, just a vehicle and 200,000 will suffice. Should it be discovered that there are sedatives in my sister's bloodstream, you shall face serious consequences, no less than 10 years in prison, at the very least. This price is a bargain. Upon hearing their words, Shihuzi collapsed to the ground, alternating between laughter and tears. Such cruelty. Not a single cent left for me. My ancestral home is lost. Ha ha, it is gone. As the men departed, they turned to the night market owner, who was beaming with a smile, and said, Sir, are there plans for demolition in this vicinity? The night market owner, feeling a sense of trepidation, quickly nodded in affirmation. The man continued, a word of advice, settle for what is fair, do not play the villain. The night market owner trembled in fear. Yes, 8,000, not a dime more. I shall vacate immediately. Chapter 56. Capturing the sky over Huayang City was remarkably clear, heralding yet another splendid morning. The fiery sun had just risen from behind the mountains, casting a crimson hue across half the sky. Zhang Fan gently removed Shinchuchu's delicate arm that rested heavily upon him. At this moment, Shinchuchu had wholly surrendered to Zhang Fan, not only in the bedroom but also in the intricate web of schemes and calculations. She felt no shame. Rather, she viewed it as a testament to her capabilities. After all, in her previous life, she had also wielded engagement as a means to an end. The day before, upon learning that the relocation issue had been entirely resolved and comprehending the entire process, she had leapt on a Zhang Fan, pinning him beneath her. How could anyone be so wicked? You are so bad, yet I adore it, she exclaimed, and the two began to indulge in their playful antics. The relocation matter had consumed her for several days, leaving her anxious and unable to eat, as she visited household after household, speaking to each one, her feet weary from running about without resolution. Yet, upon Zhang Fan's arrival, he merely uttered a couple of sentences, and after waiting a mere day or so, the issue was resolved. Early in the morning, Zhang Fan's movement stirred Shin Chu-Chu from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and beheld Zhang Fan's strong and powerful back, licking her lips in admiration. At that moment, Zhang Fan was utterly captivating to her, and Shin Chu-Chu gazed at him with a spark of ambition surging within her. She thought to herself, such a man must, and can only, belong to me alone. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, the two took their time, eventually making their way to town by 10 o'clock. Zhang Fan stepped from the vehicle and strode purposefully into the courtyard of Shihuzi. Shihuzi was utterly defeated. As if his soul had been extracted, his hair was disheveled, his spirit absent, and he sat on the ground, indifferent to his disheveled appearance. It was only when Zhang Fan entered that he stirred. Shihuzi? Zhang Fan addressed him. Why haven't you moved yet? The money has already been given to you. If you don't leave, I'll simply flatten this place. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's voice, tears streamed down Shihuzi's face. Is it you? Is it all you're doing? As Zhang Fan stepped inside, he was met with Shihuzi's accusatory inquiry. His expression remained cold and indifferent. What are you talking about? Shihuzi shouted back. There is no money left. Not a single cent. Did you take it all? Would Zhang Fan admit to such allegations? Would he don the guise of a victor and mock his adversary? Certainly not. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Fan maintained an air of feigned ignorance. Hearing the denial, Shihuzi fell to his knees before Zhang Fan, confessing and slapping his own face in desperation. He was utterly at a loss. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to trip you up. I deserve to be punished. Please. You must leave me something. You can't take it all. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Shihuzi, what are you talking about? I've transferred the entire sum of 360,000 to you without fail. How ruthless. This young man before him was indeed merciless. However, the stone monkey dared not voice any complaints, for he was the one who had initially resorted to underhanded tactics and must now accept the repercussions of others. Yet, the disparity in their levels was too great. A strike from him would barely sting, while a single blow from Zhang Fan would spell his demise. Zhang Fan was determined to give his opponent no further opportunity to speak. You have half a day to vacate. Otherwise, I shall simply push you out with a cart. You must understand that this house now belongs to me. Zhang Fan issued his ultimatum. The stone monkey knelt on the ground, bursting into a loud, foolish laugh. His voice echoed throughout the small town, and many townsfolk crouched by the walls of his home, eavesdropping. In such a small place, news spread rapidly. Nearly half a day had passed since the events of the previous night, and already the entire market had heard of it. Listening to the stone monkey's woeful laughter, the crowd felt a chill run through their bodies. Just the day before, they had all witnessed the stone monkey flaunting his money at the market. How had he fallen so low in such a short time? It seemed he was left with not a penny to his name. There had been talk of accidents, antiques, and beautiful maidens. Indeed, old Lou from the night market had mentioned plans to send him to prison. Wealthy people can be ruthless. Was it not just a matter of some money? Yet, they intended to throw the stone monkey behind bars. What could one say? The stone monkey was merely a novice, while others were seasoned. Who could blame anyone? As the villagers outside engaged in fervent discussion, Zhang Fan was about to step through the courtyard gate when a sudden thought struck him. He pulled 100 yuan from his wallet and tossed it onto the ground. The stone monkey was bewildered by Zhang Fan's intentions. Zhang Fan said, "The other day, when you killed my goose, did you not claim you were left with nothing? Here is another 100 for you. Just don't say later that I didn't give you even 100. The stone monkey's expression froze. It was he. He had admitted it. It was indeed his doing. But what of it? Even if the stone monkey recorded this confession, such words would not hold as evidence. Only he could comprehend their significance. As Zhang Fan exited the stone monkey's home, he noticed the villagers eavesdropping, their faces pale with fear, their eyes wide as they regarded him. Zhang Fan, with a smile as radiant as the morning sun, addressed the crowd. In truth, 8,000 is quite substantial. Is it not? The villagers were momentarily taken aback before collectively forcing smiles. Indeed, 8,000 is quite generous. That amounts to nearly 200,000 for each household. Sufficient. Indeed. Zhang Fan turned to Shinchuchu and commanded, "Take them to sign the contract. Ensure they receive their due." Shinchuchu gazed at Zhang Fan, who resembled a charismatic tycoon from a Hong Kong drama, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yes, boss," she replied, infatuated. From that moment on, the process unfolded smoothly. The instant everyone received their payment, they pledged to vacate the premises within a day. This piece of land had not been the first that Zhang Fan had set his sights upon, but it was the only one he successfully acquired. Initially, he believed he would need to enlist his father's influence to secure it. However, to his surprise, Gu Yuan had already resolved this issue on Zhang Fan's behalf. Thus, it has been definitively established that this valuable piece of land belongs to Zhang Fan. The expenditure incurred has surpassed that of Gu Yuan by nearly double, totaling a staggering 70 million. Nevertheless, this investment is undoubtedly a bargain. Even if the land remains vacant, the anticipated value could increase tenfold over a decade. Scattered residents have begun using their tricycles to transport furniture, as the frugal rural folk are reluctant to part with the old furnishings inherited from their grandparents' wedding days. Observing their departure, the foreman of the bulldozer remarked that in 2 days, the area would be leveled into a plain expanse. Zhang Fan is exceptionally generous when it comes to labor. He understands that offering workers a full wage will yield only 80% of the desired results. However, if he provides them with a generous compensation of 130%, he might unexpectedly receive superior quality in return. The cigarettes he provides to the workers are of the highest standard within the industry. Subsequently, he commenced plans to construct a shopping mall. With less than 200 million at his disposal, it is utterly impossible for him to single-handedly erect a large-scale mall, especially considering that a pig farm established by a certain Lin would require 500 million in a few years. Therefore, Zhang Fan intends to develop a few of his own enterprises while seeking bank loans through collateral, selling the rental rights to various influential figures. Ultimately, his labor will ensure that everyone benefits. This strategy also serves to prevent resentment from those magnates who might begrudge a young man like Zhang Fan from seizing such a lucrative opportunity. As for what to create, Zhang Fan calculated that he must invest at least 100 million into infrastructure. Relying solely on the funds of the wealthy would inevitably lead to unfavorable negotiations. Consequently, he finds himself with a mere 20 million in cash. With ownership of the land and choices aplenty, surrounded by a university town, the question remains, what kind of business should he establish? Chapter 57. Night scene. Let us open an internet CAF. He Guangxi exclaimed with great excitement. This was his suggestion. If Fan Z were to open an internet CAF in the dormitory, wouldn't that mean free internet access for him in the future? How about a hot pot restaurant? I could have my father supply authentic grassland beef and lamb. This was Aisha's idea. Niu Chang and Fan Tian expressed no particular thoughts. Shen Chuchu proposed. Why not create a snack street? We could offer various local delicacies. Zhang Fan initially intended to listen attentively to Gu Yuan's opinion, as he was the most reliable among them. However, Gu Yuan simply replied, I'll follow your lead. After receiving the news, Gu Linaba messaged Zhang Fan, suggesting, let us establish a theater. Hire me as your resident star. We could primarily target the student demographic. Zhang Fan responded, can the boss engage in underhanded dealings with the employees? Gu Linaba retorted, humph. What does that even mean? Subsequently, Gu Linaba sent a flurry of messages extolling the virtues and profitability of theaters, yet Zhang Fan chose not to engage further. Eventually, he received a message from an unfamiliar number. Upon scrolling back, he realized it was Lu Wenshi borrowing a roommate's phone again. I heard from Chuchu that you're starting your own business. Why not open a nail salon? The investment is minimal, and I've gathered extensive information and conducted market research. Many female students, especially seniors, are getting manicures, some even 3 or 4 times a week. The remaining funds could be deposited in a bank to earn interest. Her mindset reflected a desire for stability, suggesting a small nail salon as a means to achieve modest wealth, fearing Zhang Fan might squander his 2 million. While her intentions were kind, the thought of him, a man, running a nail salon was quite absurd. Zhang Fan dismissed the idea outright, but replied, I still have the phone. If you find it inconvenient, just ask for it back. After sending the message, he received no further replies. Lu Wenshi learned about Zhang Fan's entrepreneurial plans through Shen Chuchu. On the first day of the new semester, Shen Chuchu returned to her long-missed dormitory circle, still unabashedly flaunting her achievements. Within the dorm, she boasted of handling significant transactions worth millions, claiming that the total volume she managed was nearing 100 million. Her roommates, of course, scoffed, accustomed to Shen Chuchu's exaggerations. Faced with their disbelief, Shen Chuchu grew anxious and blurted out about Zhang Fan. Don't doubt me. I'm purchasing land on Zhang Fan's behalf. He still has 2 million reserved for his business. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's name, Lu Wenshi felt as if struck by lightning, her recent haze lifting instantly. She hurried to Shen Chuchu's side, inquiring urgently, Chuchu, what happened to Zhang Fan? Since Lu Wenshi had taken the initiative to call Shen Chuchu last time, they had somewhat thawed their icy relations. However, despite this thawing, Shen Chuchu remained vigilant, warning Lu Wenshi, you've already let him go. You no longer have the right to love Zhang Fan. At Shen Chuchu's words, Lu Wenshi's gaze dimmed further. She murmured, but Zhang Fan already has a girlfriend. So what? Shen Chuchu retorted with fervor, her beautiful eyes wide open. Do you know how much I've helped Zhang Fan these days? We have reconciled. Zhang Fan will eventually be mine. No one can take him away, not even that Gu Yuan, and certainly not you, Lu Wenshi. Shen Chuchu's words made her roommate in the upper bunk unable to endure any longer. The roommate pulled Lu Wenshi over and comforted her. Sure. Don't listen to her nonsense. Shen Chuchu is out of her mind. We are so attractive, we won't stoop to such behavior. The school is vast, and there are plenty of exceptional men besides Zhang Fan. We can find someone else. Lu Wenshi felt dazed, unsure of whom to believe. Shen Chuchu, however, retorted sharply, seemingly mocking her lack of discernment. What is wrong with pursuing? Am I not attractive just because she is? In terms of looks, I am quite confident, she continued, defending Zhang Fan. True, the school is large, but show me someone as outstanding as Zhang Fan. The roommate was infuriated by Shen Chuchu's audacity but found herself unable to counter her. After a moment's reflection, she realized there truly was no male student more exceptional than Zhang Fan. Even when she considered candidates nationwide, none compared. Zhang Fan's affluent background and striking appearance effectively barred many from his league. Shen Chuchu then began to discuss her collaborative efforts with Zhang Fan, nearly divulging their intimate encounters, which Zhang Fan had sternly forbidden her from sharing. Lu Wenshi sat in a daze, lost in thought. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, Chuchu, can you really not mind that Zhang Fan has a girlfriend? This question seemed directed at Shen Chuchu, or perhaps she sought an answer from her. However, Shen Chuchu interpreted it as a question about her own feelings. With narrowed eyes, she caressed her phone, filled with various photos of the two of them. She had already devised a plan and coldly replied, a union cannot be genuine. Just watch. The one standing beside Zhang Fan in the end will definitely be me. True love will not falter. After hearing this, Lu Wensher fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was contemplating his advantageous position. With his foresight, he understood that he had secured a favorable terrain. Almost anything he did would yield profit, merely varying in degree. In his mind, he compared 3 projects. The first was an internet CAF. In this era, internet CAFs were booming, but this trend would only last a few years. Soon, students would have better home conditions and acquire their own computers. The second was express delivery, but Zhang Fan quickly dismissed this option. Not long from now, the delivery industry would infiltrate every campus and even every dormitory building. The shop on the left would suffer if it lagged behind the one on the right. Indeed, college students are notoriously lazy, unwilling to walk an extra step to another store. The third option was hotels and inns. 2 million to open 20 inns. As the peak season approaches, marked by the commencement of the academic year, holidays, Valentine's Day, and Christmas, Zhang Fan found himself apprehensive about the adequacy of accommodations. Even with 20 inns at his disposal, it was evident that the hospitality industry was among the most stable and lucrative ventures. Of course, there were also various training programs for advancing from undergraduate to postgraduate studies, which could yield substantial profits. However, such enterprises often lacked moral integrity. Though Zhang Fan's conscience was not particularly robust, he still held some reservations. Just as he contemplated the decision to open an inn, he resolved to consult his cunning father's opinion. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's intentions, Zhang Jinghua erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself for an extended period, which left Zhang Fan feeling rather vexed. "Are you going to laugh indefinitely?" he inquired. With considerable effort, Zhang Jinghua stifled his amusement, exclaiming, "Ah, your idea is rather good. Indeed, opening an inn is bound to be profitable." Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, "I called you for your advice." To which Zhang Jinghua, now serious, replied, "I do have some insights. Considering the university town area, catering to the surrounding student population would likely be the most optimal solution. However, if you could broaden your perspective and adopt a more long-term vision, the university town may not solely serve as a source of clientele, but could instead be a resource for attracting patrons." Zhang Fan, no fool, felt as though a light had been illuminated within him upon hearing his father's words. After ending the call, he mused, "Why must I limit myself to earning money from students? Would it not be more advantageous to engage the affluent? Night Charm Bar. Minimum consumption package at $998. Entry for 3 women is complimentary with the package. Discounts for ladies in short shorts. The shorter, the greater the discount. Discounts for ladies showing their midriff, the slimmer the waist. The better the discount. Ladies with extravagant makeup enjoy discounts. The more flamboyant the makeup, the larger the discount. The lowest discount available is 10. Beneath Night Charm Bar lies an expansive parking facility where vehicles valued below $300,000 are prohibited from parking, while those exceeding $500,000 enjoy complimentary parking. The private rooms on the 2nd floor and above operate on a membership basis, requiring a consumption of over $300,000 or a direct payment of $500,000 for membership. A series of nightlife strategies began to materialize in Zhang Fan's mind. What merit is there in profiting from students? If one is to earn, let it be from the wealth of the affluent. Chapter 58. Class assistant. Having embarked on this venture, one must commit fully, investing every last penny of the 20 million without reservation. Additionally, there is a need to seek external bids for the hotel facilities in the university town. While a modest and may suffice, the hotel must cater to the affluent. At the very least, a 4-star establishment. Once these wealthy patrons find merriment, who would return home? Naturally, they would prefer to find a nearby hotel, hand in hand with a young lady, to retire for the night. Whether Zhang Fan is complicit in wrongdoing is of no concern, as long as he is compensated. He remains indifferent. The construction commenced with great fanfare, and the bidding process was announced, attracting considerable attention. Among those intrigued was Lin Feng. Upon conducting a brief investigation, he discovered that the mastermind behind this enterprise was the detestable Zhang Fan. A devious thought crossed his mind. How could he allow Zhang Fan to conduct business so effortlessly? Lin Feng retrieved his phone and began to make contacts. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Lin Feng was plotting behind the scenes. At that moment, Zhang Fan was seated in a university classroom, attending his first lecture of the semester. The counselor was an elderly professor named Zhang Wenhong, who was well into his 60s. This professor, primarily focused on academic research, rarely took on the role of a counselor, let alone taught classes. However, this year was peculiar. A dozen female instructors had simultaneously taken maternity leave, leaving the principal bewildered, wondering if they had conspired together. Faced with a shortage of teachers, the principal resorted to coaxing the elderly professor into reluctantly assuming the role of a counselor. In a rather lackadaisical manner, he selected a second-year student from the same department to serve as his teaching assistant. The lectern thus featured an old man and a youth as the two counselors. The professor glanced at the student information in hand, lifted his gaze, and adjusted his spectacles. Will you be selecting a class monitor yourself, or will someone volunteer? Many female students were eager to take on the role, yet the boys were already clamoring. Zhang Fan, let Brother Fan take it. Indeed, aside from Brother Fan, I acknowledge none. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. After military training, the girls perhaps knew only that Zhang Fan was renowned at the school, pursued by two beautiful girls, yet entangled with a third, earning a reputation. However, the boys genuinely respected Zhang Fan, having enjoyed the thrill of him rallying them to best another class during military training, followed by outmaneuvering the instructor, a delightful experience. In the classroom, Zhang Fan was unaware of the considerable esteem he had garnered. His dormitory mates eagerly pointed at him, urging him to assume the role of class monitor. Yet Zhang Fan remained somewhat aloof, pondering the futility of such an ungrateful task. The old professor, resigned, declared, "Then it shall be Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, please raise your hand so I may see you." Zhang Fan raised his hand and stated, "Professor, I do not wish to be the class monitor. Personal desires, of course, cannot outweigh the collective will." The professor thought to himself, "If you do not wish to take the position, we would have to hold another vote and selection process. How troublesome. Since your classmates trust you, you shall take the role." He offered Zhang Fan no opportunity for rebuttal. Thus, it was settled. The old professor then introduced to the class, "This is your senior, Sun-san, who will also serve as your teaching assistant. Should you have any questions, consult the class monitor or the teaching assistant. If they are unable to assist, then come to me. Sun-san, you and the class monitor named Zhang Fan should coordinate with the other class officers. I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing his words, the old professor adjusted his glasses, clutching a thermos in hand, and turned to depart from the classroom. The students, all of whom had just transitioned from high school, had never encountered such a scene. Although the titles of counselor and class teacher differ, could the distinction be so pronounced? How could one simply vanish during class? Sun was a young man of notably neat appearance. With a cheerful smile, he waved to everyone, saying, "Do not be astonished. University life is quite free, and you shall soon adapt. Over the course of the coming year, I will likely interact with you all quite frequently. Zhang Fan, hi. I've heard of your illustrious name. Two beautiful ladies have fought over you, and upon seeing you today, it is indeed evident that you are quite handsome." Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. It would be better to be without such fame. The first official day of school was rather uneventful, simply distributing class schedules and books, while also confirming a few class leaders. Liang Xiaoqian, filled with enthusiasm, was eager to contest for the position of vice monitor. As the monitor was male, the vice monitor would naturally be a female. Liang Xiaoqian successfully ascended to her position, standing beside Zhang Fan and stealing a glance at him. Finally, the teaching assistant Sun announced, "For the welcome party, each new class must present a performance. Although not all will be selected, we must still prepare. Monitor, what do you think we should perform?" Zhang Fan pondered and concluded, since it might not be chosen, they might as well present something that would not be selected. He promptly suggested a choral performance. Indeed, upon hearing this response, Sun's lips twitched slightly. In past welcome parties, performances had included energetic dance, ballet, piano, and cello recitals, and martial arts displays. A choral performance would surely not make the cut. It was evident that the other party had no intention of participating. At that moment, Aisha suddenly exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, aren't you a singer? You created blue and white porcelain. Why not showcase it during the performance?" "What?" The students turned their heads in disbelief, gazing at Zhang Fan in astonishment. Blue and white porcelain. This song had begun to gain popularity, and as the university students, who were closest to the online world, many had heard it. The author of this song was shrouded in mystery. It was said that aside from Han Lena, no one knew who the original creator was. The more enigmatic the author, the higher the intrigue. Many speculated that it was Zhou Jieluan, especially since he had sung East Wind Breaks, another popular Chinese-style song. Yet, until there was a definitive answer, they could only guess. This situation had led to an increase in Han Lena's interviews, with reporters incessantly inquiring about the identity of the author of Blue and White Porcelain. Han Lena's response was rather official. "Once I have the gentleman's consent, I will inform you. Who is the author of Blue and White Porcelain? Is it Zhou Jieluan?" This topic had even trended on social media several times. Now, someone had informed them that the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain was right among them. Could it be true? Zhang Fan wrote Blue and White Porcelain? How absurd. I always thought it was penned by Jelluin. Hearing his name mentioned, the students were taken aback. Even Zhang Fan, a man of seemingly no principles, could not help but feel a slight flush on his face. This matter, according to the rules of the martial world, what one finds belongs to them. You sang Blue and White Porcelain? Shi Shinshin exclaimed as he eagerly grasped Zhang Fan's arm, his expression akin to that of an ardent admirer. Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, well, yes, I suppose. Shi Shinshin clapped his hands in excitement. That's it. We have a trump card in our class. After the class meeting concluded, the teaching assistant and class committee members remained, while the others were free to leave. Shi Shinshin extended his hand to Zhang Fan. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shi Shinshin. We are both in our second year of this major, and I am also a member of the student council. Zhang Fan shook his hand. Zhang Fan, not a single person in the student council is unfamiliar with you. What does that mean? Are you all keeping an eye on me? Zhang Fan astutely perceived the implications embedded in Shi Shinshin's words. Shi Shinshin scratched his head. Indeed, they are indeed keeping tabs on you. And this comes straight from the orders of the council president. The president of the student council, Wei Jin, was notorious for her feminist stance. Zhang Fan's name had gained considerable traction in forums, social media, and even on bulletin boards in the dormitory area. Often referred to humorously by classmates as the tale of a man and three campus beauties. As a staunch feminist, could Wei Jin tolerate a man who flits from one woman to another? She had already set her sights on Zhang Fan. With fiery eyes that seemed to blaze with indignation, she commanded all members of the student council, keep a close watch on Zhang Fan. I must have him in my grasp. No one who had encountered Wei Jin would deny her beauty. Yet not a single male student brave enough to pursue her had ever succeeded. She was domineering, resolute, and harbored a disdain for men. These were the labels that male students privately attributed to her. The mere thought of Wei Jin's furious demeanor sent a shiver down Shi Shinshin's spine, prompting him to advise Zhang Fan, brother, if you can avoid joining the student council, you absolutely should. Zhang Fan frowned and remarked, I do not have the time for such trivial pursuits. Chapter 59, Student Council President Eugene. The president of the student council inquired why their advisor had not convened a meeting. Shi Shinshin chuckled awkwardly and replied, Professor Zheng is unlikely to concern himself with the troubles of students. In the future, should you encounter any issues, do not trouble him. Simply reach out to me or class leader Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan extended a hand, his demeanor nonchalant. I too shall not concern myself with the troubles of students. From now on, if you have any questions, just approach our teaching assistants. After leaving his phone number with Shi Shinshin for notifications regarding the welcome party, he turned and departed, leaving Shi Shinshin bewildered. Was he encountering two indifferent figures, a reluctant advisor and an unwilling class leader? Once an enthusiastic individual, he now found himself somewhat disenchanted with his role as a teaching assistant. Just after resolving his assistant duties, he was intercepted by the student council president, Eugene. A junior student, she possessed long, curvaceous legs and stood at a height of 5 feet 6 inches, weighing approximately 120 pounds. Yet her figure was remarkably proportional, slender waist, delicate face, and long arms. In terms of appearance, she was the embodiment of a woman who instinctively incited a man's desire to conquer. Her natural maturity bore a resemblance to that of a teacher rather than a student. Shi Shinshin, I hear you have taken on the role of a teaching assistant? Upon seeing Eugene, Shi Shinshin felt a pang of trepidation. Even in the absence of wrongdoing, the sight of her arms crossed and her brow furrowed instilled fear within him. This was a woman who had frequently expressed her displeasure towards them. Shi Shinshin hesitated but admitted, it was Professor Zheng who chose me. I assure you it will not interfere with my duties in the student council. Eugene's expression grew increasingly impatient. I did not inquire about that. I am asking whether the individual named Zhang Fan is in your class. I was just about to mention it, President. Shi Shinshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had no idea. Zhang Fan is actually the original singer of Tsinghua CI. He has agreed to perform at our welcome party. This is monumental news. Our school's welcome party is sure to be a hit. What? Eugene's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The intensity of her gaze rendered Shi Shinshin momentarily speechless. With an incredulous tone, she exclaimed, this Zhang Fan is the original singer of Tsinghua CI. Still exhilarated, Shi Shinshin continued, if we could enlist some reporters. Our welcome party this year will surely overshadow those of other schools. Eugene took the program application form from Shi Shinshin, which contained Zhang Fan's phone number. She glanced at it and said, "All right, I understand." Shin eagerly reiterated, "It must happen, President. We have struck gold." Eugene furrowed her brow and retorted sharply, "I am aware of that. Do you understand?" Shin, chastened, withdrew slightly, hastily waving his hands to excuse himself, and hurried away. Left with the program application form in hand, Eugene scoffed softly. Did it mean allowing this man to continue captivating other girls from the stage? After the program list was submitted, it was necessary to inform the class about the eliminated participants. Those with mobile phones would be directly notified via a phone call. A task that was not originally part of the responsibilities of the president, Wei Jin. The president merely needed to select the more outstanding performances. However, faced with Zhang Fan, Wei Jin personally called using the student council office's phone. "Hello, is this Zhang Fan? Hi, may I ask who is calling?" Zhang Fan initially assumed it was a representative from the university plaza regarding his recent announcement. "My name is Wei Jin. You should have heard of me." Wei Jin's tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. This statement left Zhang Fan momentarily speechless as he scrambled to recall any prominent female figure named Wei Jin, whose voice sounded comparatively youthful. After a considerable mental search, he could not recall anyone by that name. Could she be from another province? Or perhaps a wealthy heiress? Regardless, it was best to remain polite. "Hello. It's a pleasure to hear from you." Zhang Fan responded courteously. In truth, he had never heard of her before. But given that she claimed he should know her, denying it would be akin to slapping her in the face. Wei Jin let out a cold huff. "How flattering. Is this how you charm other girls?" Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "Regardless of whether they are boys or girls. I treat everyone with respect when they come to me. After all, we seek mutual benefit. Even boys?" Wei Jin was taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts about this man's indiscriminate affections. Uncertain why the caller had suddenly fallen silent, Zhang Fan pressed on, "Ms. Wei Jin, could you briefly state your request? If it aligns, we could arrange to meet and discuss over a meal. He wants to ask me out." The phrase struck Wei Jin like a bolt from the blue, her initial excitement morphing swiftly into a surge of anger coursing through her veins. "Are you out of your mind, Zhang Fan? You dare to flirt with me? I'll have your head for this." Wei Jin erupted in the student council office. "I called to inform you that your performance has been eliminated. Don't delude yourself into thinking that a phone call grants you the right to pursue me. Dream on." With that, she slammed the phone down. The members of the student council turned their gazes towards Wei Jin, each wearing an expression of astonishment. She glared at them fiercely and declared, "Zhang Fan, that scoundrel actually thought he could flirt with me. I merely called to inform him of his program's elimination, and he thinks he can ask me out." The others gasped in disbelief, pondering whether Zhang Fan was some sort of lecher, attempting to charm someone with a mere phone call. On the other hand, they marveled at his audacity. How could he dare to pursue Wei Jin? Zhang Fan, equally perplexed, wondered who this woman was and why she assumed he was interested in her. He Guangxi inquired, "Bro, whose call was that? I thought it was about the bidding process." "Who knew it was a lunatic named Wei Jin, telling me my program was cancelled." "Fine, if it's cancelled, it's cancelled. I was particularly eager to attend anyway." Wei Jin. He Guangxi's eyes widened in astonishment. "I have seen that woman when I first enrolled. One word to describe her, wow. Her appearance is stunning, her figure is captivating, and even her temperament is impressive." As he spoke, He Guangxi gestured in the air, tracing an S shape, then spread his hands upwards. "She is the epitome of femininity." Zhang Fan playfully kicked him in the rear. "Stop watching those films. If they're S1 on your computer, I won't let you off the hook. Choose a computer." The two were currently in the electronics era square selecting computers. He Guangxi was a computer prodigy, and if Zhang Fan did not utilize such talent, he would not be Zhang Fan. They were purchasing computers, 20 of them. The university town square required an office, and 3 computers needed to be placed in their dormitory as well. He Guangxi had already signed a recruitment contract with Zhang Fan, guaranteeing a monthly salary of 3,000. In addition to 2% of performance-based pay, this 3,000 was already 4 times the allowance his parents provided. Moreover, Zhang Fan assured him that before the 3rd year, the 2% performance bonus would certainly exceed his base salary. If not, his salary would be raised to 5,000. With a wealthy and somewhat capricious roommate, He Guangxi found no reason to refuse and wholeheartedly became Zhang Fan's subordinate. Chapter 60. Evening Program. Wei Jin submitted the program list to the teacher in charge of this aspect. At that moment, Principal Jiang was engaged in conversation with another teacher, casually glancing at the program list. The items included a piano solo wedding in a dream, Swan Lake, a skit titled The Eccentric Man Encountered by Women on a Blind Date, A stand-up comedy piece, Why Are Men So Ordinary Yet So Confident? And a recitation, Why Do We Say Our Men Are Unworthy of Our Women? The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. Most of the performances were quite commendable, even the skit was passable. However, what was the nature of that stand-up comedy and recitation? Principal Jiang closed the program list. His expression serious as he addressed Wei Jin. My dear student, though my interactions with students are limited, I am quite familiar with you. You came from a humble background, achieving outstanding grades to enroll at Huayong University, yet had to abandon your studies due to financial constraints. Even in the presence of the principal, Wei Jin dared to interject, correcting him. While my family is indeed poor, we are not destitute to the extent of affording an education. My parents prioritized my brother, saving funds for his schooling and marriage. Principal Jiang waved his hand dismissively. It was a male teacher who advocated for your admission to Huayong and secured for you financial aid, scholarships, and awards for exemplary students. What does it mean to be ordinary yet confident? If that ordinary male teacher lacked self-assurance, you would not have been able to pursue your education. Principal Jiang observed Student Council President Wei Jin and glanced at the admissions officer, Ms. Huame. Suddenly, he realized that the essence of a school lies in its teaching quality and depth of academic research, while its exterior is represented by the admissions office and external publicity. As time progresses and the internet becomes ubiquitous, if all personnel in the school's publicity are women, it may not be problematic. However, should a feminist express inappropriate views, it could tarnish the school's reputation. After all, women are often perceived as less rational than men. Ms. Huame might never realize that due to Wei Jin's actions, she would face demotion, eventually being replaced by a male teacher to manage admissions and external affairs, relegating her to a mere administrative role. However, at present, Principal Jiang needed to address the unsatisfactory programs. Ms. Huame, I suggest we cancel these programs with specific themes. Moreover, why are all the participants female? Our school has many outstanding male students as well, such as Zhang Fan and Lin Feng. Let's encourage them to participate. It's not solely about showcasing femininity, our boys can exhibit their charm as well. Ms. Huame nodded vigorously. Yes, Principal, you are absolutely right. I will make a note of these two students and ensure to have a serious discussion with them. The principal nodded in acknowledgement, and, as he passed by Wei Jin, he spoke, embodying both the authority of a principal and the nurturing spirit of a teacher. I still remember your speech at the freshman orientation, where you expressed your aspiration to become an excellent and just judge. In a moment of bewilderment, classmate Wei reflected deeply on her initial intentions. If there were a female judge in this world who identified as a feminist, particularly in matters concerning marital relationships, then justice for men would be rendered null. As the principal, he need not have elaborated excessively to Wei Jin. A mere sentence could have sufficed to dismiss her from the student council. Nevertheless, he recognized her status as a student, while he was an educator. Confronted with a student's misstep, a teacher's obligation is to guide with sincerity, regardless of whether the student is receptive. Principal Jiang sighed, uncertain of the outcome. Once Principal Jiang departed, Teacher Hua Mei casually returned to her seat, tossing the program list back to Wei Jin. Did everyone hear? Eliminate the unsuitable acts and bring in Zhang Fan and Lin Feng, no matter the means. One of these boys must present a performance. Wei Jin's contemplative thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Teacher Hua Mei's insistence. She furrowed her brow, questioning. But the principal said to make an effort. What if they refused to participate? Teacher Hua Mei, unyielding, asserted. What is the purpose of having you as the student council president? When leadership states to try, it implies necessity. That is the rule. Otherwise, what value do you hold? Wei Jin's previously enlightened mind found itself once more shrouded by the so-called rules. At the Electronic Era Plaza, He Guangxi managed to negotiate a substantial discount on a computer originally priced at 6,800, reducing it to 4,003. In this era, the public's understanding of computers was limited to assessing quality based on screen size, making the sale of a computer a lucrative endeavor. Though Zhang Fan was unconcerned about the money, he recognized He Guangxi's expertise and refused to be taken advantage of. Ultimately, the computer store owner begrudgingly acquiesced, knowing that without Zhang Fan's bulk purchase, he would have never agreed. Upon exiting the Electronic Era Plaza, Zhang Fan received a call he had anticipated. Upon answering, there was no need for him to clarify any misunderstandings. The caller was unworthy of such explanations. Miss Wei Jin, I have received your notice regarding the cancellation of the program. There is no need to remind me further. Wei Jin swallowed hard. She had already contacted Lin Feng, who, upon learning her name, had eagerly agreed to perform a martial arts display. However, Zhang Fan's situation was rather awkward. Initially, Lin Feng had been keen to perform but was now dismissed by her, followed by a scolding, and now she sought his return. Wei Jin pondered the situation, reassuring herself. Who told him to pursue me? He brought this upon himself. With this thought, her sense of guilt dissipated, and she spoke with an authoritative tone. Zhang Fan, your act has been selected. Prepare for the evening's performance. No time, came Zhang Fan's curt reply before he hung up. He truly was busy. Having borrowed considerable manpower from his father, the concept for the University Student Life Plaza had been solidified, featuring a central mall selling high-priced items. Surrounded by various vendors offering affordable goods. With a grand gesture, Zhang Fan, the mastermind behind the entire lifestyle plaza and shopping mall, proclaimed that money was no object. The designer promptly unveiled a proposal worth 20 billion, aiming for nothing short of a landmark structure. This nearly caused Zhang Fan, who was sipping water, to choke. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively declared, "Let us build." This meant that apart from the 1 billion he possessed, he was facing a deficit of 19 billion. At this juncture, he would have to cater to anyone willing to lend him money. Otherwise, the lifestyle plaza would remain an unattainable dream. Meanwhile, the Night Charm nightclub commenced construction, a venture in which Zhang Fan held 100% equity, thus necessitating his attention. The bidding for the hotel was entrusted to Shin Chu, as Zhang Fan found it overwhelming to manage so many affairs. Just as he took a few steps, his phone rang again. It was the same caller. Zhang Fan answered and promptly hung up, subsequently blocking the number with a flick of his finger. Meanwhile, the president of the student council, Wei Jin, clenched her fists tightly and strode out of the office, her long legs exuding a hint of softness. She muttered under her breath, "Damn Zhang Fan. I wonder how far you think you can run." Chapter 61. Advertising Zhang Fan. My program has been selected. Am I supposed to be an audience member? Kiki, you can only watch from the sidelines, right? Will you send me flowers then? Came a text from Gulainaba. Zhang Fan replied casually. Why should I spend money on flowers when Aisha isn't? This single remark left Gulainaba utterly flabbergasted, staring blankly at the screen, unable to comprehend the character for flower. Another message followed. In any case, sister, I will be performing on stage. You just sit back and admire my beauty from below. Zhang Fan glanced at the message, then turned to look at Wei Jin beside him. Wei Jin's eyes were filled with irritation as she glared at Zhang Fan. Classmate Zhang, I am trying to talk to you, yet you are busy texting. Is that not rather impolite? Zhang Fan rubbed his nose and retorted. I have made my refusal quite clear. The impolite one here is you. Wei Jin shot him a fierce look. I have made it abundantly clear that this is a direct order from the principal. Just because the principal called for me, does that mean I must go? What kind of logic is that? Wei Jin could not fathom that Zhang Fan would respond in such a manner. It was as if he were saying, the principal means nothing to me. Wei Jin had never encountered a boy so brazen. Typically, even the rebellious ones had a reckless attitude of, if I don't want to go to this school, I won't. But this boy before her bore a level gaze, showing no deference to the principal whatsoever. How could he be so unruly? Doubts about Zhang Fan began to stir within Wei Jin. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a girl hurriedly approached, casting a glance at Zhang Fan with a look of awe. Having only seen Zhang Fan in photographs before, she now realized he was even more handsome in person. Watching her subordinate's infatuated expression only heightened Wei Jin's annoyance. What was the rush? The girl finally snapped back to reality and leaned in to whisper in Wei Jin's ear. Zhang Fan had no desire to listen, yet after receiving the ancient medical inheritance, his senses had sharpened significantly, and he unwittingly absorbed her words. The girl said, the campus supermarket is no longer sponsoring us. We want to have prizes for our event. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of thought igniting within him. In contrast, Wei Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, why? We had an agreement. The girl continued in hushed tones. The owner said he needs to save money to rent a shop in the University Town Square and can't spare the 20,000. Wei Jin clenched her fists. What University Town Square? How could this prevent her from procuring the prizes? Boss Zhao was being utterly unreliable. What could be done? Such sponsorships typically lacked formal contracts. The two whispered back and forth while Zhang Fan attentively absorbed every word. Faced with this predicament, Wei Jin found herself at a loss and could only ask, how much funding do we have left in the student council? Our funds? That is hardly enough. The young girl pondered for a moment. Over 1,800, she surmised, might only suffice to procure some notebooks and watercolor pens. Notebooks? Watercolor pens? They were already university students. If word of this spread, where would that leave her reputation as the student council president? Hoyong University was reputedly the finest institution in the university town. Yet they were awarding such trivial items. Alternatively, she could report it to the school and request funding for the program's prizes. However, that would only make her appear as if she were a mere figurehead in her role as president. Zhang Fan rubbed his nose and interjected, I can participate in the program, and I can also contribute 50,000 as prizes for the gala. However, I have a request. Both turned their attention towards Zhang Fan. The young girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She glanced at Zhang Fan and then at Wei Jin. Recalling the moment in the office when President Wei had furiously exclaimed about someone daring to pursue her, she quickly straightened up, mumbling, I have something important to attend to. I must be off. Before leaving, she nudged Wei Jin with her elbow and silently mouthed, seize the opportunity. Wei Jin felt as though her teeth might shatter from the pressure. The timing was indeed impeccable. She ground her teeth in frustration. A request, is it? The most I can agree to is a meal with you. What? Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Standing before him, Wei Jin felt a surge of humiliation. She shut her eyes tightly, biting down hard. At most, we can watch a movie. That's my limit. Zhang Fan looked utterly bewildered, regarding her as if she were a fool. President Wei, may I inquire if you've ever visited a hospital? I'm offering you 50,000. And you expect me to treat you to a meal and a movie as well? At that moment, Wei Jin's cheeks flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. She glared at Zhang Fan, her voice laced with anger. Zhang Fan, don't push your luck. What more do you want? Zhang Fan spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. I merely wish to promote an advertisement at the gala. What is so unreasonable about that? If you cannot agree, then I'm afraid I want to provide the funds or participate in the program. An advertisement? Just this? Wei Jin was taken aback. The suitors for her affections lined up all the way to France, and here she was, being asked to play along for a meal and a movie. As if she were inconsequential. Yet, coming from a rural background, particularly one that favored sons over daughters, she couldn't help but feel the weight of Zhang Fan's offer. After all, she had spent weeks persuading the owner of the campus supermarket to secure a mere 20,000 in sponsorship for prizes. Do you agree? If not, then fine. I don't necessarily need to promote anything, Zhang Fan stated, preparing to leave. Wei Jin, in a panic, seized Zhang Fan's arm, desperate to prevent his departure. I agree. But, can you actually produce 50,000? Zhang Fan smirked. Just look at the kind of advertisement I intend to run. And you'll know whether I can manage 50,000. Night Charm nightclub was certainly off limits for advertising. The best he could do was promote the university town's offerings, all stores opening simultaneously with a grand discount of 70% across the board. During the grand promotional week at the cinema, one could enjoy a 200 yuan recharge and receive an additional 200. Are you contemplating investment for profit? The Internet CAF is hosting a rebate event where a 100 yuan recharge will instantly grant you an extra 120. Is there a girl at school who seems unattainable? Perhaps you might encounter her here. At the Tsueyang Club, indulge in foot massages and ear cleaning. As autumn approaches, have you considered acquiring a 4-piece bedding set? Delight in milk tea, chestnuts, and candied sweet potatoes. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our most esteemed sponsor, the proprietor of the University Town Square, who has generously contributed 50,000 yuan in prizes. Let us all assess the value of these prizes, ensuring that the student council does not engage in self-serving practices. Upon witnessing the multitude of banners brought in by Zhang Fan, Wei Jin was left utterly astounded. She covered her head with her hands, her eyes wide as she glared at Zhang Fan. Do you take me for a fool? So many. Is this excessive? Zhang Fan, undeterred, produced a large bag filled with promotional cards. I kindly asked the student council members to distribute these cards later. They offer an additional 10% discount on all the aforementioned promotional activities. Quite a bargain, indeed. Wei Jin stared incredulously. Are you suggesting that we, the student council, work for you? Zhang Fan then revealed a handful of crisp bills, slapping them in his palm. The feeling of humiliation surged through every pore of Wei Jin's being. The word go lingered in her chest, struggling to escape. Finally, she managed to utter a single word. Leave. The original night market had been cleared to make way for the construction of a university town, a fact already known to the students. The initial buzz surrounding this development was significant, and Zhang Fan's advertisements merely served to enhance the excitement. In bewilderment, Wei Jin inquired, why are you so eager to promote the university town? Zhang Fan turned back and replied, because the university town belongs to me. Chapter 62. In the full name of the university town is University Town Life Plaza. The design team, an elite global collective borrowed from Zhang Jinghua, necessitated an extravagant investment of 2 billion. Once the bidding process for external investments commenced, a plethora of interested parties emerged. In recent days, Zhang Fan has been inundated with financial transactions. The construction of the central shopping mall will require a significant amount of time. However, at Zhang Fan's insistence, the designers prioritized the development of a pedestrian street lined with small goods surrounding the mall. Items such as trinkets, clothing, and delectable street food have already commenced, progressing at an impressive pace owing to the ample funding provided. At a corner of the University Town Life Plaza, a nightclub named Yi Mei has begun construction. Nestled against the picturesque Zhan River. While advertising is not an option for the nightclub, it does not necessitate Zhang Fan's promotional efforts. The allure of beautiful women within the venue guarantees the attraction of affluent patrons. The mere sight of a girl returning to her dormitory with a seasonal luxury handbag suffices to draw in more girls, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle of attraction. As for the interactions between them, Zhang Fan chooses to remain uninvolved, respecting their privacy. Upon hearing Zhang Fan declare that the university town belonged to him, Wei Jin momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "Oh dear, is this our new batch of male students? Your bragging skills surpass those of your seniors." Zhang Fan shrugged. Believe it or not. At that moment, Wei Jin's impression of Zhang Fan plummeted. She harbored reasonable doubts, perceiving him as a somewhat handsome charlatan who thrived on boasting to gain the trust of naive girls. Compared to the carefree Lin Feng, Zhang Fan seemed woefully lacking. Determined to expose Zhang Fan's fade, Wei Jin asserted, "We find the song blue and white porcelain rather stale now. Why not present an original piece?" Zhang Fan frowned. "If memory serves, the welcome party is in 3 days. You expect me to compose an original piece on such short notice?" Wei Jin replied with a cold smile. "Of course, you could sing blue and white porcelain, but you cannot claim to be the original artist. After all, the welcome party at Huayang University garners considerable social attention. Should you be discovered as an imposter, it would bring shame to Huayang University." Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhang Fan pondered the truth of being an imposter. Yet, could he afford to appear lacking in confidence? Certainly not. He casually remarked, "Let us see how time unfolds. Perhaps I might find a moment to compose something new." This provoked Wei Jin's ire. "How can you be so pretentious?" During this period, Zhang Fan has engaged in various social gatherings, meeting numerous influential figures. All discussions revolving around pricing how much investment corresponds to what percentage in the area they could occupy. The figures proposed by local banks differ significantly from those of major national banks. For investors lacking weight or additional value, Zhang Fan would not hesitate to demand a premium. Progress has also been made regarding the hotel bidding. Shin Chuchu called Zhang Fan, conveying that the high-end chain hotel, Rising Sun, was interested in collaboration. The hotel brand Chuxing Xiangyang may not possess the fame of Rujia Jiotian in the eyes of the general public. Yet it stands as the sole high-end hotel chain in our country, boasting 38 establishments nationwide. While this number may seem modest, each hotel commences at a minimum of 4 stars, ensuring an unequivocal standard of quality. Zhang Fan nodded, suggesting, "You may discuss the rental and profit-sharing matters with him." After all, it was merely a bidding for a hotel, and given that the counterpart was a branded hotel, the assurances were evident. Zhang Fan felt disinclined to concern himself with such trivialities. Shin Chuchu remarked, "That female owner seems somewhat peculiar. She insists on signing the contract in person." Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is the name of that woman?" Shin Chuchu replied, "Her name is Mu Ranin." Zhang Fan squinted. The name sounded vaguely familiar. "Very well, respond to her, and let her know I am available for a meeting tomorrow at noon. Please provide her with my contact information." Mu Ranyan's Chuxing Xiangyang chain of hotels is exclusively situated in major global cities, primarily first-tier cities. The decision to establish one in a university town certainly reflects a level of respect towards Zhang Fan. The subsequent meeting was scheduled at another successful Chuxing hotel located in Huayang City. Upon arrival, Zhang Fan's initial impression of the woman was one of beauty and elegance that suggested she was in her mid-30s. Despite her age, her skin was remarkably smooth, devoid of even the faintest wrinkle at the corners of her eyes. Her hair was styled in a sophisticated manner, exuding a mature allure. Mu Ranyan greeted him warmly. "You must be Mr. Zhang. I've heard much about you and did not expect you to be so youthful." Zhang Fan dismissed any speculation regarding her knowledge of him, as mutual flattery was a customary facet of business interactions. "Your beauty, Mu Zong, is truly astonishing," he replied, as they exchanged a light handshake. Even her hands maintained an impressively youthful softness, contradicting any notions of age. Mu Ranyan smiled coyly, a natural charm emanating from her. Her captivating eyes held the essence of a mature woman, and even a slight glance from her could stir the hearts of men. She embodied a dignified maturity, coupled with a delightful playfulness reminiscent of a child. "Oh, I am not as beautiful as you say," she self-deprecatingly remarked. "I hear Mr. Zhang is still a university student. You must be surrounded by many lovely young women. As for me, I feel I have aged." Zhang Fan quickly interjected, "Mu Zong, you appear to be around 30. Which is indeed a time of great allure for women. Just in the brief moment since I entered, I've noticed no less than 10 men sneaking glances at you." She laughed. "Oh, please don't be so formal. It feels rather distant. Let us call you Yinjie instead." Mu Ranyan maintained her warm and poised demeanor, smiling as she spoke. "My daughter is already 18. You can't be much older than my daughter, can you, Zhang Xiaopeng? If you don't mind, you may address me as Yin. Zhang Fan chuckled, showing no sign of discontent, and simply nodded in agreement. "All right then, I shall call you Yin. Aunt Yin, I have heard that you are ready with an irresistible contract for us. May I have a glimpse of it? If so, I shall sign it on the spot." "Oh dear, young Zhang is still as decisive as ever." "Indeed, Aunt Yin, with age, it seems I must resort to earning your favor through wealth." As she spoke, she feigned a sorrowful expression, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corner of her eye. Such a coquette. Even though Zhang Fan has lived 2 lives and considers his self-control quite formidable, he still found his heart stirred by her provocations. After all, he is merely in the prime of his youth, at the tender age of 20, where passion runs most fervently. He took a step back and said, "Aunt Yin, I fear your allure may be too potent. It might compel me to act irrationally. Thus, I must seize the moment and sign the contract before I succumb." Chapter 63. Role play well, you heartless little one. I specifically arranged to meet you and brought you to my hotel so you could truly appreciate our operational model and the quality of the establishment. I see your eagerness to sign the contract. Listening to the ambiguous words from the other party, Zhang Fan could only maintain a charming smile, refraining from responding. This hotel indeed operates remarkably well, and the online booking feature, while seemingly commonplace a decade hence, is quite a rarity today. Firstly, it requires a dedicated website. Unlike the resource integration of later times where a single app suffices for all needs, the clientele appears affluent, confirming its status as a high-end chain hotel. The two commenced discussions on specific matters. Firstly, the construction cost for the University Town Hotel should not be less than 4 million, at minimum maintaining a 4-star hotel standard. Additionally, there would be a dual payment structure comprising land rent plus revenue sharing, with a guaranteed minimum rent of 1 million per year. When the figure of 1 million was mentioned, Mu Ranyan raised her eyebrows in surprise but ultimately agreed. Zhang Fan was pleased and prepared to sign the contract. Mu Ranyan, holding a pen and nibbling on its tip, exuded the essence of a mature woman, despite her conservatively clad appearance, revealing only her arms. Yet, at that moment, she emanated an undeniable allure. She let out a delicate laugh and said, "Young Zhang, you may not be aware of the activities that follow our contract signing, right?" Zhang Fan gazed into her enticing eyes and replied, "Aunt Yin, do you wish to dine on Western cuisine or play golf? I shall accompany you." "Haha, what Western cuisine?" Mu Ranyan giggled, her large eyes seemingly ensnaring Zhang Fan. "It wants to feast on you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan felt his heart skip a beat. To hear such provocative words from a stunning mature woman was undeniably thrilling. He took a deep breath. "If we are to discuss the conventions of this matter." Zhang Fan crossed out the clause stating, "Construction value must not be less than 4 million for a 4-star hotel," and amended it to 5 million, aligning it with the standards of a 5-star establishment. Mu Ranyan's mouth fell slightly open, revealing a look of astonishment. "Zhang, you have grand ambitions. Each matter carries its price. It can remain unchanged, but I shall treat Aunt Yin to Western cuisine shortly." Zhang Fan picked up the contract, preparing to sign, only to have Mu Ranyan slap it back onto the table. With a smile in her eyes, she scrutinized Zhang Fan's youthful and handsome face and declared, "Aunt does not desire Western cuisine, and has her sights set on you. Revise." Thus, the contract was modified to stipulate a minimum construction cost of 5 million in standards befitting a 5-star hotel. Zhang Fan, of course, also incurred certain costs. From that point onward, as long as the other party did not breach the contract, only their hotel of 3 stars or above would be permitted in the university town, effectively monopolizing the high-end hotel market in that area, a perfectly reasonable exchange of commercial resources. As Zhang Fan observed the delicate, fair hand of the woman signing the contract and placing her fingerprint, he understood that the inevitable unspoken rules were about to unfold. After securing the contract, Mu Renyin called over a waiter. Mr. Zhang is fatigued. Please prepare a room for him. I will personally escort him upstairs. The waiter took Zhang Fan's identification to arrange for the room. The two entered the elevator in a seemingly normal manner, one after the other. Once the elevator doors closed, Mu Renyan's composed demeanor transformed. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan silently took out his phone and composed a brief message. What are you doing? Why send a text when Auntie is right beside you? Mu Renyin mused, attempting to snatch the phone from him, only to be evaded by Zhang Fan. He smiled, saying, I need to inform my girlfriend that I won't be returning tonight. Yen, you little rascal. She teased with a playful laugh. Auntie wishes to indulge in a bit of fun. Accompany me in this delightful endeavor. As she spoke, she feigned a stumble, nearly falling into Zhang Fan's arms. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, but she pushed him away, her face a mask of feigned horror. Zhang, you must ensure Annie enjoys herself, you little mischief maker. Zhang Fan grasped her intention, chuckling. So, we're role-playing? With my virtuous demeanor, do I appear to be the villain? Would you truly have such a striking figure play the part of a rogue? Mu Renyin pouted. Oh, but I adore the feeling of being helpless and abducted. Her playful act was undeniably charming. Zhang Fan remarked. But that was your request, wasn't it? Just ensure you can handle it, Annie. She nodded in agreement. As the elevator doors opened, they walked into the room with an air of seriousness. Upon entering, however, Mu Renyan's demeanor shifted once more. Her expression turned fearful as she retreated, exclaiming, Hurry, Zhang. Come quickly. In her clumsiness, she stumbled over the bed and collapsed onto it, appearing utterly helpless. Zhang Fan, bemused by her lackluster performance, chuckled softly and pointed towards the bathroom. Shall I take a shower first? Mu Renyin rose from the bed, still feigning terror. I can't wait any longer. Zhang, come here. Zhang Fan remained steadfast, reiterating, Don't you feel dirty, Annie? I don't think I can skip the shower. Mu Renyin, unable to contain her eagerness, pressed against him, ostensibly pushing him away but actually pulling him closer. Don't pull me, Annie. I might lose my balance, he protested. I, a woman, fear no dirt. Why should you, a man, be concerned? She urged. Zhang Fan could only acquiesce as they continued their playful tug-of-war. Auntie, I understand your urgency, but do take it easy. Mu Renyin, feigning fright, retorted, I can't afford to be patient at my age. Zhang Fan, resigned, cautioned. Just don't tear my clothes, okay? Mu Renyin struggled, yearning to escape. Chase me, Zhang classmate. The language employed by the other party was shockingly violent, devoid of any semblance of the gentle and virtuous demeanor one would expect. Just as their garments lay in disarray, Mu Renyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her face flushed with indignation. With a fierce slap, she struck Zhang Fan across the face, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? How dare you do this? The force of the blow rendered Zhang Fan momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Renyin swiftly extricated herself from beneath him and began fastening her clothing. Zhang Fan regarded her, his middle finger lightly brushing the mark left by her slap. With a smile, he remarked, Yen, you shall pay dearly for that slap. Mu Renyin assumed that Zhang Fan was still ensnared within the narrative. She let out a cold laugh, picked up the room's landline, and dialed the police, claiming that someone was attempting to coerce her. After the call, her face was one of fury, yet her tone was laced with satisfaction. You're finished, Zhang classmate. Zhang Fan remained unperturbed, leisurely fastening his attire, and replied indifferently, How can you say I'm finished? Wasn't this all your desire? Mu Renyan's beautiful eyes were red and glistening with tears, yet her lips curled into a smile as she responded, Indeed, it is what I wanted. But who would believe that? You have only solidified your identity as a criminal. Zhang Fan rubbed his nose thoughtfully, but if you declare me a criminal, who will believe you? The 38-year-old alluring woman pointed around the space, asserting, Yet here, there are cameras. Zhang Fan chuckled, Cameras in a hotel? You truly have a knack for this. If word gets out, your burgeoning brand will be tarnished. Mu Renyin laughed in return, but who would spread the word? You. A criminal? Who would believe the words of a felon? Zhang Fan applauded her cunning. Impressive. This woman is indeed worthy of her achievements in the high-end dining industry. He expressed his admiration. Chapter 64. Sun Gongming. After the alarm was raised, the police responded with remarkable alacrity. Within mere minutes, they had breached the door. Two gentlemen entered. One, a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive mustache, and the other, a bespectacled young man. It was evident that the middle-aged man held the position of the consul. He approached and produced handcuffs, promptly restraining Zhang Fan. Without resistance, Zhang Fan allowed himself to be cuffed, merely uttering, Aren't you going to ask any questions before apprehending me? The young man with glasses, upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, tapped the shoulder of the middle-aged officer. Brother Yang, shouldn't we inquire first? Officer Yang Yuanlong shot a piercing glare at him. Inquire? What is there to inquire about? Did you not hear the distress call indicating a man was coercing a woman? Is it conceivable that a woman is coercing a man instead? Perhaps, Zhang Fan interjected smoothly. Yang Yuanlong, brimming with hostility, fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan, his eyes bulging as if to intimidate him. This tactic often proved effective, as his imposing demeanor, combined with his authoritative identity, instilled fear in many. However, Zhang Fan was unfazed. In fact, he contemplated exuding a hint of his own formidable presence to unnerve the officer. Yet, he opted instead to display his innate good person aura. Instantly, the young officer's expression shifted as he regarded Zhang Fan. Brother Yang, I can't shake the feeling that this gentleman is a good person, he remarked. Yang Yuanlong was taken aback, perplexed by the instinctive perception of Zhang Fan's character. Nonetheless, he persisted, what kind of villain would emblazon the word villain upon their face? He then exchanged a glance with Mu Ranyan. Since the police had entered, Mu Ranyan had remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was only when Yang Yuanlong spoke to her that she finally responded. Brother Yang, I am grateful for your presence today. Given our rapport, such sentiments are unnecessary, he replied. As he regarded Mu Ranyan, a woman exuding an innate allure, Yang Yuanlong felt an undeniable desire. Though his rational mind fervently urged him to suppress such thoughts, he was merely a junior officer, and offending her could lead to complications. He averted his gaze and asked, Mu, how do you propose we handle this situation? Before Mu Ranyan could reply, Zhang Fan interjected, What? Is she your superior? Have you commenced taking orders from her regarding my treatment? I have yet to be convicted. Yang Yuanlong, brimming with arrogance, stepped closer to Zhang Fan. I declare you guilty. In a small town, a local officer can easily assume an imperial demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, he had no awareness of Zhang Fan's true identity yet displayed such brazen insolence. Mu Ranyan then spoke, Brother Yang, I shall not place you in a difficult position. I possess evidence. All footage is available. With that, she signaled for someone to bring in a laptop. Shortly thereafter, the same attendant who had assisted in securing a room for Zhang Fan entered, carrying a laptop. The screen illuminated with footage capturing the interactions between Zhang Fan and Mu Ranyan. In the lobby, two individuals engaged in a typical conversation about business. After finalizing their deal, Mu Ranyan accompanied Zhang Fan into the elevator. However, once inside, an unusual occurrence transpired. Mu Ranyan unexpectedly lost her balance and was on the verge of falling, only to be caught by Zhang Fan. Yet, it appeared as though Zhang Fan had taken undue advantage of the situation, prompting a strong reaction from Mu Ranyan, who forcefully pushed him away. Witnessing this, Yang Yuanlong confronted Zhang Fan with a triumphant grin, asserting, the evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say in your defense? Zhang Fan remained silent, while Mu Ranyan interjected, Brother Yang, let us continue watching. What he did to me goes beyond this. The footage progressed, showing the two exiting the elevator, appearing composed once more. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the hotel room, where Mu Ranyan's expression drastically changed as she frantically retreated, only to stumble over the bed's edge and fall onto it. Observing this scene, Yang Yuanlong could not suppress a slight smile, indicating his respect. However, his demeanor soon transformed into one of fury. What further excuses can you muster? Zhang Fan shrugged, retorting, Did you not see that she fell on her own? His opponent countered, Surely, you must have uttered some threatening words that terrified Ms. Mu. This assertion held a semblance of logic, yet it felt somewhat strained. Who, in a moment of intimidation, would collapse onto a bed? Why not simply disrobe, which would surely be more expedient? The young officer began to harbor doubts. As the tension in the footage escalated, he observed Zhang Fan attempting to enter the bathroom twice, only to refrain from doing so. Ultimately, Mu Ranyan seemed to rise inch of Zhang Fan, inadvertently pushing him onto the bed. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. Although Zhang Fan exhibited visible reluctance and anger, his body did not resist significantly until, in the end, she slapped his face. The recording lacked sound, giving the impression that Zhang Fan had coerced her. Upon concluding the viewing, Yang Yuanlong felt a surge of satisfaction, masking his anger as he pounded his thigh, declaring, We have both witness and material evidence. Zhang Fan, you cannot escape. Zhang Fan, however, responded with a subtle smile. Oh, how do you know my name? You never inquired about it upon entering. Nor did you check my identification. Yang Yuanlong was momentarily taken aback. With conclusive evidence in hand, he had become somewhat overconfident, yet, being seasoned, he quickly concocted a plausible excuse. Naturally, we retrieved your information from the front desk before ascending. However, a young man beside him promptly exposed the flaw in his reasoning. Frowning, the youth remarked, "Brother Young, we did not retrieve any information. In cases of coercion, we hardly have the luxury of time to gather data on the perpetrator. Moreover, I noticed numerous discrepancies in this video. We must investigate methodically, starting with checking for any injuries on Ms. Mu that might indicate coercion. If they were to follow the young man's suggestion, it would certainly complicate matters." Yang Yuanlong glared at him. "Zhao Ming, do I require your guidance in conducting an investigation?" "Silence yourself." The young man named Zhao Ming fell silent, feeling frustrated. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Fan, clearly sensing that the latter was a good person. Approaching Zhang Fan, he whispered, "Rest assured, I will investigate this matter myself and ensure you are not wronged." Zhang Fan responded with a benevolent smile. For Yang Yuanlong, however, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly a criminal. With video evidence and Mu Yanran's accusations, an arrest was imminent. Just as they were about to take him away, Mu Yanran, mindful of her task, interjected, "How about we first use Zhang Fan's phone to notify his family?" Yang Yuanlong was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implications of her suggestion. Not only did they intend to arrest him, but they also aimed to ruin this young man's reputation. Even Yang Yuanlong couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Fan. He quickly added, "Ms. Mu is right. It is indeed necessary to inform the families of criminals about such matters." Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Officer Yang, technically, I should only be considered a suspect, correct? Are you a judge who can condemn me?" "Silence. I do not require your input to carry out my duties," Yang Yuanlong retorted. Pulling Zhang Fan's phone from his pocket and accessing the contacts, Mu Yanran leaned in closer. And together they conspired to compose a text message that painted Zhang Fan as an irredeemable criminal. The message spanned 300 words, aimed solely at tarnishing his image. With the last line being the only pertinent detail, "Zhang Fan's relatives, please come to the Yanghuai District Police Station." Once the message was drafted, they prepared to send it en masse, particularly to the numbers of several young women saved in Zhang Fan's phone. This was also part of Mu Yanran's assignment, to thoroughly discredit Zhang Fan in front of those girls. The origin of this task was painfully obvious. Zhang Fan cautioned, "Is it really necessary to send a group message to notify my family?" Yang Yuanlong snapped, "How am I supposed to know who your family is?" "Of course, it will be sent en masse." A young officer nearby could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Just ask directly. There is no logic in sending a group message. You are harming the reputation of the people." Yang Yuanlong, furious, retorted at the young officer, "Zhao Ming, you just said it yourself. That is the reputation of the people. Is he one of the people? He is a criminal. He is a suspect. He has not yet been convicted. Get out of here, you ignorant fool." Yang Yuanlong shoved him aside. "Go, take him back to the station." Zhang Fan sighed, his eyes filled with pity as he addressed Mu Yanran. "Ms. Mu, must you be so ruthless? I have the contact numbers of influential figures in the industry on my phone. If this message is sent out, my career will be irreparably damaged." Zhang Fan's gaze was laden with a sense of helplessness, and he did not specify who would be affected by this. This perception made Mu Yanran feel victorious. With a playful stride, Yanran approached Zhang Fan, caressing his handsome face, which bore the mark of her earlier slap. With a mix of triumph and mischief, she remarked, "How pitiful, what a striking young talent you are. Alas, who could have imagined that you would provoke someone of such stature?" Zhang Fan let out a deep sigh. What a charming and sophisticated woman she is, but alas, her fate is entwined with his. Yang Yuanlong narrowed his eyes and commanded Zhang Fan, "Come with me." However, Zhang Fan simply shook her head, saying, "There's no rush. Let's wait a bit longer." "Wait for what?" Yang Yuanlong furrowed his brow in confusion. Just then, the door swung open once more. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with pronounced eyebrows that commanded respect without anger, strode in. His voice boomed like thunder as he addressed Yang Yuanlong. "Wait for me." The man's powerful presence startled Yang Yuanlong, who had a distinct mustache. Although Yang Yuanlong sensed the man's seriousness, he momentarily failed to recognize him, shouting back, "Who are you?" The man replied, "Sun Gongming." Following him was a formidable entourage of uniformed individuals wielding firearms, who filed into the room and surrounded everyone present. Yang Yuanlong was momentarily taken aback, but Zhao Ming quickly regained his composure, standing upright and bowing respectfully to the newcomer. He called out loudly, "Director Sun." Chapter 65. irrefutable evidence after the message was sent, its repercussions were indeed considerable. During this period, Zhang Fan had accumulated numerous phone numbers of prominent figures in the business world, including various bank presidents and board members. As the heir of the Zhang Group, it was evident that these magnates recognized the potential of the University Town project, and each of them had invested significantly. All of them received the text message edited by Mu Ranin and Yang Yuanlong, alleging Zhang Fan's involvement in coercive crimes. As a result, they began to reply with inquiries and expressions of concern, without any immediate indications of withdrawing their investments. Having reached this level of success, they were undoubtedly cautious and suspicious. Some even speculated that Zhang Fan, feeling he had been shortchanged, might resort to such tactics to reclaim the lease. Not only were these investors affected, Zhang Fan's parents also received the message. Zhang's mother promptly called Zhang Zhenghua, who reassured her, saying, "Our son has ventured into a significant business, and it is natural to attract envy. Rest assured, he shall be fine. I will have Shou Rui check in on him." Zhang Fan's parents had weathered many storms and would not be easily rattled by this incident. The true turmoil was among the group of girls. In the classroom, Lu Wencher's roommate, who had been secretly engrossed in a romance novel, suddenly received the text. She was momentarily stunned. Zhang Fan? Coercive crime. Although she found Zhang Fan to be a despicable person, the accusation seemed implausible. He was both handsome and wealthy, and moreover, he had a girlfriend, indeed. More than one girl aspired to be his partner. The roommate showed the message to Lu Wencher, who froze in shock. Meanwhile, the teacher was explaining the essentials of designing a shoe, illustrating how the curves of the upper should flow like the wind. "Can anyone demonstrate what the wind looks like?" she asked. At that moment, Lu Wencher saw a girl who, like the wind, swept past her and vanished from the classroom. The teacher adjusted her glasses, intrigued. However, Lu Wencher did not see the girl return for the remainder of the class. A similar scene unfolded in the University Town's office, where Shinchuchu, flustered and disoriented, frantically attempted to hail a cab, disregarding whether it was a taxi or a private vehicle. Yet, to her dismay, no cars were in sight. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and Gu Lanaba from the Ethnic Arts Department, who had no classes at the moment, also received the alarming text. Gu Lanaba, her face pale with fear, clutched Gu Yuan's arm and repeatedly asked what they should do. Gu Yuan furrowed her brow, remaining calmer as she contemplated the situation's implications. She reassured, "Naba, do not panic. Let me make a phone call first." At the hotel, upon hearing the name, Yang Yuanlong finally recognized the familiar face associated with it, Sun Gongming, the head of the City Heroes Public Inspection Bureau. In other words, this individual was his superior in the city. Upon realizing the identity of the person, Yang Yuanlong felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Long, good day, sir." Yang Yuanlong's previous arrogance had completely dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic smile. How did you come here?" Sun Gongming, with his square face, remained stern and unsmiling, exuding an aura of seriousness. "How did I come? Did you not even glance at your messages when you sent the text?" He produced his phone, revealing the message. It unmistakably contained a 300-word plot devised by Yang Yuanlong and Mu Ranin, conspiring against Zhang Fan. To his astonishment, he found that the message had been sent to his highest-ranking superior. Further investigation online revealed a text Zhang Fan had sent to Sun Gongming earlier that day. It read, "Uncle Sun, I'm in trouble. I'm about to be set up. Could you send a few police officers to the initial Rising Sunshine Hotel to control the surveillance? And then come to room 615 after half an hour? I'd appreciate your help. Sun Gongming, an old friend of Zhang Zhenghua, promptly took action upon hearing of Zhang Fan's predicament. Coincidentally, he had caught these individuals red-handed. Upon reading the message, Yang Yuanlong cast a wary glance at Zhang Fan, realizing, even in his ignorance, that Zhang Fan was not someone he could provoke. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. Trembling and aware of the gravity of his situation, Mu ran in, observing the pitiful state of Yang Yuanlong, understood that he was no longer reliable but knew she could not allow him to jeopardize her own interests. She helped him to his feet, speaking gently, "Old Yang, we must adhere to the law. Even with Director's son present, we must act according to the law, right? Besides, we do have connections. Now that you're in this, you must align yourself properly." Yang Yuanlong absorbed none of her earlier words but grasped the final remark. He was already in deep trouble. There was no turning back now. He had to press on, perhaps even find favor with powerful allies. With newfound resolve, he straightened his posture and faced Sun Gongming, stammering, "Director, an attempted coercion has occurred here. I need to take the perpetrator back to the station. Surely, you cannot shield a criminal? A hint of disdain flickered across Sun Gongming's serious visage. This man was truly bringing disgrace to the police force. Rest assured, I, Sun Gongming, have never protected a criminal in my entire career. Now, unlock Zhang Fan's handcuffs. Yang Yuanlong's anxiety surged at the implication of such a request. You can't say one thing and do another, Director. This statement was audacious, and at Sun Gongming's glare, Yang Yuanlong recoiled, steadied only by Mu Ranyan's grasp. A coward at heart, he lacked any real confidence. Sun Gongming commanded, I will stand right here with my team. Whether someone is a criminal will be determined through my own interrogation. Unlock his handcuffs. Yang Yuanlong, intimidated, complied, as the presence of armed officers left him no choice. With a heavy heart, he unlocked Zhang Fan's handcuffs. Sun Gongming then inquired of Zhang Fan, did you report this incident? Zhang Fan nodded affirmatively. Yes, I did. The formal questioning had just begun. Beside them, Mu Ranyan and Yang Yuanlong could no longer contain themselves and began to protest simultaneously. How could it be him who reported the incident? Clearly, it was I who called the police. Indeed, officer, it was Mu Zong who alerted the authorities. So how has it turned into him reporting it? Sun Gongming offered a reasonable explanation. Not only did this lady report the matter, but Zhang Fan also did so, even prior to her. Now, I kindly ask both of you to remain silent. I will clarify the sequence of events. After saying this, he turned to Zhang Fan. Please, explain why you called the police. Zhang Fan broke into a radiant smile, exuding a charming and sunny demeanor. Because I fell victim to a scam. The two grew frantic. You were slandering us. It was you who was coercing. Sir, you must not believe his fabrications. I am but a weak woman. And I possess video evidence of the coercion. At that moment, the footage on the laptop was Mu Ranyan's source of confidence. As long as the video existed, it served as irrefutable proof against her adversaries. Regardless of their influence, she could ensure her own safety, for she had her own support. Sun Gongming glared. I ask once more for both of you to be silent. Especially you, as a police officer, how can you exhibit such bias? Do you still harbor a heart committed to fairness and serving the people? Finally, they ceased their protests. Mu Ranyan thought to herself that silence was inconsequential. As long as she held the video, even those with the might of the heavens could not escape her grasp. Sun Gongming inquired of Zhang Fan. You claim you were scammed? Do you have any evidence? Yang Yuanlong interjected again. Don't say that Mu Zong showed no signs of struggle. That cannot be deemed evidence of your innocence. Sun Gongming issued a direct order. Subdue him. Yang Yuanlong was restrained by the officers behind him, prepared to be taken away. Yet, he felt a sense of joy within. At such a cost to aid Mu Ranyan, it was essentially a gesture of loyalty. As Yang Yuanlong was about to be escorted out, Zhang Fan called for a halt. Do not let him leave. He still has a role to play in this. How unfortunate it would be not to witness his own performance. With that, Zhang Fan produced a voice recorder from his pocket. The recorder was still recording, and it was only when he retrieved it that he pressed the pause button. Mu Ranyan's confident expression instantly stiffened. Her voice faltered, sharp and panicked. When did you start recording? Zhang Fan replied with a smile. From the moment I entered the hotel. He pressed play, and their voices echoed forth. It began with Mu Ranyan discussing what unspoken rules might follow signing the contract, followed by her comment at the elevator. Let us play a game with Andy. Zhang Fan teased. Would you be willing to let me play the villain? The other party playfully expressed her desire to join in. Then came the scene in the room, where Mu Ranyan, with a tone of yearning, uttered various suggestive remarks, while Zhang Fan inquired if they should perhaps wash up first. The pivotal moment arrived when Mu Yanran struck Zhang Fan, audaciously declaring, You are doomed. I intend to frame you. And what can you do about it? Zhang Fan retorted, You will pay dearly for that slap. Ultimately, Yang Yuanlong burst in, brazenly handcuffing Zhang Fan and, with a sycophantic tone, inquired how Mu Yanran wished to proceed with him. Upon hearing this, Sun Gongming coldly scoffed at Yang Yuanlong, stating, You draw a salary from the state, yet disregard the law in favor of personal orders. You dishonor this uniform. Yang Yuanlong was left utterly deflated. His demeanor slumped as if all strength had been drained from him. The two officers who had been forcefully restraining him now merely supported him, lest he collapse entirely to the ground. Mu Yanran was equally astonished. She could scarcely fathom that he had been wary of her the moment he entered. Reflecting on her own statements recorded on the device, she realized many were traps laid by him to elicit her words. Yet, Mu Yanran was quick to react. She understood that her chances of victory were slim. But she must buy time. Who could guarantee that the recordings captured the moments as they transpired? Who could assert that the voice within was indeed hers? The eyewitness stood right before her. Even if young Yuanlong remained obstinate, there was still the young Xiaoming. Could she still twist the narrative? Nevertheless, she had no choice but to press on. If she could secure even a single day to maneuver, she might mitigate the repercussions as much as possible. Otherwise, the price she would have to pay was beyond her imagination. But would Zhang Fan afford her such an opportunity? Certainly not. Zhang Fan approached Mu Yanran, the recording device in hand, smiling as he spoke. Yin, do you believe this evidence cannot condemn you? He produced the recording device, placing it before her. Can it establish your guilt? Mu Yanran gritted her teeth, responding, it can, but not entirely. It cannot lead to my arrest. Zhang Fan nodded and moved toward the waitress, seizing her laptop. Though she attempted to resist, Zhang Fan's mere presence, imbued with a hint of his formidable authority, left her paralyzed, and the laptop fell into his possession. He opened it, revealing the footage. Can this establish guilt? Mu Yanran's eyes widened. It can, but it belongs to me. It would only incriminate you. Zhang Fan replayed the recording and placed it on the laptop, causing the video to come to life with sound. Each of Mu Yanran's movements, every action, was now synchronized with her voice, her lips matching perfectly. Zhang Fan grinned, saying, this, plus this. Can this seal your fate? Mu Yanran's formerly radiant face turned ashen. She slipped and fell to the ground. The evidence was irrefutable. Moreover, with Zhao Ming, the young officer, as a witness to confirm that it was indeed her voice in the recording, Sun Gongming's gaze sharpened. He gestured, take them all away. Chapter 66, Complexity. Upon arriving at the nearby police station, Sun Gongming was met with the anxious demeanor of the station chief, who hurriedly stood up to pour tea. Before the chief could utter a word, Sun waved his hand dismissively, saying, attend to your duties. I shall only require your space briefly. The chief, feeling a sense of relief, set aside his worries, for while his work was generally unproblematic, the sudden presence of superiors always elicited a nervousness within him. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of utilizing the premises, he wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding repeatedly, yes, yes. Yet, his anxiety resurfaced as he noticed one of his subordinates, Yang Yuanlong, being escorted in by others. The group was taken directly to the interrogation room, with Zhang Fan accompanying them to take notes. Given the overwhelming evidence at hand, there was no need for excessive time expenditure. Once the documentation was complete, Zhang Fan emerged, while the others remained under scrutiny, each being interrogated in turn. Zhang Fan, however, did not rush to leave, for Mu Ranyin was not a character to be taken lightly. He needed to remain until the situation was entirely resolved. As he stood quietly in the courtyard, a young girl hurriedly rushed in. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Wenshi. She dashed straight towards Zhang Fan and leapt into his arms, holding on to him tightly as if she wished to meld into his very being. Although Zhang Fan attempted to extricate himself, he found it impossible without causing her harm. He noticed her shoulders trembling and heard the faint sound of her sobs. He inquired, are you crying? Lu Wenshi looked up, her delicate features marred by tears. With a voice tinged with sorrow, she asked, are you going to prison? Can I take your place? Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. What are you thinking? Lu Wenshi, feeling self-conscious about her tear-streaked face, quickly wiped her cheeks and clung to him once more, whispering, I was thinking that if I could take your place in prison, I would. If I can't, I shall wait for your return. Zhang Fan, feeling mischievous, feigned a sigh and replied, but I might be sentenced to 10 years. The mention of 10 years, a span during which they might not see each other, caused Lu Wenshi to bury her head in his embrace, greedily inhaling his presence for every fleeting moment. No matter how long it takes, I will wait, she declared. In the days that had passed, Lu Wenshi felt engulfed in agony, her thoughts perpetually occupied with Zhang Fan's visage and laughter. She realized she had fallen in love with him. The words of Shinchuchu echoed in her mind. Only true love can conquer all. Your abandonment only signifies a lack of genuine affection. Initially, Lu Wenshi had managed to restrain her feelings. However, a recent text message had shattered her last vestiges of rationality. She understood that if she did not see Zhang Fan today, it might be a final farewell. Thus, she knew she had to cast aside all caution and rush to him to convey her sincerest emotions, even if the other party remains in disagreement. She is resolute in her course of action. As Lu Wenshi savors the last remnants of warmth shared with Zhang Fan, an unexpected figure abruptly interrupts her reverie. Shinchuchu storms in, her face a mask of fury. She confronts Lu Wenshi, demanding to know, what are you doing? Lu Wenshi finds herself at a loss for words. Whenever she is with Zhang Fan and is discovered by Shinchuchu, She feels as though she is engaged in a clandestine affair, compelled to lower her gaze in the presence of Shin Chuchu regarding matters concerning Zhang Fan. Shin Chuchu understands that this is not the moment for a quarrel. With urgency, she turns to Zhang Fan, asking, "Have you informed Uncle Zhang? We need him to find a way to help you." In the face of the two girls, Zhang Fan leads them to the police station's office. The young officer, Zhao Ming, already equipped with a notebook, prepares to take their statements. Zhang Fan introduces the two girls to him, saying, "Officer Zhao, these are my classmates. Mu Yinren notified them via text when she was using my phone. Please provide them with a confirmation." Officer Zhao adjusts his glasses and nods. "Indeed, classmate Zhang Fan has been wronged. Our police force will exert every effort to assist in restoring his reputation." Regarding Yang Yuanlong's wrongful acts and Mu Yinren's slander, Sun Gongming personally records Zhang Fan's testimony and uploads the evidence, ensuring that Mu Yinren's image is obscured. Furthermore, all individuals in Zhang Fan's contact list who received text messages will be contacted to eliminate misunderstandings. They will also be requested to log on to the evidence website to view the truth and supporting documents uploaded by the police. Each time Zhang Fan makes a call to influential figures in the business community, he inadvertently mentions Mu Yinren's name. He quickly adds, "Please do not misconstrue this. The woman in the video, is she not Ms. Mu? After all, the reputation of the accused must also be safeguarded." Initially, these magnates showed little interest in seeking out the evidence online. However, upon learning that it involves Mu Yinren, their interest piqued. The renowned beauty and shrewd businesswoman, especially as a widow, undoubtedly captured their attention. One by one, they began to access the evidence website and search for the video. Officer Zhao observed in embarrassment as Zhang Fan repeatedly accidentally mentioned the name of the accused. He attempted to intervene, but Zhang Fan merely offered superficial apologies, yet continued unabated, unwittingly revealing the name with the next call. After a round of calls, Mu Yinren's reputation lay in ruins. Just then, as they busily worked, two cars entered the police station in succession. The first was a Rolls-Royce, valued at nearly 10 million, a vehicle frequently used by Zhang Jinghua. Although Zhang Jinghua himself was not present, his car and Zhou Rui's arrival signaled a serious intent. The second vehicle, in stark contrast, was a modest Audi A6. Yet its license plate bore the number 0009. This license plate number, in Huayang City, who among those of any standing would not recognize it? The sweat on the chief of the police station's forehead has not ceased. Who exactly has Yang Yuanlong provoked to attract such a multitude of dignitaries? Uncle Zhou, upon descending from his Rolls-Royce, was akin to the arrival of Zhang Jinghua. Approaching Zhang Fan, the implications of his stance were evident. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit and holding a thermos cup emerged from an A6 vehicle. He was none other than Li Dakong. He stepped forward into the station. The chief hurriedly moved chairs. At this moment, as the station head, he had forfeited his right to sit. He scurried about, moving chairs and pouring tea. Sun Gongming, noticing Li Dakong's presence, also rose to greet him. "Mr. Dakong." Li Dakong smiled and replied, "Gongming is here as well. I happened to be passing by and thought I would stop in for a visit." "Passing by? With your status, you merely pass by. Though straightforward." Sun Gongming was far from foolish. "Mr. Dakong, we are currently handling a criminal case here. Do you have any directives?" Li Dakong understood that failing to clarify his intentions would render his visit futile. He needed to express his purpose clearly. "I have heard that the perpetrators of the immortal jump scam have been particularly rampant lately, and I hope you can focus on combating this issue." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Zhang Fan, imprinting the visage of this youthful figure in their minds. This handsome young man appeared so tender in years, yet the influence he wielded was immense. Sun Gongming, Zhang Jinghua, and Li Dakong had all come here at his behest. Sun Gongming silently questioned Zhang Fan with his gaze. "Did you invite them?" Zhang Fan, equally perplexed, looked toward Uncle Zhou. "Did my father invite them?" Uncle Zhou, too, was bewildered and glanced at Sun Gongming. "Did you invite them?" Regardless of who summoned them, what mattered was that they were all on the same side. With significant figures gathered, the proceedings would undoubtedly be more seamless. Mu Randin was an astute woman. Even aware of her absolute disadvantage, she remained silent, refusing to cooperate under any questioning. However, it mattered little. The irrefutable evidence was before them. She could not evade her fate. Zhang Fan was taken aback by how protracted the resolution of this matter had become, with the underlying connections proving exceedingly intricate. By nightfall, Shin Chuchu and Lu Wenshi had departed. Uncle Zhou pulled Zhang Fan aside. "Xiao Fan, two choices lie before you. First, eliminate Mu Ranyin entirely. We will devise a means to dismantle Chusheng Xiangyang, delving as deeply as possible, but the other party is simultaneously racing against time. The extent of our vindication will depend on our speed. Second, you may relinquish control and leave it to General Zhang and his associates. Should you choose this path, it is highly probable that Mu Ranyin will be exonerated, yet the forces behind her will need to make significant sacrifices to ensure her protection. Opting for the second choice would also yield considerable advantages for Sun Gongming and Li Dakong. Personally, I lean toward the latter. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Having lived 2 lives, it was his first encounter with the intricacies of these relationships. A sense of guilt washed over him as he recalled how well his parents had protected him in his previous life, oblivious to the fierce competition that existed between them. Zhang Fan inquired, "Uncle Zhou, what does my father mean?" Zhou Rui pondered for a moment before replying. "Mr. Zhang said, according to your thoughts, if you seek vengeance, he will spare no effort to assist you in exacting that retribution." Mr. Zhang's exact words were, "If they bully my son, they must be tired of living." A smile spread across Zhang Fan's face. This is the essence of familial bonds, even after a long separation. Even amidst playful banter over the phone, the connection remains unbreakable, a bond thicker than blood. The divine choice system activated. Option 1. I shall take revenge and eliminate her. Reward. Mastery of the first realm of the unadorned book. Option 2. My lady, let us strike a deal. Reward. Increased cunning charm 1. 3 days of maid service. Option 3. I shall leave this matter to Zhang Jinghua to handle. Reward. Mastery of the first realm of the unadorned book. Chapter 67. Whispers after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Fan arrived at a conclusion. I will speak with Mu Ranyin, he stated. In the interrogation room, an elderly police officer was facing off against Mu Ranyin, who kept her eyelids drooping, unresponsive to his attempts to present facts and evidence. She merely replied with 2 words, silence. This left even the seasoned officer feeling quite helpless. However, it mattered little whether she spoke or not. The evidence was irrefutable, and Mu Ranyin had no room for maneuvering. Zhang Fan entered the room and requested the elderly officer, "May I have a word with her? Please turn off the recording." The officer nodded, switched off the recorder, and exited, leaving only Zhang Fan and Mu Ranyin in the room. Mu Ranyin, who had been sulking, finally lifted her gaze, restoring the brilliance she possessed upon their first encounter. Even in the interrogation room, she exuded an irresistible feminine allure. It seemed she could naturally entice anyone with just a smile, without uttering a single word or making any gesture. Yet now, she could only rely on this scant remnant of her charm. Zhang Fan responded with a radiant smile, locking eyes with her. They exchanged no words. Their expressions conveyed an unspoken connection, reminiscent of a romantic liaison between a couple with a significant age difference. As time ticked away, Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Isn't this just seduction? The system has granted me an additional 2 points in charm. Can I not entice you? Perhaps due to her advancing years." Mu Ranyin's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Eventually, she could no longer withstand the charged atmosphere and averted her gaze first. Zhang Fan broke the silence. "Surprised. Are we?" "Surprised by what? My classmate Zhang?" she inquired. "Surprised by my initial wariness towards you," he replied. Mu Ranyin fell silent, but her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Fan, clearly eager to uncover the reason behind his caution. The truth was, Zhang Fan, having lived 2 lives, was aware of her connection to Lin Feng. "I was uncertain at first," Zhang Fan continued. "But when I drafted the contract with a minimum investment of 5 million and a requirement for a 5-star rating, along with an annual rent of 1 million, I couldn't possibly believe in the existence of windfalls. What if, perhaps, it was I who had taken a liking to you?" Mu Ranyin adjusted her posture, crossing her left leg over her right. Although she was dressed modestly, the way her clothing accentuated her figure was enough to stir emotions. With a playful smile, she replied, "After all, classmate Zhang, you are quite handsome. It is hard for an older woman like me not to feel a flutter." Zhang Fan chuckled coldly, his gaze turning frigid. "And how do I compare to Lin Feng? Who is more handsome?" The moment Lin Feng's name was mentioned, Mu Ranyin's enchanting demeanor faltered, her allure dissipating entirely. She panicked, realizing that Zhang Fan was aware of the forces behind her actions. Mu Ranyin fell silent once more, her voice lost. Zhang Fan rose and approached her, standing close behind her, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "Rest assured, you will be fine. I intend to confront you. How else can you witness firsthand the affairs between your lover, Lin Feng, and your daughter?" Upon the utterance of these words, she remained utterly unresponsive. Yet her eyelids betrayed a subtle tremor, which Zhang Fan keenly observed. In that moment, Zhang Fan resembled a whispering demon, incessantly murmuring into Mu Ran's ear. Do you doubt it? You cannot believe that Lin Feng, who bears a striking resemblance to your dearly departed husband, would commit such an act, can you? Ah, I possess knowledge that far exceeds your imagination. Lin Feng bears a striking resemblance to your late husband. You cherished him deeply. Yet have continually persuaded yourself that Lin Feng is the reincarnation of your spouse, thus engaging in an illicit affair with him. Can the self-deceptive narratives you concoct truly obscure the truth from your conscience? Mu Ran Yin, who had been suppressing her words, now trembled all over, her eyelids quivering. With each utterance from Zhang Fan, she felt the air grow increasingly thin, making it ever more difficult to breathe. Zhang Fan continued to speak incessantly. Can you fathom the sight of your daughter, the offspring of your deceased husband, now nestled in the embrace of your young paramour? Are you willing to relinquish Lin Feng to your daughter, or are you suggesting taking away your daughter's boyfriend? Or perhaps, altogether, your husband, now a spirit in the heavens, must surely be watching over you. Ha ha. In the end, Zhang Fan burst into mocking laughter. Overwhelmed by a dual sense of guilt and humiliation, intertwined with a profound affection for his daughter, Mu Ran Yin could no longer contain herself. Nonsense. You are speaking utter nonsense. Mu Ran Yin could no longer contain the turmoil within her and cried out in anguish. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. Everything you have said is a fabrication. Zhang Fan stood upright, his gaze icy as he regarded the woman before him. He extracted a piece of paper to wipe away the saliva she had spat upon his clothing. With a sinister smile, he spoke. If you do not believe, then why do you weep? Unbeknownst to her, tears had already streamed down Uranian's face. She stood in a daze, allowing the tears to flow freely. Zhang Fan continued. In truth, you are aware of it yourself, aren't you? Indeed, if you can perceive the other as the reincarnation of your late husband. What is there that you cannot deceive yourself about? At worst, envision your daughter as a piece of bedding? Alas, I find myself devoid of imagination in this regard. It is truly unfortunate for your husband, who, having been burdened with a wife such as yourself, has passed away, leaving behind a vast estate for you. Yet, you have chosen to bestow both yourself and your daughter, along with the inheritance, upon another man. He must be restless in his grave. Silence yourself. Mu Ran Yin erupted in a furious outburst towards Zhang Fan. At that moment, she bore no trace of the elegant demeanor befitting a stunning lady. Tears streamed relentlessly down her face as she collapsed, curling into herself. Her lips incessantly murmured, Silence. Silence. I implore you, cease your words. I beseech you. When you share tender moments with Lin Feng, what expression do you believe your husband's spirit in the heavens would cast upon the two of you? As a woman, it is not unreasonable for you to remarry. However, why must you invite danger into your home, thereby endangering your husband's daughter as well? Do you believe your husband will be able to forgive you? Be quiet. Just be quiet. He won't. No man would forgive such a thing. He will loathe you, wishing to rip out his own entrails to hang you. Be silent. I implore you, cease your words. Mu Ran Yin trembled, curling into herself, tears streaming uncontrollably. Observing her expression, Zhang Fan achieved his objective and opened the door to the room. The elderly officer outside, witnessing Mu Ran Yin's silence despite his efforts to elicit a response, was taken aback as she emerged from the room, weeping inconsolably. With professional detachment, he inquired of Zhang Fan, Did you strike her? Zhang Fan chuckled. Beating her wouldn't provoke such a pitiful cry. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui, Sun Gongming, and Li Dakong were engaged in conversation. Upon Zhang Fan's arrival, he addressed Uncle Zhou, Please handle this matter. As warmth enveloped him, akin to soaking in a hot spring, Zhang Fan felt a sense of completeness. Hearing Zhang Fan's decision, the three middle-aged men exchanged smiles. This was indeed the optimal choice. As long as Mu Ran Yin remained in their custody, they had no fear of her revealing anything. No one dared to assert that Mu Ran Yin would divulge secrets. Li Dakong, brimming with joy, patted Zhang Fan's shoulder. Well done, young man. You are quite remarkable. And your choice of girlfriend is commendable. You are fortunate. Consider this a favor owed by me. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he departed, and Zhang Fan realized who had orchestrated this situation. As for the so-called girlfriend, was it not only Gu Yuan? Sun Gongming, succinct in his remarks, stated, Xiao Fan has matured. I too owe you a favor. Zhou Rui cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Fan before they all took their leave. Each of them spoke of debts owed, yet Zhang Fan found himself solitary, with no vehicle to accompany him. In the dead of night, he was left to walk back to Chuxing Xiangyang and drive home alone. Chapter 68. The IOU restored to its original state, brother Lin Feng. My mother. My mother has been arrested. Can you save her? Lin Feng embraced Xu Shu, soothing her with his words. Do not worry, Yan Yi has merely encountered some ill-intentioned individuals. She will undoubtedly be fine. Lin Feng outwardly comforted the young woman in his arms, yet internally, he was seething with rage. How infuriating that Zhang Fan had not only failed to win over Aunt Yin, but had also suffered such a significant setback. Even though Mu Ran Yin has been buried in a pit by Zhang Fan, Lin Feng cannot abandon this woman. Not only due to Mu Ran Yan's innate allure that captivates him, but also because of the advantageous background of her deceased husband, which presents numerous opportunities for exploitation. The subsequent verdict will be detached from Zhang Fan's influence. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mu Ran Yin is likely to be acquitted, albeit at a significant cost. She appears as if her soul has been drained, having only spent a day in the interrogation room. Yet she seems to have lost weight and the rosy hue of vitality has vanished from her face. The officers at the police station can only shake their heads, asserting that they had no involvement in any acts of violence. It was merely a conversation with someone named Zhang Fan that led to her current state. Upon returning, Zhang Fan lies in the dormitory. With 5 individuals sharing the space and 3 computers available, Zhang Fan refrains from playing games, allowing He Guangxi to monopolize one for work purposes, leaving the remaining 3 to contend for the last 2 computers. Zhang Fan, however, reclines while browsing news on his phone, attempting to recall significant events, as such occurrences often harbor commercial prospects. In an era when smartphones and Wi-Fi are not yet ubiquitous, and mobile data charges imposed by telecommunications companies are exorbitantly high, accessing news via a mobile device remains a luxury. A phone call interrupts his contemplation. The mocking laughter of Wei Jin echoes from the other end. Zhang Fan, I heard you were apprehended for coercion? Indeed, a scoundrel seldom meets with a favorable outcome. She was fully aware that if Zhang Fan were truly apprehended, he would not answer her calls. Yet, this woman was intent on delivering a taunt. Faced with such a mindless provocation, Zhang Fan felt no inclination to respond. Is there something you need, Vice President Wei? He inquired, noticing his lack of engagement. Wei Jin lost her interest in derision. Instead, she simply asked, So, you deceitful rogue, is your new song ready? Do not impersonate the original author of Blue and White Porcelain, or you will bring shame upon the entire school. Zhang Fan had little interest in conversing further. I am unprepared. Only Blue and White Porcelain is available. If Wei Jin, the president, doubts my authenticity, she is welcome to remove my performance from the program. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, he hung up on Wei Jin. The woman in the student council office was seething with rage, her chest heaving with indignation. She never anticipated that this fraud would dare to treat her in such a manner. At present, Wei Jin can almost definitively affirm that Zhang Fan is indeed the swindler. If the other party had merely claimed to be the original creator of the Blue and White Porcelain, she might have been able to entertain that notion. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the individual also asserted ownership of the University City Life Square, and during their initial phone conversation, his reprehensible behavior was vividly etched in her memory. Wei Jin gritted her teeth in the student council office, exclaiming, Fraud and scoundrel. I shall undoubtedly unveil your true identity. Shortly after the call ended, a text message arrived. It was from the phone number of Lu Wensher's roommate. The message was quite straightforward. Can we meet? At the lakeside of the school, Zhang Fan rose to his feet and approached the mirror to assess his appearance, which was quite satisfactory. He tidied up his disheveled hairstyle and picked up the flamboyant mousse hair gel purchased by his second roommate, only to pause and set it down again. He then departed the dormitory. Inside, Niu Chang was still shouting, You lost. Let me take a turn. Tian Shan, let us spar. Zhang Fan arrived at the artificial lake within the school grounds, where long benches were arranged beside the water. Numerous weeping willows, with their lush foliage cascading down, seemed to envelop each bench, transforming them into private alcoves. The designer of the school's artificial lake certainly possessed great insight. Couples on the benches were engrossed in each other's company. Zhang Fan arrived and spotted Lu Wensher lost in thought, her tousled short hair dancing in the breeze by the lake. This place could be deemed the site of their inaugural date. When Lu Wensher noticed Zhang Fan approaching, her face lit up with a radiant smile. She joyfully leaped into his arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Zhang Fan, however, gently tugged at the collar of her shirt to pull her back. Pouting, Lu Wensher looked up at him with her big, expressive eyes filled with a sense of grievance. As soon as Zhang Fan released her collar, she immediately lunged back into his embrace. After being pulled away, she would once again rush back to him. Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Why do you behave like a clingy little puppy?" In that moment when Lu Wenshi learned that Zhang Fan would be imprisoned for 10 years, she came to a profound realization. If either of their lives were to reach an inevitable conclusion, she would unhesitatingly rush to the other's side, accompanying him on the final journey. She would willingly wait for a decade, even if it meant enduring imprisonment in his stead. But why? Now that everything is fine, why must one distance oneself from the other? Lu Wenshi pondered to herself, is it true that if Zhang Fan encounters no misfortune, I am incapable of loving him? Why must I be so dreadful, causing Zhang Fan to encounter misfortune? Zhang Fan found a bench and sat down with Lu Wenshi. Lu Wenshi insisted on staying close to Zhang Fan, to the point where he felt exasperated. After a brief silence in her presence, Zhang Fan revealed the truth. I am in a business marriage with Gu Yuan, my girlfriend. She requires my support to resist her family's marriage arrangements, and I need her status to gain leverage. We are mutually exploiting each other. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshi's eyes instantly sparkled. She grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and stammered, "Well, that." Her face flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Zhang Fan reached out and playfully tapped the other person's head, but the thick hair rendered the gesture harmless. "Well, I am someone with a girlfriend too." Lu Wenshi smiled foolishly, saying, "Well, I shall wait for you." The other party's silly demeanor truly resonated with Zhang Fan. Gazing at her delicate visage adorned with an easily contented, sweet smile, Zhang Fan pondered, what if I were to marry her? Lu Wenshi lowered her head and said then, "I will stay by your side." She had completely unveiled her heart to Zhang Fan. The torment she endured during this period had almost driven her into despair. After expressing her feelings, she felt an immense sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a tinge of shyness, as her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Lu Wenshi nestled her head against Zhang Fan's shoulder, too timid to lift her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to cascade from her eyes, leaving 2 trails on her cheeks. She rummaged through her clothes, producing something and then extending it to Zhang Fan. "In the future, could you not tear it up again?" Zhang Fan took it and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What she handed him was unmistakably the I had shredded into pieces that day, with 10 boxes checked off and 10 still blank, glaringly apparent. The entire sheet was meticulously taped back together, restored to its former state, as if merely encased in a protective layer. In that moment, Zhang Fan felt genuinely touched. That night, did you go back? He distinctly remembered that she had left first. Lu Wenshi pouted and nodded. Though she refrained from mentioning that after collecting the fragments, she realized 2 pieces were missing. She had spent the entire night, flashlight in hand, scouring the small grove. Her eyes reddened from exhaustion. Fortune favored the diligent, and she ultimately found the last 2 pieces. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply. I could cry," he promised. "If I lose it again, you shall never speak to me again." Lu Wenshi scrunched her nose and retorted playfully, "I could never bear that." Zhang Fan retrieved his white Motorola V3 from his pocket and returned it to her. "Don't keep using your roommate's phone." Lu Wenshi accepted it. "Now you take yours out too." Zhang Fan, puzzled, complied. She placed their 2 phones side by side. "Couple phones, huh?" She amused herself with the thought. "All right, let us head back." Zhang Fan gently patted her head, thinking that a silly person like her could benefit from a little affection. After saying this, he stood up to leave. Lu Wenshi hurriedly asked, "Can I ask you out again in the future?" "What do you want to ask me out for?" "To go out." "To go out." She stuttered once more. Zhang Fan sighed, feeling compelled to offer her an excuse. "I might need to check on the construction at the University Town Living Plaza. I can follow behind you." Lu Wenshi exclaimed eagerly, "Follow behind me?" Her immediate reaction was to simply accompany him. Lu Wenshi was not like Shin Chu-Chu. She did not need to prove herself. The mere thought of being behind Zhang Fan was sufficient to satisfy her. Zhang Fan pretended to ponder, a smile creeping onto his lips. "That depends on my schedule." Chapter 69. Welcome party. As evening fell, the welcome party commenced in earnest. Roommates He Guangxi and Niu Chang enthusiastically sprayed mousse on Ai Sha's hair, displaying a level of expertise that was commendable. Both of these young men had formed romantic attachments with girls from the ethnic arts department, and their enjoyment of the evening's festivities certainly contrasted with the lonely singletons from other dormitories, who were merely a cluster of men sitting together. "Hey, tone it down. You're using it all up," Ai Sha exclaimed in discontent, pondering the excitement of her male friends when she was about to meet her girlfriend. The 2 retorted, "Look at your hair. It's practically a hedgehog." Ai Sha rolled her eyes, snatching the mirror to adjust her hair. "Zhang Fan, do you want to use some too?" she called out. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "No need." Natural beauty is the most striking. Inside the grand auditorium, students streamed in, taken aback by the extravagant decorations. It wasn't that the hall itself was particularly grand. Rather, it was the sheer number of banners that overwhelmed the senses. Banners from internet cafes, nail salons, bakeries, florists, and sporting goods stores adorned every available space. Each banner bore the name of the university town square. Before entering, students had to duck beneath a large banner that read, "Thank you for attending the welcome party, sponsored by University Town Square." Those of taller stature had to bend down to pass under, making it impossible to ignore. As they walked past in bemusement and took their seats, they discovered that each chair had a card placed upon it, proclaiming, "Welcome to University Town Square. Present this card for an additional 10% discount on any offers." The students erupted in exasperation. Was this advertising truly inescapable? The school authorities wore equally displeased expressions. The vice president summoned Wei Jin, who approached dressed in formal attire. Renowned for her striking beauty, she was often referred to as the face of Huayong University. And tonight she was to serve as the host. The vice president confronted her, demanding, "What is the meaning of this advertising? Where did it come from?" Wei Jin gritted her teeth, responding, "This is all orchestrated by a student named Zhang Fan." "A student?" the vice president exclaimed, issuing an order. "What right does a student have to exert such influence? Remove it all immediately." Before Wei Jin could express her relief and call for the removal of the banners, President Zhu made an appearance. "What's the rush? I think it's quite good. The inclusion of advertisements adds a layer of professionalism to our event. Besides, they are paying for it." Upon realizing the speaker was the university president, the vice president quickly altered her demeanor. "Yes, of course, you're right, President. I was short-sighted." Wei Jin observed these two with exasperation and turned to leave, muttering about Zhang Fan's audacity, even having President Zhu speak in his favor. President Zhu glanced at the multitude of banners filling the auditorium and sighed in resignation. The first act was a traditional dance performance, with Gulaina Ba taking center stage. Just before her performance, Zhang Fan received a text message from her. "Sister, I'm about to go on stage. Open your eyes wide and appreciate my beauty." Zhang Fan replied, "I have received it on behalf of Aisha, and I will pass it on to him." 2 seconds later, the text seemed to blaze with fury. "Are you out of your mind?" As the show commenced, several young women took the stage, with Gulaina Ba standing gracefully at the center, adorned in traditional attire. Her beauty transcended to an even higher realm. A delicate crystal veil adorned her face, drawing all gazes to her exquisitely exotic features. The veil did little to obscure her beauty. Rather, it accentuated the mesmerizing allure of her captivating eyes. The dance was titled A Dream of Dunhuang, and the performers donned a refined version of ethnic costumes, exuding charm without being overt. The audience was spellbound as they watched her dance like a vision from a painting. They marveled at the presence of such a woman in the world. The host, Wei Jin, suddenly seemed lackluster in comparison. This was the true campus beauty. Gu Yuan did not participate. She appreciated art but preferred not to perform it. At that moment, she was engaged in conversation with Zhang Fan. "Isn't she beautiful?" Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Indeed, Aisha is quite fortunate." Gu Yuan turned to Zhang Fan, gazing into his clear eyes. "Why don't you say that you are the lucky one?" Zhang Fan, puzzled, replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Gu Yuan, looking at Zhang Fan's innocent gaze, turned her attention back to the stage where Gulaina Ba twisted and turned with grace. Her expression filled with admiration and devoid of any desire. She believed in what he said. "It's nothing. Let us just enjoy the dance. Naba and the others have rehearsed for a long time." Aisha was beside himself with excitement, his face flushed, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Niu Chang shook Aisha's shoulder, exclaiming, "Your wife is truly stunning." Aisha beamed with pride, of course. A young man nearby was taken aback and inquired, "Is that your wife?" Aisha declared with immense pride. "Absolutely, the one in the center, with the crystal veil." The young man chuckled, "You must be joking." No matter how Aisha explained, the young man remained skeptical, insisting, "How could she possibly be your wife? At the very least." He surveyed the crowd and pointed at Zhang Fan. "At least someone like him would be worthy of that beauty on stage." This infuriated Aisha. "My fan has a girlfriend. Just wait until my girlfriend comes down. Let us see what you have to say then." The young man retorted, "If she truly is your girlfriend, I'll call you dad." Their banter escalated into a wager. As Gulaina Ba concluded her performance, the school leaders initiated applause. The opening dance was indeed breathtaking, igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. The invited journalists recorded videos, Equally astonished, such talent deserved to be showcased on television. After Gulainaba's captivating performance, Wei Jin, as the host, took the stage. Next, we invite Lin Feng from the philosophy department to perform Chinese martial arts. Meanwhile, we ask the pianist for heartless to prepare backstage, dressed in traditional attire. Gulainaba returned from backstage, her spirit exuberant as she skipped and ran towards this direction. The young man who had just wagered with Aisha was taken aback. His expression frozen as he witnessed the radiant smile on Gulainaba's face, clearly directed towards her boyfriend. He cast a reluctant glance at Aisha, pondering whether he was destined to acquire yet another father figure today. However, he reconsidered upon observing Gulainaba, musing that if he were to simultaneously gain such a youthful and beautiful mother, it might not be a loss after all. In a mere few seconds, the boy's thoughts swirled with complexity. As Gulainaba approached, she called out, "Zhang Fan, did you see my performance? Isn't our ethnic dance beautiful? Do you like it?" Zhang Fan nodded in affirmation. "It's splendid, truly remarkable." The boy was bewildered. Wasn't she the girlfriend of the person beside him? Why was she rushing towards another man? He glanced at Aisha, who seemed unfazed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Aisha promptly picked up a large bouquet of flowers he had prepared and stood up to present them to Gulainaba. "Naba, these are for you." Initially beaming with joy, Naba's expression faltered upon seeing the flowers, her brows furrowed in concern. She hesitated to accept them, questioning Aisha, "Why didn't you just deliver them on stage?" Aisha, holding the flowers with one hand and scratching his head with the other, stammered, "Well, I felt too shy." With a sigh, Gulainaba accepted the beautiful bouquet, a smile returning to her face. "Thank you, Aisha." "No, it's nothing," he replied, settling back down. Aisha then turned to the earlier young man, boasting, "See, I told you she is my girlfriend." The young man rolled his eyes, retorting, "Your girlfriend? To me, it looks more like she is his girlfriend." At that moment, Gulainaba was nestled beside Zhang Fan, her face aglow with joy as she chattered animatedly, seemingly eager to share every recent experience with him. Aisha suddenly realized how radiant Naba's smile could be and how much she had to say. Yet, he wondered why she remained so silent and composed when in his presence. Chapter 70. New song. Aisha gazed at Naba and his good friend Fancy, who were engaged in laughter and merriment, and an involuntary sense of melancholy washed over him. Confounded, he patted Hegwangxi on the shoulder, his eyes clouded with despondency. "Yuzai, do you think Naba might actually have feelings for Fancy?" Hegwangxi's beady eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that this dimwit had finally gained some insight? Just as Hegwangxi was about to respond, Aisha hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, how could that be? After all, Fancy is already in a relationship. Right, Liuzai?" Hegwangxi's face stiffened. Damn it, what a waste of expression. He forced a wry smile and nodded. "Ah, yes, yes." Shinchuchu and Lu Wenshi were weaving through the seats in the grand auditorium, passing by numerous young men, leaving a trail of fragrance and capturing many gazes. The two searched through nearly the entire hall before finally locating Zhang Fan's position. Yet, Zhang Fan was currently engrossed in conversation with his legitimate girlfriend, leaving them with no choice but to sit in a place where they could clearly observe him from behind. Shinchuchu glared at Gu Yuan through gritted teeth. Lu Wenshi felt a wave of fear wash over her. Approaching the rightful girlfriend made her feel like a third wheel. Although she and Zhang Fan had not defined their relationship, and Zhang Fan's connection with Gu Yuan was not serious, the apprehension lingered. "Chu-Chu, perhaps we should go back. I'm feeling rather anxious." "What are you afraid of? It's just a little vixen," Shin Chu-Chu declared, resolute. "Just wait, Wenshi. I am fully prepared to reclaim Zhang Fan from her grasp." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshi's fear intensified. "Chu-Chu, please, do not act recklessly. Their relationship is a business arrangement. What if it harms Zhang Fan?" Shin Chu-Chu remained silent, her teeth clenched as she fixated on Gu Yuan ahead. The two had united in their resolve, rekindling the close, sisterly bond they once shared. As waves of astonishment rippled through the audience, Lin Feng concluded his martial arts performance with a dramatic display of skill, leaving everyone baffled. Was it martial arts or magic? Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng exited the stage. The host, Wei Jin, returned to introduce the next act. "Now, please welcome the performance of heartless, while the next program, Blue and White Porcelain, prepares backstage." Backstage, Wei Jin was seething. She had intended to expose Zhang Fan's true nature. How dare he impersonate the original author of Blue and White Porcelain? She wondered how those girls could be so blind as to find this boastful lecher appealing. He had the audacity to call her on their first conversation, claiming the university town was his. Just as Lin Feng was also finishing up and heading back, Wei Jin, having grown increasingly familiar with him, found herself harboring a fondness for him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she began to vent her frustrations. It's so annoying. Lin Feng flashed a playful smile as he approached her. What is troubling you, my esteemed president? Wei Jin reveled in Lin Feng's frequent flattery, feeling quite pleased as she recounted her grievances about Zhang Fan. There's a scoundrel named Zhang Fan, claiming to be the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain. I have formed a rather firm opinion regarding this individual's character. He is nothing more than a boastful scoundrel. If he were to take the stage under the guise of the original artist only to be exposed later as an imposter, it would be a disgrace for all of us at the school. Zhang Fan. The name lingered in Lin Feng's ears, causing his eyes to narrow. In Lin Feng's mind, Zhang Fan had already earned the title of a contemptible person, and at this moment, creating a bit of trouble for him seemed most agreeable. President, you speak wisely. I have a rather immature idea. Do you think it is suitable? The two leaned in together, whispering conspiratorially. Wei Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a splendid idea. At that moment, Lin Feng feigned innocence. Wouldn't that be excessively humiliating? Wei Jin shot him a fierce look. What of it? Such treatment is warranted for a fraud. His performance was about to commence, and he prepared to head backstage. Beside him, Gulina Ba was brimming with excitement, clapping repeatedly for Zhang Fan. Are you going to sing Blue and White Porcelain again? Ah, indeed. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted Shin Chuchu and Lu Wenshi hiding in the back. These two were indeed good friends, huddled together again. Zhang Fan flashed a radiant smile at them. Shin Chuchu waved enthusiastically, while Lu Wenshi gazed at him with a tender expression, biting her lip. The sight of Lu Wenshi's watery eyes reminded him of that IOU, warming Zhang Fan's heart as he made his way towards the backstage. Soon, a world-renowned piano piece, Heartless, concluded its performance. The audience reacted positively, though it lacked the fervor of the previous two shows. After all, it was a classic that everyone had heard countless times, naturally not garnering the same response as the debut performance. There was no need to move the piano since the subsequent piece, Blue and White Porcelain, would require it as well. The female performer exited the stage, and Wei Jin stepped up. Next, we invite Zhang Fan, a freshman from the School of Computer Science, to take the stage. Zhang Fan is none other than the original creator of the currently trending Chinese-style pop song, Blue and White Porcelain. Please look forward to this musical prodigy presenting yet another original composition. Before Wei Jin could finish her announcement, the audience erupted in excitement. It is known that the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain had already sparked a whirlwind of speculation online, becoming the #1 unsolved mystery on the internet. Everyone was guessing who the true singer was. To now reveal that the original artist stood right beside them? How could one not be astonished? Zhang Fan brushed past Lin Feng, who was listening to the announcement from the stage. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's face. Isn't that our music prodigy? It's time for you to perform your new song. Zhang Fan smiled back at him. I have never claimed I would sing a new song. Then you need not sing. Lin Feng shrugged as he walked past Zhang Fan, adding a mocking remark. After all, it's not me who will be embarrassed. Wei Jin also descended from the stage, her eyes gleaming with pride as she scrutinized Zhang Fan. The look on her face seemed to say, fraud. Let us see how you embarrass yourself up there. Are you not worried about ruining the event? With a proud tilt of her chin, Wei Jin declared. That is still more dignified than you pretending to be the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain after your true identity was exposed. Leaving the entire school to share in your embarrassment. How can you be so certain that I am an imposter? Hurry up and take the stage. Like a majestic swan. Wei Jin strode past Zhang Fan, her head held high. The audience below erupted in excitement, buzzing with whispers. Is this truly the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain? A student, one individual, with a smug smile, added, Didn't you know? The original lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain were first penned as I Met You at Huayong University, before being altered to I Met You in a town in Jiangnan. Thus, the original singer might indeed be one of our university students. Zhang Fan ascended the stage, casting his gaze towards Lu Wenshi, who along with Shin Chuchu, Gu Yuan, and Gulanaba, all faced him. It was unclear who he was looking at, but they all waved and cheered in his direction, adjusting the height of the microphone. Zhang Fan began. This new song is dedicated to a girl. Thank you for being able to love me. In the backstage area, Wei Jin, who had been waiting for Zhang Fan to falter, wore a smug expression, but upon hearing his words, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Chapter 71, The Pursuer of Light, Part 1. Wei Jin could hardly believe that the other party truly dared to continue in defiance of her words. Could it be that they really had a new song? Gu Yuan's entire dormitory erupted with excitement, each person shaking her arm in enthusiasm. At last, we can hear Zhang Fan sing. Oh, and I envy you so much for having a boyfriend who can sing. Indeed. To confess his feelings for you in front of the entire school is simply romantic to the extreme. The roommates expressed their overwhelming envy. Only Gulanaba, standing off to the side, felt a shadow descend over her joyful gaze. With her head bowed, she tugged at the petals of the bouquet in her hands, one by one. In contrast to Gulanaba's disappointment, the two girls behind her, especially Shinchuchu, were so incensed that their teeth were nearly bared, wishing they could leap forward and bite Gu Yuan. At this moment, she possessed a semblance of self-awareness. Recognizing that Zhang Fan's declarations before the entire school could only be meant for his legitimate girlfriend. Yet beside her, Lu Wenshi gazed dreamily at Zhang Fan on stage. He resembled a beam of light. No matter whom he illuminated, the mere ability to brighten the darkness was enough to endear him to Lu Wenshi. Compared to Shinchuchu, Lu Wenshi's affection was more magnanimous and humble. Zhang Fan's tall figure settled before the piano, his eyes taking on a more profound tenderness. Into the microphone, he declared. This song is called The Pursuer of Light. His long fingers brushed over the piano keys, producing notes as crisp as raindrops falling from leaves into a brook, imbued with a touch of tenderness as they separated from the foliage. As the prelude resonated, the entire auditorium fell into silence. Zhang Fan began to sing. Starting with a soft sigh that emanated from the microphone, his expression solemn, his gaze filled with deep emotion and compassion. If you were the fireworks at sea, I'm the foam of the waves. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me. That gentle sigh seamlessly melded with the subsequent lyrics. Zhang Fan's voice was soft yet low, spreading throughout the auditorium via the microphone. He sat upright, his back straight, yet with his head slightly lowered, and in that moment, the students listened to the indescribable emotions evoked by the music, their attention captured by Zhang Fan's somewhat humble demeanor. If you are the distant galaxy, dazzling enough to bring tears, I am the one who chases your gaze, always peering at the night sky in solitude. Several female students had already closed their eyes. Was it humble? Perhaps not entirely. Regardless of the melody, the lyrics, or even Zhang Fan's tone, they all imparted a sense of redemption through love, a feeling of gratitude, and a willingness to give everything for the other person, pervading the entire auditorium. Just like the song itself, you are that beam of light illuminating the darkness. Regardless of whether you shine upon me, I am grateful for you. As Zhang Fan's clear yet deep voice rose in pitch, he lifted his head, and the piano emitted a melody that kindled hope. Akin to specks of starlight emerging in the pitch-black night sky, he sang with fervor. I can follow behind you, like a shadow chasing the light in a dream. I can wait at this intersection, regardless of whether you will pass by. Every time I lift my gaze for you, even my tears feel liberated. Some loves descend like sunlight, simultaneously possessing and losing. Tears cascade down. This is a piece by Lu Wenshi. She gazes at Zhang Fan on stage with her beautiful, reddened eyes, afraid to blink lest this scene vanish in an instant. Her hands tightly clutch her clothing, the veins on her pale hands visibly protruding, revealing the depth of her emotions. Beside her, Shinchuchu is nearly beside herself with rage, muttering, such a beautiful song, and it's written for that little vixen. It's infuriating. Lu Wenshi hears Shinchuchu's words, but her heart whispers a different truth. She muses, why does it feel like this song is meant for me? Aren't the lyrics speaking of her? I might be heading to the university square to inspect the construction. I can follow behind you. Upon hearing Zhang Fan sing the first line of the chorus, Lu Wenshi burst into laughter, her smile radiating profound happiness. She is convinced that this song is a gift from Zhang Fan. Recalling Zhang Fan's words before he took the stage, this new song is for a girl. Thank you for loving me. Her laughter and tears become unstoppable, a blend of joy and sorrow, her heart brimming with emotion, her eyes solely on Zhang Fan. On the other side, Gu Yuan's roommates are also in a frenzy, shaking her and exclaiming, wow. Inen, your boyfriend is incredibly talented. He made me cry. I'm so sad yet so happy. Why is that? Oh dear, grant me a boyfriend like that. I'm dying. So sad yet so blissful. It's over, Inen. I've fallen for your boyfriend. Faced with her roommate's envy, Gu Yuan can only respond with a smile, not uttering a single word. Her sixth sense tells her that this song is not written for her. Both she and Zhang Fan possess proud natures, making it impossible for them to embody the humility described in the lyrics. Yet, could Gu Yuan deny that the song isn't for her? She cannot voice it, for they are, on the surface, a couple. Suddenly, Gulina Ba throws the bouquet she holds at Aisha, startling her from her emotional reverie. Gulina Ba's eyes blaze with fury as she demands, Aisha, when will you write me a song like this? I will immediately become your girlfriend. Aisha's expression twists in confusion. Scratching his head, now Ba. I lack the talent of fancy. I don't care. With that, Gulina Ba turns her back on Aisha. At that moment, a cheeky young man approaches Aisha, leaning in and saying, see, she's clearly not your girlfriend. You belong with that student on stage. The mocking tone and expression of the other party caused Aisha's face to flush with anger. On stage, Zhang Fan began to sing the second verse. If we were to say, you are the firefly of the summer night, the children sing for you. Some loves are like heavy rain. Yet we still believe in the rainbow. The final line diverged from the first verse. The attentive audience realized this distinction. The first verse spoke of possessing and losing under the sun, only to remind us that amidst the downpour, we still believe in the rainbow. In this already exquisite lyricism, a further elevation was achieved. Many were moved to tears. As the last note fell, an extraordinary silence enveloped the hall. Not a single sound disturbed the air. Even the host, Wei Jin, forgot to take the stage. The auditorium remained in profound silence until Zhang Fan picked up the microphone and said, thank you all for your appreciation. It was as if a switch had been flipped. A thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The television reporters swiftly captured the faces of students, tears streaming down as they applauded fervently. Zhang Fan descended from the stage and approached the backstage area, where Wei Jin gazed at him in astonishment, yet he completely ignored her. As he brushed past her, she remarked, where did you plagiarize this song from? Zhang Fan merely chuckled disdainfully and walked away. Wei Jin, infuriated, stomped her foot. What a show-off. Is it just because he can write a couple of songs? Even if she were foolish, hearing Zhang Fan perform Chasing Light left her no choice but to believe he was indeed the original artist. President, hurry up and take the stage to announce. The teachers were growing anxious. Only then did Wei Jin snap back to reality and rushed onto the stage, muttering curses under her breath. It's all that damned Zhang Fan's fault for making me mess up. Chapter 72. He is on fire. A man with a square face, fair skin, and black-rimmed glasses screamed to the heavens in his office. In that moment, this seemingly delicate individual erupted with an unstoppable aura. He burst out of his office, directing his fervent shouts at all the employees in the studio. This man, I want him. I must have him. I do not care what means you employ. You must bring this man to our company. Simultaneously, numerous entertainment companies scrambled into action, each seeking to discover Zhang Fan's contact information through their respective channels. Paparazzi also stirred into motion. Han Lena had just left her home, preparing to fly to the Paris Opera House for a performance, when she was suddenly surrounded by a flurry of cameras. With a confident smile, she thought, who says I lack popularity in my own country? Upon hearing that I am headed to the Paris Opera House, everyone comes rushing to interview me. How many people in the nation can claim the honor of performing in such a prestigious venue? With some time before her flight, she adjusted her hairstyle. Well, since you all know, yes, I am invited by the Paris Opera House to sing a few traditional songs from our country. If you have any questions, do ask. The gathered journalists exchanged glances, promptly disregarding Han Lena's words as they bombarded her with inquiries. Is the original author a blue and white porcelain A student from Huayang University? Is this student named Zhang Fan? Was the original lyric as I passed by Huayang University, I stirred your heart, rather than Jiangnan town, correct? Han Lena felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. Blinking rapidly, she pointed to herself and exclaimed, me. Paris. Opera House. Me. The crowd nodded, continuing their relentless questioning. Is the one who sings blue and white porcelain named Zhang Fan a student from Huayang University? Clenching her teeth, Han Lena reiterated, me. Paris. Opera House. Me. Why the urgency in their inquiries? What is the point of repeating the same thing? The journalists, puzzled, responded politely, understood. Thank you. May we ask, who is Zhang Fan? Fuming. Han Lena clenched her hands tightly, her fingers trembling. As a professional artist, she managed to restrain her anger. She was aware that Zhang Fan had revealed his identity as the original author during a school performance. Thus, she felt no need to conceal it further. With a forced smile that barely concealed her irritation, Han Lena addressed the journalists. Indeed, the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain is Zhang Fan. He is a university student. Upon her acknowledgement, the reporters' eyes gleamed with delight. They hurriedly packed their microphones and cables, rushing to their vehicles in haste, intent on heading to Huayang University. Han Lena advanced, grasping the slower individuals and incredulously saying, what about me? I am off to the Paris Opera House. Aren't you going to say something to me? The journalist friend who was detained paused momentarily, contemplating for a while before uttering, "Safe travels." Indeed, he had managed to convey a sentiment. Meanwhile, major news agencies had begun to disseminate articles proclaiming, "The original creator of the blue and white porcelain unexpectedly appears at the Huayong University welcome party. The man whom countless young women have been desperately seeking turns out to be him. Zhang Fan is like sugar, sweet to the point of sorrow." Various headlines clamored for attention. It was merely a song beloved by many, the author of which remained a mystery. However, it was precisely this anonymity that ignited widespread curiosity online, leading many to desire to uncover the identity of this individual. Entertainment executives, witnessing this phenomenon, could only slap their foreheads in realization, why had they not conceived of such a method for stardom? At that moment, the forums, message boards, and bulletin boards of Huayong University erupted with activity. The three main discussion hubs of the school were unanimously buzzing with Zhang Fan's name. Both male and female students showered him with declarations of affection. Yet, during these days, the university town's lifestyle plaza was undergoing extensive construction, with various funds pouring in, totaling a staggering 100 billion. This meant that the planned 20 billion lifestyle plaza had barely commenced construction, yet its market value had already soared to 100 billion. Just look at these wealthy individuals. They truly know how to make money, subsequently utilizing various means to sell these ventures to investors or the general public, thus inflating their value by 80 billion. These individuals feasted on the profits, their pockets overflowing. Naturally, Zhang Fan, being the one who benefited the most, remained silent, simply hoping for even greater valuation. The Night Charm nightclub began to take shape, featuring not only roads but also a specially designed waterway adjacent to the river. Friends from the city were eager to visit, dreaming of riding the water bus. How cool that would be. Zhang Fan found himself utterly overwhelmed, his mobile phone ringing incessantly, leaving him little time to engage with it, let alone peruse the news. In recent days, numerous entertainment companies sought his attention, with managers and top agents vying for his favor. Zhang Fan said little, simply guiding them to the lifestyle plaza. "If you can invest for a 1% stake, we can discuss further." 1% equated to a staggering 1 billion. These individuals were taken aback. The maximum contract amount offered by their boss was merely 1 million. Such a figure was already quite extravagant. In this era, even the four heavenly kings barely commanded several million. And yet, here was Zhang Fan, casually mentioning a billion. But gazing upon the bustling lifestyle plaza, they comprehended that Zhang Fan's billion was no exaggeration. They arrived with pockets brimming with confidence and departed utterly despondent. To quote a famous saying, "What beast is it that flaunts itself before me with merely 3 coins in its pocket?" Returning to the dormitory that evening, Zhang Fan finally found a rare moment of leisure. He Guangxi, wearing glasses, was engrossed in researching mobile internet and how to transition software to mobile platforms, while Niu Chang played games with Fan Tian. Aisha was absent from the dormitory. Zhang Fan reclined on his bed, grateful for the opportunity to finally check his phone, which held a plethora of unread messages. Firstly, Lu Ensure expresses gratitude, saying, "Thank you for allowing me to love you." Additionally, the song Chasing the Light is exceptionally melodious. I am quite fond of this message, which responds to Zhang Fan's words at the welcome party, and it also confirms that she recognized the song was meant for her. Zhang Fan replied with a smile, "When shall we continue to repay the debt?" Then came Shun Chuchu's lamentation. "Woe is me, you have never composed a song for me. I am feeling quite distressed. You haven't reached out to me these past few days. Have you perhaps fallen for that enchanting seductress? I forbid you to develop any affection for her. I miss you so much." The first image depicts Shinchuchu taking a selfie, her flowing long hair framing a delicate and charming visage, with her petite upturned nose scrunched in a fierce expression. The second image, however, is decidedly inappropriate for younger audiences. Shinchuchu reclines on her bed, her slender, fair legs exposed, which, when considered alongside the content of her messages, raises questions about her intentions. Ever since the two of them engaged in a substantive relationship, Shinchuchu has transformed into an incessant attachment, clinging to him at every opportunity. In truth, she had always been somewhat clingy in their youth, and Zhang Fan had once found this endearing. However, as time passed and her clinginess waned, Zhang Fan unwittingly became the one pursuing her. Now, she has reverted to being that persistent attachment. In response to her antics, Zhang Fan cleverly remarked, "The university town square is in need of a CEO. Would you be interested?" Upon receiving the text message, the recipient immediately responded, I'm going. As long as she is bestowed with a prestigious title, she exhibits unparalleled enthusiasm. The young girl is perpetually brimming with vitality in her quest to prove herself. However, this position, euphemistically referred to as Chief Executive Officer, is, in blunt terms, merely a property manager. It is the role with the least substance. Surprisingly, it is held by Gulainaba. Is that song Chasing Light meant for you? The singing is truly delightful. Zhang Fan, you are remarkable. The songs you compose surpass those of our junior and senior peers studying music theory. However, my heart still leans towards the song Blue and White Porcelain. I listen to it every day. Could you compose a song for me? Ah, I was merely jesting. If you were truly to compose a song for me, I would fear that Yuen might feel envious. You are truly remarkable, unlike Aisha, who seems to lack any skill. I wish we could return to the days of going to KTV together. If only I were a bit braver. Do not overthink it. I simply yearn to venture outdoors. With the holidays upon us, shall we embark on an outing together? Chapter 73. Saturday. Zhang Fan cast a glance at Aisha's bed. The quilt lay in disarray, with 2 socks dangling from it, and a can of mousse was carelessly strewn across the sheets, as if it had been hastily abandoned in a rush to leave. After a moment's reflection, he realized it had been quite some time since he last indulged in leisure. He sent a message to Gulainaba. All right, let us plan for this Saturday. Having dispatched the text, he perused through all his messages. Some were from reporters eager to interview him, others from merchants inviting him to dine, and a few from the entertainment industry seeking to sign him. Among them, there was also a message from his mother, reminding him to drive safely. Zhang Fan called her, engaging in a conversation about recent business developments. Don't get as busy as your father, she chided. Your father and I earn enough for you to spend a lifetime, so finding a wife should be your priority. That girl, Chuchu, you're not with her anymore? I can introduce someone to you. Zhang Fan quickly begged for mercy and hung up the phone, once he had sifted through all the messages and replied where necessary. He set his phone down and tilted his head back, suddenly engulfed by a sense of melancholy. He pondered his actions, questioning the significance of scrutinizing these messages. The individuals reaching out to him were hardly from his sphere, reporters and merchants, if he did not wish to meet them. It was likely he would never encounter them in his life. Why, then, did he feel compelled to read and respond to each one? Even the overwhelming tide of online news about him had gone unnoticed. Zhang Fan was not foolish. It dawned on him that he was searching for a particular message, the one from Gu Yuan. Meanwhile, Aisha returned to the dormitory, humming the tune of Chasing the Light, radiating joy. He had yet to master the song, but he could manage to hum a few lines. He Guangxi observed Aisha's exuberance and teased, "So, did you succeed?" At this, Aisha's face flushed with embarrassment. Over the past few days, He Guangxi had offered him various schemes, such as, look, a shooting star, move closer and wait for her to turn around for a close encounter, or enlisting a friend to jog on the playground, only to accidentally collide with her, pulling Na Ba into his embrace while exclaiming, "Watch where you're running." Each time, Aisha found these suggestions amusing and nodded eagerly in agreement. Yet he had never mustered the courage to act on any of them. Today, however, he had finally dared to utter, "There's a shooting star." Na Ba looked up in confusion, only to find the sky entirely mundane, devoid of any celestial phenomena. She turned back, frowning, and complained, "Where's the shooting star?" Aisha scratched the back of his head, hesitant to approach her, and could only stammer, I must have seen it wrong." Simply spending time with Na Ba on the playground was enough to bring him joy. He dared not wish for more. Upon returning to the dormitory, faced with He Guangxi's relentless inquiries, Aisha found himself at a loss for words, fabricating excuses. "I intended to make my move." But then Na Ba received a text from her family, and she had to head back to the dorm to reply. "So, I came back. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will definitely succeed." A text? Zhang Fan caught wind of this revelation. It seems that I have sent a message to someone. Picking up the phone from the bed, I find a flurry of messages, all from Gulainaba. Sounds good. Is it Saturday? I'm free. Where shall we go? The zoo? The amusement park? A movie? I'm open to anything. You decide. What is your favorite color? Zhang Fan, feeling rather indifferent, chose not to respond and instead inquired of Aisha, "Hey, shall we hang out together on Saturday? I'll bring you in, and you can bring Ba." Aisha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Yes." Gulainaba, cradling her recently purchased phone, gazed at it with eager anticipation. Just then, a roommate returned from washing clothes outside. Noticing Gulainaba's perfectly long legs curled up as she leaned against the headboard, enraptured by her phone. Observing her expression, the roommate sensed that something was afoot and stealthily leaned in to sneak a peek at the messages. However, Before she could discern anything, Ba caught her in the act. She quickly hugged the phone to her chest, using it as a shield while casting a shy and wary glance at her roommate. The roommate teased, "Are you texting a boy?" Ba shook her head vigorously. No. Yet, the roommate remained skeptical. Why hide it? If you're talking, just talk. Are you afraid I might steal your boyfriend? As she continued to hang clothes on the balcony, a pink bra draped on the far left. If anyone were to steal, it would be me going after Yuan. Yuan sat at the table, her phone resting beside her as she immersed herself in dream of the Red Chamber. Her bookshelf boasted an array of esteemed literary works from around the globe, including Les Miserables, Gone with the Wind, Hamlet, To Live, Romeo and Juliet. And the school belle turns into a pursuer. Recently, Zhang Fan's name had surged in popularity both within and outside the school. Many on the forums openly declared their admiration for him, undeterred by the fact that he already had a girlfriend, fully embracing a star-chasing fervor. The roommate, seated beside Yuan, gazed enviously at her ethereal and serene visage. I envy you, Inan, for having such an incredible boyfriend like Zhang Fan. Do you have any idea how many girls out there want to steal him away? That song, Chasing the Light, is truly beautiful. I was moved to tears when I heard it at the auditorium. Oh, if only a boy could sing me a song, even if it's not that great. It would still show his heart. Your boyfriend is wonderful. Listening to her roommate praise her boyfriend for the song he composed, Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Chasing the Light, was it meant for her? Turning to her roommate, she beamed. Yes, he really is quite remarkable. Suddenly, her phone lit up. Yuan picked it up to find a message from Zhang Fan. Shall we go out on Saturday? Just you, me, Aisha, and Ba. Upon reading this message, a smile graced her lips as she lifted her gaze toward Ba, who was frowning at her phone screen, eagerly awaiting a response. Naba, do you have time on Saturday? Upon hearing this question, Naba was instantly flustered. She feared that her clandestine rendezvous with Zhang Fan had been discovered by Yuan. Trembling with anxiety, she stammered, Why yes, is there something you need? Yuan replied, Not much, I just wanted us to go out together. How could that be possible? Naba immediately thought to decline, for she had already made plans with Zhang Fan for that very Saturday. Her large eyes darted back and forth as she hesitantly said, I have a tutoring job. Yes, I'm supposed to tutor a high school student on Saturday, so I want TF time. Yuan expressed mild disappointment upon hearing her refusal. Then I'll just tell Zhang Fan that you can't make it. What? Naba sprang up from her bed in alarm. Why would you tell Zhang Fan? What does he have to do with this? Yuan explained. Zhang Fan invited us all out, including Aisha. There are 4 of us. Upon hearing this explanation, Naba's expression fell. It dawned on her that Zhang Fan had not sought her out alone. He wanted all of them together. A wave of grievance washed over Naba. She had been so excited, so eager. She had even asked Zhang Fan what his favorite color was, planning to wear something in that hue for their meeting. What a fool. She was genuinely angry, yet could she sulk? No, certainly not with Zhang Fan. If she chose not to go, it would be of little consequence. I will go too. Yuan, who was busy composing a text, looked up at her in surprise. So, you won't go to your tutoring job? Naba replied. I can just tutor on the weekend instead. It's the same. All right then, let us go out together on Saturday. Chapter 74. Aunt Yin emerges from the detention center. Mu Ranyan's husband bore the surname Qin, and he sacrificed his life 7 years prior. Following her husband's passing, she established a prestigious chain of hotels known as Rising Sun, portraying herself to the world as a business prodigy, a dazzling woman recreating a commercial legend. However, the business magnates were well aware of the substantial support she received from the Qin family. Upon her release from the detention center, she received a phone call from her mother-in-law. Is this something you could do? Just a single sentence, and the call ended abruptly. Yet, those few words were sufficient to send shivers down Mu Ranyan's spine. She understood that her modest accomplishments with Rising Sun would require immense sacrifice to extricate herself from her current predicament. However, she had paid no price at all, and the other party had simply withdrawn the lawsuit. To put it plainly, Zhang Fan had retracted the lawsuit after receiving a call from his father, Zhang Jinghua. The laughter on the other end of the line was invigorating, clearly indicating that he had reaped considerable benefits that Mu Ranyan could not provide, but rather those afforded by her identity as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. In a daze, Mu Ranyan trudged back home. Her residence was a 4-story duplex. With 1 chef, 2 maids, and herself and her daughter, Lin Feng, a total of 6 individuals occupied the space. All were waiting for her return in the small courtyard at the entrance. As she pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Feng and her daughter standing side by side. The words of Zhang Fan echoed in her ears like an ominous chant, awakening her from a nightmare. Was her daughter and Lin Feng truly unharmed? Mu Ranyin was not naive. She simply struggled to accept the reality. For instance, her daughter, who was inherently a germaphobe, had once attempted multiple times to expel Lin Feng from their home upon their first meeting. When Lin Feng had sat on her bed, she had discarded the entire mattress, choosing to sleep in a chair until a new one arrived. Yet now, the two stood shoulder to shoulder. Her daughter, Qin Shu, was in tears, and upon seeing her mother, she rushed forward, crying, "Mommy, I was so scared you wouldn't come back." Mu Ranyin forced a smile, patting her daughter's petite back. "Do not fear, Mommy is here now." Lin Feng approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "Aunt Yin, you have worked hard," he murmured. This was a phrase he often repeated to her. In the past, Mu Ranyin would respond with a flirtatious look and a teasing remark. Yet this time, her reaction was markedly different. "Have you been taking care of Shushu these past few days?" she inquired. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes. I took leave from school to care for Shushu at home." He hoped this statement would earn him some goodwill. Even Qin Shushu chimed in, "Mommy, I'm so grateful Lin Feng was here these past few days. I didn't know what I would have done otherwise." Unexpectedly, their words only fueled Mu Ranyin's anger, causing her to gasp in frustration. She glared at Lin Feng. "From today onward, you are not permitted to stay here." Lin Feng was taken aback. "A month ago, wasn't it you who invited me to stay?" Qin Shushu was taken aback as well. She widened her eyes and gazed at her mother, inquiring loudly, "Mommy, why did you let brother Lin Feng leave?" Mu Yin is earnest and assertive. "There is no reason." Qin Shushu's temper flared up. She felt her mother was unreasonable. In a moment of impulse, she seized Lin Feng's wrist and exclaimed loudly, "No, brother Lin Feng is not leaving." Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Yin became increasingly convinced of Zhang Fan's words. If her daughter harbored no affection for Lin Feng, how could the fastidious Shuji possibly take the initiative to grasp the hand of a stranger in front of others? Lin Feng gazed at Mu Yin and with a serious yet confident expression. The latter exhibited no trace of hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that insisting on staying would likely provoke her further. Thus, he decided to speak with a smile. "All right, Auntie Yin might be feeling a bit troubled. I shall take my leave for now." Qin Shush tugged at him, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Feng, I do not wish for you to depart." Lin Feng adorned his face with a warm smile and said, "Shushu, you should spend more time with your mother at home. Yin might be feeling a bit irritable due to recent events, but she will be all right in a few days. Be good, Shushu." Under Lin Feng's persuasion, Qin Shushu finally released his hand, allowing him to depart. The duplex utilized its space for the interior rooms, leaving the small courtyard rather cramped with the gathered individuals. Mu Ranyin instructed the maid and the cook to return home, leaving only herself and her daughter. Grasping her daughter's shoulders, Mu Ranyin employed her sternest tone, the most severe she had ever used with Qin Shushu, and asked, "I need you to answer me honestly about something. Have you and Lin Feng developed a relationship?" "Mother, what are you saying?" Qin Shushu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to break free from her mother's grasp. However, she soon realized that her mother was holding on with extraordinary strength. With a fierce tone, Miran Yin pressed on with her question, "Speak the truth to your mother. Did anything happen?" Hearing her mother's fury, Qin Shushu finally spoke up, "Not at all." How could this be possible? Mu Ranjin let out a long sigh, the anxiety that had been hanging in her heart finally dissipating. "From now on, I shall not permit you to meet with Lin Feng." In a single sentence. Qin Shushu was incensed. She shook off Mu Ranjin's hand and exclaimed, "Why on earth? Mom, what gives you the right to control even this?" Mu Ran's hands clenched tightly as she observed the expression on her daughter's face. She became certain that her daughter had indeed developed genuine feelings for Lin Feng. Had it not been for Zhang Fan's devilish voice piercing through my consciousness, I might have, like an ostrich, feigned ignorance and allowed the entire situation to spiral into peril. There is no reason, simply because I am your mother. Even if mother cannot dictate my love." Qin Shushu cried out and swiftly turned to dash towards her room. She had acknowledged it. That was indeed love. At that moment, Mu Ranyin unexpectedly felt a sense of clarity and a genuine gratitude towards Zhang Fan, who had wronged her, began to blossom within her. Resources could be regained, but if this event were to transpire, it would be truly irreparable. Lin Feng walked along the path. The amiable expressions within the complex have vanished, replaced instead by a countenance of fury. One still yearns for Aunt Yan's return, hoping to quell the malevolence. How could the other party harbor such an attitude towards oneself? Originally, I intended to refrain from engaging with Qin Shuju, to let her off the hook, but it appears that such considerations are no longer necessary. Those who err must face the consequences of their actions. Once an individual harbors the intent to commit misdeeds, any trivial pretext can serve as justification for their actions. Lin Feng returned to his modest rented apartment, where his junior disciple, Luo Kuer, was engaged in a spirited karaoke session. Endowed with exceptional talent for cultivation, Luo Kuer effortlessly grasped her studies as well. However, being merely half a year shy of her 18th birthday, her youth necessitated her enrollment in the final year of high school. Within a mere month, she had nearly mastered the entirety of the high school curriculum. Her aspiration was to gain admission to Huarong University. At Huarong University, she finds herself surrounded by her childhood friend and senior, as well as her beloved idol. After achieving the required scores for Huarong University, she adopts a carefree attitude towards her studies, choosing instead to sing and play at leisure. Lin Feng enters the room, and Luo Kuer is filled with delight. She rushes forward and embraces Lin Feng tightly. "Senior, what brings you back today? Is it not said that university dormitories prohibit students from leaving? How could the dormitories possibly restrain him? In recent nights, he has frequently visited Mu Ran Yin, often staying until dawn." To his junior sister, he claimed that university dormitories prohibited going out. Luo Kuer, having spent her entire life in the mountains and possessing unwavering trust in her senior brother, believed every word he uttered. When confronted with her inquiries, Lin Feng lied without a hint of hesitation, confidently stating, "I miss you. Who could possibly stop me?" The old man could not be deterred. Regardless of whether the old man truly could not be stopped, the young disciple, Luo Kuer, was genuinely delighted upon hearing this. She grasped Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Senior brother, come quickly. I shall sing for you." Chasing the light is absolutely enchanting. Since descending the mountain, life has been rather monotonous. Fortunately, I have discovered the melodies of this singer. Moreover, the song Blue and White Porcelain is equally delightful. Upon hearing the titles of these two songs, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he watched the replay of Zhang Fan's piano performance at the welcome party of Huarong University on television. Luo Kuer, sensing her senior's discomfort, hurriedly inquired, "Senior, what is troubling you?" Lin Feng revealed a faint smile and said, "Little junior sister, do you believe what senior brother has said?" "I believe it. Of course I do." Lin Feng's mind whirled. How could he make his junior sister dislike these two songs? Even if he lacks a profound understanding of music, he is undoubtedly aware of the exquisite appeal of these two songs. Thus, it is implausible to expect his junior sister to abandon her affection for them. Particularly after descending the mountain, Luo Kua's discerning nature regarding friendships makes it exceedingly challenging for her to forge connections in high school, as she finds it nearly impossible to engage with the average students. For Luo Kua, the sole source of companionship lies in Zhang Fan's melodies. Lin Feng gazed intently into his junior sister's eyes, speaking earnestly. "In truth, I composed these two songs." Luo Kua's eyes widened gradually, her mouth agape in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "This Zhang Fan is nothing short of a thief. Initially, I believed him to be a commendable friend, and while in his company, I shared with him the songs I had composed. To my dismay, he turned around and appropriated my melodies as his own." Lin Feng recounted this, as the malevolent energy of his unique constitution pulsed subtly around him. This was the closely guarded secret behind his undefeated prowess in matters of the heart. The essence of the malevolent energy is to exert a slight influence over the thoughts of those nearby. However, for individuals of weak will, forcibly altering their consciousness could lead to dire consequences, rendering them foolish or in a vegetative state. Otherwise, how could this malevolent energy rightly bear the name evil? Even those with strong wills would experience some degree of cerebral detriment, akin to the effects of 5 sleepless nights. Thus, he generally refrained from employing this ability on those he held dear. Yet, at this moment, he chose to wield it upon his junior disciple. Luo Kua harbored unwavering trust in Lin Feng and would not resist his influence, making it effortless for him to alter her thoughts. After invoking the malevolent energy, Lin Feng addressed Luo Kua, declaring, "Zhang Fan is the deceiver who has stolen my songs. You must not harbor affection for him any longer. Do you understand?" Luo Kua yawned and replied, "All right. I shall no longer have feelings for Zhang Fan. Senior brother, I don't know why, but I feel so sleepy right now." "Then you should retire for the night," he suggested. "Good night, senior brother." Chapter 75, The Collapse of Wei Jin during this period. Zhang Fan has scarcely shown his face at school. As the class monitor, and one who was largely neglected by the counselor, All leave requests are funneled through him, enabling his roommates to submit excuses for every class. The teachers are exasperated, unlike other class monitors who take attendance. This class has not once seen their monitor since the semester began. Moreover, Zhang Fan's counselor is none other than Professor Zhang Wenhong, a luminary in the academic world, a true treasure of the institution. Most instructors dare not approach Zhang Wenhong with complaints, leaving the class assistant, Shi Sin-san, to bear the brunt of the frustration, frequently subject to scolding from various teachers. Shi Sin-san feels deeply wronged. It is not he who is skipping classes. So why direct their ire at him? More importantly, if they cannot locate Zhang Fan, neither can he. Zhang Fan has printed an entire box of leave requests, neatly tucked away under his bed, with the stamp resting in his possession. If all goes as planned, these requests would suffice to keep him invisible to the teachers for 4 years. Although Zhang Fan remains elusive, tales of his exploits circulate widely in the community. On the bulletin board in the dormitory area, 8 out of 10 messages are devoted to him. The forums and posts overflow with various companies and official entities extending invitations to Zhang Fan. Huel Entertainment Company offering a 7-figure contract, inviting Zhang Fan to join. If anyone knows him, please relay the message. Korean SM Company, expressing sincere interest, invites Zhang Fan as well. If anyone has connections, please convey their gratitude. The National Vocal Conference seeks to induct Zhang Fan as a member. Central Film Channel wishes to invite him to participate in a program and requests classmates to pass on the message. Numerous officials have flocked to Hwayong University to post, with countless threads accumulating. Lesser-known companies hesitate to make their presence felt with contracts worth only a few $100,000. The students are astounded. What caliber of corporations are these? Huel Entertainment might very well be the largest in the mainland. And now even foreign entities are making offers? A 7-figure contract, even if at the outset, amounts to $1 million. At such a tender age, he is already worth a fortune, truly a diamond bachelor. The vice president of the vocal conference is a celebrated singer. Being accepted into this association signifies recognition of one's talent within the music industry. Moreover, the invitation from Central Film Channel is nothing short of a launching pad for stardom. The future holds limitless potential. Many are openly praising Zhang Fan, acknowledging his evident star quality. Indeed, he is a diligent and accomplished student who has composed 2 exceptionally high-quality songs. And to top it off, he is tall and handsome, while others merely watch recordings. A throng of admirers has already gathered around him, captivated by his live performances. Those witnessing the spectacle in person are irresistibly drawn to Zhang Fan's charisma. He has become the universally acknowledged heartthrob of the school, admired by students, faculty, and even the administration, as well as netizens across the internet. With his striking looks, academic excellence, and talent for songwriting, coupled with his youth, he epitomizes the ideal idol. Amidst the overwhelming praise and declarations of admiration flooding the forums, Wei Jin, the student council president, has long contemplated a sweeping deletion of posts. She wishes to erase every mention of Zhang Fan from the forums and message boards. Erase everything about Zhang Fan from the dormitory bulletin board. What a ridiculous notion of a national campus heartthrob. He is nothing but a fraud and a lecher. Why should a man be bestowed such an honor? Zhang Fan's gender pierced Wei Jin's heart deeply. Under the guise of anonymity, she declared Zhang Fan to be a scoundrel, inciting 2 women to fight over him. And he had the audacity to seduce the president of the student council on their very first phone call. However, a single remark from Principal Zhu quelled her outrage. Zhang Fan is an exemplary student of our institution, and you and the student council must protect him diligently, ensuring that the malicious posts circulating online do not tarnish his reputation. Any posts that slander our outstanding youth will be deleted without exception. The more distinguished the students in our school, the more it reflects the school's excellence. Principal Zhu's approach was utterly beyond reproach, yet it infuriated Wei Jin to no end. Now, not only could she not erase those defamatory remarks about Zhang Fan, but she also had to act as his shield, eliminating those disparaging posts. That day, Wei Jin received a call from her family. Since starting university, her contact with them had dwindled. During the winter and summer breaks, she often found work elsewhere, returning home only for a few days during the new year. At times, she would forget that she was a girl raised in the countryside. The words from her parents on the phone ignited her fury. She shouted into the receiver, "Fine. This is what you say. Don't ever contact me again. Consider me as if I never existed as your daughter." Wiping away her tears, she transformed back into the vibrant and fierce president of the student council. Striding into the student council office, she found it well-equipped, a testament to Huayong University's status as a key institution. With ample funding ensuring even the student council had a designated office complete with internet access, computers, phones, and air conditioning. Inside, a girl hummed along while holding an MP4 player. I can follow behind you, like a shadow chasing the light, regardless of whether she remembered the lyrics. There was no issue with humming along. Among the 5 individuals in the office, 4 were softly singing along, while the only one not participating wore headphones. Listening to Blue and White Porcelain. How could Zhang Fan be so omnipresent? Bang, bang, bang. Wei Jin pounded forcefully on the desk. The 5 were startled and turned to face her. The president's expression was dark, brimming with anger. Is this an office for you to listen to music and sing? Is there no sense of discipline left? The others exchanged glances. Hadn't they always done this? Enjoying the air conditioning, playing on the computer, downloading shows onto their MP4s. Listening to music and watching dramas had always been part of the student council's perks. Why else would they stay here instead of returning to their dorms? But there is no rule against singing in the office, one girl retorted, feeling unfairly targeted. Hearing the rebuttal only fueled Wei Jin's anger further, and she shouted louder. Is it really necessary to write a prohibition against singing in the office? The regulations do not explicitly ban dancing. Are you suggesting we should dance in the office? The rules do not mention that rapping is forbidden either, so why not share a verse with me? Furthermore, the regulations fail to prohibit playing basketball indoors. Who among you dares to shoot some hoops within these walls? Just wait until the teachers downstairs come looking for you. Observing the somewhat frantic president, the crowd exchanged glances. They were all second-year students, while the third-year student council members had long since grown weary of Wei Jin and had ceased attending. The girl who had been playing music quietly stowed away her MP4 and silently departed. Soon after, the remaining 4 also rose and left, leaving only Wei Jin alone in the office. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei Jin buried her face in her arms and wept. Constructing a nightclub takes nearly as much time as establishing a library. This period marked the concluding stages of the Night Charm project, with various responsibilities weighing heavily on Zhang Fan's shoulders. Fortunately, he had invested a significant sum to recruit a talented individual from elsewhere, alleviating many of his burdens. It was not until Friday evening that Zhang Fan returned home, exhausted from his endeavors. Aisha, having donned a suit, procured a second-hand phone for 1,000 yuan from the market. Spraying mousse onto his hair, he admired his appearance in the mirror. To be honest, this ensemble gave off quite the impression, reminiscent of an insurance salesman. Fan, what do you think of this outfit for tomorrow? He inquired. Quite good. Zhang Fan replied, utterly fatigued, reclining on his bed and contemplating. The university town currently boasts a market value of 100 billion. Yet he may not be able to sell it. After securing 2 billion in financing, progress had stalled. At present, Zhang Fan stands as the largest shareholder of the university town, holding 40% of the shares. Gu Yuan is the second largest shareholder. But does that mean the Gu family will spare him simply because of this? Zhang Fan was not so optimistic. His objective was to sever all ties between the Gu family and Lin Feng. In his previous life, Lin Feng had acted as a puppet, connecting various influential families. He needed to cut one of those vital strings. While Aisha continued to admire himself in the mirror, He Guangxi, standing nearby, sighed and said, "Second brother, save your efforts. As long as you go out with the fourth brother, nothing will work out." Aisha's expression fell as he retorted, "Well, I still need to look somewhat dapper. Otherwise, I would embarrass Naba. After all, Naba is no less than Gu Yuan, right?" He Guangxi, Niu Chong, Fan Tiantian, and Zhang Fan exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, responded, "Not at all." Chapter 76. The date if one were to select between the stunningly beautiful Gu Yuan and Gu Lanaba without prior knowledge of them. It might be challenging to determine who is superior. In fact, Gu Yuan's more understated beauty could even lead to her initial defeat against Gu Lanaba. However, those in the dormitory are not strangers to the two. Anyone who has interacted with them can unanimously declare that Gu Yuan surpasses Gu Lanaba in beauty. This beauty is not merely a matter of appearance. It emanates from an inner grace. No matter how striking Gu Lanaba may be, prolonged acquaintance reveals her to be merely an ordinary girl with a hint of cunning. In contrast, Gu Yuan exudes an ethereal aura that leaves a lasting impression, rendering any comparison between the two futile. On Saturday, Zhang Fan donned a relaxed black tracksuit, the simple black pants accentuating his long legs perfectly. With his hands in his pockets and sunglasses shielding his eyes from the sun, his lean, tall physique was striking, although part of his face was obscured by the shades. His handsome features remained evident. Shortly thereafter, Aisha emerged from the dormitory clad in a suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt and polished black shoes. With a confident smile, he inquired of Zhang Fan, "Do I look handsome?" Zhang Fan did not respond directly but rather countered, "Aren't you hot?" Aisha shook his head, indicating he was not. "Do you think Gulanaba will like my outfit?" Zhang Fan scrutinized him carefully, then replied with resignation, "We're just going out for fun. There's no need to dress so formally. I think it looks quite dapper." Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. "Then let's go." The autumn sun was still quite fierce, with significant temperature fluctuations making the day warm. It was not long before Aisha, clad in his formal attire, began to perspire, but he persevered, determined to make a memorable impression on Gulanaba. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, they were met with the stern gaze of the matron, who kept a watchful eye on the boys outside. The corridor flanking the girls' dormitory had become a boundary, enforced by the matron's authority, beyond which no boy was permitted to tread. This policy had been instituted by the school leadership due to past incidents where boys had overstepped their bounds in pursuit of affection. The corridor was adorned with ivy that climbed the pillars, creating a natural green wall, reminiscent of similar corridors found in many schools. Aisha quickly slipped into the shaded area to escape the heat. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gulanaba rummaged through her wardrobe, pulling out a dress that resembled formal attire. She believed that donning such an elegant outfit would surely captivate the man she sought to impress. However, she was perceptive enough to think, "Perhaps I should first see what Yuan is wearing." Turning her head, she spotted Gu Yuan in a pristine white tracksuit, looking clean and effortlessly stylish. With her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, Gulanaba asked, "Yuan, do you have another one of these tracksuits? Could I borrow it?" Soon after, the two of them made their way out. Leading the way was Gu Yuan, adorned in a pristine white tracksuit that mirrored Zhang Fan's fondness for monochromatic attire. Her outfit showcased her figure impeccably, while her hair was styled in a high ponytail, exuding vitality and athleticism. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's radiant appearance, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile, and Gu Yuan responded with a sweet grin. Trailing behind them was Gu Linaba, her smile even more brilliant. Slightly taller than Gu Yuan, she donned a pink tracksuit borrowed from her friend, albeit a tad snug, accentuating her slender ankles and elongating her legs. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her allure. Observing Zhang Fan in her sleek black sportswear filled her with joy. Indeed, her choice to wear matching outfits with Gu Yuan had proven to be the right decision. In high spirits, she spotted Aisha emerging from the corridor, beaming with delight. "Naba," Gu Linaba exclaimed upon noticing Aisha's formal suit, her smile faltering. "Are you going for an interview? That's fine. We three can go have some fun." Aisha bit her lip, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Is it not nice?" Just as Gu Linaba was about to make a snide remark, she glanced at Zhang Fan, her words taking a different turn. "It's all right, quite nice actually." Aisha's eyes sparkled with hope. He felt reassured that his efforts had borne fruit. Receiving a compliment from Naba made all the time spent perfecting his appearance last night worthwhile. The four friends set off together, with Zhang Fan extending her hand towards Gu Yuan. With a sweet smile, Gu Yuan took her hand, their fingers entwining as they strolled towards the school gate. Aisha watched this scene unfold, his eyes darting back and forth. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage and said to Naba, Naba, did you see Fan and the others?" Of course, Gu Linaba had noticed, and the sight stirred discomfort within her. Hearing Aisha's teasing tone, she felt a surge of irritation. As a woman who admired strength, she would have been more than willing to follow if someone boldly took her hand. Yet, Aisha's timid demeanor only fueled her annoyance. "What's there to look at? They're a genuine couple. Did I agree to be your girlfriend?" Upon witnessing her anger, Aisha instinctively recoiled, hastily retracting his words. I didn't say anything, right? Higi, it's fine. This reaction only aggravated Gu Linaba further. She glared at him. "Can you not just say what you mean?" I have nothing to say." Frustrated by his lack of assertiveness, Gu Linaba thrust her hand forward. "Come, hold my hand." This time, Aisha not only shrank away but also turned his head to the side. Unable to meet Naba's gaze, the hesitation to grasp each other's hands became palpable. Gulanaba's frustration escalated, her voice rising. "I want you to hold my hand now. Hold my hand." No. I won't hold it." Aisha waved her hand dismissively. "You refuse even when I ask you to." Gulanaba retaliated with a swift kick to Aisha's calf, exclaiming, "What a useless person." Aisha, on the receiving end of the kick, could only offer a sheepish smile. The campus on Saturday lacked the usual sense of urgency. In truth, there was rarely any urgency at all. as those who felt pressed were merely victims of their own laziness, struggling to rise in time. Alternatively, some roommates would hastily notify the teacher about roll call, dashing into the classroom clad in oversized shorts and slippers. Today, however, the atmosphere was much more relaxed, with boys and girls walking side by side. And under the shade of trees, a couple of boys shared a secret kiss. Everyone exuded the essence of youth. With 4 friends together, there was no need for a car. A leisurely stroll was far more convenient than driving. Upon reaching the intersection to catch the bus, Gulanaba excitedly called out to Zhang Fan, "Let us go to the amusement park. I want to ride bumper cars." Zhang Fan turned to Gu Yuan, inquiring, "Where do you want to go?" Gu Yuan replied, "I wish to see the giant pandas." Zhang Fan then asked Aisha about his preference. But Aisha had no particular destination in mind. He merely wished to accompany Gulanaba, following her wherever she chose to go. It was now quite clear. Zhang Fan suggested, "You two head to the amusement park while Gu Yuan and I visit the zoo. We can regroup in 2 hours." Aisha nodded eagerly. "Sounds good. After all, we both have our phones." What a ridiculous statement. Gulanaba shot Aisha a glare before cheerfully saying, "I suddenly want to see the giant pandas too." Gu Yuan, Zhang Fan, "Let us go together." Gu Yuan agreed. "All right." As for Aisha's opinion, it was inconsequential. The quartet arrived at the zoo. Gu Yuan beamed as she received the tickets handed to her by Zhang Fan. Aisha mimicked the gesture, proactively buying a ticket for Gulanaba. The zoo was expansive, featuring areas that were off-limits to visitors and zones for close encounters with animals. For instance, some lawns had benches where one could feed pigeons. But these benches required a fee for access, necessitating the purchase of grains. The vendor, a sharp-eyed woman, was adept at discerning which customers were likely to buy. Elderly couples were often the least willing to spend, as they had outgrown such frivolities. They would rather eat the pigeons than feed them. Conversely, parents with children were more inclined to purchase grains, primarily because children found joy in feeding the birds. The most lucrative customers, however, were young couples in the throes of romance. As Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan arrived, the vendor quickly set her sights on the charming couple, impeccably dressed and perfectly matched. She approached them with alacrity. "Young man, this lovely lady beside you must be your girlfriend, am I right? You two look adorable in your matching outfits. After such a long stroll, why not take a break on the lawn? For just 20 yuan, you can buy some grain, feed the pigeons, and enjoy a little conversation." For 20 yuan, one could acquire a mere half a pound of grain. Observing the plump pigeons on the lawn, unable to take flight, Zhang Fan nodded and suggested, "Yuan, shall we take a break?" However, Gu Yuan, of course, was not fatigued. Yet, she would never decline Zhang Fan's invitation. "All right, let us sit for a moment," she replied. "We haven't settled the bill yet." At that moment, Gulanaba approached, standing beside Zhang Fan, curious about what they intended to purchase. The elderly lady was taken aback. "Why is there yet another girl dressed in pink alongside you?" she mused. "Are you 3 wearing matching outfits?" The lady scrutinized the trio. After a brief pause, she remarked, "If you 3 are a couple, it will cost 30. Aisha hurriedly rushed over from behind, grabbing the old lady's arm, exclaiming, I will pay. I will." The lady swung her arm away, a look of disdain on her face. "What kind of insurance seller is peddling their wares in a zoo?" Aisha explained, "I am not selling insurance. Health products cannot be sold here." She glared, feeling exasperated as she attempted to convey her urgency. "I want to buy tickets for the small wheat. I just want to sit for a while. Why didn't you say so sooner? It's 10 for 1. The lady retorted. Aisha clenched her fists, pointing at Gulanaba. "I am with her, the 2 of us." The lady glanced at the trio, noting their similar attire. Then at Aisha's solitary suit. She decided to trust that the 3 were indeed a couple, for after years of experience, she had seen it all. Fixating on Gulanaba's tall figure, she turned back to Aisha, stating, 10 it is. Aisha urgently called out, "Naba, please explain this." Gulanaba frowned. "It's just 10 yuan. What's the difference who pays?" With that, she strode ahead to sit on the lawn. After this minor interlude, it did not hinder Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan from joyfully observing the giant pandas. As for whether it affected Aisha and Gulanaba, that remained uncertain. By the time they exited the zoo, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Aisha, clad in heavy attire, was drenched in sweat. Zhang Fan suggested they grab a bite to eat, followed by a movie in the afternoon before heading home. In this era, cinemas and restaurants are typically located near train stations, bustling with a constant flow of customers, whether for supplies or workers, gradually forming a lively square. As businesses congregated here, The crowd only grew larger, leading to mild traffic congestion, even to the point of pedestrian jams. There was always a KFC near the train station. During this time, KFC was particularly popular in the country, and Zhang Fan was reluctant to indulge in such simply prepared food. However, Gu Lanaba insisted on paying the intelligence tax to eat there, while Gu Yuan felt that since they had chosen the zoo, the choice of food was entirely up to her. The group made their way towards the KFC, passing by various vendors selling candied hawthorn, oversized plush toys, balloons, and a myriad of other items. A girl with a large backpack bowed to a middle-aged man. Ignoring the scene, they entered a spacious KFC. "How spacious it is!" exclaimed Aisha in wonder. After everyone placed their orders and found seats, the girl with the oversized backpack walked in. She didn't purchase any food but whispered something to the tables nearby, only to be met with dismissive gestures. Soon, she approached Zhang Fan. The moment she saw him, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Such handsome men were rare to encounter. "Hello, could you please help me? I've lost my wallet and can't get home," she pleaded. Scammer, Zhang Fan thought. Such deceivers had existed through the ages, but at this moment, it was a rather trendy scheme. A beautiful, tearful girl pleading with passers-by. Claiming to be a student wanting to return home, exploiting the sympathy of strangers, surely she could deceive 50 yuan from a single person. If she tricked 10 people, that would amount to 500. Without even glancing at her, Zhang Fan casually replied, "I have no money." The girl secretly clenched her teeth. So handsome, yet so cold-hearted. She glanced at a girl nearby, struck again by her beauty. Why did all the attractive people gather together? Surely, a girl would have a kinder heart. "Hello. Could you help me?" She tried again. Before she could finish, Gu Yuan interjected more directly. "Why don't you try somewhere else?" She had already noticed that this girl had just solicited 100 yuan from a passerby and was now attempting the same trick here. The girl had no choice but to turn to the next person. She felt a bit dizzy. How could everyone be so good-looking? Was she still on Earth? Or had she somehow traveled through time? "Hello, could you help me?" Gulaina Ba bit her lip, feeling sympathy for the girl. "How much do you need?" Before the girl could express her delight, Zhang Fan frowned and looked at her. "We have no money. Let's go." At the same moment, Gu Yuan tugged at Gulaina Ba's sleeve. Gulaina Ba was puzzled by their actions but knew they were not stingy people. Many of the items in their dorm were available for everyone to use. In response to Yuan's reminder, Gulaina Ba could only apologetically wave goodbye to the girl. "Fan, what are you doing?" Aisha descended from her chair. Chapter 77. A journey through time. He distinctly perceived that Gulaina Ba genuinely intended to assist the other party. If he were to extend his help, would it perhaps earn him favor in Naba's eyes? The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. At last, she encountered someone with a heart and looks that were both ordinary and kind. She quickly cast a pitiful gaze towards Aisha, her eyes blinking earnestly. "Brother, could you lend me your aid?" The way she addressed him as brother filled Aisha with elation. He pounded his chest and exclaimed, "I can help you." His words tumbled out rapidly. Zhang Fan, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to expose her deceit in front of the girl. "Aisha, this woman is a fraud." "A fraud?" Aisha was taken aback, glancing at the girl's innocent, albeit somewhat attractive visage. Upon being labeled a fraud by Zhang Fan, her lips pursed even further, embodying the demeanor of a distressed child. "She doesn't appear to be a fraud at all." Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. Did frauds openly declare their deceit on their faces? Meanwhile, Gu Yuan whispered to Naba, having noticed that someone had given the girl money earlier. However, she had not purchased a ticket but rather sought funds all the way here. Gulaina Ba widened her eyes, realizing that she truly was a fraud. Indeed. How could she be a fraud? She is merely a student. The girl clearly discerned that Aisha was rather gullible. Aisha's intelligence was undoubtedly not lacking. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to Huayang University. Yet, one could argue whether it was low emotional intelligence or perhaps an excessive innocence that made him sympathetic to the girl's woeful expression. He felt a wave of compassion. After all, who could remain indifferent to a beautiful girl in distress, seeking help while being wrongfully accused of deceit? Zhang Fan, however, was not swayed by the girl's act. A student? Given the function f, x, log x, x, 1, 2, 2, what is the probability that a randomly selected point x from the interval will satisfy f, x, 0? The girl, upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Could you repeat that?" Zhang Fan scoffed. Given the function f, x, log x, x, 1, 2, 2, what is the probability that a randomly selected point x from the interval will satisfy f, x, 0? The girl was utterly bewildered. Could he truly repeat that? Goodness. He was indeed a person of substance. Faced with Zhang Fan's high school mathematics question, she lowered her head and murmured, I am not particularly skilled in mathematics. Then let me ask you a question about geography. Where is your home? I am also not very adept at geography, she replied. Zhang Fan frowned. I asked where your home is. Do you not know your own address since you're claiming to lack funds for a ticket home? Oh. The girl swallowed hard, needing to conjure a more distant location. That way, the train ticket would be pricier, allowing her to ask for more money. I am from Yunnan. Zhang Fan nodded. Which part of Yunnan province? She was again at a loss. Which part of Yunnan province? What is there in Yunnan province? Zhang Fan reminded her. I know that Yunnan province has a new river. Indeed, I hail from Yunnan, specifically from Nujiang. There is a place called Chaoxian in Nujiang. Yes, I am indeed from Chaoxian, Nujiang. Zhang Fan, uninterested, turned his attention away from her, directing his words to Aisha. Why not check on your phone and see if this so-called Chaoxian truly exists in Nujiang, Yunnan? Just as Aisha was about to investigate, the girl realized she had been outwitted. Was this not a blatant exposure of her deceit? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she adopted a feeble demeanor reminiscent of Lin Dayu. Since you refuse to believe me, I shall take my leave, she declared, preparing to flee. However, this provoked Aisha's sympathy. My home is also far from here. We should help one another while we are away from home. I believe you, he said. Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated to leave, sensing an opportunity to ensnare him further. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. So, by believing her, you choose to disbelieve me? How can anyone eagerly offer money to a swindler? With a cold smile, he addressed the girl lingering there. Aisha, let us extend our kindness to its fullest. We shall accompany this young lady to the station, purchase her a ticket, and watch as she departs for her hometown in Yunnan. The girl shivered at Zhang Fan's icy smile. Despite his handsome appearance, his intentions seemed malicious. Was he truly intent on escorting her onto a train? This was hardly a return home. It felt more like a departure from freedom. Realizing she had encountered someone formidable, she grasped the gravity of her situation. Rubbing her head nervously, she said, Well, since you do not trust me, I will take my leave now. Enjoy your meal and have a pleasant life. In a panic, she dashed out of the establishment, fearful that one more second might seal her fate. Aisha watched her flee and called out, but she did not stop. He turned to Zhang Fan disapprovingly. Why treat a girl this way? With that, he rushed after her. Zhang Fan sighed, reflecting on the truth that kindness is an easily acquired trait, while wisdom is a rare gift. A person who possesses kindness without intelligence merely becomes a tool for malevolent individuals. Perhaps this would be a lesson for her. Golina Ba, however, was exasperated, exclaiming, What foolishness! Chasing after someone to give a swindler money. After a while, Aisha returned, his face alight with joy. He felt he had performed a noble deed by helping a young woman in distress find her way back to the warmth of her home, filling him with great satisfaction. Zhang Fan and Gu Yuan shared fries, their indifference to the small sum of money evident. They were unconcerned about their friend's misfortune. It must be said that at a certain level of life, one tends to regard such trivial incidents with a dismissive tolerance. Yet, Golina Ba could not share this sentiment. Sarcastically inquiring, how much money did young Master Aisha give that girl? Aisha, oblivious to the sarcasm, remained unaware of her underlying critique. Naba had thought of himself as a kind-hearted soul, scratching his head with a cheerful smile as he remarked, It's just 200 yuan. That's all I have if we exclude the loose change. Xiaoying replied that she would transfer the money to him once they returned home. Guli Naba couldn't help but scoff. Oh, how generous of you, young master. How about I borrow your money and not return it? Aisha was slightly taken aback, but quickly responded, All right, Naba. You don't have to pay me back. It's fine. This person, so foolishly naive. Naba retorted angrily, Who wants to owe you that measly sum? Once my father sends me money this month, I'll repay you. No, that's unnecessary. Spend it first. Shut up. The group then hurried to the cinema to watch a film. For them, it was a newly released movie, while for Zhang Fan, it was utterly unbearable. Without waiting for the two girls to make a choice, Zhang Fan declared, Let's watch A Chinese Odyssey. When it came to the newly released domestic films, Zhang Fan preferred to indulge in classic old movies. Gu Yuan wrapped her arm around Zhang Fan's, beaming with delight. Sounds good. Although Guli Naba initially intended to choose something else, she feared Zhang Fan would suggest, You two go watch that. We'll watch this. Thus, she could only nod in agreement. All right then. As for Aisha's thoughts, they were inconsequential. Chapter 1 Rebirth Zhang Fan. akin to a stepping stone for the protagonist in some novel, bore the tragic life of a villain. His childhood sweetheart, his fiancée, had not held his hand for 30 years, yet she was lured into a hotel by a man named Lin Feng with a mere beckoning gesture. Because of Lin Feng, the vast family fortune vanished overnight, his father was driven to death, and his mother succumbed to madness. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood atop the Lakesea Expressway bridge, gazing down at the azure waters below, a bitter smile playing on his lips. To be honest, his resentment towards Lin Feng paled in comparison to the ire he felt for the woman he had loved for over 30 years. Had she not promised to marry him, he would never have divulged the family's business secrets to her, leading Lin Feng to dismantle the entire Zhang family enterprise. All of this chaos stemmed from her deceitful machinations. Father, mother, do not blame your son for his cowardice. If there is a next life, I shall no longer be deceived by anyone. With a gentle leap, he plummeted swiftly towards the sea. A dull thud echoed. Zhang Fan's head collided with the steering wheel, leaving a bruise on his forehead. In the car, he stared wide-eyed in shock. What was happening? Before him stood two lovely young women, their faces etched with panic. One was named Shin Chu-Chu, the other Lu Wenshi. Zhang Fan was well acquainted with these two, especially Shin Chu-Chu. She was the very woman who had promised to marry him, only to betray him by revealing all of Zhang's family secrets to Lin Feng. Beside her, Lu Wenshi was renowned alongside Shin Chu-Chu as the twin beauties of the Huada design department, and she too had fallen under Lin Feng's spell. At this moment, Lu Wenshi's face was filled with dread as she stared at the large scratch on the BMW X5, with a bicycle discarded by the roadside. It was 2005, and the BMW X5 had just been launched in the country for 6 months, priced at a staggering $1 million. What should we do, Chu-Chu? What should I do? Lu Wenshi exclaimed, panic-stricken. Don't worry. It's just this car. It's not a big deal to drive near the school gate. It's not your fault. We'll only need to compensate a couple of hundred yuan at most, Shin Chu-Chu reassured her. At Huarong University, a prestigious institution in the capital, they were enjoying a ride on their bicycles on the first day of the new semester. As they rode against the traffic and Lu Wenshi became too engrossed in their conversation, they collided with the approaching BMW X5. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had managed to stop the car in time, preventing any injuries on either side. Like them, Zhang Fan had come to register for the new semester. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had intended to end his life by drowning. Stepping out of the car, he observed the scratched pane on the front and glanced at the school gate. Memories of the past surged forth. This was the very day he had completed his college entrance examination and embarked on his university journey. His family had gifted him a BMW X5 as a reward for his admission. At that time, they had not yet faced ruin. His father had not been driven to death by Lin Feng, nor had his mother descended into madness. It has returned. Everything has returned. Zhang Fan. Shin Chu-Chu widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, exclaiming in delight as she realized that the driver was indeed her devoted admirer. This made the situation much easier to handle. Her charming face instantly transformed into one of reproach, displaying an exceptional acting skill. How could you drive like that? Do you know my good friend has been injured because of you? Zhang Fan fixed his gaze intently on Shin Chu-Chu. 9 years later, the downfall of the Zhang family would trace back to this woman. His eyes sparkled with determination. In this life, he would seek complete retribution. Oh, if I am not mistaken, it was you who drove against the traffic and crashed into me, Zhang Fan said with a smirk. It was clearly you who hit us. Shin Chu-Chu retorted, placing her hands on her hips and stubbornly insisting, apologize to us. However, considering our long acquaintance, a compensation of merely 10,000 yuan would suffice. Beside her, Lu Wenshi quickly tugged at her arm. Initially, she thought that since Shin Chu-Chu was familiar with Zhang Fan, perhaps they could negotiate a lesser amount. But upon hearing Shin Chu-Chu's demand, she was left dumbfounded. After all, it was Shin Chu-Chu who had damaged someone else's vehicle. How could she still demand compensation? Shin Chu-Chu shushed Lu Wenshi, signaling her to remain silent. She was all too familiar with dealing with this admirer over the past decade. She had not hesitated to extract money from him. Seizing this opportunity, she thought to ask for a sum of around 10,000 yuan, which would fund their shopping spree later. At that moment, Zhang Fan was oblivious to Shin Chu-Chu's words, as he was taken aback by a voice echoing in his mind. The divine selection system had activated. Choice 1. Agree to Shin Chu-Chu's demands. Gain 1 favor from Lu Wenshi, 1 favor from Shin Chu-Chu, 10 contempt from Shin Chu-Chu. Choice 2. Call the police and let them handle the situation. Gain compensation after assessment, which the other party cannot afford. Choice 3. Threaten Lu Wenshi, suggesting that she wouldn't want her parents to find out. Would she? Gain future scene fragments as a reward for the reborn. Zhang Fan was astounded. What sort of luck had unexpectedly fallen upon him? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Hurry up and hand over the money. My friend, and I need to go shopping. 10,000 yuan. In 2005, when the average disposable income was merely 600 yuan, Shinchuchu was demanding nearly 2 years' worth of a common person's earnings, and that was under circumstances where they were at fault. If that's how you wish to proceed, then I will call the police, Zhang Fan declared, picking up his phone and feigning an intention to report the incident. His actions immediately instilled fear in both women. Shinchuchu shouted in desperation, "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan replied, "In a world where every street is monitored by cameras, I believe it is prudent to have the police mediate and determine whether I owe you compensation or if it is you, driving against traffic, who should compensate me." Zhang Fan, how can you do this? It was just a minor scratch. Are you really going to call the police? How have you become so petty? I am so disappointed in you. Shinchuchu glared at him, as if her disappointment was a grave sin on his part. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Fan was no longer that devoted admirer. I sincerely apologize for your disappointment, but I will not concede a single cent of the compensation owed. This is my new car, with an on-the-road price of exactly 1 million. Now, there is a large dent on it, and the depreciation cost for repairs is estimated at around 20,000. Will you compensate me, or should I report this to the police first? Zhang Fan not only refused to give her 10,000, but also demanded 2,000. The amount stunned Lu Wenshi. Shinchuchu had the means to cover it. This school term, when she visited Zhang Fan's home, his parents gifted her a 10,000 yuan bank card as a graduation present. However, she was unwilling to pay on Lu Wenshi's behalf. Faced with Zhang Fan's demand for 2,000 in compensation, Shinchuchu glared at him. How can you be so brazen? You open your mouth and ask for 2,000. Why don't you just rob me instead? Zhang Fan shrugged and continued to make a phone call. Then I will notify the police. By the way, will they contact your parents or your teacher? That's beyond my concern. No, Lu Wenshi shouted. Her parents run a small business, a single supermarket, which barely brings in over 100 yuan a day. If they found out on the first day of school that she had caused a 20,000 yuan disaster, they would be utterly distraught. Zhang Fan was merely defending his rights. Yet Shinchuchu acted as if she were being severely wronged. She pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, you have deeply disappointed me. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I see you clearly now. While we certainly made a mistake by going against traffic, what about you? Driving your car in such a crowded place at the school gate, aren't you at fault too? And when it was clear you were about to hit us, why didn't you steer away? Is it amusing for a grown man to bully a girl? A classic retort. In the future, this would be celebrated as a hallmark of the little fairy's skills, invoking the "you're a big man, and I'm just a girl" argument when she was in the wrong. Miss Shinchuchu, I appreciate your newfound clarity about me. However, I must remind you that it was you who were driving against traffic. I had already applied the brakes and stopped, yet you crashed into me. You. Shinchuchu was exasperated. She glared at him. Regardless, you are at fault too. We are both culpable. Let's just forego the compensation and apologize to each other instead. Apologize to each other? Zhang Fan laughed outright. He turned to Lu Wenshi and inquired, "Did you authorize this Shinchuchu to represent you fully?" Lu Wenshi, a generally obedient girl, found herself swayed by Shinchuchu's influence. And since the burden of 20,000 was too daunting, she thought it would be best if Shinchuchu could evade the payment. She gave a slight nod. Zhang Fan continued to smile. Are you certain? Lu Wenshi oscillated between morality and financial pressure. To uphold her morals would cost her 20,000. While choosing money would sacrifice her principles. Ultimately, she opted for the latter. Let's just listen to Chuchu. Chapter 2. A darkened life. Upon receiving the conclusive answer regarding the perpetrator, Zhang Fan made a call to the legal department of the Zhang Group. Hello? Minister Lu? I have a traffic incident case that requires your personal attention. Yes, it is a matter of my own, which is why I sought your expertise. Thank you. After hanging up, Zhang Fan casually remarked, Lu Buxin, a doctor of law, has personally handled no fewer than 3,000 cases. As the head of the legal department at the Zhang Group, you may verify his prowess online. He will converse with both ladies personally later. As for whether we should exchange apologies, that is a matter for you to discuss with him. With that, Zhang Fan turned to leave. The two young ladies were taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Lu Wenshi was so startled that she rushed to grasp Zhang Fan's arm. The adorable and charming girl stood a head shorter than Zhang Fan, her shoulder-length hair framing her youthful, delicate face. She tilted her head, her large eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, her voice soft and pleading. Please, don't hire a lawyer. I beg you. Zhang Fan found himself momentarily captivated by her quivering lips. How ironic, he thought. In his previous life, despite being a super-rich heir, he had failed to win over a single woman while pursuing Shin Chu-Chu. In an effort to cultivate the image of a good man, he had rejected the advances of numerous beautiful women. It was only in the end that he realized the absurdity of the good man trope. Lin Feng had countless women, including Shin Chu-Chu and Lu Wenshi, and neither seemed particularly reluctant. Especially Shin Chu-Chu, who even pretended to agree to marry him in order to extract business secrets to deliver to Lin Feng. This time around, Zhang Fan had completely embraced his darker side. He licked his dry lips and, gazing at Lu Wenshi's delicate visage, asked with a smile, "So, do you still wish for Shin Chu-Chu to represent you?" Lu Wenshi shook her head vigorously, her thick hair swaying. "Then shall we discuss this matter? Just the two of us?" Zhang Fan proposed. Lu Wenshi nodded earnestly, her big eyes looking at him with a mix of hope and trepidation. Zhang Fan then turned his attention to Shin Chu-Chu. "Did you hear? You have no further business here." "You." Shin Chu-Chu was incensed. How dare this sycophant disregard her commands? Sure, don't let him intimidate you. Don't listen to him. With me around, he won't dare to do anything to you. Zhang Fan replied coolly. "If you don't leave, my legal department will arrive shortly." At this, Lu Wenshi could no longer contain herself. "Chu-Chu, why don't you head off for now? Perhaps take a stroll around the school?" "You too." Shin Chu-Chu gritted her teeth, observing their apparent collusion. In a fit of rage, she tossed her long hair and stormed off on her bicycle, vowing silently, "Zhang Fan, just wait. You'll see how I train you in the future." Zhang Fan watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. In this lifetime, he intended to exact revenge for all past grievances. Their paths would intertwine at school. "Shin Chu-Chu, we have all the time in the world." Zhang Fan kept his promise and called the legal department, instructing them to hold off on coming over as he sought to negotiate with Lu Wenshi himself. He, a gentleman, opened the car door and said, "Please, get in." Lu Wenshi, filled with a hint of trepidation and anxiety, reluctantly settled into the passenger seat. Zhang Fan, occupying the driver's seat, initiated the conversation. "Mr. Shi, I presume you wouldn't want your parents to discover this matter, would you?" Lu Wenshi sat rigidly in her seat, practically shrinking into herself. In response to Zhang Fan's inquiry, she fervently shook her head, indicating her desire for discretion. However, the sum of 20,000 yuan was not insignificant, and it could not simply be dismissed. I can work to repay you," she insisted. "Rest assured, during my 4 years at university, I will surely be able to repay the debt." Recently graduated from high school, her thoughts remained relatively naive. Unlike some female university students who had become seasoned in extracting money from their male counterparts through various means. For years, you may have the luxury of time, but I cannot afford to wait. Here's a proposition. You need not repay me if you disclose. Do you have a boyfriend? Upon hearing this question, Lu Wenshi's body stiffened instantly. She glanced at the mischievous grin on Zhang Fan's handsome face, and a wave of fear washed over her. "I have a boyfriend," she stammered. "He also studies at Huayang, and we have been together for a year." In truth, she did not have a boyfriend. There had merely been a boy from high school who had persistently pursued her. Faced with Zhang Fan's overtly threatening demeanor, Lu Wenshi instinctively opted to fabricate a lie. Unexpectedly, this only piqued Zhang Fan's excitement further. "Tell me, if something were to develop between us, would your boyfriend be upset? Do not joke with me like that," she protested. "Ha, just a casual remark," he replied. Lu Wenshi lowered her gaze, enveloped in silence. As for Zhang Fan's disregard for her claim of having a boyfriend, he remained unperturbed, for in the near future, both Lu Wenshi and Shin Chu-Chu would fall for the same man, Lin Feng. This would lead to a fallout between them, only to be reconciled later through Lin Feng's intervention, ultimately forging a sisterly bond. Zhang Fan, having thoroughly studied Lin Feng, was acutely aware of these developments. "Lu Wenshi, you are quite adorable, you know?" Zhang Fan assessed her with keen interest. She was indeed one of the celebrated beauties of the design department, often compared to Shin Chu-Chu, who radiated youthful exuberance. In contrast, Lu Wenshi exuded an endearing charm. Her skin was exquisitely fair, her large eyes sparkling, and her lips were a delicate shade of pink. Sensing the predatory gaze directed at her, Lu Wenshi instinctively recoiled towards the car door. "What do you intend to do?" she asked nervously. The sound of the car door locking echoed ominously in response. Zhang Fan smiled and said, "I can forego the compensation, but I am curious to taste your lip balm." I don't use lip balm," she protested. "Then I shall have to sample it to find out," he countered. Lu Wenshi was terrified. As a freshman, she had only recently transitioned from high school, where boys had expressed their affection through love letters and gifts, typically shy and blushing at the prospect of speaking to her. Where have I encountered such a spectacle? Having deceived herself into the vehicle, she found herself at the mercy of a locked door, facing the imminent loss of her first kiss. Lu Wincher hastily shielded herself with her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, I do not wish to." The Zhang fan of today had succumbed to darkness, no longer the innocent soul yearning for pure love. Yet, he would not stoop so low as to force himself upon a girl. What he desired was for her to willingly offer herself. Even if her heart harbored 1,000 objections, Zhang Fan lit a cigarette, contemplating, "You may ponder your options, compensate for my losses, or allow me a kiss." The acrid scent of second-hand smoke provoked a series of coughs from Lu Wencher, enveloping the car in silence until Zhang Fan finished his cigarette. With a click, the car door was unlocked. He discarded the cigarette but instated, "Step out. My lawyer will be contacting you this afternoon. I must report to school now." "No." Zhang Fan's expression was devoid of warmth as he regarded the helpless Lu Wencher, his voice icy as he declared, "My patience is finite." I. Lu Wencher bit her lip, gasping for breath, before finally making a decision. "Could we just kiss on the cheek?" Zhang Fan shrugged. "Very well." Summoning her courage, Lu Wencher trembled as she leaned toward him, reassuring herself that a kiss on the cheek would not count as a first kiss. Yes, a mere kiss on the cheek would not be considered a first kiss. Just as Lu Wencher was about to brush against Zhang Fan's cheek, he suddenly turned, and their lips met. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Wencher recoiled as if struck by lightning, vigorously rubbing her lips. Yet, no matter how much she scrubbed, the encounter had occurred. The realization that her first kiss had been lost brought tears to her large, expressive eyes. Observing her impending tears, Zhang Fan produced a piece of paper and swiftly inscribed a few words. He consoled her. "The compensation is 20,000 yuan. A single kiss equates to 1,000. You still owe me 19,000. If you have no objections, please sign here." What a comfort! Lu Wencher, who had not yet shed tears, now wept uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes overflowing with sorrow. Was her first kiss truly worth only 1,000 yuan? "You deceived me. You said that kissing you would offset the compensation. Offsetting 1,000 is still an offset, isn't it? Twice a day, and in 10 days, it will all be settled." Zhang Fan shrugged. "If you are unwilling, we may proceed through legal channels." No. Having already lost her first kiss, the thought of pursuing legal action would leave Lu Wencher at an even greater loss. Since he had acquiesced, Zhang Fan took her to sign the documents, pressing her fingerprint with a red pen. She marked the first of 20 blank spaces with a check, leaving 19 unmarked. Zhang Fan gazed at the remaining spaces and chuckled softly. Thus began the life of darkness that awaited him. Chapter 3. Not a boyfriend. Upon acquiring a fragment of a future scene, Zhang Fan clicked it open, and a vivid image surfaced in his mind. It was September 25th, 2005, at precisely 16:47:03. Lu Wencher, clad in military training attire, was lounging in the dormitory, engaged in games with her roommates when Shen Chu suddenly burst in from outside, yanking her up. The two began to scream at each other. A girl lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone and scrolling through the news, immediately sat up, excitedly activating her camera to record the unfolding drama. The scene abruptly halted. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could this possibly mean? Was it of any significance? Suddenly, his eyebrows lifted in realization. This was merely a glimpse into the past. That timestamp was a mere 10 days away, during military training. The fragment of the future lay preserved in his mind, accessible at any moment. Yet Zhang Fan remained perplexed as to why he was presented with an image from 10 days hence, seemingly devoid of purpose. Was he meant to mediate a dispute? That would be quite superfluous. Huayong was a first-tier global city, and Huayong University was renowned worldwide. During the back-to-school season, various vehicles traversed the campus. However, students like Zhang Fan, who drove a car worth millions, were indeed a rarity, particularly those who arrived behind the wheel themselves. Since his arrival, he had become the focal point of many parents' attention. 2 security guards were stationed at the gate, with one expressing his displeasure to the other. "That guy looks like trouble. What kind of student drives himself to school? Once the semester settles in, I want he let his car through." As Zhang Fan drove through the school gate, he caught the security guard's gaze. He offered a friendly smile and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Hey brother, I'll be studying here from now on, so take good care of me." With that, he tossed the pack over. Instantly, the guard's demeanor shifted, a wide smile replacing his earlier scowl. "Sure, Just let me know whenever you want to drive in or out, and I'll make it a smooth passage." Zhang Fan waved as he passed by. In his previous life, his father had often advised him to be shrewd and cunning, a notion Zhang Fan had always dismissed, believing life was too short for such machinations. Yet now, in this new existence, he resolved to become one of the most astute and calculating individuals. He tossed his phone to Lu Wenshi. "Input your number." Lu Wenshi gazed at the latest Motorola phone with a hint of envy in her eyes, quickly masking it before returning the device. "I don't have a phone. Just tell me your number, and I'll call you from the dormitory's landline." Zhang Fan regarded her silently, choosing not to elaborate further. In 2005, the mobile phone ownership rate among freshmen was a mere 6%, while among seniors, it soared to 82%. Being from a family that dealt in mobile phones, he was well aware of these statistics. "Just remember it," he instructed. After jotting it down, Lu Wenshi attempted to exit the vehicle multiple times, only to be denied. It wasn't until Zhang Fan parked beneath the girls' dormitory that she finally remained still. Having completed their enrollment procedures, the girls leaned against the windows of their dormitory, idly observing the ebb and flow of vehicles and fellow students. Their curiosity was piqued by the prospect of discovering who would be the most beautiful in the new academic year, as well as who hailed from affluent families. Suddenly, a sleek black BMW X5 entered their line of sight, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Wow, that car looks stunning. So large and exquisite. It must be incredibly expensive." "You don't recognize it? Look at that emblem. It's a BMW. Just like Mercedes, it's a prestigious brand." "You two simpletons, that's an SUV, the BMW X5. The entire package costs over $1 million. The third voice irked the first two. The two girls glared. "Is your family wealthy? May I ask what car brought you here?" The girl who had mocked them blushed. "I can't be bothered to chat with you two." As the car came to a halt, all the students observing from above instinctively shifted their gaze to this vehicle, eager to see which girl would emerge from it. Surely she must come from a wealthy family. Lu Wenshi, her cheeks flushed, opened the door and stepped out. In that moment, she entered the collective gaze of many, prompting several girls to grind their teeth in envy. It's one thing for this new student to be wealthy, but how can she also be so beautiful? It's outrageous. Perhaps more sensitive than usual. Lu Wenshi immediately felt the weight of numerous stares upon her. Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson. She intended to flee back to her dormitory. But Zhang Fan exited the car as well. His arrival sparked a chorus of hushed exclamations. Everyone had assumed a wealthy young lady was being dropped off by her parents, only to find that the driver was a remarkably handsome young man. The intrigue among the crowd intensified. Zhang Fan deliberately made a gesture to Lu Wenshi, mimicking a phone call. "Remember to give me a call." Lu Wenshi's face reddened to the point of near embarrassment. She hastily nodded, attempting to escape. However, Zhang Fan, undeterred, blew her a playful kiss, sealing their status as a couple in the eyes of the onlookers. Consequently, envy bubbled within the crowd. Why was it that she could secure a dashing boyfriend who drove a BMW X5? Did good looks grant one the freedom to act with impunity? Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Wenshi was immediately surrounded by 4 girls from her suite. They were 6 in total, with another, Shinchuchu, absent. The 4 girls encircled Lu Wenshi, chattering excitedly. "Wenshi, that was your boyfriend, right? What is his name? Wow, how long have you been dating? He seems so wealthy. Is he a student? You're so lucky. That guy is incredibly handsome. Which school does he attend?" "Yes, both handsome and rich." "How did you meet?" Sure. "Was it in high school? How long have you been together?" Lu Wenshi, caught in the center of this whirlwind of questions, was left helpless. She repeatedly waved her hands in denial, striving to clarify, "We're not dating. No, we just met today. We truly just got acquainted. It was only today that I learned his name is Zhang Fan." The crowd clearly did not believe Lu Wenshi's words. However, seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, they pouted and dispersed, each feeling that Lu Wenshi was overly pretentious. Who would covet her boyfriend? She guarded her secrets so tightly, revealing not a hint. Ding, ding, ding. The dormitory's landline rang. A girl picked up the receiver. "Hello, who are you looking for?" A clear male voice came from the other end. "My name is Zhang Fan, and I am looking for Shi." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you the guy who just escorted Shi back to the dorm?" "Yes, that's me." The girl immediately shouted, Shi, your boyfriend is looking for you." Having been an ardent admirer of Shinchuchu for many years, Zhang Fan certainly knew their dormitory phone number. His call was merely a means to embed his image into her roommates' minds. Lu Wenshi thought she would be safe once she entered the dormitory. Yet, The fact that he called felt as though he was omnipresent. Anxiously, she answered the phone. You. After a prolonged pause. Zhang Fan chuckled on the other end. Don't be nervous. I'm just calling to ask if, by the lakeside tonight, I could make up for that kiss that we missed today. Lu Wenshi held the receiver tightly, biting her lip. If you don't speak, I shall take it as your consent. I will call for you then. With that, he hung up. Lu Wenshi, filled with anguish, set the receiver down. Turning around, she found 4 youthful faces pressed closely against her. Everyone exclaimed, "Oh, a date. No, we are not in that kind of relationship." They all chuckled mischievously, their gazes fixed on Lu Wenshi, relishing her attempts to explain. As for Zhang Fan, did he have feelings for Lu Wenshi? The answer was clear, no. However, since Lu Wenshi was destined to be Lin Feng's woman, Zhang Fan found himself considerably intrigued. Chapter 4. Freezing the bank card just as Zhang Fan finished tidying his bed, his mother's gentle voice resonated through the phone. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with tears, contrasting sharply with the anguished screams he remembered from his mother's madness in his previous life. The familiar yet distant softness of her voice compelled him to suppress his emotions. After exchanging a few words, his mother revealed, a few days ago, Uncle Shen brought Chu-Chu to our home, and I gave her a card issued in your name, containing 100,000 yuan. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. The Zhang family, from him to his parents and even his late grandparents, had always treated Shen Chu-Chu with utmost care. Yet, she had deceived Zhang Fan into believing she would marry him, callously betraying the Zhang family and leading them to ruin. This grudge must be avenged. I understand, Mom. From now on, if Shen Chu-Chu comes to our house again, do not give her any red envelopes. What's wrong? Have you two had a falling out? Zhang Fan found himself both amused and exasperated by his mother's words. Yes, even if we hadn't tea. It's unreasonable for a daughter-in-law to expect a lavish red envelope each time she visits, especially since the Shen family is unworthy of our generosity. His mother fell silent for a moment. In truth, they too felt that their excessive assistance to the Shen family was inappropriate. But their son's affection for the girl had rendered them helpless, as if they were being coerced into playing the role of the ideal in-laws. All right, you decide. I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, Shen Chu-Chu sat in an upscale French restaurant, indignantly savoring an extravagant meal priced at 2,888 yuan, fully embodying the demeanor of a wealthy young lady. In this era, French cuisine had gained immense popularity in the country, with restaurants sprouting up in major cities, charging exorbitant prices. As she dined, she seethed with anger at Zhang Fan. How dare he defy me? I've been so accommodating to this sycophant lately. He needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he'll never learn who the real master is. If Zhang Fan had not crossed her today, she would not have had to spend her own money on this meal. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She retrieved her Nokia phone and angrily blocked Zhang Fan's number, slamming the device onto the table. I want to be dealing with you for the next few days. Let it drive you crazy. Glaring at her phone, a Nokia 7610 from last year, she contemplated what latest model she would demand from Zhang Fan as a begrudging act of forgiveness. Waiter, the bill, please. A well-dressed server approached. Shen Chu-Chu elegantly produced a bank card and placed it on the tray, relishing in the server's courtesy. Moments later, the server returned, his expression apologetic. I'm sorry, miss, but this card cannot be processed. What? Shen Chu-Chu exploded in fury, feeling as though the universe had conspired against her that day. In such a prestigious restaurant, you can't accept card payments? What kind of upscale establishment is this? The server replied politely, I apologize, Mississippi. Our restaurant does accept cards, but unfortunately, this particular card cannot be used. Why? Due to the unfortunate circumstance of having her card frozen, Shen Chu-Chu sprang to her feet in disbelief. This card contained a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan, now inexplicably inaccessible. The waiter, maintaining a courteous demeanor, suggested, Miss, perhaps you could try another card? However, Shen Chu-Chu had no alternative cards at her disposal. In a rush, she seized her phone and dialed Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother, engrossed in her work, answered the call. Auntie Shen Chu-Chu exclaimed in an overly sweet tone, Why is the card you gave me as a graduation gift frozen? With a chuckle, Yang's mother replied, My dear, you must direct that question to my son. That card was issued in his name, and I have no authority to freeze it. Auntie Shen Chu-Chu attempted to protest, but was swiftly interrupted. I have business to attend to here. For any issues, please coordinate with my son. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Shen Chu-Chu failed to recognize the abrupt shift in Zhang's family's attitude towards her. Staring at the disconnected call, she seethed with anger, nearly cursing Zhang's mother along with her son. Damn you, Zhang Fan. Resorting to such despicable tactics, are you? Fueled by rage, she dialed Zhang Fan's number once more, only to discover he remained on her blacklist. Frustrated, she removed him from the list and called again. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with his roommate. In his previous life, he had deemed himself too superior to mingle with his peers, moving out shortly after the semester commenced to purchase a house. However, this time he intended to embrace change, including opting to reside on campus. As the phone rang, he recognized the familiar number. In the past, such a call would have filled him with anticipation, but now his expression turned icy. Hello? He answered. On the other end of the line, Shinchuchu erupted like a firecracker. Zhang Fan, how dare you? Why have you frozen my card? You scoundrel. Resorting to such underhanded methods. You have utterly disappointed me, and I hold you in great disdain. You've done several things today that infuriate me. Let me make it clear, do not expect my forgiveness. She fancied herself as a princess elevated by Zhang Fan's affections. Listening to her tirade, Zhang Fan simply replied, Oh. Shinchuchu was taken aback. Oh? What does "oh" mean? Zhang Fan, I command you to bring me the money immediately. I will be waiting at the White Oak French restaurant for just 10 minutes. With the activation of a peculiar choice system, several options appeared. Option 1. Deliver money to Shinchuchu. Result. Shinchuchu's affection 3, Shinchuchu's disdain 5. Option 2. Agree and then power off, ignoring her. Result. Shinchuchu's original stockings. Option 3. Refuse her request. Result. Future scene fragments. Damn it, Zhang Fan thought. Is this system truly so abhorrent? At present, Zhang Fan harbors nothing but disdain for that woman. He would not desire anything of hers, be it original flavor or otherwise. Shinchuchu, do you truly not consider yourself an outsider? What do you think you are? I cannot acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Is there anything else? Zhang Fan opted to decline. This decision only served to escalate Shinchuchu's fury. You are finished, Zhang Fan. On what grounds do you act thus? That is my card. Those are my funds. How dare you freeze them, you scoundrel? Shinchuchu's shrieks drew the attention of every patron in the Western restaurant. They prided themselves on being refined individuals, suppressing their voices to listen to the incomprehensible strains of piano music. Yet, one woman raised her voice in protest. And she happened to be quite striking. All eyes scrutinized Shinchuchu, taking in her words and admiring her delicate and supple form. Zhang Fan replied, If you believe that money belongs to you, feel free to call the police. I have matters to attend to. He ended the call. As the dial tone echoed in her ears, Shinchuchu found herself in a stupor. An unsettling sensation enveloped her, stemming not only from his rejection but also from the fact that he had terminated the call. It felt as if, since the dawn of her memory, this was but the second time he had hung up on her. The first occurred when she was 9, during a conversation on a landline. When Zhang Fan was playing with a girl from the neighborhood, he had offered a few dismissive words before hanging up. That day, she had cried and sought him out. And 9-year-old Zhang Fan, visibly anxious, had said, Please don't cry. I promise I will never hang up on you again. And now, here they were, years later. With this being the second instance. Over the years, she had countless times acted capriciously, ending his calls and blocking him. Yet he had never once hung up on her preemptively. Suddenly, guilt surged within Shinchuchu, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. Attempting to cast away the remorse clouding her thoughts, she cursed vehemently, What a pathetic sycophant. Who are you to speak of dignity? How dare you end my call? I will berate you to no end. Meanwhile, in Zhang Fan's dormitory, all the boys gathered around him, each displaying mischievous grins. Girlfriend? Had a quarrel? Is she pretty? Have you taken it to the next level? One bespectacled, acne-ridden chubby boy, with one hand raised in an index finger and the other forming an O, brought his hands together. This boy, He Guangxi, the youngest of the dormitory at just 18, was also the most audacious. His fascination with teaching materials from Japanese female instructors had ignited a keen interest in computers. He was not only academically gifted for his age, but also a computer prodigy. In response to his roommate's inquiries, Zhang Fan chuckled, A madwoman, as ugly as they come. How could I possibly be interested in her? The others were skeptical expressions, clearly not believing his words. After all, in this era, a phone call with someone of the opposite sex, aside from family, would hardly be regarded as a serious relationship. Soon, Zhang Fan's phone rang once more. The group pointed at his phone, exclaiming, Oh, and you still claim she is not your girlfriend? Zhang Fan, in front of everyone, ended the call and blocked the number, saying, Isn't this now the message from my girlfriend? Chapter 5. Without Zhang Fan. You are nothing, how dare you not answer my call? Shin Chuchu's eyes were ablaze with fury. She had made up her mind. She must break off her engagement with Zhang Fan immediately. If she did not assert herself soon, this Zhang Fan would dare to stand on equal footing with her. But that could wait for later. For now, Shin Chuchu found herself in an upscale French restaurant, pondering her next move. Faced with the increasingly wary gaze of the waiter, Shin Chuchu haughtily exclaimed, "What are you staring at? I can simply make a phone call, and someone will come to settle my bill." Internally, she cursed, "Zhang Fan, you are not the only one who fawns over me. Do you really think you are so special? Watch as I summon several admirers who will eagerly fight to pay for me." During high school, she had attracted the attention of numerous suitors. While none were as wealthy as Zhang Fan, some were certainly affluent, like Wu Anbo, who had been particularly attentive, second only to Zhang Fan. It was said that he hadn't ventured out after the college entrance examinations either. Shin Chuchu dialed his number. "Oh my, it's my goddess Chuchu. I was just thinking about getting in touch with you and some high school friends, but here you were calling me first." Wu Anbo's exuberant voice rang through the phone. Shin Chuchu frowned. She preferred to avoid prolonged interaction with him. Compared to Zhang Fan's willing devotion, Wu Anbo's every gesture was laden with an uncomfortable, ulterior motive. "Anbo, I need to discuss something important." "Wait a moment. Did you just call me by my first name? Could you repeat that?" Shin Chuchu, who had initially sought his assistance, felt a chill run down her spine. Raising her voice, she insisted, "Wu Anbo, I have something serious to tell you." "Ha, please." "My goddess, do go on. Just the fact that you called me so intimately makes me feel like I could fetch the stars from the heavens for you." "Well, I went out to eat and forgot my money. Could you bring me some?" "Of course, I can do that," he replied with alacrity, then paused. "Oh dear. It's already this late. If I head over to Huayan University, I might have trouble getting back tonight. What do you propose?" Wu Anbo chuckled. Fully aware that a woman like Shin Chuchu would not be easily won over, he would need to tread carefully. "I have no ulterior motives. I just thought that since I'm treating you, you could take me to a movie tonight?" As for his proposition of holding hands or even stealing a kiss in the cinema, that was merely a customary expectation, was it not? Shin Chuchu found herself unable to refuse. "All right, I suppose I can take you to a movie tonight." "Wonderful. Where should we meet?" "I'll grab a taxi right away. At the White Oak French restaurant beside Central Road, near Huang Palace. I'll be waiting for you here." "Wah, what?" The other end of the line gasped. "White Oak French restaurant. How much is it?" 2,888, plus service charges and tips. "Just bring 3,000. The line fell into silence. After a moment, Shin Chuchu impatiently questioned, "Hello? Wu Anbo, speak up. Don't play mute." A hearty laugh erupted from the other end. "Shin Chuchu, I am certainly not pretending to be mute. However, you do seem quite adept at playing the fool. 3,000 yuan. Do you think you are some sort of treasure? Coming right out and expecting me to treat you to a lavish meal worth 3,000? Suddenly insulted, Shin Chuchu was taken aback. She stared wide-eyed. "You? How could you speak to me like that? How should I speak to you? Do you fancy yourself a princess? Just because you demand a 3,000 yuan meal, you think it should be granted? Do you believe you are that stunning? Yes, you are indeed quite beautiful. But with 3,000, I could charm 10 women. Do you think you alone are worth 10? He continued, "In that fancy French restaurant. I've never even been to that place. Wu Anbo, I will never speak to you again. Oh dear, I am so frightened. You won't talk to me anymore? Do you think I care about you? Let me be honest. I only pretended to pursue you because I couldn't stand Zhang Fan, just to vex him a little. Do you really think you were so special? While pursuing you, I've already dated 7 or 8 other girls, acting all high and mighty while behaving like a beggar. Do you think I could ever be interested in you? A beggar with a facade? How ridiculous." With that, he hung up and blocked her. Shin Chuchu was left in a daze, reeling from the harshness of his words. A beggar with a facade was such a cruel phrase, truly one of the most venomous insults directed at a woman. Yet, was there any truth in what he said? Shin Chuchu felt dizzy, nearly stumbling to the ground, and quickly steadied herself against the table, returning to her seat. In the restaurant, whispers filled the air. Though no one could hear the conversation on the other end, they could glean some understanding from Shin Chuchu's words and expressions. Some female companions began to self-reflect. Some resolved to improve themselves, fearing abandonment by their partners, while others realized the need to strive independently, rather than relying solely on men. The waiter stood before Shin Chuchu, his patience wearing thin, his posture rigid. "Miss, please settle your bill." "Wait, just a moment." At that moment, Shin Chuchu had shed her earlier arrogance. She began to dial one number after another. For those she couldn't reach by phone, she sent messages over QQ, Contacting former classmates from high school. 3,000? Choo-choo. You know my family situation. I'm not Zhang Fan. I don't have that kind of money. You should reach out to Zhang Fan. Why contact me? I'm not interested in you. Did you and Zhang Fan have a falling out? How do you expect to pay this? Stop joking and apologize to Zhang Fan. Please. Every time we go out, ISNT at Zhang Fan who treats us? Why should I owe you anything? I owe Zhang Fan, not you. And another thing, choo-choo. I was just on the computer, Wuanbo was cursing you in the group chat. What on earth happened that you need 3,000 yuan? I don't have that kind of money either. You should really ask Zhang Fan. In 2005, the platform was officially launched on computers. And the students from these major cities were particularly attuned to the latest trends, promptly establishing a group. In a moment of impulsivity, Wu Anbo boasted about having dated 7 or 8 girlfriends. Fearing that his reputation might be tarnished by Shen Chu-chu, he preemptively launched a tirade against her in the group. Naturally, Zhang Fan was also present in the group. However, at this juncture, even when he saw the exchanges, he chose to feign ignorance. As Shen Chu-chu reached out to her acquaintances, she discovered that everyone kept mentioning one name, Zhang Fan. It instilled in her a sense of insignificance. As if without Zhang Fan, she amounted to nothing. Yet, the reality was indeed this. Without Zhang Fan, she was devoid of substance. Chapter 6. Investigating Gu Yuan ultimately. Shen Chu-chu made a call to her dormitory, requesting Lu Wenshi to lend her some money and come to assist her. She gathered all her remaining living expenses for the semester, amounting to 570 yuan. Lu Wenshi arrived with 900 yuan. And with Shen Chu-chu's old phone from the previous year, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to release the device, stipulating that she must repay the amount within a month. Otherwise, the phone would not be returned. Shen Chu-chu gritted her teeth, recalling that the phone had originally cost 4,500 yuan, even sold as second-hand. It could fetch nearly 2,000 yuan. The two young women were left with merely a few dozen yuan between them, and this was merely the beginning of the semester. Disheartened, they returned to school. Huayong University is situated at the heart of Huayong University town, which has been under development since 1995. Over the course of a decade, several universities, including art institutions and those specializing in aviation and health, relocated their campuses here. In 4 simple words, it can be described as a gathering of stunning beauties. Each evening, the vicinity of various universities witnesses an influx of vehicles, creating a spectacle of traffic congestion that was particularly notable in 2005 when parking spaces were insufficient. In Zhang Fan's dormitory, lively discussions about women were underway. Despite Zhang Fan's extensive life experiences, he found himself quite naive in this regard. Having sacrificed much for Shen Chu-chu in his previous life, He Lu, known as He Guangxi, a rather plump young man with a face full of acne, suggested, "How about we head to the internet CAF? I can hack into our school's database and check out the quality of our female students." The others were perplexed by He Lu's proposition, but Zhang Fan understood. "You little rascal have that capability." He Guangxi smirked confidently. "What is the big deal? I'll tell you, the official system of this school is the easiest to breach. I can even manipulate points in Journey to the West." The group's eyes widened with intrigue. Although they did not comprehend the intricacies of hacking the system, they were well aware of the allure of obtaining points illicitly. This was akin to using cheat codes. The third member of the group, Jin Hui, a local with an air of superiority typical of urban youth, incessantly urged He Lu to hack points for him. Before Zhang Fan had revealed his phone, Jin Hui had clutched his own device without once putting it away. Under the pressure of Jin Hui, He Lu, already prone to indecision and a penchant for gaming, found himself reluctantly swept along with the others towards the internet CAF. Zhang Fan, however, was never drawn to online gaming. Instead, he retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his cabinet and handed them to He Lu. "I won't be going. You can keep the cigarettes. Please help me find information on Gu Yuan from our ethnic arts department." "Thank you," He Lu replied. "I can do that. But I don't smoke. You may as well take them back." Before Zhang Fan could respond, Jin Hui snatched the cigarettes, exclaiming, "Now that we're in college, it's time to learn to smoke. This is good stuff. Thank you, fourth brother." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Among the 6 dormitory residents, 5 had already rushed off to the internet CAF. Zhang Fan was not merely interested in casually researching Gu Yuan. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, undeniably outshining her peers, yet remained obscure within the school. During the selection for the campus belle, even when recommended by others, her name would inexplicably vanish from the discussions. To a certain extent, Gu Yuan served as a significant supporter for Lin Feng. Zhang Fan had previously investigated Gu Yuan's background but found nothing. All he encountered was a warning from a powerful uncle. You foolish boy, refrain from prying into matters, lest you bring trouble upon the Zhang family. This woman represented not only beauty but also immense resources. Having been granted a second chance at life, Zhang Fan resolved to reclaim her from Lin Feng's grasp. After his roommates departed, Zhang Fan began to review fragments of future scenes. Another segment unfolded, timestamped for the night after tomorrow at 8 by the Zhan River. Shen Chuchu, unbeknownst to her reasons, found herself inebriated and wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a group of ruffians emerged from the riverbank. Recognizing Shen Chuchu's beauty and her unsteady state, they harbored ill intentions, attempting to lay hands on her, with one even daring to start removing her clothing under the cover of darkness. Just as Zhang Fan was engrossed in the unfolding drama, a man unexpectedly appeared on the screen, Lin Feng, a figure he could never forget, even in death. With his martial prowess, Lin Feng dispatched the ruffians, leaving Shen Chuchu, in her drunken stupor, collapsing into his embrace. The scene abruptly concluded. This moment proved far more valuable than the previous one. Had Lin Feng not intervened, Zhang Fan might have relished watching Shen Chuchu's misfortune, but with Lin Feng's arrival, his perspective shifted. Shen Chuchu and Lu Wenshi returned to their dormitory, both wearing expressions of discontent, each burdened by her own troubles. After sitting on their beds for some time, the remaining 4 roommates exchanged glances until one finally spoke up. Chuchu, with the new semester just beginning, everyone is quite short on funds. Huh, what do you mean? Shen Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. One of the others explained, weren't you in need of money today? Sure asked us to lend you some. I lent you 100. If it's convenient, perhaps you could repay it soon? Mine is also 100. I lent 50. I too lent 50. Hearing their chatter, Shen Chuchu buried her head under the blankets, exclaiming, I know. My home is in the Qingjiang Villa Garden. Can I really be short of your paltry sums? The others exchanged uncomfortable glances, feeling slighted. After all, they had lent her money, yet she regarded them with disdain. The group fell silent, their displeasure palpable. Lu Wenshi was equally troubled, her mind consumed with the thought of owing Zhang Fan 19 kisses, a rather embarrassing predicament. That evening, Zhang Fan returned home in a taxi. His car was already at the 4S shop for repairs. The costs were relatively modest at 1,200, but factoring in depreciation. As Zhang Fan had calculated, it amounted to 20,000. He requested a certificate from the 4S shop. After employing a few subtle tactics, a document reflecting a repainting and depreciation totaling 40,000 appeared in Zhang Fan's hands. The shopkeeper, smoking a cigarette and chewing betel nut, saw Zhang Fan off as he departed. 1,000 yuan was tucked away in his back pocket. Upon returning to school, Zhang Fan dialed Lu Wenshi's dormitory. The landline rang persistently. Hearing the sound, Lu Wenshi jolted, appearing quite frightened, while her 4 roommates remained on the upper bunk, indifferent to the ringing phone. Only Shen Chuchu, with an irritated expression, stood up to answer the call, her tone unwelcoming. Who is this? Who are you looking for? Zhang Fan replied. Zhang Fan, I'm looking for Lu Wenshi. Zhang Fan. Shen Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned him incredulously. What do you want with Shur? It's none of your business. Annoyed by the impolite tone, Shen Chuchu was ready to hang up. However, her nosy roommates had perked up, interjecting. Is he Shur's boyfriend? Oh, planning a late-night rendezvous, are we? One by one, the roommates turned their attention to Lu Wenshi. Flustered, she waved her hands, repeatedly denying it. Shen Chuchu shouted into the phone, Zhang Fan. Are you threatening our Shur? Zhang Fan replied coldly. Tell her I'm waiting for her at the artificial lake on campus. With that, he ended the call, unwilling to engage further. Shen Chuchu approached Lu Wenshi's bedside, her eyes wide with concern. Shur, did that scoundrel threaten you? If anything's wrong, speak up. I'll stand up for you. Lu Wenshi curled up in bed, hugging her knees, her face a picture of distress. She asked Shen Chuchu, what did he say? That scoundrel said he would wait for you at the artificial lake. Don't be afraid, we just want Tigo. Let us see what he can do. Lu Wenshi buried her face in her knees. After a moment, she lifted her head and got out of bed. Shen Chuchu gasped, what are you doing? Are you really going to find him? Lu Wenshi timidly replied, I'll be back soon. Chapter 7. The latest mobile phone beside the artificial lake. The surface mirrored the luminous moon hanging in the sky. The gentle ripples danced, and Zhang Fan stood tall by the lakeshore, clad in a tailored, casual luxury outfit that clung to his physique, accentuating his perfect proportions. His hair flowed with the evening breeze, and his striking features complemented his towering height of 6 feet. If it weren't for Lin Feng's presence, He would undoubtedly embody the quintessential male protagonist. Alas, in his previous life, he had been relegated to a mere stepping stone. Not only had he faced bankruptcy, but he had also lost his family. The memories of his past life deepened the shadows in Zhang Fan's gaze. Lu Wenshi approached the artificial lake. Spotting Zhang Fan from a distance, he gazed contemplatively at the water, emanating an indescribable aura that made it impossible to overlook him. A group of young women nearby whispered to one another while stealing glances at Zhang Fan. Lu Wenshi cautiously approached him. I'm here. Zhang Fan glanced at her, then continued walking along the lakeside, a bag in hand. Let us take a stroll. Lu Wenshi had initially resolved to kiss him and flee. But upon witnessing his solitary demeanor, she found herself inexplicably drawn to follow him, embracing the refreshing evening breeze. Zhang Fan felt a twinge of melancholy. What do you believe is the meaning of life? He suddenly inquired. Taken aback, Lu Wenshi pondered before responding. I want to study diligently, secure a good job, and ease my parents' burdens. Easing your parents' burdens? Zhang Fan squinted, contemplating the futility of his past life's choices. How foolish he had been to invest all his emotions in Shinchuchu, allowing her and Lin Feng to effortlessly dismantle the Zhang family's commercial empire. If these two were not entirely subdued, Zhang Fan could never feel at ease. He was deeply troubled by the prospect of reliving his previous life as tragedies. He resolved to reclaim everything that belonged to him, piece by piece, from both Lin Feng and Shinchuchu, ensuring his own peace of mind. And this woman before him was one of Lin Feng's close acquaintances. As Lu Wenshi observed Zhang Fan's silhouette, she sensed a shift in his demeanor from forlorn to sinister. He fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down her spine, compelling her to flee. In the next moment, he forcefully gripped her head, his actions raw and imbued with potent masculinity. Their relationship, devoid of romantic ties, mirrored that of numerous couples along the lakeshore as they shared a kiss. In that instant, Lu Wenshi felt her mind clouded, rendered incapable of coherent thought. It took a full 5 minutes for her dazed mind to regain a semblance of clarity, allowing her to muster the strength to push Zhang Fan away. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Zhang Fan licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. Lu Wenshi covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. They had agreed that a single kiss would suffice. Yet, they had not separated. Did that not count as a kiss? With a smile, Zhang Fan marked off a box on the transaction sheet. Lu Wenshi could only perceive him as terrifyingly formidable, an unsettling presence that was utterly intolerable. She rose to her feet, struggling to hold back her tears. Unwilling to weep in front of this demon, she resolved to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Fan called out. Halting her, Lu Wenshi turned back. What more do you want? I've given you enough for today. Allow me to show you something. Zhang Fan handed her the damage assessment report issued by the dealership, which revealed that both repair and depreciation costs had doubled. I initially thought it was 20,000, but the dealership informed me it was actually 40,000, he stated nonchalantly. Fear gripped Lu Wenshi as she gazed at the document in her hands. She stepped back, her breath quickening. Could it be that this devil had more in store for her? Was he truly intent on doubling the demand? However, Zhang Fan did not double the amount. Instead, he extended a box toward her. This is for you. Trembling, she accepted the box, expecting another transaction document with 20 sections. Upon opening it, she found a white Motorola V3. Zhang Fan brandished his own phone before her. Mine's black, a couple's edition, by the way. I've already input my number. You gave this to me? Indeed. Lu Wenshi was momentarily stunned and hurriedly shoved the phone and box back into his hands. I don't want it, she shouted, as if summoning all her strength to reject him. The system activated. Option 1. Retrieve the phone. Reward. Lu Wenshi's disappointment 5. Lu Wenshi's melancholy 1. Option 2. Throw the phone into the lake. Penalty. Host's intelligence -1. Option 3. Find a way to force it upon her. Reward. Lu Wenshi's affection 5. Host's permanent charm 1. Observing the choices laid out by the system, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. Why did option 2 always make him appear foolish? And why did it deduct his intelligence? Moreover, Lu Wenshi was quite the actress, if it weren't for the system. Zhang Fan might have genuinely believed she was unwilling to accept it. With a tone that was both cold and resolute, Zhang Fan declared, You must accept it. Why? Because the damage assessment for my car has doubled, so you must take it, or else you owe me 40,000, equivalent to 40 sections. Where is there such a thing? Lu Wenshi was bewildered. Where is it customary to force something into someone else's hands? So, do you want it, or not? Zhang Fan leaned slightly, gazing at her. I. Lu Wensher's adorably conflicted demeanor was utterly charming. In such situations, a strong stance from the young man typically secured everything. Without further ado, Zhang Fan hung the phone bag on her arm and playfully tousled her voluminous hair, which often seemed disheveled. Lu Wensher's fair face, with her tender lips reddened from his teasing, showed no sign of resistance. She allowed him to tousle her hair. After a moment, Zhang Fan turned to leave the lakeside path, unperturbed, waving back at her. "I'm off. Staying too long will make you catch a cold." Lu Wensher watched his tall, elegant figure illuminated by the streetlights, exuding an effortless charm, and she sniffled as she admired him. It seemed she has caught a chill. She hurried down a different path towards the dormitory. The girls' dormitory was particularly sensitive to any commotion. The moment Lu Wensher stepped through the door, all eyes turned towards her. This caused her already delicate cheeks to flush a deep crimson. No one spoke. They merely exchanged mischievous glances. Lu Wensher quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, we are not in a relationship. We haven't done anything." The admission seemed far too revealing. The others shared knowing smiles, understanding that even if they were not officially a couple, at this rate, it was merely a matter of time. Sure. What do you have in your hand? Is it a gift from your wealthy boyfriend?" Lu Wensher hurriedly stuffed the phone box under her blanket, attempting to deny it, saying, "No, it's nothing." Such evasion did little to quell her roommate's curiosity. One of them pretended to get up to use the restroom, only to suddenly pounce, snatching the phone box from beneath Lu Wensher's blanket. A shriek erupted. "My goodness. It's a phone. The latest Motorola V3. Did your boyfriend give this to you?" All eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Lu Wensher. In the year 2005, a time devoid of the prevalent materialism and superficiality of later years, people's perceptions of relationships remained pure and simple. It was an era where even the smallest gestures, like sharing an ice cream, were cherished and remembered. The dormitory erupted in shock. A boy had actually gifted a girl a phone, especially one of such considerable value. This was beyond the imagination of these freshly graduated high school girls. As the phone was snatched away, Lu Wensher panicked and reached for it. However, Shin Chuchu's reaction was exponentially more intense. She swiftly leaped from her bed, seizing the phone box. Determined, she began to unwrap it, eager to discover its contents. One of the roommates protested, "What are you doing? It's not a gift for you. Why are you stealing it?" Yet, Shin Chuchu paid her no heed. Upon opening the box, a brand new white Motorola V3 lay nestled inside. This model was undoubtedly the most coveted among young people, particularly women. Priced at $5,300, it was often sold out, and one might even need to pay $5,500 to obtain it immediately. She turned to Lu Wensher, incredulity etched across her face, and asked, "Zhang Fan, did he buy this for you?" Chapter 8. Gulina Ba. Zhang Fan returned to the dormitory, only to find the third roommate, Jin Hui, with a bruised face, wiping away blood with a piece of paper. The second roommate glared at him with a murderous gaze, and the two appeared to be on the verge of a confrontation, having just engaged in a brawl. It seemed that the local Jin Hui had come off worse. "You just wait. I am from Huaong. How dare you bully me, an outsider? What are you pretending to be? If you're not satisfied, let us settle this again. Just wait for tomorrow," Jin Hui shouted, gesturing as if to call for reinforcements with his phone. The eldest among them was Niu Chong, a sturdy rural lad who had repeated 2 years of school and was 21 years old. He stood between the two, constantly ready to prevent a physical altercation. The second roommate, of Uyghur descent, was named Aisha Nurwal Amu Rajipa Baladi, a name no one could remember, so they simply referred to him as the second. Zhang Fan sat on his bed, lit a cigarette, and smiled as he observed the two squabbling. "Zhang Fan, you look more handsome." Jin Hui had intended to say something else, but upon seeing Zhang Fan, he blurted out a question. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Fan, and each felt that he appeared significantly more attractive than earlier in the day. Zhang Fan himself was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that he had just received a boost in charm points from the system. Of course, he could not divulge the existence of the system to them. "Haven't I always been this handsome?" In response to Zhang Fan's self-absorbed retort, his roommates merely smacked their lips, offering no rebuttal. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that Zhang Fan was indeed the most handsome among them, not only for his striking features, but also for his impressive height and demeanor. Ignoring the previous comments, Jin Hui pressed on, "Zhang Fan, are you one of us locals?" "Huh? Why do you ask that?" "I'm asking you. If a local gets beaten, will you help?" The moment those words were spoken, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Fan, especially the second roommate, who appeared most anxious. The second roommate was not particularly afraid of Jin Hui, as he perceived him to be brash and loud, merely putting on a facade of superiority without any real capability. In contrast, Zhang Fan was quiet yet impossible to overlook. Zhang Fan took a drag from his cigarette. "Can we first discuss why the two of you are fighting?" The second roommate immediately spoke up. "Jin Hui is a scoundrel. He stole my girlfriend." "Nonsense," Jin Hui retorted. "Gulinaba herself said you two were never dating. I pursued her all the way to Huayang. We were about to be together. You think I wanted to be your roommate? Without me, you wouldn't even know Gulinaba? Well, I truly thank you for that," the second roommate shot back. And it seemed they were about to clash again. Zhang Fan pointed to the youngest among them, He Guangxi. "You speak." He Guangxi gulped nervously, feeling the pressure. Actually, this matter has something to do with you, fourth brother. You requested that I investigate a girl named Gu Yuan. However, I found scan information about her in the school database. I instead looked into her roommate, a girl named Gu Linaba, who is equally stunning. Their dormitory is indeed filled with beautiful young women. Zhang Fan, with a dark expression, urged, "Get to the point." He Guangxi, grinning, replied, "Gu Linaba is much easier to research. She is an exceptionally beautiful Uyghur girl, due to her looks and ethnicity. She was specially recruited 3 years ago for the Huayang National Arts Program. Then, the second brother mentioned that this girl is his girlfriend, and he worked hard to gain admission to Huayang for her sake. To gather information about Gu Yuan, the second brother arranged to meet Gu Linaba. However, she stated that she was not his girlfriend, but merely an acquaintance from childhood. The third brother then expressed his intentions to pursue her. Gu Linaba declared her ambition to become a star, to which the third brother replied that he knew many prominent directors and would surely help her rise to fame if they were together. Subsequently, the third brother was struck by the second brother. Zhang Fan extinguished his cigarette, finding the situation quite glitch. The second brother glared fiercely at Jin Hui, exclaiming, "Damn it. Not only have you been boasting, but you also wish to deceive my girlfriend. Get lost. Gu Linaba has made it clear that she has nothing to do with you." As tensions escalated, Zhang Fan remained still, observing the two. For some reason, both of them glanced at him during their confrontation, and their impulsiveness seemed to be subdued. After comprehending the situation, Zhang Fan spoke. "Second brother, is that girl truly your girlfriend?" Faced with the inquiry, the second brother pouted, his expression one of grievance. He uncomfortably replied, "When we were in school together, she promised to be my wife. Now, but she must still love me. Pfft, I could easily claim that Gu Linaba loves me. She wants to stay in Huayang and become a star. What can you offer her?" Jin Hui scoffed from the side. The second brother clenched his teeth, unable to muster a retort. Zhang Fan understood. Since they were not a genuine couple, it would be a fair competition. If he believed that the girl still loved him, he should seize the opportunity. "Jin Hui, if you believe you are more suitable for her, then pursue her. Both of you seem quite confident." Zhang Fan handed each of them a cigarette, distributing more to others. While no one but Zhang Fan smoked, only the fifth brother declined with a smile. The rest lit up. As for Jin Hui's predicament, one could only say he brought it upon himself. Upon hearing this, the pretentious Jin Hui grew displeased. "Zhang Fan, how can you say that? Are you not one of us from Huayang? Are you siding with outsiders? If I spread this, how will you manage in Huayang?" This individual clearly viewed himself as significant. Zhang Fan explained, "Without the second brother, would you know that girl? A beating is merely your entry fee." Jin Hui pondered this. It seems there is indeed some truth to that. The matter between the two was momentarily quelled by Zhang Fan's intervention. Yet it was evident that they remained at odds with one another, each secretly wishing to outshine the other. Jin Hui picked up his phone, expressing his intent to add Zhang Fan as a QQ friend. After completing the addition, he promptly sent his first message. "Brother Fan, considering our shared connection to Huang, do share some advice. How can I win over that girl? Golina Ba is truly stunning." Zhang Fan replied, "Compared to old Air, you're undoubtedly at a disadvantage. You can hardly claim to know her, and if old Air were to invite her out alone, what could you possibly do? Perhaps it's best to let it go." "No way, Brother Fan. Please think of a way for me. I promise to treat you to a meal at the Yinwang first floor." Observing the message, Zhang Fan couldn't help but scoff. This fellow truly has the audacity. The first floor usually only accommodates VIP reservations, and the entire Huayang is aware that it serves as a venue for foreign dignitaries. To casually suggest dining there seemed insincere. After some contemplation, Zhang Fan proposed, "You could organize a gathering between the two dormitories. Watch a movie, sing some songs, simply invite both dorms together. Wouldn't that be a reasonable way to get the girl out?" "2 dormitories, that could be quite costly," Jin Hui responded. What? Young Master Jean, are you afraid of spending money? In no way. Thank you for the suggestion. Brother Fan, I'll arrange it. Should the other party be concerned about expenditures, Zhang Fan was even willing to contribute. While both pursued the girl named Naba, Zhang Fan had set his sights on Gu Yuan from the same dormitory. He had been yearning for an opportunity to connect, and now it seemed to present itself. Just as their conversation concluded, Old Air stealthily approached Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, Jean Hui from the upper bunk immediately focused his gaze on him. Zhang Fan turned to Old Air, who, along with the others, had taken to addressing him as brother. What is the matter? Old Air glanced at Jean Hui above and said, "Can we step outside to talk?" Zhang Fan pondered for a moment before getting off the bed. On the rooftop, as Zhang Fan lit a cigarette, Old Air hurriedly produced a lighter to ignite it for him. "Speak plainly," Zhang Fan urged. I fear that Naba might end up with that scoundrel Jean Hui." He was surprisingly candid, laying his concerns bare. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he responded. "Then you should invite her out more often, nurture the relationship. Oh, by the way, would it be awkward if it's just the two of you?" Old Air contemplated this. "It's quite possible. I feel that my interactions with Naba are no longer as relaxed as they once were." "Then both of you should bring someone along. Girls often enjoy having their friends with them. You could take along old Liu, He Guangxi." Zhang Fan deliberately singled out He Guangxi. The bespectacled boy with a face full of acne came to mind, and after a moment of reflection, Old Air immediately shook his head. Naba already found him somewhat unappealing. Bringing along a comically awkward chubby boy would utterly diminish his competitiveness. If not him, perhaps I could take the leader, Niu Chong? Niu Chong is indeed a serious individual, yet he carries the essence of a farmer. While this demeanor may serve him well in job hunting, it is ill-suited for courting women. As for Lao San Jin Hui, he is undoubtedly a rival in love, leaving only Lao Si Zhang Fan and Lao Wu Fan Tian Tian as potential companions. Fan Tian Tian possesses a delicate appearance, and both his name and demeanor possess a somewhat feminine quality. However, this is not the core issue. The real concern lies in Fan Tian Tian's introverted nature, as he scarcely manages to utter more than 10 words throughout an entire day spent with the dormitory mates. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, smoking a cigarette, gazes out over the expanse of the campus from the rooftop. When he mentioned Lao Lu, he had already anticipated an invitation from the other party. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Lao Er grinned and said, "Fan Ge, why don't you join me?" To which Zhang Fan feigned surprise, replying, "I have quite a few matters to attend to, but, I wish to meet Gu Yuan. If I can coax her out, I could procure 4 tickets to the Grand Theater's concert hall. However, if Gu Yuan cannot come, then it is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Lauer nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Rest assured, they are all studying the arts. Who knows, they might even work at the Grand Theater in the future. They will definitely come out." Zhang Fan patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands." Chapter 9, The Concert Hall at Huang Theater. Today, the national treasure-level folk singer Han Lena is performing here. Han Lena is an unusual star, enjoying far greater fame internationally than domestically. This phenomenon can be attributed to the current era where pop and rock music are merging, leading the youth of the nation to perceive their own folk music as somewhat mundane. Conversely, foreigners display a keen curiosity towards Chinese folk music, relishing the opportunity to experience it. As a result, Han Lena's reputation flourishes abroad, yet remains modest within her homeland. However, Zhang Fan knows that Gu Yuan is an ardent fan of Han Lena. If it were an ordinary concert, it would be unlikely to entice Gu Yuan. But for Han Lena, it is different. The following morning, Zhang Fan drove his car out from the dealership to wait at the southern gate of the school. When Lao Er arrived, he was utterly astonished, reaching out to caress the vehicle. "This car is stunning. Get in." Zhang Fan, observing Lao Er seated in the passenger seat with a playful glint in his eye, was met with Lao Er's curious gaze. "Brother Fan, is something wrong?" "Lao Er, I've given you an opportunity, yet you seem rather inept." "Huh?" Zhang Fan, exasperated, instructed him to move to the back seat. Confused, Lao Er exited the car and settled into the rear, at which point Zhang Fan elaborated. "It's not every day I manage to invite the girl you adore out for a fun outing. What is the point of you sitting next to me? Shouldn't you be beside Naba?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lao Er appeared enlightened, realizing his folly. "Yes, right. Why am I even in the front seat?" He repeatedly gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up. "Brother Fan, from now on, you are my true brother." Zhang Fan paid him no mind. And when Gu Yuan and Gu Lin Naba appeared at the school gate, it was not just Zhang Fan who took notice. At that moment, All faculty and students turned their gazes upon them. Two breathtaking beauties appeared simultaneously. One sparkled like a diamond, while the other radiated warmth akin to jade. In that instant, they captivated the attention of everyone present. Lauer leaned against the window, calling out to the diamond. Naba, over here. The onlookers shifted their focus to the car, displaying expressions of disdain. Internally, they cursed, damn wealthy people. I must buy a car like this in the future. Guli Naba remained blissfully unaware, excitedly commenting on the exterior of the BMW X5 before hopping into the front seat. Did you borrow this? It's fantastic. Zhang Fan squinted slightly. Aisha Lauer has been waiting for you for a long time. If you prefer, you could sit in the back. Naba pouted, glancing at Lauer in the back seat. It was her first time in such a fine car, and she yearned to sit in the front to take a look. Unfortunately, she was not well acquainted with Zhang Fan. Lauer quickly interjected, It's perfectly fine. Let Naba sit in the front. I don't mind. Zhang Fan was unyielding with the two. However, I would like to sit in the front with Yuan. If it's better, Aisha, you could drive while Yuan and I sit in the back. As everyone transitions from high school to university, it is rare to encounter someone like Zhang Fan, who managed to obtain a driver's license during the summer break. Handing over the wheel to the second person would be futile, as he lacks the necessary skills. Galinaba and Gu Yuan exchanged seats. Gu Yuan, with her serene demeanor, possessed long, silky hair that cascaded beautifully, dressed in an elegant gown, her delicate features strikingly exquisite. This was Zhang Fan's first close encounter with her. Even in his previous life, despite his efforts to learn about her identity, he had never been this close. As Gu Yuan settled into the passenger seat, her voice, embodying her tranquil nature, was soft yet remarkably clear. Do you know me? She inquired, having heard whispers about the boy who had been inquiring after her. Zhang Fan responded with a light chuckle. I hope to get to know you in the future. This unexpected reply caught Gu Yuan's attention as she observed Zhang Fan more closely. He exuded charm, vitality, and his bright eyes held a certain allure. Beyond that, however, there was little else to note. She remained quiet throughout the journey, providing only brief responses to inconsequential questions, while the incessant chatter of Naba filled the air. Hey, what's your name? Zhang Fan, whose car is this? Do you know many wealthy individuals?